Chapter 1. The Job Transition Ceremony. Crisis Era, Year 158. On the playground of Jiangxing 4th High School, 10 radiant crystals, exuding a violet glow, lay in serene arrangement. These crystals, known as the purple gold stones, were designated for the job transition of all senior students at the 4th High School today. 1,000 students were divided into 10 formations, sitting upright and attentively gazing at the purple gold stones before them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a gray administrative jacket stepped forward. He was Fong Ping, the principal of 4th High School. Raising the megaphone in his hand, Fong Ping proclaimed loudly, "Dear students, time flies like a fleeting horse, and the years weave swiftly like waves washing away sand. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You once entered the gates of our 4th High School with youthful smiles today. I hope you will carry that beautiful youth as you face the broader horizons of your future." Applause erupted, a harmonious and fervent sound from the audience. Fong Ping continued, "Today marks a pivotal moment in your lives, the job transition. I hope each of you can become a pillar of the nation like Ming Wanqing, who is presently observing you from the honor stage." With that, he gestured towards the nearby honor stage. Instantaneously, all students turned their gazes in unison to the honor stage, where a strikingly composed young woman, clad in pristine white, sat gracefully in the front row, resembling a pure white lotus. Ming Wanqing, as mentioned by Principal Fong Ping, was the top student of the previous class at 4th High School and also the valedictorian of Tianbei Province. She had shattered the historical record of Tianbei Province by achieving a remarkable score in the 7-day elite examination, securing her position as the last year's valedictorian of the province. Ultimately, she was admitted to the prestigious Royal Academy in the capital, becoming an object of envy for all at 4th High School. Sensing the fervor of the crowd, Ming Wanqing slightly rose, a faint smile gracing her lips, while she raised her right hand and waved gently, warmly greeting everyone. The students below stirred with excitement, whispering and discussing Ming Wanqing's legendary tale. A chorus of murmurs filled the air, as it appeared that all the students had been captivated by her presence, exchanging hushed comments. Truly deserving of the title goddess of perfect scores. Just look at her every expression, it's utterly enchanting. Just observe her beauty and elegance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tonight is destined to be another night of solitary struggle. A group of students, heads bowed, wore smiles as they whispered amongst themselves. "Hey Gaowei, do you know? Even if she is the goddess of perfect scores everyone talks about, I can only give her an 87. Why?" Gaowei looked puzzled, unable to fathom why such a beautiful woman would only receive an 87 from Tiange. "Because I haven't seen the remaining 13 points. Gaowei." The speaker was none other than Chen Tianming, who was not originally from this world. The original Chen Tianming lived on a blue planet called Blue Star, until a sudden car accident caused his soul to transmigrate into this current world. This new world bore an almost identical technological level and cultural history to that of Chen Tianming's previous life, with one significant difference. It was currently under siege by extraterritorial demons. The term extraterritorial demons referred not to aliens or mythical creatures, but to various bloodthirsty monsters that traversed countless miles through various portals to invade this realm. Their singular purpose for entering this world was annihilation, destroying all visible life. Initially, the emergence of these portals caught humanity off guard, however. Humans quickly organized a counterattack and managed to stem the tide of disaster. Yet one day, the inhabitants of this planet were horrified to discover that these portals would evolve over time, and the monsters spawned from upgraded portals grew increasingly formidable. Gradually, humanity's weaponry began to lose its effectiveness against these high-tier monsters. Leading the charge among the invading creatures were the demon clans, who swiftly breached human defenses and launched massive assaults on cities. Thus began the crisis era for humanity. Fortunately, people later discovered that these portals could be destroyed, and upon their destruction, they yielded one or several purple gold stones. Through extraction, these stones became colloquially known as purple gold stones. However, as humanity lost territory, many portals became entrenched in enemy-occupied regions and could not be destroyed, leaving humanity perpetually at a disadvantage. It was not until the discovery that purple gold stones could aid individuals in awakening their innate professions that humanity began to gradually regain the ability to retaliate. Before transitioning, individuals could refine their spiritual and physical strength through meditation techniques and body tempering methods. Both spiritual and physical prowess were crucial to determining one's aptitude for awakening a profession. The higher the evaluation, the greater the potential for future achievements. Even if one merely awakened a culinary profession, if their aptitude reached the exceptional level, their future accomplishments would far surpass those of individuals with only average or commendable talents. Thus, people continuously enhance their aptitudes through meditation and body tempering. And alongside occupational bonuses, humanity began to reclaim lost ground from the invading monsters. Currently, humanity had successfully regained 9 provincial territories, with Zhongbei province being one of them. As beams of dazzling violet light shot into the sky, the 10 purple gold stones were finally activated. I hereby declare the job transition ceremony of Jiangqing 4th High School officially commenced. Chapter 2. The Exceptional Aptitude. Upon this declaration, the once lively playground fell into a hush. All breaths were held as a tense atmosphere enveloped each individual, their eyes raised in anticipation towards the principal. The turning point of each person's future was about to be inscribed at this very moment. Would they serve the nation as dragons or remain as mere insects, leading trivial lives? All would soon be revealed. Zhangwu, Li San, Jiba. The principal called out the names of 10 individuals in one breath, prompting them to rise and approach the purple gold stones slowly. Some scanned their surroundings, while others wore anxious expressions. The tight fists they clenched revealed their inner tension. Upon reaching the forefront of the purple gold stones, a magic array suddenly illuminated beneath their feet, startling the individuals at its center. Seeing this, Fong Ping gently explained, "Do not be alarmed. This is the detection procedure of the magic array. Once it concludes, their professions will begin to manifest on the purple gold stones. Before long, as the radiance of the magic array gradually dimmed, professions began to reveal themselves on the purple gold stones. Zhangwu, living profession, aptitude excellent. Li San, living profession, aptitude exceptional. Jiba, combat profession, aptitude exceptional beyond compare." In no time, the job transition ceremony for the 10 individuals concluded. 6 in living professions, 3 in support professions, and 1 in a combat profession. Oh yeah! Jiba has become a combat professional with exceptional aptitude. Students below cast envious glances towards him. Aptitude rankings are classified as follows: ordinary, excellent, exceptional, exceptional, beyond compare, unparalleled, faded 1. It is said that above unparalleled, there exists a level known as the Fated One. Ming Wanqing, from the previous class, had an aptitude evaluation of Fated One. Each Fated One is a valuable asset to the nation, receiving special protection typically. If a Fated One can reach their potential, they can inflict grievous harm upon the demonic invaders. As for what profession one might transition into, it remains uncertain. Some individuals with average performances might awaken as powerful combat professionals, while others with outstanding performances may only become living profession practitioners. Individuals like Jiba, who attained exceptional aptitude on their first job transition, are exceedingly rare and rightfully envied. At this moment, Chen Tianming felt a pat on his shoulder. Gao Wei, wearing a bright smile, leaned in. "Tiangu, what is your dream profession?" Chen Tianming glanced at him and shook his head, refraining from answering. Gao Wei chuckled. "Come on, it's no big deal to share. He'll tell you, if I transition into a main combat profession, I hope to be a swordsman. This way, I can become a chivalrous hero, roaming the world, avenging wrongs, living freely, and protecting the ladies." His physique indeed suited the swordsman profession. However, transitioning into a main combat profession is challenging. Securing the desired profession is even more difficult. Chen Tianming had calculated the odds only about a 10 chance. Among the 1,000 or so students, only about 100 would become main combat professionals. While Gao Wei rambled on enthusiastically, Chen Tianming merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to engage. Typically reticent, Chen Tianming excelled academically, yet lacked close friendships. Many believed there was something amiss with him. Noticing Chen Tianming's disinterest, Gao Wei shifted his focus to converse with others nearby. Beside Gao Wei, an individual grasped his arm and whispered, "What are you conversing about with that bookworm? He won't pay you any heed." Indeed, he merely excels in academics. What is there to be so arrogant about? In the end, what profession he will transition into remains an enigma. Exactly. He might just settle for a mundane occupation. Several voices around them began to murmur, growing louder with utter disregard for the feelings of others. Chun Tianming, with an average reputation among his peers, was often perceived as aloof and haughty. His academic prowess led him to look down upon his classmates. Upon hearing the remarks from those nearby, Gao Wei retorted angrily, "Nonsense. You are all blinded by his exterior. His aloofness is merely a facade, for beneath it lies a rather lively spirit. I have known him since we were 5. Back then, Brother Tian would drag me to the bathhouse, claiming there were treasures inside. If I refused, he would hit me. When we arrived, our heights were insufficient, and he would stand on my shoulders, making me his stool for an hour each time. However, when I suggested I should stand on him in turn, he dismissively said it was inappropriate for children and slipped away. How despicable is that?" A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Chen Tianming quickly covered her mouth, saying, "You fool. Do you even hear what you're saying?" He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this person would remember those childhood incidents so vividly. At that moment, he felt an urge to retaliate against him, as the carefully cultivated image of aloofness was crumbling before his eyes. He intended to clarify, but some matters are better left unexplained. The more one tries to justify, the guiltier one appears. He hastily declared, "Once the transition is complete, I shall deal with you," and fell silent, striving to maintain his cold demeanor. The atmosphere grew frigid, akin to a feather falling aimlessly, devoid of weight. Soon, the principal's voice resonated once more. "Next, Gao Wei, Li Zhiping." Chun Kai. Upon hearing his name called, Gao Wei patted Chun Tianming on the shoulder and thumped his chest, suppressing the jovial expression from earlier, his countenance now solemn. "Brother Tian, it is my turn." Gao Wei's actions gave Chun Tianming the impression that he was not merely participating in a transition ceremony, but rather preparing to venture into battle. He looked at Gao Wei and nodded vigorously, encouraging him, "Go for it, Wei Ge. Wishing you the best of luck." "Ah, here goes my brother Wei." As the brilliance began to fade, the professions and talents of this cohort gradually manifested upon the amethyst stone. Li Zhiping, support class talent, 1 in 1,000. Gao Wei, combat class talent, 1 in 10,000. Chun Kai, combat class talent, 1 in 1,000. A thunderous roar seemed to explode in Gao Wei's mind, as he could scarcely believe the spectacle before his eyes. "Holy cow, it truly is a combat class, and my talent rating is indeed 1 in 10,000. Simultaneously, whispers erupted from the audience, for this group had produced 2 combat classes at once, along with one rated as 1 in 10,000, igniting a flurry of excitement among the spectators. Human nature is such when distanced. One remains indifferent, but witnessing it firsthand creates a delusion, a deceptive sense of capability. Wow! A talent rated 1 in 10,000. Not to mention the Royal Academy. I would say the other 4 prestigious institutions are within reach. As long as he develops, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Dongli nation, with an immeasurable future ahead. I feel that the muscular fellow who just transitioned into a combat class seems like my long-lost elementary school classmate. If anyone has his contact information, please send it to me. Thank you." "Nonsense. He is obviously my ex-boyfriend. You sly vixen, stay away from him." Chapter 3. Unparalleled in the Kingdom of Dongli. Aside from the prestigious Royal Academy in the capital, the next best institutions are the 4 major universities, followed by an array of ordinary colleges. Gao Wei had never envisioned such a remarkable starting point for himself, directly commencing from one of the 4 esteemed universities, that if fortune were to favor him further, and he exerted a bit more effort, even the Royal Academy of Kyoto might be within his grasp. Regaining his composure, he began to contemplate his specific profession, the magic swordsman. It truly is a role associated with swords. How splendid!" he exclaimed, filled with excitement as he jogged back to Chun Tianming's side, amid the envious gazes of those around him. "Brother Tian, do you know how I awakened such a rare talent and obtained the swordsman profession?" Oh, your profession is swordsman? Of course, you have no idea. At that moment on stage, I silently wished to exchange Yifan's 10 years of lifespan for the opportunity to transform into a swordsman. And I hoped that he would lose 10 years of his life as a result. To my astonishment, it actually worked. Not only did I successfully change my profession to swordsman, but I also attained the rare class of magic swordsman. Ha ha ha! Gao Wei exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, a look of disbelief crossed Chen Tianming's face. Perhaps he should also give it a try later. What's the harm in deducting a mere 20 years from his own lifespan? After all, it was not his own lifespan at stake. Next, we invite Yifan, Zhang Kai, Lulu, and Xia Shui to the stage for their profession transition ceremony. The principal's voice echoed. The attention of most students converged on Yifan, including that of Chen Tianming and Gao Wat. This moment, Gao Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he nervously glanced at Chen Tianming. Brother Tian, just a few days ago, Yifan made a bold claim before the profession transition ceremony, stating that although his academic performance did not match yours, he was determined to surpass you during the transition, arguing that previous academic achievements were insignificant compared to the evaluation of one's profession and innate talent. It matters not. If it comes to that, I shall simply add another 20 years. Chen Tianming mused, observing Yifan's figure with a quiet chuckle. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Tianming naturally did not engage in conflicts with others during his high school years. In his previous life as a corporate worker, he had long been dulled by the grind of society. Thus, in this life, he cherished his current circumstances dearly. Not only were his parents alive, but he had also been granted a rare opportunity for a fresh start. Acknowledging the value of knowledge in altering one's destiny, he had devoted himself to diligent study from a young age, consistently ranking first in his school, ultimately becoming the epitome of the ideal child that others spoke of. How wonderful it would be if this world were free from the invasion of malevolent forces. Chen Tianming sighed quietly, contemplating that it would grant him even more opportunities. Currently, the curriculum at school revolved around knowledge related to professions, including the emergence and theories surrounding portals, the anatomy and structure of malevolent beings, as well as cultural and historical insights of this world. Other subjects merely covered superficial concepts, with the government withholding more advanced knowledge, justifying that the nation required professionals. Once, a madman proposed a theory known as the box theory, suggesting that through the use of purple gold stones, human capabilities could be digitized and directly assigned as professions. For the scientists in this world, this notion was profoundly unfathomable. They could not comprehend the force capable of manifesting such concepts directly within the minds of individuals. The madman speculated that humanity was merely a string of codes, trapped within an inescapable box, with the purple gold stone being the key. Those who provided these professions and digitized them within our minds were referred to as observers, watching us engage in conflict, perhaps for mere amusement or perhaps for other motives unknown to mankind. Moreover, slaying those otherworldly malevolent beings could directly enhance one's attributes, leading the madman to question the reality of his own world. Was it truly real, or merely a virtual construct controlled by others? To uncover the ultimate truth, one could only engage in relentless battles, ascending to the pinnacle of power, or else remain in ignorance of the ultimate mystery. Perhaps it was eternal life, or perhaps merely a string of data, easily erased. Who could truly know? Before that, physics had perished, and science had lost its significance. At this moment, Yifan was intensely focused on the purple gold stone before him, his clenched fists betraying his inner tension. Since he could not surpass Chen Tianming in academic performance, he resolved to compete in terms of profession and potential. He had dedicated countless hours to practicing the meditation technique and body refining method, all for the sake of making a stunning impact during this transition ceremony. Chen Tianming, it has been 3 years. Do you know what I have endured during this time? Ever since I enrolled at the 4th high school, I have never once secured the top spot, whereas prior to high school, in middle and elementary school, I was always first in every examination. You are my mental block. If I do not surpass you, my thoughts will remain unfulfilled, and I may even fall prey to inner demons. This time, I must surpass you. With this thought, he could not help but let out a roar, as if that was the only way to vent the pent-up frustration within him. Under Yifan's eager gaze, a dazzling brilliance erupted from beneath him, Soaring into the heavens that I in the next moment, the principal's resonant and excited voice rang out. Yi Fan, you have awakened a rare combat profession. Innate talent evaluation, unparalleled. Chapter 4. The Chosen One. Instantly, the students in the audience erupted into an uproar, all rendered speechless, their mouths agape. Nearby, Fong Ping couldn't contain his delight, laughing heartily. Wonderful. Last year we had Ming Wanqing. And this year we have Yi Fan. Though his talent may not reach the level of the Chosen One, at least he possesses a rare combat profession, which is already quite impressive. Fong Ping's face beamed with joy, resembling a blooming flower as he continued to chuckle to my goodness. His innate talent is truly unparalleled, and his profession is also a rare combat class. Although the specific profession remains unknown, this is certainly a launch pad towards one of the 4 major universities. Are you daft? Such talent guarantees direct admission into the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Do you truly believe there are countless prodigies like Ming Wanqing in this world? Who would have thought our school produced Ming Wanqing, the Chosen One, last year, and now Yi Fan emerges with unparalleled talent? I initially thought the earlier achievement of being 1 in a million was the peak, yet it turns out to be merely the beginning. By the way, wasn't there a wager between Yi Fan and Chen Tianming recently? This is bound to be entertaining. I recall their bet was that whoever lost would have to call the other grandpa 3 times. Is that true? Such a high-stakes wager. This is bound to be a spectacle. Everyone, silence. Gao Wei, overhearing the chatter around him, could not contain his fury, exclaiming, Brother Tian has never lost. Even if he were to lose to Yi Fan this time, it would merely be a single defeat. Regardless of the outcome, you all are not in a position to comment. Seeing Gao Wei's ire, the onlookers fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of respect as they regarded him. This was the intimidation factor brought forth by extraordinary talent. Congratulations, Yi Fan. I hope you achieve outstanding results in the upcoming college entrance examination that is a rare professional of unparalleled talent. You will be awarded a prize from the school, which will be presented to you after the transition ceremony concludes. May you bring glory to 4th High School in Jiang City. Yes, Principal Yi Fan, having regained his composure from the earlier shock, slightly bowed to Fong Ping before turning to descend the stage. However, as he left, his sharp gaze locked on Chen Tianming, filled with palpable provocation that a rare combat profession with unparalleled talent. Chen Tianming, this time, I shall see how you intend to surpass me. Damn it, Brother Tian, that Yi Fan is insufferably arrogant. Gao Wei seethed upon witnessing Yi Fan's challenging glare. What is he but a being of unparalleled talent? Brother, you must awaken as the Chosen One and slap his face with your success. Remaining calm and composed, Chen Tianming replied, Very well. I shall take your words to heart. As time continued to tick by, with one classmate after another completing their transitions, Chen Tianming's heart raced as the principal's voice once again rang out. Next, we invite Yang Fei, Yin Si, Pan Zhiming, Chen Tianming to the stage for the profession transition ceremony. Here it comes. While practicing the meditation technique and body refining method could increase the odds of awakening a rare profession, it ultimately remained a matter of luck. Even with Chen Tianming's experiences from 2 lives, he felt a surge of tension within him at this moment. Upon hearing the principal call his name, all eyes in the auditorium turned towards Chen Tianming, including that of Ming Wanqing on the observation platform. Brother Tian, go for it, Gao Wei declared, even more anxious than Chen Tianming himself. You must utterly crush Yi Fan, making him forever dwell in your shadow. Rest assured. Chen Tianming gestured to Gao Wei by merging his index and middle fingers, then made a sweeping motion upwards from his temple, declaring, I am your ever-reliable brother. Tian.O. This damned sense of security. Standing in the center of the formation, Chen Tianming bowed his head, hands clasped together, mumbling indistinctly to himself. Fong Ping, observing Chen's quiet murmurs, assumed it was due to nervousness and approached him, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, as he drew near, he overheard, Heavenly Father, I offer my 40 years of life as a sacrifice in exchange for unparalleled talent, that if that is insufficient, feel free to take more. Fong Ping's expression darkened. With everyone finally in place, Fong Ping casually scanned the playground, noticing that nearly all eyes were fixed on Chen Tianming, including those in the observation stand at that moment. Fong Ping also felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As Yi Fan, The perennial runner-up of the 4th middle school, awakened an exceptionally rare combat class. What talent and profession would Chen Tianming, the longtime top scholar, awaken? Shaking his head and seeing that everyone was ready, he bellowed, "Commence class advancement." Instantaneously, a cascade of violet luminescence erupted beneath their feet. Suddenly, the light beneath Chen Tianming's feet began to flicker rapidly, transforming into a brilliant pillar that shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. The blinding violet light shone like apocalyptic flames, threatening to consume all in its wake. The spectators were rendered momentarily blinded by this dazzling radiance. As the brilliance gradually dimmed, they squinted, their hearts filled with curiosity, eager to discern the revelations displayed upon the purple gold stone. Chen Tianming awakens rare combat profession, talent evaluation, a destined individual. Fang Ping stood on the platform, staring at the content revealed on the purple gold stone. Disbelief etched across his face. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he realized he was not hallucinating. Talent evaluation, a destined individual. Chapter 5. Sovereign of the Insect Tribe. At the instant the purple gold stone displayed its revelations, Chen Tianming's mind was flooded with his attribute values. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: Summoner. Rare race: Human. Talent: Destined individual. Level: Mortal realm. Level 1. Physique: 90 strength, 85 agility, 85 spirit, 160 talent. Grade 1 skills: Summoning technique: Summon beasts. 0 summoning space. 0-10. Just as Chen Tianming was meticulously examining his attributes, an intense itch suddenly overwhelmed him, as if countless tiny insects were crawling over his skin. He couldn't help but moan. Before he could comprehend the situation, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection complete. Host has successfully transitioned to a new profession. Commencing extraction of World S Essence for profession upgrade. To his astonishment, Chen Tianming noticed changes on his attribute panel. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: Sovereign of the Insect Tribe. Unique. Race: Human. Talent: Destined individual. Level: Mortal realm. Level 1. Physique: 90 strength, 85 agility, 85 spirit, 160 talent. Grade 1 divine talent. Insect Codex. You command all insects across the vast universe. Skills: Summoning technique: Summon beasts. 0 summoning space. 0 upgrade complete. Host is granted 1 opportunity to summon the mother insect. Would the host like to proceed? Yes or no? The astonishment on Chen Tianming's face morphed into sheer disbelief. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he was utterly stunned by this series of transformations that he hastily selected no and began scrutinizing the additional information in his mind. As for the summoning, such matters could be discreetly dealt with later when no one was around. Oh my! Just after the panel had changed, a plethora of information flooded into Chen Tianming's mind. Firstly, his profession as a summoner had transformed into sovereign of the insect tribe. Secondly, his grade 1 talent had been retained, and a new talent, Insect Codex, had emerged at that moment. An expansive tapestry unfurled within his consciousness, depicting an array of insect beings, from minute ants and locusts to colossal beetles that spewed plasma, and even interstellar insects capable of traversing the cosmos. Moreover, numerous elegant humanoid insect beings wielding staffs and blades were also prominently featured. These swarms exuded a familiar aura, merging within his mind to form a colossal tide that surged and rolled within him. In an instant, Chen Tianming comprehended the function and purpose of the Insect Codex. If he were to unlock ordinary insect species, summoning them would require a drain on his spirit. However, summoning the mother insect would merely necessitate providing sustenance for it, enabling a continuous production of insect swarms, thereby cultivating a formidable army of insects. The thought was exhilarating. As a summoner, nurturing an insect calamity seemed entirely reasonable. Chen Tianming's anticipation began to swell. Furthermore, the rare profession had morphed into a unique one. It is crucial to note that the display of professions on the purple gold stone consists of only 2 categories, a type of profession or a rare profession. The recent transformation had led to a monumental shift in his attribute panel. In the entire Dongli Empire, the registered rare professions amounted to only a few thousand. That despite the seemingly large number, it is essential to understand that due to the invasion of malevolent forces, humanity had lost vast territories. Once boasting over 10 billion inhabitants, the population was now crammed into 9 provincial territories. According to the latest census, The total population of the Dongli Empire stood at approximately 67,800,000. With only a few thousand rare professions distributed among this population, it equated to 1 in every 10,000 individuals possessing such a profession, which is why rare professions are often regarded as extraordinary. Of course, whether a rare or unique profession, this merely signifies their rarity and peculiarity. As the saying goes, professions determine the lower limits, while talent determines the upper limits. Achieving the status of a destined individual not only bestows formidable talents, but also ensures that subsequent attribute growth far surpasses that of individuals with lower talents at the same level. Additionally, their comprehension of skills would significantly exceed that of others. In other words, anyone awakening as a destined individual, regardless of the profession they choose, as long as they do not slacken their efforts, will ultimately achieve success. That a growing fervor ignited within him, especially as his summoning space expanded from 0-10 to 0, that with 2 talents at his disposal, was he destined for the pinnacle of life and to marry a wealthy beauty. Congratulations, Chen Tianming, Fong Ping approached, interrupting his reverie. Congratulations on awakening a rare combat profession. Fong Ping gazed at the young man before him, equally overjoyed, with 2 consecutive years of students transitioning into destined individuals. He could hardly fathom the enrollment rates for the upcoming term. Suppressing his own excitement, he solemnly stated, Chen Tianming, as a rare combat profession with the talent of a destined individual, you are entitled to a special reward from the school. I shall present it to you after the transition ceremony concludes. Should you have any other requests, feel free to voice them to the school, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. I also hope you will bring honor to the 4th Middle School and the city of Jiangqing. At this moment, Principal Fong Ping extended his most sincere blessings to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming nodded in acknowledgement and made his way down the stage amidst envious gazes. Gao Wei, witnessing this, immediately inquired with excitement, Brother Tian, what profession did you awaken? Summoner. Gao Wei burst into laughter, patting Chen Tianming's shoulder. That is splendid. In the future, when we delve into dungeons and enter portals, I'll stand guard in front, and you can summon to your heart's content behind me. Gao Wei then pounded his chest with bravado, declaring, if anyone wishes to harm me in the future, they must first step over your corpse. Chen Tianming, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless and couldn't help but retort, I've told you many times to read more books, yet you never listen. Clearly, it should be, if anyone wishes to harm me, they must first step over your corpse. Gao Wei exclaimed in astonishment, you're right. It should be stepping over your corpse first. Ha, what a joker. Chen Tianming shot Gao Wei a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. Finally, as everyone concluded their class transitions, Fong Ping began addressing the crowd. Students, the transition ceremony has concluded. Regardless of whether you are a main combat profession, support, or lifestyle profession, and regardless of your talent, you are all citizens of the Dongli Nation. Humanity currently resides in a crisis era, and each of you should contribute to the continuation of our race. Therefore, do not be disheartened. A beautiful and radiant future awaits you that I believe each of you can shine with your own light and warmth in your respective roles. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, our Jiangqing's novice leveling dungeon will be open to all students. Students are encouraged to form teams and embark on quests for practical experience and advancement. For those focused on life skills, there is no need for concern. The school has already established connections with the Life Skills Association, where professional instructors will guide you in mastering and applying your practical abilities. That is my fervent hope that in the upcoming national examination in a week's time, each of you will achieve remarkable results and gain admission to your desired institutions. Now, I would like to invite those with exceptional talents to join me in the principal's office, where a small token of appreciation awaits you. The information regarding the novice leveling dungeons is familiar to all students, as it has been covered in your textbooks. Within the novice dungeons in Jiangqing, the strength of the monsters is relatively low, typically ranging from levels 1 to 10, with the highest difficulty being merely at a challenging level. This presents a stark contrast to the more formidable dungeons found in the wilds of Jiangqing. Of course, you may choose not to engage in the novice dungeons and instead train in the wilderness or explore the outdoor dungeons, provided you have someone willing to guide you. Usually, prominent families will dispatch their skilled members to act as mentors for novices, or similar to consortiums, will pay handsomely for guides. However, if you possess neither resources nor familial connections, one can only resign oneself to fate. Chapter 6. Heavenly Palace Academy. Brother Tian, should we head to the principal's office? Yes, let us go. Chen Tianming wasted no time and made his way directly to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he discovered several students already waiting inside, each possessing exceptional talents. They surrounded Yi Fan, showering him with compliments. But as soon as they spotted Chen Tianming entering, their expressions lit up with excitement. The previously lauded Yi Fan suddenly found himself standing alone. Brother Tian, Wei Gu, you have arrived. A perceptive student quickly grabbed 2 chairs and exclaimed, Please have a seat. Ah, Hu Feiyu, you certainly have a keen eye. Wei laughed heartily at the scene. I've always known you to be clever. Well done. The other students, witnessing Hu Feiyu's quick thinking, lamented their own slow reactions and the missed opportunity to strengthen their relationships. This scene left Yi Fan seething with frustration. However, before anyone could utter another word, the principal entered the room. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Fang Ping cleared his throat and announced, students with exceptional talents are entitled to receive 1 million Tianxian coins, along with a choice of residence in the Tiangu Center of Jiangcheng. Wow, Brother Tian, 1 million. My parents may never earn such an amount in their lifetime. This is truly wonderful, Wei exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. With this, my family will no longer have to endure hardship. This is amazing. Chen Tianming was aware of Wei's impoverished background. Wei had an older brother who was also a combat class practitioner, but tragically lost his life during a mission. Unable to cope with the loss, Wei's father turned to alcohol, while his mother, having suffered an injury that left her leg broken, worked tirelessly in a factory to keep the family afloat. Seeing Wei in tears moved the other less fortunate students as well. In this merciless era, practitioners stood atop society. Yet those without the fortune of awakening a desirable profession or possessing commendable talent might find themselves struggling at the bottom for a lifetime. Hey, Wei, why are you crying? Today is a day for celebration. Chen Tianming consoled him. Don't forget, you also get to choose a house in the Tiangu Center. From now on, your parents will no longer have to lead a life of hardship. Indeed, the residences in Tiangu Center are located in the heart of Jiangcheng, the most prosperous and secure area, that we can finally provide our families with a worry-free life. This is just fantastic. Wei wiped his tears. The room buzzed with excited chatter as everyone expressed their thoughts, creating a lively atmosphere in the principal's office. Noticing the commotion, Fang Ping cleared his throat again. All right, students, you may proceed to the finance office to collect your checks and housing certificates. He handed over the prepared documents to them. After receiving their materials, Wei and the others departed, saying, Brother Tian, I will head back to share this news with my parents. Did I want to wait for you? Let us delve into the dungeon together tomorrow. Yes, Brother Tian, let us explore the dungeon together tomorrow. The group unanimously invited Chen Tianming, leaving Yi Fan feeling neglected, his previously handsome face now contorted with displeasure. Once everyone had left, only Chen Tianming and Yi Fan remained in the office. Fang Ping approached Yi Fan with a smile and said, Yi Fan, as a rare combat practitioner with unparalleled talent, the school is pleased to award you 3 million Tianxian coins, a villa in the Tiangu Center, a guaranteed spot at the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a skill book tailored to your profession. Upon hearing the principal's words, Yi Fan's earlier displeasure vanished, replaced with joy as he replied, Thank you very much. Principal Fang. Fang Ping then handed Yi Fan a document. Take this to the finance office. However, as I am unaware of your profession, you will need to fill out a form there. The school will then compile a list of skill books suitable for your profession for you to choose from, and they will be delivered to you promptly. Understood. As Yi Fan turned to leave, he paused at the door and, without looking back, declared, Chen Tianming, I acknowledge your strength, but I will surpass you. With that, he exited decisively. After Yi Fan's departure, only the principal and Chen Tianming remained in the office. The principal, smiling, offered Chen Tianming a cup of tea and said gently, Chen Tianming, as a rare combat practitioner, your talent has been rated as that of a destined individual. Your rewards include 5 million Tianxian coins, a luxurious villa in the Tiangu Center, a guaranteed spot at the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a skill book tailored to your profession. At this point, the principal paused, glancing at Chen Tianming, who remained composed and unfazed, his expression inscrutable. The principal then slowly produced a finely crafted box from his pocket and presented it to Chen Tianming, saying, And this is also a gift for you, along with my congratulations for earning the opportunity to join the Heavenly Palace Academy. The Heavenly Palace Academy? Chen Tianming inquired curiously. What is that? Chapter 7. The Spatial Ring, the Heavenly Palace Academy, is a branch of the Kyoto Royal Academy. Just then, the door to the principal's office swung open, revealing the striking figure of Ming Wanking. "Oh, does this academy possess any special attributes?" Chen Ming asked nonchalantly. "Indeed," Ming Wanking replied, her gaze piercing as she regarded Chen Tianming. "One of the privileges of the Heavenly Palace Academy is the authority to make life and death decisions, allowing for execution without prior approval. Furthermore, anything you desire within the capabilities of Dongli Nation can be provided to you unconditionally. So, what do you say? Would you like to join?" After speaking, Ming Wanking's expression turned cold, her tone as though Chen Tianming owed her a debt. Initially, it was assumed that Ms. Ming returned to Jiangqing to attend a ceremony at her alma mater. But it seems her true purpose was to scout for talent. So what? What does it matter? At this moment, Fong Ping, sitting nearby, sensed the tension and quietly inquired, "Have you two met before?" To his surprise, both responded in unison, "We do not know each other." Fong Ping, perceiving the underlying tension, chuckled softly and chose to remain silent, observing the exchange. Ultimately, Ming Wanking, feeling the pressure, spoke up, "The Heavenly Palace Academy encompasses a broad range of subjects. I cannot divulge specifics, but I can assure you that joining the Academy will provide you with an opportunity to participate in the Heavenly Palace Project. The confidentiality surrounding the Heavenly Palace Project is stringent, and I cannot reveal details. However, joining it will be advantageous for you, so I hope you take the time to consider." After finishing her explanation, Ming Wanking turned to Fong Ping, "Principal Fong, I hope you can keep our conversation today confidential. Is that agreeable?" Fong Ping chuckled heartily, readily agreeing that at this moment. Chen Tianming interjected, "As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. What you have stated today is quite impactful for me. I hope you can grant me some time to contemplate this thoroughly." "Certainly, no problem," Ming Wanking replied briskly. "With your innate talent, you are already eligible for direct admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy. Whenever you come to a decision, just reach out to me. I will be waiting for you at school." Having spoken, Ming Wanking strode out of the principal's office, departing with the same decisive fervor with which she had entered, leaving not a trace of her presence behind. Once Ming Wanking had taken her leave, Fong Ping slowly began to speak. "Student Chun, I have a bit of knowledge regarding the Heavenly Academy. IT gathers the elite from various professions within the Tianxin Kingdom, all united with the purpose of combating the malevolent forces from beyond. However, beyond that, I am not well informed. Since Ming Wanking has suggested you contemplate this, taking some time to consider it is certainly advisable that as he spoke, Fong Ping opened a box before Chen Tianming, revealing an ancient-looking ring that appeared before Chen Tianming's eyes. "This is a spatial storage ring with a capacity of 200 cubic meters, awarded to you as a prize. This will greatly facilitate your endeavors, whether you are grinding through dungeons or collecting materials through teleportation portals. However, do keep in mind that this ring cannot store living beings." With that, the principal handed Chen Tianming a document similar to one given to others earlier. "Take this document to the finance office." Not one to be overly sentimental, Chen Tianming accepted the document, donned the ring, and expressed his gratitude to the principal before making his way out of the office. Upon arriving at the finance office, he submitted the document and received a check for 5 million that he then selected a slightly secluded standalone villa, filled out his profession on the occupational certification form, and left the office without a backward glance. However, as Chen Tianming stepped out of the gates of 4th Middle School, he paused, casting a silent glance back, internally expressing his gratitude before heading home. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Fong Ping was rubbing his right middle finger, which bore a faint ring of white skin contrasting sharply with the surrounding flesh, resembling a delicate circle upon closer inspection. In the 9th District, the workers' living quarters were situated within the industrial zone, predominantly inhabited by laborers who had long been employed in nearby factories. The Chen family resided in this area. At this moment, Chen Tianming was eager to return home and share the good news with his family. Upon opening the door, he was met with a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, a sumptuous lunch had already been prepared, awaiting his return. Just as Chen Tianming was about to speak, his father hastily interjected. "Let us discuss everything after the meal. Go wash your hands first. The dishes will get cold." Noticing Chen Tianming's intent to say something, his mother tugged him further inside. Chen Tianming couldn't help but feel amused. He understood his parents' sentiment. Regardless of the outcome, It was best to enjoy a good meal, first to avoid spoiling their appetite. He acquiesced, following his mother into the house as the family gathered joyfully around the dining table. Before long, the dishes on the table were cleared in a matter of moments. Burp. Both Chen Tianming and his father let out a satisfied belch, exchanging amused glances. Haha, today, thanks to my son, we had a hearty meal. His father reclined comfortably on the sofa, patting his belly, that if only we could dine like this every day. His mother shot him a disapproving look. Dining like this every day. Today's meal cost nearly 1,000 Tianxian coins. How much do we earn in a month? We can't afford such extravagance, his father chuckled, falling silent. Yet his gaze shifted to Chen Tianming, while his mother's pace in clearing the table slowed, as if anticipating something. For this family, Chen Tianming's career transition held immense significance that if he possessed remarkable talent, they could afford to be patient, steadily progressing towards a life free from poverty, inching closer to prosperity. Conversely, if his aptitude was lacking, the expressions on his parents' faces began to show signs of anxiety as they awaited his words to their surprise. Chen Tianming's first statement was, "I encountered Ming wonking today." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The previously jovial expression on his father's face darkened with anger, and his mother, busy cleaning the dishes, wore a complex expression. Sighing softly, his mother finally asked, "Why did she come back?" "She returned as a special guest for our school's event this year," Chen Tianming replied. His father silently lit a cigarette, taking a few heavy puffs before exclaiming with frustration, "Your uncle has indeed fathered a remarkable daughter. We sacrificed so much for their family, and even your brother. In the end, we ended up here in Jiangsheng, living in uncertainty. Let us not dwell on it." Sensing the mood had soured, his mother forced a smile and said, "Timing, you haven't mentioned your career transition yet." Upon hearing her inquiry, his father straightened up slightly, eagerly awaiting the final answer. "Mom, Dad, I awakened a rare combat profession, summoner." Chen Tianming announced slowly to this revelation. Both his parents erupted with joy. "Excellent, excellent! Our son is achieving greatness," they exclaimed, before continuing to question, "What is your innate talent?" The profession determines the baseline, while the talent sets the ceiling. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze as both parents anxiously awaited Chen Tianming's response. His father was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the cigarette burning his fingers. With a gentle smile, Chen Tianming stood up and declared, "My talent evaluation is that of a destined individual." That moment, his mother's pupils dilated, and his father shot upright from the sofa. Disbelief etched across his face. The destined individual? Ah! Both parents burst into laughter simultaneously, particularly his mother, whose eyes glistened with tears as she exclaimed, "It must be the blessing of Jingtan. It must be the blessing of Jingtan. Your father must be watching over you, Tianming." Ha ha! Chen Tianming's father was equally moved to tears. "Indeed, it must be your brother's spirit watching over you. Well done. Well done, Tianming. You truly are exceptional. Now we can return to Kyoto and show those old-timers just how extraordinary our son is." Seeing their son achieve such success left the two elders so ecstatic that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. As his father spoke, Chen Tianming shook his head. "Mom, Dad, let us not rush back to Kyoto just yet. The school has allocated us a house in the center of Tiangu. Here," he said, retrieving a document from the storage ring and handing it to his father. "This details the privileges and benefits available to you as a destined individual in Jiangsheng. This afternoon, take this document and select a villa. Choose whichever you like." Upon hearing they could claim a standalone villa in the center of Tiangu, both parents' lips quivered in disbelief. Inhaling sharply, "Got a house in the center of Tiangu?" His mother meticulously examined the document. "This truly is a property in the center of Tiangu. I asked the treatment for a destined individual this exceptional." The couple was in awe, while destined individuals were indeed rare. Dozens were born each year. They were aware that a property in the center of Tiangu could fetch over 10 million Tianxian coins, often with no market availability. As for standalone villas, their prices were exorbitant. It was rumored that a consortium once offered 3 billion for a standalone villa in the center of Tiangu and still couldn't secure it. This highlighted just how extraordinary the value of real estate in the center of Tiangu was. The more they read, the harder it became for them to suppress their excitement. Observing his parents' joyful expressions brought Chen Tianming great happiness. Yet he still spoke up. "As for what you mentioned about returning to Kyoto, I don't think we should rush. When they sent us away so ruthlessly, We should ensure it stings them to have us return. Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, his mother was about to say something when his father interjected. Ming Shuiyun, I know what you're thinking, but I believe our son is absolutely right. Not only that, but the circumstances surrounding Jing Tian's death were quite suspicious. Returning now may not guarantee our safety. We should wait until Tianming has grown stronger to ensure our lives are secure. That I understand your desire to return home. But right now, our focus should be on ensuring we do not hinder our son. Do you understand? His father continued. Moreover, we have endured hardship for so long. Even if we do not return, I don't see it as a significant issue. His father's words seemed directed at both his wife and Tianming. All right, I will heed your advice. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone inside could inquire, a male voice called from outside, "Is this the Chen Tianming residence? I am Fong Ping." Chen Tianming opened the door, astonished. "Principal, what brings you here?" With a hearty laugh, "I have come to present you with a skill book," he said, as he retrieved a beautifully bound tome from his backpack and handed it to Chen Tianming. Upon receiving it, Chen Tianming glanced at the cover, where 4 prominent characters boldly proclaimed Mental Link. "Tianming, I recently discovered your profession as a summoner, and after researching your credentials, I found that this book on Mental Link is perfectly suited for you. With it, you will be able to communicate more effectively with your summoned entities." With that, Fong Ping strode directly into the room, catching sight of Chen's parents seated on the sofa, with a jovial tone. He exclaimed, "Both of you are here. I trust you are aware of your son's exceptional talent as a destined one. Since I have some free time this afternoon, how about I accompany you both to select a residence in the Tian Valley?" Turning back to Tianming, he continued, "This afternoon, you should first get certified at the Adventurers Association, and then you can familiarize yourself with your skills and summon creatures in the training room, preparing for your journey tomorrow." Chapter 9. The Iraqi Motherworm. An hour later, Chen Tianming arrived at his destination, Adventurer Street. As the name suggests, this area is dedicated to serving adventurers, offering all the equipment and skills they may require. Various shops thrived here, creating a lively atmosphere. Long ago, Chen Tianming had strolled through this bustling street with Gao Wei, but at that time, they merely glanced around, for the prices of essential items for adventurers were far beyond their means. The Adventurers Association. Chen Tianming looked up, gazing at the 5 grand characters elegantly carved above the entrance, emanating a subtle yet imposing aura, unmistakably signifying its regal presence, that in every city, there exists a branch of the Adventurers Association. And its architecture often stands as a landmark, with no other building daring to surpass its height. Today marked the conclusion of the job change ceremony, and at this moment, throngs of people gathered before the entrance of the Adventurers Association. Chen Tianming joined the crowd. Stepping inside, that a group of elegantly dressed women in professional attire stood in the center of the hall. Upon noticing newcomers, they eagerly approached, welcoming them to the Adventurers Association. "I am your dedicated service representative, Xiuyu. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I hope to assist you." Despite Chen Tianming being merely a high school student who had just completed his job change ceremony, dressed rather modestly, the service representative displayed no hint of disdain. Even as a lavishly dressed woman nearby chastised her daughter, saying, "Do you see? If you do not train diligently, you will only become a service representative when you grow up." Xiuyu's expression remained unwavering. However, upon hearing this, Chen Tianming could not help but interject, "Madam, perhaps you should encourage your daughter to train well, so she may aspire to a brighter future. Such encouragement might better inspire her to study earnestly." The woman felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she took her daughter's hand and departed in silence. Xiuyu, surprised by Chen Tianming's words, felt a sense of admiration swell within her. It was rare for someone to stand up for those in service, as they often came from humble backgrounds and were typically viewed as lesser. She cast a few more glances at him, noting his plain attire contrasted with his bright, expressive eyes, with a gentle smile. Xiuyu inquired, "Sir, you must have just completed your job change today. Are you here for your profession certification?" "Indeed. After the certification, I would like access to a training room and require some monster corpses as well." At this, Xiuyu's eyes sparkled with delight. She hadn't anticipated that this unassuming young man would wish to purchase monster corpses right off the bat. Her smile widened, recognizing the potential for a significant transaction. "Very well, please follow me." With that, she gracefully led the way, her movements fluid and poised. Before long, Chen Tianming was escorted to a quiet conference room, where Xiaoyu expertly poured him a cup of tea before promptly summoning her supervisor. An elderly man soon entered, his expression sharp and astute. After exchanging pleasantries, he took the school certification Chen Tianming offered. Upon reading the words Summoner and Destined One, the old man's hand froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the young man before him. Why, you are the Destined One. Xiaoyu, pouring tea nearby, nearly dropped the kettle in surprise, her eyes wide as she turned to Chen Tianming. The old man quickly adopted a fervently respectful demeanor, addressing him, "Young friend, no, my apologies. Mr. Chen, that I did not anticipate you to be this year's Destined One, that I hope you will forgive my earlier negligence." Chen Tianming waved his hand dismissively, that I am satisfied with your service thus far. Let us forego the formalities. Once my registration is complete, I wish to proceed to the training room. Clearing his throat, the old man replied, "Of course, Mr. Chun, your straightforwardness is commendable and will undoubtedly lead our people to a glorious future. As such, I have decided that all your expenditures today will be covered by me." With a sycophantic grin, he added, "May I inquire what you require regarding monster corpses?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming straightened in his seat, unreservedly stating, "Please bring me all that you can. The more, the better." The old man and Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the audacity of his request. However, they soon led him to an A-grade training room, where he found 20 common-level monster corpses, 10 rare-level corpses, and 5 extraordinary-level corpses prepared for him. Calculating the current market value, 10,000 for common, 50,000 for rare, and 300,000 for extraordinary. This amounted to a staggering 230,000. An incredible fortune. Although the Adventurers Association would not have acquired them at such prices, it nonetheless represented a significant advantage for Chen Tianming that as the door to the training room closed, cutting off all external sounds. The silence enveloped him, allowing him to hear his own heartbeat. "Let us begin." Chen Tianming inhaled deeply, settling down cross-legged to initiate communication with the system. Lottery, that in an instant, he felt an ineffable connection forming with the insect compendium in his mind. As soon as the link was established, Chen Tianming felt as though he had entered the depths of a vast cosmic void. Before him loomed the colossal insect compendium, unfurling like a grand tapestry. On this canvas, images of various insects began to appear sequentially. Previously vivid images now transformed into indistinct, shadowy silhouettes, obscuring their true forms. Sensing Chen Tianming's presence, each insect radiated a joyous aura, akin to lost children reuniting with their mother. Just then, the system's voice echoed, "Lottery commencing," excluding non-mother insect sequences. Instantaneously, the multitude of insect images on the compendium faded away, leaving only a sparse few indistinct shadows. Suddenly, one insect began to shine brightly, swiftly traversing the entire compendium at a pace so rapid that Chen Tianming could hardly comprehend. Before he could react, the light settled upon a massive insect. "Lottery complete. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a legendary Iraqi motherworm. The talent is activating, and quality is increasing. Quality enhancement in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained an ancient-level Iraqi motherworm." A series of system notifications chimed in succession. Chapter 10. Ancient-level troop Iraqi motherworm. Ancient-level strength. 69 constitution. 99 agility. 69 spirit. 99 status. Sealed. Restricted by the strength of the insect sovereign. Iraqi has yet to display its full power. Until its strength is fully unleashed, its level will rise and sink with the insect sovereign. Sealed. Bound by the current power of the insect sovereign. Awaiting the unlocking of troop types. Tank worm, jumping worm, bomb plasma worm, rending flying worm, ruler, poison scorpion, worker worm, brain worm. Unlockable troop type. Warrior, talent. Rapid reproduction. The Iraqi motherworm can produce 1,800 eggs daily when adequately energized. Mimicry. The Iraqi motherworm possesses the ability to blend into its surroundings, significantly reducing its exposure risk. Simulation. The Iraqi motherworm boasts a remarkably high IQ, capable of generating bioelectric signals for simulation purposes. In the future, with each elevation of a major realm, the host will receive an opportunity for insect compendium lottery. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Tianming discovered that he had withdrawn from the insect spectrum. In the room, a colossal insect queen now stood, towering at 10 meters high, nearly filling the training chamber to capacity. The creature's lower half was dominated by a massive abdominal sac, while its upper body boasted 5 pairs of enormous appendages symmetrically arranged on either side. Its fearsome head was adorned with 9 compound eyes of varying sizes, exuding an air of menace. Undoubtedly, this was the Iraqi insect queen. The moment Iraqi was summoned, it swiftly crawled towards Chen Tianming, nearly causing him to scream in terror. However, upon sensing the affectionate emotions emanating from the insect queen, he remained frozen in place, refraining from retreating. Iraqi lowered its immense head to meet Chen Tianming's gaze. Resembling a child encountering its mother, in response, Chen Tianming extended his right hand to gently caress its head, perceiving the joy that Iraqi transmitted. Simultaneously, he sensed a wave of hunger, prompting him to glance backward. Seemingly seeking the consent of Chen Tianming, the ruler of this insect race. With a slight smile, Chen Tianming replied, "Go ahead. This food has been prepared for you." Upon hearing this, the insect queen emitted a cheerful hiss and dove into the pile of corpses, feasting voraciously. While the queen indulged in her meal, Chen Tianming retrieved a book inscribed with a mental link from a spatial ring and silently invoked its use. Instantly, the tome transformed into shimmering white light, enveloping him. In mere moments, he grasped the method of employing the mental link. Chen Tianming began attempting to communicate with the Iraqi insect queen, and soon, a faint yet remarkably resilient psychic energy intertwined with his own. Through the mental link, he clearly sensed Iraqi's dependence and joy towards him. In a brief span, more than half of the 35 corpses lay consumed. "You eat so well. Henceforth, you shall be named Overlord," he proclaimed with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the insect queen joyfully rushed towards Chen Tianming, pressing its face against his. Startled, he quickly instructed her to continue feeding, inquiring if it was sufficient. Once assured that this batch of food could temporarily satisfy Overlord's appetite, Chen Tianming sat quietly, watching her consume the remains. Before long, the remnants of the magical beast corpses were entirely devoured. After the meal, Overlord's abdomen began to undulate, and soon, a clutch of eggs was deposited onto the ground. Observing this, Chen Tianming commenced the retrieval process for Overlord and the eggs. Like magic, both Overlord and the freshly laid eggs were drawn back into the insect nest space. Within the insect nest, Chen Tianming beheld Overlord, solitary as she laid her eggs, one after another, emerging from her abdominal sac. Meanwhile, the number of offspring on his personal panel steadily increased. 5, 6, 7. Sitting in solitude, Chen Tianming silently observed Overlord's condition while keeping time. As the 30th second passed since Overlord entered the insect nest space, the first egg exhibited movement, and a massive hooked limb pierced through its shell. Shortly thereafter, a 4-legged creature with a scissor-like head and a pair of formidable pincers emerged. In an instant, the name of this creature materialized in Chen Tianming's mind: Warrior. Height: 3.5 meters. Length: 5 meters. Weight: 550 kilograms. Constitution: 299. Strength: 299. Agility: 299. Spirit: 5. Skills: Berserk. When the warrior's health falls below 50%, all attributes increase by 300 for a duration of 15 minutes, after which a weakened state ensues, reducing all attributes by 15. Camouflage: capable of blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment for ambush. Goodness, is this really a level 1 creature? Its attributes are already at 299. My word, how formidable you are! Chen Tianming marveled, barely able to contain his excitement at such impressive stats. The first warrior hatched. The second and third quickly followed suit. Let's see how much mental energy summoning one will consume. After the first warrior was summoned, Chen Tianming noted a 10-point decrease in his mental energy. Curious, he endeavored to summon 3. Instantly, 3 warriors appeared before him, and he observed that his mental energy had diminished by the same 10 points. This is rather astonishing. It appears that summoning is indeed based on quantity. Once the insect nest is teeming with creatures, could it be that I will only require 10 points of mental energy to summon them all? Chen Tianming mused, brimming with excitement, uncertain if these creatures could consume food within the insect nest. He stepped outside to instruct Xiaoyu to expedite the delivery of another batch of magical beast corpses. Upon their arrival, Chen Tianming initiated the retrieval process. In an instant, the 10 newly delivered corpses appeared within the insect nest, inciting a frenzy among the warriors who clamored to claim their share. Chapter 11. Entering the following morning, Chen Tianming arrived early at the school entrance, where several buses awaited to transport students to the novice dungeon. Alongside his classmates, he approached the entrance, now bustling with students eager to enter. The novice dungeon was not solely populated by students from the fourth school. Several others who had completed their class transitions also gathered for this day's expedition. Across Jiang City, a total of 7 schools had seen over 8,000 students complete their transitions yesterday. However, the majority were in life skills or support roles, with combat-oriented professions comprising 40%. This meant that nearly 3,000 students were congregated at the dungeon entrance. Teachers attended to the necessary entry procedures, while familiar students huddled together, deliberating on whether to form teams for the dungeon. Gao Wei navigated through the crowd to approach Chen Tianming, his face alight with excitement. "Tiangu, I've arranged for a few girls to join us in the dungeon." However, much to Gao Wei's surprise, Chen Tianming waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "I intend to solo it." "Why?" Gao Wei queried. "It's slower to level up in a team, while soloing is faster." Gao Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that really your reasoning? You've been reading too much. Are your brains made of muscle?" Chen Tianming cast a disdainful glance at Gao Wei. Continuing, when 2 or more team up, the monster-killing speed may increase by at most 70%, but the experience is divided among the group. Furthermore, the number of monsters in the novice dungeon is fixed. Excluding the time spent locating them, the actual gains aren't significantly higher, and it often results in wasted time. In dungeons below level 10, soloing yields the highest rewards, as is the experience of countless predecessors. Chen Tianming articulated his points clearly, and although Gao Wei was not dim-witted, his lack of focus in class had left him with insufficient foundational knowledge. That moment, Fang Ping approached the gathering and stated, "Aside from Chen Tianming and Yi Fan, all other main combat professions must bring along their support roles from their respective classes into the dungeon that do not entertain thoughts of soloing. While the rewards for solo play are indeed higher, you will inevitably face higher difficulty dungeons and interdimensional portals that require support. Building good relationships with support roles is vital. When the time comes that you truly need assistance, where will you find it?" Fang Ping continued that it's better to rely on familiar classmates than to seek out strangers. At least you share a bond, and when danger arises, they are less likely to abandon you. The principal's candid words resonated with a stark reality. In the dungeon, one faced not only the assaults of monsters but also the treachery of their own kind. As the saying goes, a clear attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Forming teams with familiar faces instills a sense of courage to charge boldly into the fray without the fear of betrayal. Someone inquired, "Why are those 2 exempt from bringing support?" Fang Ping cleared his throat and replied, "They are exceptional. One possesses unmatched talent, while the other has attained the highest accolade of being a destined individual. They have already secured the opportunity for a direct promotion, and once they surpass the mortal realm, they will depart from here." Under Fang Ping's insistence, the combat-oriented professions at the 4th middle school selected their auxiliary roles and formed teams in 2s and 3s, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the dungeon. Gao Wei was accompanied by 2 female classmates. One was a calligrapher, a dedicated control-type support, while the other was a fire sorceress, creating a well-balanced team of ranged and melee combatants alongside control. Once the necessary procedures were completed, the school began distributing weapons corresponding to each student's chosen profession. Gao Wei received a long sword, which he donned on his back, striking a pose reminiscent of an ancient hero. Exuding an air of prowess, Chen Tianming was also issued a staff which granted a 10 to mental power, a standard-grade weapon that he assessed it with a nonchalant expression, thinking, well, it's better than nothing. After collecting their weapons, the students lined up to enter the dungeon, starting with the most gifted individuals. Thus, under the gaze of all the students in the city, Chen Tianming was the first to step into the dungeon. As soon as he entered, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected entering the dungeon area. Task mode activated. Task: accumulate the elimination of 30,000 monsters within 3 days to clear the dungeon and earn a lottery draw. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He had just been pondering how to acquire more monsters, and lo and behold, a task had presented itself. However, to defeat 30,000 monsters within 3 days was no small challenge. Since the previous day, after the Overlord had finished its meal, Chen Tianming had accumulated a considerable number of monster corpses within the spatial ring gifted to him by Fang Ping. whenever he sensed the Overlord's hunger. He would retrieve a few monster corpses for it to feast upon. At that moment, there were already 1,233 hungry warriors awaiting his call within his nest space. With a grand gesture, Chen Tianming summoned 500 warriors, instantly claiming the once empty grassland as their own and initiating the hunting mode. With a mere thought, the 500 warriors dispersed in an instant, their rapid movements creating a gust of wind that swept across Chen Tianming's face, a testament to their incredible speed. Chapter 12. Rampant slaughter. The warriors, boasting an astonishing agility of 299 points, surged forward, covering nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. That moment, one warrior opened its massive jaws, akin to a razor-sharp blade, and swiftly severed a lightning flame rabbit in a single bite. Successful kill. Lightning flame rabbit. Experience 10. The lightning flame rabbit was renowned for the lightning flame patterns adorning its body and was classified as a level 1 monster within the novice dungeon. Chen Tianming noted the experience gain, which had increased by 1%. Each level 1 monster contributed 1% of experience, meaning that defeating 100 would lead to a level up. Yet the novice dungeon held more than just level 1 monsters. Lurking in the depths of the expansive grasslands were level 10 beasts. Chen Tianming's objective was precisely these high-level monsters, as they were his true targets. Successful kill. Steel snake. Experience 30. Successful kill. White-tongued cat. Experience 20. A flurry of notification sounds erupted, and within just a few minutes, Chen Tianming felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He had leveled up. Name. Chen Tianming. Profession. Insectoid Overlord. Unique race. Human talent. Chosen 1 level. Mortal Realm Level 2 Physique. 100 Strength. 95 Agility. 95 Mental Power. 170 Talent. Grade 1 Divine Talent. Insect Codex Skill. Mental Link Mother. A rocky mother insect. Ancient Level Sealed State. Quantity 1. Number of offspring 1239. Nest Space 1240 Warriors. Ancient Level Sealed State. Level 2 Physique 349 Strength. 349 Agility. 349 Mental Power. 10 Skill. Frenzy. When the warrior's health drops below 50%, all attributes increase by 300. Last for 15 minutes, after which the warrior enters a weakened state, causing a 15 drop in all attributes. Camouflage. Can effectively blend with the surrounding environment to launch surprise attacks on prey. With the level up, both the Overlord and the warriors experienced corresponding enhancements. Chen Tianming examined the warrior's attributes and was astounded. Aside from a mere 5-point increase in mental power, all other attributes had surged by 50 points, 5 times his own attribute growth. Upon the warriors reaching level 2, Chen Tianming sensed that summoning them required more mental power. Thus, he summoned another 500 warriors from the nest and checked the panel, discovering that indeed, summoning warriors now consumed 15 points of mental power instead of the previous 10. However, with his current mental power of 170, this was merely a trivial matter. Chen Tianming promptly issued a hunting command to the second wave of summoned warriors, while he himself sat down to meditate and rest. If other adventurers were to witness his situation, they would likely be infuriated. While they toiled tirelessly, he sat casually on the ground, seemingly enjoying a vacation amidst the scenic grasslands. Successful kill. Level 4 Brown Bear. Experience 40. Successful kill. Level 4 Copper-Toothed Cat. Experience 40. It was all swift execution. No hint of difficulty. Currently, the warriors were capable of easily defeating level 2 monsters, dispatching these level 3 and 4 foes without a hint of struggle. As the warriors ventured further and further away, a map of the novice dungeon began to form in Chen Tianming's mind. This feature exists too. Chen Tianming exclaimed in astonishment. The areas traversed by the warriors automatically formed a map, transforming them into diligent cartographers while they hunted. In just over a minute, Chen Tianming felt another surge of energy. It was time for another level up. Like riding a train, his experience points soared rapidly. His 4 core attributes increased by another 10 points, and the warriors also ascended to level 3, each gaining 50 points in all attributes except for mental power, which still only increased by 5 points. Successful kill. Level 4 Brown Bear. Experience 40. Successful kill. Level 5 Light Steel Wolf. Experience 50. At this point, the task progress had reached 1,363,000. Although Chen Tianming had dispatched 1,000 warriors, the number of monsters was fixed. And after more than 10 minutes, they had only managed to hunt a little over 100 beasts. averaging 10 monsters per minute at this rate. Completing the task of eliminating 30,000 monsters within 3 days seemed plausible. Currently, even level 5 monsters fell before the warriors with ease. Their massive size rendered mere decorations, yet to see any action. Chen Tianming needed to do nothing but wait for the experience to flow in automatically. Given this pace, he might even reach level 10 within a day, after which he could begin his ascent from the mortal realm to the elite level. The human ranking system comprises 9 levels: Mortal, Elite Hero, Mountain Shaker, Sea Filler, Sky Walker, Void Breaker, Fragmented Void, Return to Void. This ranking system was established by the most formidable of humans, Yun Tianhe, revered as a living legend and the first sword saint beneath the starry sky. The profession he awakened to was indeed that of a sword saint. His classification was intended to inspire humanity to endure trials and gradually evolve into heroes, ultimately achieving a transcendent state, merging with the divine. Each level is further divided into 10 sublevels. Upon surpassing level 10, one may transition to the next realm, with the elite level being the next stage after the mortal realm. P.S. The human ranking levels are Mortal, Elite, Hero, Mountain Shaker, Sea Filler, Sky Walker, Void Breaker, Fragmented Void, Return to Void. The monster levels are Ordinary, Rare, Extraordinary, Epic, Legendary, Ancient, Immortal, Holy Spirit, Mythical. Chapter 13. Pushing through to the depths of the dungeon, having reached the maximum distance. He could not venture further at that moment. The farthest warrior stood 700 meters away, incessantly howling towards the front, ceasing its advance. Chen Tianming understood that the warriors must remain within 700 meters of him, compelling him to rise from his resting position, dust off his clothes, and begin moving forward. Through the mental link, Chen Tianming witnessed through the eyes of the foremost warrior that a massive pack of wolves, along with other high-level monsters, lay ahead. As he advanced, more and more high-level beasts came into view. The 1,000 warriors formed a circle around Chen Tianming, tightly guarding him at the center, while a few remained vigilant nearby to thwart any stray threats. Successful kill. Level 5 Light Steel Wolf. Experience 50. Successful kill. Level 6 Split Tooth Tiger. Experience 60. Successful kill. Level 7 Pattern Wolf. Experience 70. For Chen Tianming, whether facing a level 1 monster or a level 7 beast, the efficiency remained constant. Thus, it was only natural to seek out higher-level monsters with greater density. The novice dungeon's opening hours spanned from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., a total of 10 hours. After which all adventurers would be teleported outside the dungeon, that he pondered how many monsters he could hunt before the time ran out. The total number of monsters within the novice dungeon has always remained an enigma. The inexperienced find themselves overwhelmed, while the adept are unable to gain entry. Allow me to unveil the answer to this mystery. Chen Tianming meticulously plotted his course of action, summoning a warrior to enhance his efficiency in monster slaying. He mounted and delved deeper into the dungeon. Although the warrior's formidable shell caused discomfort to Chen Tianming's posterior, it significantly augmented his operational efficiency, leading to a remarkable increase in the warrior's mobility. As level 7 monsters began to emerge, they fell victim to a single strike. The novice dungeon was designed specifically for beginners, featuring low-intensity monsters, a straightforward environment, and a guaranteed level of safety. However, despite his ease in dispatching foes, Chen Tianming remained vigilant. That he recalled a childhood memory from his days in Kyoto, when his brother Chen Jingtian returned from outside the city. Drenched in blood and gravely injured, he earnestly cautioned Chen Tianming that even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. One must never let their guard down, as treacherous beasts may lurk unnoticed, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Even at night, one must keep a watchful eye on their surroundings. Chen Tianming held his brother's words close to his heart. Faithfully adhering to this wisdom, that as he ventured further into the depths of the dungeon, he observed the warriors engaging in a relentless slaughter, with level 8 and 9 monsters already appearing. The warriors moved like tireless machines of carnage, systematically hunting the monsters and devouring their remains with the voracity of swarming locusts. Consequently, Chen Tianming encountered only the remnants of the warriors' feast so long his path. 6 hours elapsed, and Chen Tianming had ascended to level 7. While the warriors became even more formidable. However, as Chen Tianming's level increased, the range of his warriors expanded, now reaching 1,100 meters. This meant that with each level gained, the distance between him and the warriors increased by 100 meters. As he pressed onward, a change in terrain became apparent through their mental link. The vast, open grasslands gave way to a lush, verdant forest. He had finally reached the innermost depths of the dungeon. The warriors, true to their lineage as the primary combatants of Alaki, left no vegetation in their wake. Wherever they tread, even stones were not spared from their ravenous onslaught. Upon spotting the trees, the warriors charged forth without hesitation, sinking their teeth into the trunks and carving out a significant breach in the forest. Suddenly, a notification echoed: defeat 10 level 10 trance, experience 150. Through the eyes of the warriors, Chen Tianming observed a 3-meter-tall tree swinging a long whip, relentlessly striking the warriors' armored forms. That moment, information about trance began to surface in his mind. Trance, a common level monster, level ordinary 10. The strength of monsters is categorized into 9 tiers: common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, ancient, immortal, spiritual, and mythical, mirroring the 9 realms of humanity. Chapter 14. Did you eliminate all the monsters in the dungeon? Chen Tianming mused, recalling that he had previously encountered information about trance in a book, but he had not anticipated meeting one within the novice dungeon. As these trance lay concealed within the dense forest, had it not been for the voracious nature of the warriors, he might have unwittingly walked into danger. Ordinary students, unaware of the lurking threats, would undoubtedly be caught off guard by these trance. Observing the whipping branches not far away, Chen Tianming recognized the designer's thoughtful intent. The trance offered him 150 experience points, providing insight into its true strength. Within the novice dungeon, all monsters had their power halved, and the experience points awarded were similarly reduced. Yet level 10 monsters remained unaffected by this diminishment, allowing students to experience the strength of wilderness monsters beforehand, preventing them from being caught unprepared in future encounters. The significantly weakened lower-tier monsters matched the real-world strength of their counterparts, while the level 10 monsters were carefully selected. A trance was chosen for its ability to ambush and its lack of rapid mobility, serving as a warning to novice adventurers about the wilderness's brutality. That moment, the warrior sides finally fulfilled their purpose, as countless trance were toppled by the relentless onslaught of the warriors. The warriors opened their foul maws, engaging in a gruesome embrace with the trance, before unleashing their sides with reckless abandon. The sound of cracking echoed as the trance ceased their struggles, green sap oozing from their bodies, which the surrounding warriors eagerly consumed. Chen Tianming, witnessing this, promptly ordered them to reserve a portion, and under the guidance of the warrior, he approached to collect the fallen trance into his storage ring, while also sending some to the Overlord in his insect nest. During these 6 hours, Chen Tianming had provided ample sustenance to the Overlord, who had been leveling up alongside him. However, the Overlord's appetite had grown insatiable, necessitating that Chen Tianming continually supply it with food. Upon receiving the trance, the Overlord expressed its delight. Although it could not yet articulate words, Chen Tianming clearly sensed its enthusiasm for the trance, which were crispy, chewy, and juicy, delightful indeed. With this, Chen Tianming directed the warriors to refrain from consuming the slain trance, instructing them to await his collection. Following his command, the warriors thoughtfully gathered the fallen trance into a pile for easier retrieval. Good heavens! What sweethearted creatures they are! They are remarkably gentle, he mused, gazing at the densely packed trees. Uncertain of how many more trance lay hidden within, that he refrained from recklessly entering the thicket. Instead, maintaining a safe distance of 500 meters, that it appeared prudent to wait until he had acquired some self-preservation skills before venturing further. With a thought, Chen Tianming summoned another 1,000 warriors, who immediately dispersed into the depths of the forest. The warriors surged forward like hungry children encountering milk, like alcoholics meeting the finest wine, or like starved men confronted with alluring beauties. The insatiable desire overcame them, leading to a frenzied clash and tearing within the vast wilderness. Their scythes and sharp beaks relentlessly clawed at the tree trunks, causing Chen Tianming's experience points to soar once more. While others found that higher levels corresponded with slower leveling, Chen Tianming's progress accelerated. Outside the dungeon, the setting sun resembled a half-turned bowl, casting a warm glow over the horizon as dusk began to settle. It was now 6 o'clock in the afternoon. From 9 in the morning until now, a full 9 hours had passed. Outside the dungeon, Fong Ping and several other principals sat together, sipping tea and engaged in conversation. These educators remained vigilant outside, even foregoing meals, as they guarded against unforeseen incidents that as students ventured into the dungeon. The teachers and principals stood watch, concerned about potential mishaps. Students, having left the protective confines of the school, faced the imminent threat of death. Although the novice dungeon did not pose a lethal risk, injuries were commonplace. Among the faculty were numerous physicians and priests, ready to offer immediate assistance should any student be harmed. Fulfilling both teaching and healing duties. Suddenly, radiant light burst forth from the dungeon entrance, drawing the attention of all present. Someone was emerging prematurely. Could it be that there has been an accident? A lovely female teacher voiced her concern. The dungeon possessed 2 exits, one leading to the innermost depths through the trink-guarded woods, and the other where students first entered. As the light gradually faded, Chen Tianming's figure materialized at the exit. Fong Ping and the other teachers from the 4th high school quickly approached, anxiously inquiring, "Tianming, why are you out so early?" Chen Tianming glanced at the worried principal, noting the slight pallor of his right middle finger, and felt a surge of gratitude. Smiling brightly, he replied, "I cleared them all out, so I came out." In the next moment, Fong Ping cast a detection spell on Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming, level, Mortal Realm, level 9. Fong Ping was rendered speechless, astonished. "Tianming, you are at level 9. The tone was infused with astonishment, leaving one momentarily stunned in place. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The previous highest level had been 6th. This was precisely why Fong Ping had initially informed the students that Yi Fan and Chen Tianming would remain here for 2 days. For within that span, they could ascend to level 9 or even 10, thus acquiring the right to leave the city. Merely 9 hours had passed, and they had reached level 9, averaging 1 level per hour, a pace that astonished not only Fong Ping, but also left the other school principals in disbelief. Beside him, a figure resembling a principal spoke with a tinge of envy. "Fong Ping, you truly are fortunate. Last year, there was Ming Wanqing, and this year, not only do you have Yi Fan, but now Chen Tianming has emerged as well. I can't help but envy you." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping chuckled lightly. "Principal, I wish to apply for a permit to leave the city," Chen Tianming said earnestly, gazing intently at Fong Ping. "There aren't enough monsters inside. Otherwise, I believe I could reach level 10. Fong Ping initially considered dissuading him, but upon reflecting that Chen Tianming possessed the capability to eliminate all monsters in the instance within a single day, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the monsters in the novice instance would reset upon re-entry, the high-level creatures resided deep within the instance, and traveling to them would consume considerable time. Thus, allowing Chen Tianming to spend some time farming them would serve little purpose. In the innermost depths of the instance, the trance matched the strength of wild monsters, and the fact that Chen Tianming had managed to complete such a daunting task left Fong Ping regarding him with eyes akin to those one might reserve for a monster. "Very well, I shall issue you a city exit permit, but before you leave tomorrow, you must procure some equipment, notably an escape scroll." The escape scroll was a vital life-saving item that allowed one to tear it to flee the instance if circumstances became dire. "Understood, no problem," Chen Tianming readily agreed. After a day of farming in the instance, he realized he needed to purchase equipment to better arm himself, such as transportation tools or skill books. Seeing Chen Tianming's agreement, Fong Ping nodded and gently suggested, "You should rest for a while. Once your classmates return, I will arrange a vehicle to take you all back." Chen Tianming's demonstration of strength had earned him the city exit permit, and his next plan could proceed smoothly. Chapter 15. Nightfall at the Practitioner Association. Chen Tianming found a secluded spot and sat cross-legged, beginning to sort through the spoils he had collected in the instance. Firstly, after a day of hunting, it was confirmed that the number of monsters in the novice instance was 9,527, that the system had issued a task equivalent to hunting 10,000 monsters in a day, and today could be considered nearly complete. After all, the monsters in the novice instance were fixed in number. While there might be a few stragglers, Chen Tianming would not waste time searching for them, as it was not worth the time investment. Moreover, his level had risen to 9, significantly enhancing both his warrior and overlord attributes. With this in mind, Chen Tianming opened his phone and logged into the Practitioner Association's website to search for maps of the wilds surrounding Jiang City. The Practitioner Association regularly issued tasks for collecting various items and materials on their website, such as the infinite recycling of the Tianqing bull python's hide or the iron-toothed copper drum wolf's fangs. which were essential for crafting armor and soft gear. As Chen Tianming swiftly scrolled through his phone, he soon noticed a recently published task: Desolate Grasslands. Conquer the elite level 3 Ironclad Rhino instance and defeat the instance boss, the Ironclad Rhino King, to obtain a flame crystal. Note: only the nightmare level Ironclad Rhinos would drop this item. The Ironclad Rhino, being a herd monster, moved slowly but possessed tough hide and excellent defense. Generally, ordinary elite-level practitioners found it challenging to inflict damage on them, while high-level practitioners dismissed the reward, leading to a task that offered a staggering reward of 500,000 Tianqian coins, an elite level 3 instance. The prospect of receiving 500,000 coins indicated the task's considerable difficulty. The Desolate Grasslands lay approximately 70 kilometers north of Jiang City, requiring over an hour's drive to reach. Chen Tianming pondered deeply and soon arrived at a decision. After determining his itinerary for the following day, he began to meditate quietly. The clock struck 7 in the evening. The 10-hour instance session finally concluded, with students beginning to teleport out one by one. After continuous hours of combat, fatigue was etched on the faces of most students, yet excitement overshadowed their weariness. The boost in their attributes from leveling up made them feel increasingly powerful, and this exhilarating sensation captivated them. Many bore traces of blood, a pervasive scent of iron filling the air that a gentle breeze swept through as a support teacher cast a skill to dispel the sanguine aroma clinging to the students. The mentors and leaders from various schools swiftly mobilized, gathering their students together to count heads and assess injuries. After a flurry of activity, the outcome was relatively satisfactory, aside from a few individuals with serious injuries. Most only had superficial wounds. After half an hour of tallying, having confirmed that no one had perished, all the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. They began ushering the students onto the bus, preparing to transport everyone back to school. Furthermore, if the route passed by any students' homes, they could disembark along the way. Otherwise, they would return to school first, where a school bus would subsequently take them home. In terms of safety, each school had executed their protocols meticulously. On the bus, Gao Wei intentionally sat beside Chen Tianming, raising his voice to inquire, "Brother Tian, what level did you reach today?" Upon hearing Gao Wei's question, the other students on the bus perked up, eager to learn Chen Tianming's response. "Level 9, Chen Tianming replied nonchalantly, as if recounting what he had for breakfast that morning. "Level 9, Gao Yang's voice boomed, causing every student on the bus to turn towards Chen Tianming with incredulous expressions. Instantaneously, the atmosphere inside the bus became lively. Some students desired to strike up a conversation with Chen Tianming to strengthen their camaraderie. However, recalling how little they had spoken to him previously, and even having spoken ill of him out of jealousy regarding his superior academic performance, they found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the female students, unreserved, sincerely offered their heartfelt congratulations. "Brother Tian, you are amazing. Brother Tian, you're incredible. Brother Tian, I really admire you. Could you take me leveling up?" In response, Chen Tianming replied non-committally, "If the opportunity arises, perhaps." Gao Wei, scratching his head, quickly added, "Boss, don't forget about me." Chen Tianming smiled, "No problem." Gao Wei's face lit up with joy. Then it settled before long. As the school bus passed Practitioner Street, Chen Tianming called out, "I need to get off." "Brother Tian, where are you going?" Gao Wei hurriedly asked. "I'm heading to the Practitioner Association for some matters. You can head back first, then we'll level up together another day." Upon hearing this, Gao Wei beamed. "All right, Brother Tian." After alighting from the bus, Chen Tianming fished out 2 business cards, one a plain white card, and the other a blue pattern card that was evidently more prestigious. He tucked the blue card away and held the white card up to scrutinize before retrieving his phone and dialing the number printed on it. Beep beep. After a few rings, the call was quickly answered. A melodious female voice replied, "Hello, this is your dedicated assistant from the Practitioner Association, Xiao Yu. How may I assist you?" The voice belonged to the receptionist, Xiao Yu, whom Chen Tianming had met on his first day at the association. "Hello, Xiao Yu. This is Chen Tianming. I'd like to purchase some items. Are you currently at the association building?" Upon recognizing his voice, Xiao Yu's tone brightened with surprise. Although she had given him her card during their first encounter, she had later assumed she would have no further contact with him after his dealings with her superior. Mr. Chen, I'm on a night shift today, and I'm at the association building. When will you be arriving so I can meet you at the entrance? I'm on Practitioner Street now. I'll arrive in about 15 minutes. Great. I will head to the entrance to await your arrival, that I look forward to seeing you. Chapter 16. Alone soon, Chen Tianming arrived at the practitioner tower. It was already 8 in the evening, and the entire building was still ablaze with lights. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao Yu, dressed in a professional outfit similar to the one she wore last time. Standing guard at the entrance, as he stepped inside, he noticed a small nameplate hanging from her chest that read Level A Receptionist Yin Yu. Last time he visited, he recalled she had not worn a nameplate, indicating she had received a promotion. Upon seeing Chen Tianming, Xiao Yu hurriedly approached him with a warm smile, extending her hand. "Hello, Mr. Chen. How may I assist you today?" He quickly grasped her delicate hand, and as their hands met, he subtly rubbed her wrist with his thumb, enjoying the silky, elastic texture. Simultaneously, he discreetly passed her a concealed item, then beamed at her, saying, "I sincerely appreciate the monster corpses you provided last time. This time, I intend to venture outside the city for trials and wish to purchase some equipment or skill books to enhance my abilities. Might you have any recommendations, beautiful lady?" Feeling the warmth of his touch, Yin Yu's face flushed as she instantly comprehended the implication that a swift glance revealed it was a $10,000 bill from Dongli Kingdom. Maintaining her composure, she subtly slipped the note into her pocket. Yet her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him. "I must express my gratitude for your generous support, dear brother." After all, her monthly salary was merely 10,000 Tianxian coins, and this tip alone equated to her entire basic wage for a month. She then gently inquired, "Mr. Chun, to my knowledge, one must possess at least elite-level strength to venture outside the city. You just finished the novice dungeon today, correct?" Having initially assumed he sought to bolster his strength for quicker dungeon clears, she was utterly astonished when Chen Tianming declared his intention to leave the city. Could it be, she pondered, that Mr. Chen has already attained elite status? I have yet to reach elite status, but I possess an exit permit. An exit permit? Yet, recalling Chen Tianming's exceptional talents, Yin Yu felt reassured that in the early stages, an exit permit often held more value than mere rank. Those who dared to wander outside the city without elite status were invariably supremely confident in their abilities. Regardless of one's background, the wild monsters cared not for identity. Upon sighting a human, they would pounce like ravenous wolves, showing no mercy. Understanding his words, Yin Yu ceased her hesitation, leading him to the 3rd floor. The hall of the Practitioner Association where skill books were traded. Upon arriving, she guided him into a quiet room and handed him a tablet that Mr. Chun. On this device, you may peruse all the skill books available at our Practitioner Association. Simply select your desired items. Some skill books are available at our Jiangqing headquarters, while others can only be found at the Kyoto headquarters. Should you wish to acquire any, I can arrange for delivery. You would only need to cover the shipping costs. Moreover, as you are now recognized as a fated individual in Jiangqing, you are entitled to a 50% discount. However, please note that the items you purchase may only be for personal use and cannot be sold. Violations will lead to the revocation of this privilege. Additionally, you will enjoy a complimentary 120 hours of access to a Class A training room each month, as well as interest-free or low-interest loan services. Should you find yourself short on funds while purchasing items, a designated individual will assess your situation and agree upon a repayment plan. After elaborating on the numerous benefits afforded to fated individuals, Yin Yu quietly took her seat across from Chen Tianming, no longer speaking. Upon absorbing Yin Yu's explanation, Chen Tianming mused, "I never anticipated the benefits for fated individuals to be so generous. Not to mention, the 50% discount would prove immensely helpful. That it is well known that the items required by practitioners are typically quite expensive. Currently, he possessed 5 million, equivalent to a purchasing power of 10 million, along with loan services. Thus, he began to browse the tablet. His initial search was for skills. As he opened the options, a plethora of skill names appeared on the screen. Basic skills such as Fireball, Healing and Lightning Strike, alongside advanced skills like Flame Technique, Thunderbolt, Mental Whip, Sword Control, Obsidian Barrier, and Skyfire/SA Summoner. I fundamentally belong to the Mage class, so I should select suitable skills from the Mage skill books. Before long, a skill named Magic Mirror Phantasm caught his eye. It creates a magical mirror that ensnares the target's soul within, reflecting not their image, but their deepest fears and desires, transforming them into a tool to manipulate their actions. The price was a staggering 150 million, quite impressive, Chen Tianming remarked, his lips twitching slightly as he continued to browse. Suddenly, his eyes lit up at the sight of another skill. Void Passage, which granted the ability to enter a void dimension for instant teleportation or spatial traversal. The price was 280 million. Chen Tianming's interest was piqued. This skill combined both self-preservation and swift travel. He then looked up at Yin Yu, offering her a subtle smile as he stated clearly, "I would like to apply for a loan." Upon hearing his request, Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly informing him, while fated individuals do have access to loan services, a limit of 280 million is not something a mere mortal can obtain. At the very least, one must be of hero level to qualify. The loan limit for mortals is 10 million, elites 50 million, and heroes 100 million. Additionally, this Void Passage skill book is not available at our Jiangxing headquarters. It must be sourced from Kyoto, and we won't have it in time. Reluctantly, Chen Tianming conceded defeat. However, upon learning of his profession and his desire for a life-saving skill, Yin Yu recommended a skill book titled Damage Transfer. This skill allows binding oneself to a summoned or contracted life form, transferring 30% of external damage inflicted upon oneself to the summoned entity. The cost was 38 million, but with his privileges, he could acquire it for 19 million. This skill book was currently available at their Jiangxing headquarters. After careful consideration, he resolved to purchase this damage transfer skill book without delay. Chapter 17. Leaving the city in no time. Yin Yu returned with some documents, handing him a loan application form. Chen Tianming took up a pen and began to fill it out. While he was busy with the paperwork, Yin Yu quietly observed him. After a considerable pause, she seemed to gather her courage and gently suggested, "Mr. Chun, would you care to join me for dinner this evening?" As soon as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly felt rather foolish. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and as a young woman, would asking him out for dinner imply that she harbored feelings for him? Yet, her intentions were purely to treat him to a meal. Caught off guard by her unexpected proposal, Chen Tianming blinked in surprise. Perhaps another time. I plan to venture outside the city tomorrow, and it is getting late." After saying this, he handed the completed form back to Yin Yu. Taking the form he offered, Yin Yu blushed deeply and quickly dashed out, leaving only a hasty remark to wait a moment. A short while later, she returned with the damage transfer skill book, solemnly placing it into his hands. Chen Tianming joyfully accepted the skill book, ready to procure additional items. Shortly thereafter, he departed the Practitioner Association building, accompanied by Yin Yu. Just as he was about to step outside, she spoke up, "Mr. Chen, I sincerely appreciate your support for my work. Thanks to you, I have been promoted from a regular receptionist to an A-level receptionist. Completing this transaction will also earn me a considerable commission. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to invite you to dinner. I apologize for my earlier thoughtlessness. I hope you won't take offense." Chen Tianming was not oblivious. He could surmise the young lady's intentions. The reason he sought her out instead of the supervisor from his last visit was that Yin Yu bore a resemblance to a friend from his past. That friend was the sister of his good buddy, also named Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had always followed him around since childhood, calling him Big Brother. Alas, fate was unkind. She fell victim to leukemia at a tender age, suffering for 3 years before passing away. This loss left Chen Tianming in a long period of sorrow. Thus, when he first met this young woman who introduced herself as Xiao Yu at the Practitioner Association, it stirred memories long buried. This was the reason he sought her out. Perhaps it was merely a longing for the past. Chen Tianming replied to Yin Yu casually, "Very well. Then let us dine together upon my return." After speaking, he turned around and departed gracefully, leaving not a single cloud in his wake, only taking with him a loan of 10 million. On the following day, Chen Tianming arrived at the northern gate of Jiangxing, preparing to exit the city. Chen Tianming, level 9, summoner, the city gate guard, holding the exit permit that Chen Tianming had presented, wore a puzzled expression. Despite his confusion, the seal and signature on the permit were indisputable, and the guard ultimately allowed Chen Tianming to pass through the city gate. "Your exit permit is now in effect. Barring any special circumstances, you may freely enter and exit various towns within the Tianxian Kingdom. There are many monsters outside, so please exercise caution and ensure your safety. I wish you a pleasant journey," the city gate guard kindly advised Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming slightly bowed in respect to the guard, saying, "Thank you, I will be careful. You all have worked hard. I appreciate it. Farewell." With that, he stepped through the city gate, and a chilling wind swept by, instantly dimming the sky. Chen Tianming mused to himself, there is something profound about this city wall. The wall separated the inside from the outside, resembling two distinct worlds. Chen Tianming strode forward, quickly vanishing from the guard's line of sight. The surroundings began to feel oppressive, the air thick with a strong scent of blood. In the distance, the echoes of beastly roars could be heard, and occasionally, he spotted individuals hunting ferocious beasts. These individuals were all elite-level warriors. With a thought, Chen Tianming summoned 5 warriors and began to establish a mental link. Once established, he pointed toward the monsters ahead and commanded, "Go and eliminate them." Upon receiving their orders, 4 of the warriors surged forward, while the remaining 1 stood guard beside Chen Tianming to ensure his safety. Green-skinned goblin level. Common level 10 strength. 130 agility. 60 spirit. 60 constitution. 110 skills. None the level 10 green-skinned goblin, with a grotesque visage and wielding a machete, usually dwelled underground. Emerging only to forage for food, it is often said that spotting a single goblin indicates the probable presence of many more. This creature follows the path of brute strength, possessing lamentably low agility and spirit. However, such attributes pale in comparison to the warriors, whose 4-dimensional attributes all reach 699, in the blink of an eye. The warriors reached the green-skinned goblin. Realizing that the charging warriors did not flee, the goblin instead let out a shriek and lunged at them. It swung its machete with all its might at the warriors, but all it could manage was that single desperate strike before meeting its demise. Chapter 18. Reaching elite level upon slaying the level 10 green-skinned goblin. Experience 200. After the warriors dispatched the goblin, Chen Tianming had a rough understanding of its strength. Generally speaking, monsters of the same level possess similar capabilities. With a thought, he summoned 1,000 warriors and began issuing commands in his mind. Move north, avoid humans, hunt monsters, and do not eat trees. Upon receiving Chen Tianming's directives, the warriors comprehended instantly, spreading out like plankton in the ocean. Their density remarkably high. That moment, Chen Tianming's experience points surged upward as if propelled by a rocket. Simultaneously, a map began to materialize in his mind. Kill level 10 common goblin. Experience 200. Kill level 10 common unicorn rhino. Experience 220. Notifications began to flood his mind like a barrage, and Chen Tianming struggled to keep up with the rapid pace. This was considerably faster than the previous day. At this rate, he would reach level 10 in no more than 3 hours. It seemed that choosing to leave the city was indeed the right decision. Clenching his fists, Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He wondered how many levels he could achieve before the college entrance examination, that would depend on the changes in experience after breaking through to elite level. Despite their stealth, over 1,000 warriors would inevitably be discovered by professional hunters. The moment these hunters caught sight of the warriors, they were taken aback, initially believing they had encountered some monstrous entity. However, among them were those skilled in detection magic, who upon casting their spells realized these were merely summoned beings, calming their nerves. Yet, the ferocity of these summoned creatures was astounding. Slaying level 10 monsters was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Some individuals, pondering their next move, attempted to track down the summoner by following the warriors. Unfortunately, the warriors' speed was too great, and even elite-level fighters could only trail behind them, consuming their dust. Chen Tianming mounted one of the warriors and set off toward the distant forest. The forest terrain was chaotic. Visibility was poor, and ambushes by monsters were frequent, making it perilous. Thus, most people preferred the open expanses of the wilderness. However, for Chen Tianming, this posed no issue. With the warriors clearing the path ahead, he simply needed to follow. Should any difficulties arise, he could retreat at leisure. 3 hours later, Chen Tianming felt a tremor course through him as he reached level 10, but the warriors tirelessly hunted one monster after another in the forest, not only slaying them, but also devouring their remains. Those that remained uneaten were delivered to Chen Tianming's feet. That moment, his spatial ring was brimming with monster corpses, including several elite-level beasts. Some corpses were teleported to the insect nest space for the Overlord to consume. Surely no one else upgrades as effortlessly as I do, Chen Tianming mused, reflecting on how mages expend mental energy while casting spells, and how warriors become fatigued from prolonged intense combat. All humans require rest, yet the warriors seemed tireless, embodying the primary combatants of the Alaki lineage, possessing remarkable endurance. They were born hunters, existing solely for the purpose of the hunt. Life was endless, and the hunt relentless. After clearing out the area, Chen Timing emerged from the forest, leaving naught but a desolate path behind him. The remains of his slain foes had either been consumed by the warriors or stored within his spatial ring. Once full, he would dispatch them to the insect nest, a veritable wasteland that by afternoon. Chen Tianming had traversed over 50 kilometers, with only about 10 kilometers remaining to his destination. At this moment, his experience points had reached level 1098, just a hair's breadth from elite level. Once he broke through to elite level, he would be able to learn damage transfer, and he was eager to complete the system's tasks for a chance at a lottery draw. Though he was uncertain what he might obtain, there are 3 avenues to learn skills. One is through mentorship, the second through skill books, while general skills like mental linking are universally applicable and can be learned. Chen Tianming's profession, the Overlord of insects, had no mentors to guide him, and general skills like the damage transfer he acquired yesterday were indeed learnable, with the remaining option being to use skill stones for adaptation. Skill stones resonate with their users, yielding skills tailored to them. However, they are exceedingly rare, typically priced at 30 million each, a steep cost that as Chen Tianming pondered these matters. He felt another tremor, and at last, his experience points fully accumulated, allowing him to ascend to elite level. Chapter 19. Genetic Primordial Worm. Chen Tianming retrieved the damage transfer skill from his spatial ring and began his studies. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification tone. Ding, talent skill activated, damage transfer grade 1. Ding. Damage transfer learned successfully. The caster of damage transfer can continuously condense a mental imprint, linking it with summoned creatures when the caster suffers external damage. A defensive shield constructed from mental energy will automatically rise around them, transferring 60% of the damage to the summoned creature. Wow, it turns out my talent can not only enhance the strength of summoned beings, but it can also elevate the skills I learned. I just wonder how many mental imprints I can condense. Soon, Chen Tianming began to feel invigorated, and in an instant he sensed that with the aid of the mental link, he had imprinted a spiritual mark upon each of the summoned warriors. That moment, Chen Tianming experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to a mental link yet distinctly different, which made him feel an even closer connection with the warriors. He unsheathed a dagger from his spatial ring and, without hesitation, drew it across his arm. In that fleeting moment, he perceived that the inflicted damage was evenly divided into 5 portions and transferred to the warriors, leaving only a slight abrasion on his own arm. Upon completing the test of damage transfer, the details were revealed. Name: Chen Tianming. Occupation: Zerg Sovereign. Unique race: Human. Innate talent: Chosen 1 level. Elite level 1 physique. 190 strength. 185 agility. 185 spirit. 280 talent. Rank 1 divine talent. Zerg Codex skills: Summoning. Mental link. Damage transfer. Mother body. A Larky mother bug. Ancient level. Partially sealed. Quantity: 1. Number of offspring: 6298. Nest space: 6299. Warrior. Ancient level. Sealed. Level: Rare level 1 physique. 699 strength. 699 agility. 669 spirit. 210 skills. Frenzy. When the warrior's health drops below 50%, all attributes increase by 300. Lasts for 15 minutes, after which the warrior enters a weakened state, with a 15 reduction in all attributes. Camouflage. Capable of blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment to launch surprise attacks on prey. Chen Tianming glanced at his upgraded attributes. Aside from his spirit, which had increased by an impressive 20 points, all other attributes still rose by 10 points per level. The most significant transformation, however, was that of the warriors, whose level had surged from ordinary to rare. Astonishingly, their attributes had also undergone a remarkable change. Previously, each level advancement granted an increase of 50 points, but upon breaking into the rare level, their attributes surged by a total of 150 points. Spirit included. Whether this would be the case for every level up remained to be observed. Ding. Host has ascended to elite level, partially unsealing the Alarchy mother bug and unlocking the unit type. Bomb Plasma Bug. Bomb Plasma Bug. Ancient level. Sealed. Level: Rare level 1 physique. 500 strength. 500 agility. 500 spirit. 1000 skills. Soul Leap. The bomb bug can utilize its formidable jumping ability to leap into dense areas, inflicting real damage equivalent to its spirit value. Ding. Host strength has significantly increased, granting a single opportunity for a Zerg Codex lottery, commencing the draw. Suddenly, a vast Zerg codex unfurled in Chen Tianming's mind like a scroll. A beam of light flickered upon the codex, and after nearly a minute, it settled upon a small bug with a flattened body and gray-black skin that exuded a chilling sheen. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an ancient level gene primordial bug as a summon. Ding, talent skill activated, detecting that the ancient level gene primordial bug is beginning to enhance in quality. Quality enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Immortal level gene primordial bug. Chen Tianming emerged from his mental realm, and with a mere thought, summoned forth a round-faced little bug, its face the size of a plate. This bug had an oval-shaped head that resembled a distorted human face, evoking a sense of horror due to its dislocated appearance. Its cold, piercing eyes sparkled with malevolent light, inducing a chill. Upon summoning, Chen Tianming quickly comprehended the function of the gene primordial bug. The currently summoned gene primordial bug was in its larval stage, possessing only one skill, rapid parasitism, which allowed it to swiftly parasitize a provided host to facilitate its own evolution. It could undergo 2 evolutionary phases, progressing from larval to growth stage, and finally to its complete form, at which point it would attain immortal level power. How terrifying, Chen Tianming thought to himself, realizing that cultivating it to immortal level would grant him an immortal level combatant even at his elite level. Excited by the information regarding the primordial bug, he promptly focused his thoughts and began summoning additional gene primordial bugs. Upon summoning the 10th bug, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His spirit had diminished by 100 points, as summoning each gene primordial bug consumed 10 points of spirit. Thus, he ceased the summoning and initiated communication with the warriors, who soon gathered before him. Chen Tianming then conveyed instructions to the 10 primordial bugs, uttering a soft command, "Go." Upon receiving the command, the 10 primordial bugs leaped joyfully and adhered their oval faces to the warriors' visages. Chen Tianming observed as the once plump faces of the bugs rapidly caved in, and through the mental link, he saw the 2 bugs sliding down the warriors' esophagi, settling within their bodies. The controlled warriors offered no resistance. Instead, they seemed to succumb to a stupor, collapsing to the ground in a motionless state. Seeing this, Chen Tianming instructed the surrounding warriors to carry the 10 bugs and proceed together. That moment, a round sun hung low amidst the mountains, casting its fading light and elongating Chen Tianming's shadow upon the ground. Chapter 20. The black-clad man of the wilderness on a moonless night with a gusty wind. Chen Tianming was still several kilometers away from his intended destination, but he had originally planned to advance directly to the entrance of the iron-clad rhinoceros instance. But alas, he was not a warrior, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Soon, a bonfire blazed up on the grassland, where he began to consume the provisions he had purchased the previous evening. The day prior, Chen Tianming had meticulously prepared, acquiring ample sustenance to sustain him in the wilderness until the impending examination. However, he had not anticipated that leveling up to elite level would have the experience gained from hunting ordinary magical creatures. And after traversing the forest, the monster density in the grassland had significantly dwindled, causing his experience to stagnate over the next few hours. It appeared that entering the instance was the only way to complete the system's task. Chen Tianming glanced at the system task, noting that his progress had reached 1,567,830,000, barely halfway to completion. Determined, he resolved to finish his meal before continuing his journey. Just then, he sensed the 10 primordial bugs conveying something to him. Chen Tianming quickly turned his gaze toward the 10 warriors that had been parasitized, noticing their bellies bulging with round protuberances, as if something were about to break free from within. The emotions of the 10 primordial bugs intensified at that moment, and Chen Tianming distinctly felt their intent. That he hastily retrieved several beast corpses from his spatial ring and placed them by the bonfire. As soon as he set the corpses down, 10 creatures, clad in hard exoskeletons, erupted from the warriors' bellies. These 10 evolved primordial bugs strode forth on powerful limbs, their appendages adorned with claws and spikes, appearing capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses. Their entire demeanor exuded a primal and ferocious aura that evoked an involuntary sense of dread and oppression. Upon spotting the blood and flesh that Chen Tianming had prepared for them, the 10 gene primordial bugs surged forward eagerly, feasting voraciously as they communicated their needs to him. Not enough. Not enough. Seeing this, Chen Tianming quickly produced several more corpses, retreating behind the bonfire to observe silently. 3 hours passed. The larval stage lasted 3 hours. Chen Timing lifted his gaze, and the information regarding the 2 primordial bugs began to materialize in his mind. Gene primordial bug growth stage level, rare level 1, sealed physique, 200 strength, 200 agility, 200 spirit, 200 seal. Bound by the strength of the Zerg sovereign, the gene primordial bug has yet to exhibit its full power. Until its abilities are fully unleashed, its level will rise in sync with that of the Zerg sovereign. Once the 2 primordial bugs finished their meal, their forms began to change once more, growing taller and sprouting long tails, each tipped with a sharp spike. Chen Tianming had no doubt about the potency of these spikes. Should they pierce a target, it would undoubtedly create a massive wound. At that moment, the attributes of the gene primordial bugs also underwent a transformation. Gene primordial bug mature form, level, rare level 1, sealed physique, 1800 strength, 1800 agility, 1800 spirit, 1800 skills, sturdy hardwall. The gene primordial bug can envelop itself in a layer of solid armor during battle, thereby significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Bloodthirst. Upon sustaining injury, the genetic parasite enters a state of bloodthirst, during which its power amplifies by 400% for a duration of 15 minutes. Subsequently succumbing to a state of weakness lasting 20 minutes, wherein all attributes diminish by 20%. Propagation. When the genetic parasite feels a desire to reproduce, it seeks out healthy living beings to implant new genetic parasites within their bodies. Evaluation. This is a species with a formidable reproductive urge, whose insidious and cunning nature, coupled with a nearly cold-blooded temperament, renders it a perfect nocturnal hunter, often lurking in shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to its adversaries. Excelling in combat within complex terrains. Incredible. All attributes surpassing 1,000, nearing 2,000, Chen Tianming exclaimed. Moreover, these genetic parasites possess the ability to reproduce autonomously, meaning, once they experience a desire to breed, they can spawn new genetic parasites. Simultaneously, I can provide them with ample living hosts to expedite their reproductive process. With just a bit of time, I could assemble a super legion capable of overwhelming any warrior, witnessing the formidable strength of the genetic parasites. Chen Tianming felt a sense of elation, beginning to fantasize about ascending to the pinnacle of success as a CEO. Just as he was lost in his daydreams, a nearby warrior on lookout suddenly conveyed a message. A human was approaching. Chen Tianming's thoughts shifted as he spotted a figure clad in black, swiftly traversing the wasteland, with a 4-member team of professionals trailing closely behind, seemingly in pursuit of this individual. It appeared that the person was being hunted. Yet I could not ascertain the strength of the pursuers. Without hesitation, Chen Tianming summoned 10 genetic parasites to conceal themselves in the vicinity, while the surrounding warriors activated their camouflage to blend seamlessly with the environment. Soon, the approaching individual came into view. Upon noticing Chen Tianming seated alone on the grass, they paused momentarily, then spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, but someone is after me, and I was unaware of your presence here. I suggest you leave immediately, or you may face dire consequences." To Chen Tianming's surprise, this individual expressed concern for him, urging him to flee. Chen Tianming responded slowly, "I fear it may be too late." A white orb of light suddenly appeared from the distance, hurtling towards the man in black. The man reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to narrowly avoid the orb. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the orb erupted, splitting into 2 streams of light that struck both the man in black and Chen Tianming. That moment, a slowly burning lotus lantern materialized above their heads. Chapter 21. The Perfect Nocturnal Assassin. Oh no. This is a burning lotus lantern, the man in black exclaimed in alarm, then turned to Chen Tianming with a look of regret, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry. You've been drawn into this." Knowledge of the burning lotus lantern flooded Chen Tianming's mind. It marks a target, manifesting a lantern that burns slowly, allowing the caster to easily locate the marked individual's position until the lantern is extinguished. Even if the marked individual activates invisibility, the lantern remains, making it an exceptionally advanced tracking skill. At that moment, a 4-member team approached, led by a scholar in white, wielding a brush, a painter. The painter mockingly remarked, I didn't expect you to have allies. But alas, you've fallen victim to my burning lotus lantern. Now, none of you can escape." As soon as the painter finished speaking, an archer swiftly moved to the side of a slope, drawing their bow towards Chen Tianming and the man in black. Simultaneously, A knight with a scar on his face and another warrior wielding a sword approached with purpose. The man in black produced a dagger from somewhere and declared loudly, "This matter does not concern this person. I merely encountered him by chance that if you spare him, I will hand over the remnants of the Bagua Zhenzong, and we shall part ways." The painter chuckled from afar. If that were the case earlier, it would have been acceptable. However, now, I believe it is safer to kill you both. The advancing knight, his visage twisted in malice, added, "The implications of the Bagua Zhenzong are too great. Only death will ensure that no one speaks of it." Seeing this, the man in black whispered, "Brother, their target is me, that I'll hold them off. You should escape. And you, no time for that. If one of us can escape, it's worth it that I am He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing, that if you manage to escape, please convey my regards to my family." The archer nearby spoke sternly, "Stop dawdling. Let us act before it's too late." The painter waved his brush. "None of you shall escape today." The brush soared into the air, gently tapping, and a round sun materialized in the sky. The previously dark night was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. The knight and swordsman prepared to launch their attack, while the archer atop the slope held their breath, ready to unleash a deadly arrow that in response. Chintaming willed the warriors lying in wait to surge forward. The knight and swordsman, seeing this unfold, were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where did these monsters come from? The four professionals were not the only ones bewildered. Even the man in black wore an expression of shock. Although surprised, the professional team soon realized that they had been surrounded by countless parasites. Meanwhile, the archer on the slope, sensing danger, attempted to retreat quietly, only to turn and find a more fearsome creature standing behind him. The archer, quick to react, rolled to the side. But alas, the genetic parasite was swifter, its tail piercing through his chest, using the momentum to bring him closer to its maw. With a gaping mouth, a massive tongue shot out at incredible speed, instantly obliterating the archer's head, after which the genetic parasite began to feast on his remains. This gruesome scene sent chills down the spines of the remaining three professionals in that moment. They realized that the true monster was not the creature, but rather the individual sitting cross-legged on the ground, summoning these horrors. Prior to their arrival, they had secretly used a detector to assess their opponent's strength. If they were formidable, they would retreat. If their abilities were comparable, they would attempt communication. And if they seemed weak, they would eliminate them. The detector had indicated an undefined profession, Elite Level 1, that upon noting the individual's age, they concluded he was merely a freshly transitioned student. Thus, they entertained thoughts of robbery and murder, only to discover that the so-called lamb was, in fact, a being more terrifying than a deviled tea. This moment, it dawned on them that the person before them was undoubtedly a high-tier professional, and the apparent age was likely a disguise. Furthermore, he must have been equipped with gear to mislead the detector, rendering it ineffective. The remaining three immediately began to plead for mercy. "Great One, please forgive us. We were momentarily blinded by greed, that we are members of the Qinglong gang. My uncle is the gang's leader, but if you let us go, we will reward you handsomely for the remnants of the Bagua Zhenzong. We swear never to disclose anything about it. Please spare us. We are willing to serve you." Hearing their desperate pleas, Chen Tuming willed the warriors, who were poised to attack, to halt, encircling the three captives without further movement. He then inquired, "What is the Bagua Zhenzong?" The three, hearing his question, were taken aback. This person was not here for the Bagua Zhenzong. Could he truly be just a passing expert? Yet they did not hesitate to answer. "Respected elder, the Bagua Zhenzong is a divination compass made from rare stones of the dragon vein in our Tianxian kingdom. Collecting all 9 pieces will form the Bagua compass, revealing the location of the Bagua Zhenzong. One of those pieces is in the hands of that He family boy beside you." The large-faced knight respectfully spoke, while nearby, He Dongxing, upon discovering that these seemingly hellish monsters were likely summoned by the man beside him, could not help but feel a sense of secret delight, believing that he might have a chance to escape. Little did he know, the words of the scarred-faced knight the next moment made his heart race. Chapter 22. Kuan He Dongxing anxiously glanced at Chen Tianming, only to find him staring intently at him, causing his heart to tighten. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air from afar. "Ah!" The scarred-faced knight and the swordsman turned to look behind them, and the sight that greeted them was startling. Another one of those creatures that had just obliterated the archer appeared behind the painter, its sharp tail delivering a chilling strike from behind, sealing the man's fate. Without time to react, the warriors beside them surged forward, launching an assault. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their two companions, the remaining duo lost all will to fight. They activated their evasion skills, attempting to break free from the encirclement, but as the warriors pressed closer, the space for the two to maneuver shrank. At that moment, a brown light illuminated the night and the swordsmen simultaneously. And with one charging forward and the other leaping, they raced towards the periphery. It was the earth wall skill. Chen Tianming recalled the knowledge of this skill. It was a defensive technique that enveloped the user in a layer of rock armor, significantly enhancing the caster's defensive capabilities. How strong it was, Chen Tianming did not know, but it had been said that an elite knight using the earth wall could withstand the magical assaults of a hero-level mage. With their defenses bolstered, the two managed to withstand the warriors' onslaught, frantically pushing toward the outskirts. Just as they were about to break free from the encirclement, He Dongxing, observing Chen Tianming's calm demeanor, hurriedly called out, "Senior, they are about to escape. There's no rush. Let them experience death amidst their fleeting hopes to as." He Dongxing pondered the meaning of this statement. He suddenly heard the anguished cries of the two men from afar. Raising his brow, he saw two more of those creatures that had exterminated the archer and the painter suddenly appear behind the two men. However, this time the two original insects did not kill them outright. Instead, they conveyed a desire to reproduce, much like Chen Tianming had wished. Upon sensing the emotions transmitted by the genetic original insects, Chen Tianming became intrigued and wished to learn how these mature forms reproduced. Thus agreeing to the proposition that he beckoned the warriors to shield the figure in black, obstructing his line of sight. He Dongxing, witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he might soon follow in the footsteps of these individuals. "Stand still, and they shall not harm you." He Dongxing nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice, reminiscent of a commendable student receiving praise from a teacher. "Understood, senior. I promise to remain utterly still." With Chen Tianming's consent, the two genetic original insects began to approach the scarred-faced knight and the swordsman. And then, what transpired next was the most bizarre sight Chen Tianming had ever witnessed. Nearly causing him to regurgitate his recently consumed dinner point, one of the genetic original insects, resembling a human, extended its hands to gently lift the incapacitated scarred-faced knight, slowly moving towards his lips, disregarding the knight's vehement objections. As the two, rather one being and one insect, shared a fervent kiss, subsequently, the abdomen of the genetic original insect began to undulate, as if something was shifting from its abdomen to its throat, ultimately entering the scarred-faced knight's body through his mouth. The other insect followed suit. Fortunately, given Chen Tianming's extensive experiences, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, successfully maintaining his dignified demeanor. After the two were fully parasitized, they lay motionless on the ground. Once Chen Tianming arranged for several warriors to relocate the two to a place out of sight, he dismissed the insect warriors surrounding He Dongxing. Once the warriors dispersed, He Dongxing cautiously glanced around, only to find no one else in sight apart from himself and Chen Tianming. Not even a single corpse. He Dongxing mused to himself about the true identity of this senior, who had, without uttering a single word, so effortlessly dispatched 3 hero-level figures from the onset of the battle until now. Only a few minutes had passed, yet in that brief span, He Dongxing felt it surpassed the excitement of his entire life. Having traversed from heaven to hell and back to heaven in such a short time, Chen Tianming began to examine the 4 storage rings in his possession. Upon opening one, he discovered the space was quite limited. Merely a few dozen cubic units, far less than the one Fong Ping had gifted him. Inside, the contents were sparse, primarily consisting of monster materials and herbs. That moment, Chen Tianming stumbled upon a golden metallic artifact within the painter's storage ring. Just as he was about to scrutinize it closely, He Dongxing exclaimed, "The true Bawajin Song? This artifact is the true Bawajin Song." He Dongxing clasped his hands and bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Yes, senior, you may examine the reverse. There should be a character inscribed." Flipping the true Bawajin Song over, Chen Tianming indeed found a large character, Kuan, etched upon it. Sensing Chen Tianming's confusion, He Dongxing elaborated, "The true Bawajin Song consists of 9 pieces: Li, Sun, Kuan, Zhen, Zhong, Duai, Jin, Kan, and Xian. Collecting all 9 will yield a Bagua compass, which can establish a stable entrance to the underground palace." Pausing, He Dongxing discreetly glanced at Chen Tianming, noticing his expression remained unperturbed, and continued, Within this underground palace lies immeasurable wealth, and it is rumored to contain opportunities for divinity. Divinity? At this moment, Chen Tianming's expression finally shifted, though only slightly, as he had already embarked on his own path to divinity with the powers granted to him. So this artifact is quite valuable. Then, Senior, it is as follows. Due to the immense difficulty in gathering all 9 pieces of the true Bagua Song, most major powers will seize any fragments they encounter. If they cannot obtain them, they will not press the issue. Consequently, individual pieces of the true Bagua Song do not command a high price in the black market, typically around 10 billion Tianxian coins. Not a trivial sum, but not exorbitantly high either. Chapter 23. This doesn't count as robbery, does it? How much? Chen Tianming's face was now alight with astonishment. This trivial item is worth 10 billion. Ah, Senior, it is indeed 10 billion. He Dongxing, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? You don't seem like someone who couldn't afford 10 billion with a sudden thought. Chen Tianming recalled. Didn't you just mention you were the son of the He family in Rongqing? Yes, I am He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing. He Dongxing clasped his hands respectfully. Chen Tianming grinned. Then your family must be quite wealthy. In response, He Dongxing humbly stated, we aren't excessively wealthy, but around 80% of the weapons and armor in Rongqing are forged by my family. Yet the pride in his demeanor was unmistakable, so they are quite affluent. Indeed. Chen Tianming chuckled mischievously. Then He Gongzi, since I saved you today. You ought to. He Dongxing immediately understood. Of course, of course. How would you like me to express my gratitude, Senior? After pondering for a moment, Chen Tianming tossed the piece inscribed with the character coin toward He Dongxing. I have no use for this. It doesn't interest me much. You mentioned it's worth 10 billion, so let us call it 11 billion in total for saving you. 11 billion. He Dongxing exclaimed. But upon seeing the growing chill in Chen Tianming's gaze, he quickly replied, no problem. I'll transfer the amount to you right away. That he promptly took out his phone to initiate the transfer. The transaction was completed swiftly. Upon receiving the transfer, Chen Tianming remarked to He Dongxing, this doesn't count as robbery, does it? He Dongxing, looking glum, replied, not at all. This small sum is manageable for the He family. Seeing the 11 billion reflected in his account, Chen Tianming felt a surge of joy. He had just earned 11 billion. It seemed he could finally settle his debts with the Adventurers Association upon returning and still leave a substantial sum for his parents, ensuring they could live comfortably in case of unforeseen circumstances. That it wasn't that Chen Tianming lacked interest in the true Bagua Song. Rather, it seemed too ethereal. Whether he could even gather all 9 pieces was uncertain. And even if he did, the greatest opportunity it offered was the chance for divinity. Having already claimed the authority of the insect race system, Chen Tianming believed that with time, he would inevitably rise to the pinnacle of this world. In this moment of elation, he gazed at He Dongxing by the campfire, finding himself increasingly fond of him. Truly a harbinger of fortune. After completing the transfer, He Dongxing sat down by the fire. Feeling relaxed now that the threat to his life had been eliminated, he settled onto the ground and began conversing with Chen Tianming. What brings someone from Rongqing to this place? I was originally under the guidance of my family elder, Uncle He, to venture out for training, preparing to level up in order to enter the Royal Academy in Kyoto. Who could have anticipated that we would inadvertently stumble upon a group engaged in a fierce battle? Initially, we had no intention of intervening, planning instead to quietly withdraw from this unnecessary affair. Yet astonishingly, one of those being pursued dashed in our direction. Thus, my family elder became ensnared in this inexplicable turmoil. The fleeing individual thrust a precious artifact, the Bagua Song, into my hands while exclaiming, "Brother, quickly return this to the leader." He then veered off in another direction to evade his pursuers. Uncle, he was poised to explain. But upon catching sight of the Bagua Song in my possession, he commanded the clan's elite guardians to ensure my safe escape, while he remained behind to hold the line. Consequently, I found myself running. And running. The number of adversaries was overwhelming, with some circumventing Uncle He to pursue me. Fortunately, the guardians from my clan were fiercely loyal. Whenever someone chased after me, they would stand their ground to impede the enemy. Ultimately, only 3 individuals remained in pursuit. While my accompanying guardians had either gotten lost or had perished in the fray, He Dongxing hastily relayed an extensive account, then retrieved a bottle of water from a spatial ring. Raising it to his lips and drinking deeply, that he turned to Chen Tianming and inquired, "Senior, what about you? With your prowess, did you merely happen to pass by while leveling up?" Chen Tianming shook his head, replying, "No, I came here specifically to train. But senior, for a master like you, is there any experience to be gained from hunting these low-level monsters?" Chen Tianming retorted, "Why not? May I ask, what is your current realm?" "Elite level 1. Surely, senior. You jest." After their conversation, He Dongxing discerned that Chen Tianming was not a bloodthirsty individual, which emboldened him to ask, "Really?" As if struck by a sudden thought, Chen Tianming produced a document from his spatial ring. One that the principal had issued as proof for leaving the city. That He Dongxing took it, and upon inspection, it clearly stated, "Chen Tianming, Mortal Realm Level 9, special permission to exit the city." It bore a prominent seal. And with a tone of finality, Chen Tianming declared, "The dangers have been mitigated, that if fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, he rose and ventured into the desolate expanse, leaving He Dongxing alone to slowly warm himself by the fire. Muttering, "This is impossible, this is impossible," in a world devoid of warmth, it felt like falling feathers, drifting weightlessly and aimlessly. Chen Tianming soon arrived at the gathering point for the ironclad Rhino dungeon. The number of people along the roadside began to swell as the monsters leading to the dungeon had mostly been cleared. Typically, within a 5-kilometer radius of the dungeon center, it was considered a safe zone, patrolled by military personnel to maintain order, to avoid drawing too much attention. Chen Tianming left a gene original insect nearby as a precaution while he stored the remaining insects in his nest space, ensuring no unnecessary complications arose. After all, in the nest space, damage transfer would still be effective, and Chen Tianming harbored no concerns regarding his safety. Before long, he beheld the dungeon's entrance, a vortex akin to that of a novice dungeon, albeit significantly larger. The whirlpool from yesterday's novice dungeon in Jiangqing measured around 2 meters in diameter, while the vortex before him, for the ironclad Rhino, stretched a full 3 meters across, exuding a menacing aura. Those with wavering resolve might find themselves trembling in its presence. Chapter 24. What if he is indeed a master? Normal difficulty. For members needed, lacking a control class. Quick group required. Elite difficulty. Includes mages. Frontliners and control, yet still missing a healer. Nightmare difficulty. Must have a full party of 5, for slots filled. Hurry. The entire dungeon gathering area was brightly lit, with many individuals rallying and searching for teammates. Numerous others congregated at the entrance, seemingly engaged in discussion. Chen Tianming approached the entrance, accompanied by a gene original insect. The insect's terrifying appearance sparked a stir among the crowd, inciting whispers and discussions as some brave souls discreetly brandished detectors, attempting to gauge Chen Tianming's and the insect's levels. However, Chen Tianming had equipped a shielding talisman obtained from an artist, rendering him imperceptible to their scrutiny as Chen Tianming neared the dungeon entrance. Many parted to create a path for him, but he stepped forward to examine the dungeon details. Ironclad Rhino Dungeon. Available levels. Normal. Hard Nightmare. Normal difficulty already featured elite monsters, significantly more formidable than those found in the wild. Nightmare difficulty comprised enhanced elite monsters, presenting a considerable challenge. Typically, a trio sufficed for normal difficulty. 1 damage dealer, 1 tank, and 1 healer. Hard difficulty necessitated an additional support control class, while Nightmare required 2 damage dealers, 2 support roles, and a robust tank to succeed. The demand for team roles reflected the variations in difficulty. The gene original insect stood vigilantly by Chen Tianming's side, scanning the surroundings with keen awareness. At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and boldly called out, "Young man, are you a beast master?" As a combat class, it was only natural for those around to presume Chen Tianming was a beast master, oblivious to the existence of the rarer summoners. Chen Tianming ignored the inquiry, continuing to scrutinize the dungeon information. Noticing his silence, the brave individual pressed on. "Young man, would you care to join us in the dungeon? Our team already comprises a DPS, a control, and a tank. We just need 1 more damage dealer. You seem to be a beast master, and your summon creature appears quite formidable. Would you like to team up? You could take 30% of the loot." "Old Wu, you're being stingy. That summon creature looks incredibly strong. Young man, why not join my team? I can offer you 45%. The surrounding individuals gradually recognized Chen Tianming's exceptional prowess, inundating him with invitations to form a party. Yet, Chen Tianming remained unperturbed, resolutely selecting the Nightmare difficulty after thoroughly reviewing the information. Confirm selection of Nightmare difficulty? Yes. With that, Chen Tianming vanished from the sight of the crowd. Along with the Gene original insect, oh my, he ventured into the dungeon alone. He intends to solo it. He must be a master. Quick, check the difficulty he just selected. As soon as someone entered the dungeon, it was possible to inquire about the difficulty level chosen at the entrance. By heavens, he actually opted for Nightmare difficulty. Is he attempting to court death by soloing a Nightmare dungeon? Not necessarily. Perhaps he possesses genuine strength. That summoned creature certainly appears impressive. But regardless of how strong he is, a beast master can only summon one creature at a time. Given his age, he can at most summon 2 creatures of elite level. Is that so? We shall see. Whether he is overestimating himself or truly possesses strength will soon be revealed. The crowd wore expressions of mockery, each person displaying a demeanor akin to that of an audience eagerly awaiting a spectacle. As long as someone perished within the confines of the instance, their corpse would be teleported out. The onlookers had keenly observed that Chen Tianming wore a spatial ring, suggesting that scavenging the fallen could yield even greater rewards. It is worth noting that many individuals had long been stationed outside instances, merely biding their time for the chance to collect corpses. Occasionally, fortune smiled upon them, and they found themselves suddenly wealthy overnight. The desolate grassland, true to its name, was blanketed in vast expanses of green grass atop black earth, as if nature had painted a verdant hue upon a dark canvas. However, the sky loomed ominously, shrouded in gloom, as if a torrential downpour were imminent, imparting a sense of oppression and heaviness at this moment. Chen Tianming stood at the base of a magical array. Stepping outside of it would signal the official commencement of the instance. Not far off, a creature with a length exceeding 2 meters and dark red skin was bellowing ferociously, clearly having detected Chen Tianming and accelerating toward him. With a mere thought, the genetic parasites surged forth like arrows, launching themselves toward the foe, while he remained unperturbed, retrieving a scanner to assess the creature. Ironclad Rhinoceros, enhanced rare level 13 strength, 400 agility, 200 spirit, 100 constitution, 500 skill, savage charge indeed. As an elite enhanced creature, its attributes surpassed those of ordinary monsters by a significant margin, and it possessed a skill that a standard meat shield, a level 13 meat shield's constitution, would likely be just over half that of the ironclad rhinoceros. Nevertheless, these attributes paled in comparison to his warriors and genetic parasites. Chen Tianming took a gentle step forward, and in an instant, countless warriors materialized within the instance. The ironclad rhinoceros, which had been charging at Chen Tianming, was suddenly torn apart by the warriors. Kill, enhanced rare level 3. Ironclad Rhinoceros, experience 720. Obtained Rhinoceros Horn 1. Monsters within the instance drop materials. If they were humanoid, they could yield weapons and equipment. The horn of the ironclad rhinoceros could serve as a fine craft item and be utilized in arrow production, making it an excellent material for equipment. The skin could be fashioned into armor, and the flesh could be consumed. However, having recently acquired 11 billion from Hejia's son, Chen Tianming decided to keep the rhinoceros horn while allowing the warriors to divide the rest. The surge in experience ignited a spark of excitement within Chen Tianming. The experience gained here was approximately 3 times that of similarly leveled monsters outside. Slaying a single monster here equated to defeating 3 outside, and the pace of hunting was not significantly slower. Chen Tianming felt he was on the right path, and with a single thought, began summoning genetic parasites. One after another was conjured. Chen Tianming's mental energy began to dwindle swiftly, by the time he sensed fatigue. 20 genetic parasites had manifested before him, and he promptly commanded them to parasitize the warriors. Instantly, these parasites transformed into voracious figures, lunging toward the warriors, who then hoisted the 20 parasites onto their shoulders. Chen Tianming mounted one of the warriors and initiated a search for the ironclad rhinoceros to hunt. Before long, a herd of ironclad rhinoceroses entered Chen Tianming's line of sight, with a wave of his hand. The surrounding warriors charged forward with fervor. Kill, enhanced rare level 3. Ironclad rhinoceros, experience 720, obtained rhinoceros horn 1. A stream of notifications appeared, and Chen Tianming's experience surged rapidly. Simultaneously, a detailed map of the instance began to form in his mind. The ironclad rhinoceros instance resembled the beginner's instance. characterized by a monotonous landscape composed of grasslands, forests, and a small creek. Terrain exceedingly suitable for warriors to engage in battle that I in less than 20 minutes since entering the instance. Chen Tianming ascended to Elite Level 2. Name. Chen Tianming Constitution. 210 Strength. 205 Agility. 205 Spirit. 340 Number of Parasites. 8698 Nest Space. 8699. Upon reaching Elite Level 2, Chen Tianming discovered that attribute points no longer increased by 10 with each level up but rather by 20. And his spirit had surged by 50 points. It appeared that upon entering the elite tier, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased, yet the growth of attributes had also seen a substantial enhancement. The prowess of the professional class began to manifest distinctly. As his level continued to rise, the subsequent increments in attributes would only grow larger. Chen Tianming pressed onward into the depths of the instance, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, as experience accumulated at an astonishing rate, far surpassing that of the outside world. Elite Level 2, 36.48, already exceeding one-third of the way, and in less than an hour. The efficiency could be deemed extraordinarily high. Before long, a colossal gray creature barred his path. Chen Tianming scrutinized it and deduced that this ironclad rhinoceros must be nearly 5 meters in length. He promptly retrieved his scanner to assess its attributes. Ironclad rhinoceros, enhanced rare level boss. Rare level 4 strength, 600 agility, 400 spirit, 100 constitution, 700 skill. Savage charge. This marked Chen Tianming's first encounter with a boss-level creature, particularly an elite boss. Although its four-dimensional attributes were inferior to those of the warriors, they still surpassed those of the lesser monsters he had faced. The realization that a boss could possess such formidable attributes indicated that the final instance boss would only be even more powerful. However, it should not exceed the strength of the warriors. Otherwise, this instance would be beyond the reach of elite professionals. Yet, even if the final boss's attributes surpassed those of the warriors, he had no cause for concern. The attributes of his genetic parasites were far more terrifying. It was only natural for nightmare-level instances to feature such formidable monsters. Typically, professionals capable of conquering nightmare-level instances would possess levels exceeding that of the instance itself, an average level of at least 15, or even 17 or 18, as otherwise it would be impossible to breach a nightmare instance. Moreover, their equipment and skills could not be subpar. After all, in the event of failure to clear an instance, it would be exceedingly unprofitable. Given that instances only offered 3 paths: either clear it, perish within, or possess an escape scroll. Yet a single escape scroll commanded a price of 300,000, while it could be utilized once or twice. Excessive use would squander both time and money. Individuals like Chen Tianming, who dared to solo a level 13 nightmare instance at Elite Level 1, were exceedingly rare throughout the Crisis era, sensing that his underlings had met their demise at the hands of the warriors. The elite boss lost its sanity and charged recklessly into the fray. A bloodthirsty and savage aura emanated from it, and the terrifying pressure accompanied its charge. Now, with a mere thought, Chen Tianming commanded the warriors to bravely rush toward the ironclad rhinoceros. At that moment, the ironclad rhinoceros unleashed its skill. Savage charged. An intense gust of air enveloped it, and the first dozen warriors were sent sprawling to the ground, the force of the impact leaving deep hoof-like impressions in the earth. Even Chen Tianming, standing 100 meters away, could feel the terrifying might of the ironclad rhinoceros's strike. It was his first time witnessing warriors being launched through the air. They tumbled helplessly, landing on their backs, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, that was the extent of their plight. He could sense their emotions. Those who had been knocked away were merely dazed, with not a single wound upon them. After all, the resilient exoskeleton they bore was no mere decoration. The warriors quickly righted themselves and charged toward the head of the ironclad rhinoceros, while those who had not been knocked down engaged in combat with it. Biting, stabbing, blood and flesh splattered, skin torn and rent. The ironclad rhinoceros let out anguished cries, roaring mightily before collapsing to the ground, soon falling silent. Just like that, the once mighty ironclad rhinoceros boss met its grim fate beneath the sides of the warriors. Kill. Enhanced Rare Level 4. Ironclad Rhinoceros Boss. Experience 2120. Obtained Low-Level Monster Crystal. Obtained Rhinoceros Horn 1.tch. What uses size? It still meets its demise. Chen Tianming observed the scene before him, feeling a twinge of emotion. The colossal figure exuded formidable strength, yet its vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. First and foremost, its lack of agility was evident. The warriors encircled it, capable of launching attacks, while it, after sending a dozen warriors sprawling with a single skill, failed to strike any of the more nimble fighters thereafter. Ultimately, it met a tragic end beneath the jaws of the warriors, and as its death throes echoed across the plains. A faint, haunting wail began to resonate throughout the vast expanse. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chen Tianming promptly commanded the surrounding warriors to disperse, assuming a vigilant stance. The words of his elder brother lingered in his mind, a lesson he had never allowed to fade. With Chen Tianming now at the elite second tier, the distance between him and the warriors had widened to 1,500 meters. Through the farthest warrior's line of sight, he discerned a congregation of iron-clad rhinoceroses gradually amassing in the distance. 10, 20, 50, 200, each one exhibiting a restless demeanor. Before long, these agitated iron-clad rhinoceroses formed a formidable battalion, surging swiftly toward Chen Tianming's location. Witnessing this spectacle, a question arose in his mind. How would other teams confront such a horde of iron-clad rhinoceroses? He found it hard to believe that a mere 5-person squad could withstand the charge of hundreds of these beasts. Casting a glance around the environment, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind, albeit unconfirmed at that moment. Perhaps other teams would not engage the iron-clad rhinoceroses head-on. With such an expansive prairie at their disposal, they could easily find a secluded spot to lie in wait, striking only when the herd dispersed. Chen Tianming's speculation was indeed accurate. Other teams employed a similar strategy. However, what he remained unaware of was that those teams generally encountered only a dozen iron-clad rhinoceroses at most. Unlike his own predicament of facing hundreds, this disparity was also tied to his propensity to engage monsters upon sight, while other teams prioritized the elimination of the boss, occasionally clearing out minor foes. As this was Chen Tianming's first venture into a wild dungeon, he was oblivious to these mechanics, and such knowledge was not covered in any textbooks. Thus, while he harbored doubts, he remained resolute in his decision. After all, how could he forego the experience and the opportunity to hunt monsters? He was well aware that the system tasked him with slaying 30,000 monsters within 3 days. As for the difficulty, in his eyes, it was negligible. The hardest part of his journey thus far had been the rigid exoskeleton of the warriors beneath him, which had caused him discomfort. He had not even broken a sweat. As he beheld the charging mass of iron-clad rhinoceroses, an idea struck him, and he promptly summoned 50 plasma bomb insects, an ideal opportunity to test their efficacy. Soon, 50 caterpillar-like plasma insects materialized before him. Upon receiving Chen Tianming's command, they swiftly contorted their bodies into disc shapes, rising upright on the grass and rolling toward the battlefield at remarkable speed. Simultaneously, with a mental prompt, he directed the warriors at the front to retreat swiftly, halting 1,000 meters away. Viewed from above, the warriors on the prairie arranged themselves into a concave formation, akin to a pocket waiting for the rhinoceros herd to enter, as the herd approached within 1,200 meters. Upon receiving the command, the 50 bomb insects rolled forward rapidly. Just as they were about to collide with the gray tide, the insects leapt high into the air, then plummeted into the midst of the rhinoceros herd. Concurrently, the warriors behind them surged forward like a verdant ocean, sweeping toward the iron-clad rhinoceroses. The prairie was soon enveloped in a cacophony of explosions. Kill enhanced rare level. Iron-clad rhinoceros. Experience 960. Obtained rhinoceros horn 7. As the explosion subsided, a pungent odor filled the air, and the grass ahead crackled with residual electricity. Some iron-clad rhinoceroses, barely clinging to life, lay on the ground, emitting pitiful cries of agony. Soon, compassionate warriors approached to deliver them from their suffering. Goodness, how could there be such benevolent insects in this world? Meanwhile, Chen Tianming's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, and his experience soared dramatically. In the blink of an eye, his experience surged by nearly a third, reaching 76.38 at the elite second tier. Chen Tianming could not help but marvel at the bomb insects' overwhelming power. They were truly the disruptors of mass battles, as long as they remained within the blast radius. Survival was improbable. Unfortunately, their numbers were limited, constituting roughly 10% of the hatching capacity, yielding around 200 per day. It was unlikely that any profession of similar tier could surpass the damage inflicted by the bomb insects. After all, the current bomb insects had yet to fully reveal their potential. As Chen Tianming's level increased, so too would the strength of the warriors, genetic original insects, and bomb insects. The once mighty leader of the ironclad rhinoceroses met its grim fate beneath the scythes of the warriors. Chapter 27. The pitiful rhinoceros king upon witnessing the demise of its kin. Even the intellectually challenged ironclad rhinoceroses sensed the gravity of the situation. The herd gradually halted its charge, attempting to turn and flee. But alas, they had already entered the trap that Chen Tianming had meticulously prepared for them. As they turned in fear, they were horrified to find themselves encircled by layers of warriors, both inside and out. In merely 10 minutes, the once menacing ironclad rhinoceros battalion was reduced to experience points, while their flesh became sustenance for the warriors. Chen Tianming began issuing orders for free combat, swiftly clearing the ironclad rhinoceroses from the wasteland. He anticipated that a solo venture into the hellish dungeon would yield even greater experience. However, he realized the need to expedite the cleanup process. Should anyone learn of Chen Tianming's intentions, they would likely wish to douse him with a mouthful of soda water. Soloing a hell-level dungeon was a feat accomplished by Yun Tianhe. But who was he? The strongest warrior beneath the stars. The mightiest sword saint of humankind. Chen Tianming naturally aspired to emulate this achievement, but not at this moment. He continued forward, traversing the depths of the prairie, where the monsters had already been eradicated. Upon reaching the farthest reaches, he discovered that his experience had soared to 99 at the elite 2nd tier, just a step away from breaking through to the elite 3rd tier, at this point. Only the final boss remained in the dungeon, and by vanquishing the ironclad rhinoceros king, he could ascend to elite 3rd tier, in the span of just 2 hours in the dungeon. His level had risen by 2 tiers, efficiency far exceeding his expectations. With a few more runs at the nightmare difficulty, he could not only fulfill the system's mandate, but also elevate his experience to 5th or even 6th tier. With levels attained, strength would naturally follow. Tiangong Academy. He recalled his brother's teachings and the myriad experiences of the past, the faces of those who had wronged him, and he clenched his fists tightly that moment. A colossal ironclad rhinoceros lay peacefully asleep atop a small hillock. Its length nearing 8 meters, and its crouched form almost 2 meters high. Its massive maw opened and closed rhythmically, inhaling and exhaling air, each breath resonating like thunderclaps. Even from hundreds of meters away, Chen Tianming could hear it, while the surrounding warriors awaited their master's latest directives. Mounted atop a warrior, Chen Tianming approached slowly. Upon reaching within 100 meters, he extracted a scanner to assess the creature. This was the advantage of the scanner. Whereas mages or support classes using detection spells would disturb the slumbering monsters with magical fluctuations, the scanner perfectly circumvented this flaw. Moreover, detection spells consumed a skill slot, earning them a reputation as one of the most impractical skills in existence. Ironclad Rhinoceros King. Enhanced Rare Level. Rare 6 Strength. 900 Agility. 700 Spirit. 200 Constitution. 1000 Skills. Barbaric Charge. Flame Breath, Earth-Shattering Roar. This was a terrifying beast whose strength and constitution attributes surpassed those of the warriors. Exercise caution. Chen Tianming summoned 10 mature genetic original insects. These 10 insects were summoned directly from the insect nest space, consuming minimal mental energy from Chen Tianming. Prior to entering the dungeon, he had discovered that the genetic original insects he summoned could be stored in the insect nest space, significantly conserving mental energy for subsequent summons. The 10 genetic original insects stealthily approached. 10 genetic parasites launched a simultaneous assault, some piercing with their tails, others attacking with their claws, while a few unfurled their gaping maws, slowly extending their grotesque oral appendages towards the eyes, brain, abdomen, and head of the armored rhinoceros. Upon closer inspection, the appendage bore a terrifying visage, resembling a diminutive version of a genetic parasite, adorned with spikes and mucus along its tongue, evoking both horror and revulsion. They then viciously penetrated various parts of its body. The armored rhinoceros king let out a deafening scream, its cries echoing across the desolate prairie, akin to a pig being slaughtered, though its colossal frame attempted to rise. It was evidently no match for the genetic parasites, whose formidable four-dimensional attributes soared to 1800, whereas the Rhinoceros King's meager strength of 900 was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, it was simultaneously pinned down by 10 genetic parasites, rendering it incapable of even standing. The creature convulsed violently before dramatically succumbing to its demise. How pitiful! Chun Tianming lamented. Upon vanquishing the armored rhinoceros king, he received 30,000 experience points, a crystal from the armored rhinoceros king, a 1 armored rhinoceros horn, and a rare-grade piece of equipment, the Iron Bull Shield 1. As the notifications appeared, Chen Tianming felt a shiver run through him. In just around 2 hours, he had single-handedly cleared a nightmare-level dungeon, causing him to level up twice. There more? Did I actually obtain equipment? Chen Tianming approached to examine the shield, and noticed a massive bullhead relief intricately carved in the center, with a sturdy handle affixed to the back for easy gripping and control. The shield exuded a weighty metallic allure that he promptly scanned it with his detector, and soon the shield's details appeared on the device. Iron Bull Shield. Rare grade, a shield crafted from the bones of the armored rhinoceros, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, granting 50 constitution and 30 strength. Alongside the shield was the crystal from the armored rhinoceros king, vivid red like a ruby, emanating warmth when held. This was presumably the flame crystal mentioned in the tasks issued by the Adventurers Association. Valued at 500,000, elated at this prospect, Chen Tianming stowed it away in his spatial ring. That moment, a swirling vortex gradually materialized not far away. In high spirits, Chen Tianming recalled all his summoned creatures into the insect nest space, leaving only 1 genetic parasite to guard him. He then strode joyfully towards the dungeon's exit. Chapter 28. Encountering the Blue Dragon Gang again, Chen Tianming suddenly appeared at the dungeon entrance, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. The focal point was his genetic parasite. Anyone who had seen it would surely remember its striking presence. Had he emerged alone, he might not have drawn much notice, especially at this late hour, 10 o'clock at night. Look, he is out. Do you think he used an escape scroll or cleared the dungeon? No doubt it's an escape scroll, just look at him. Not a scratch on him, and even his summons are unscathed. Clearly, he just wandered around and retreated when he realized he couldn't handle it. Haha, I thought he was a skilled player, but turns out he is just a novice. Chen Tianming paid no mind to the gossip around him and clicked to re-enter the dungeon. What? There's a cooldown. A notification appeared, stating that the nightmare-level dungeon was under a cooldown period, requiring 6 hours before he could attempt it again. Disappointed, he shook his head. After this dungeon experience, he had lost interest in the wild monsters. The experience was minimal, and their levels were inconsistent, unlike the high-density and high-level monsters found inside the dungeon. However, the 6-hour cooldown provided a perfect opportunity for meditation to recover his mental energy, which had been significantly drained during the dungeon run. Chen Tianming found an unoccupied corner and sat cross-legged, while a genetic parasite loyally stood guard beside him. Gradually, his mental energy replenished during meditation. Some adventurers around him began to settle down, with a few lighting fires and setting up pots to cook soup and roast meat, inviting familiar comrades to gather and celebrate with drinks, creating a lively atmosphere. The air soon filled with the enticing aroma of meat mingled with the scent of alcohol. These seasoned adventurers were well prepared, not only equipped with various cooking utensils, but also carrying makeshift water buckets. One adventurer even hung a bucket from a tree and began washing himself without a care. This moment, a man in white approached Chen Tianming, holding a plate of roasted meat. The genetic parasite stepped forward, baring its sharp teeth, causing the man to shudder. The white-clad individual hesitated, then silently placed the plate down and left. Lu Liang, you really have too much time on your hands. Are you trying to make connections by bringing roasted meat to someone like him? Yeah, brother, this guy looks odd. Not only does he seem strange himself, but even his summon is peculiar, that he clearly doesn't seem trustworthy. Lu Liang defended himself. I think he is alright, he just might not like to socialize. Look, he doesn't provoke anyone, so he shouldn't be considered a bad person. He then put on a friendly smile and called out to Chen Tianming, brother, have a piece of meat. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Chen Tianming remained unresponsive, continuing to meditate and restore his mental energy. Approximately 5 hours later, Chen Tianming rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and started walking towards the exit of the gathering area. However, the plate that had been offered was already empty. Upon reaching a deserted grove, Chen Tianming concentrated, and soon 500 warriors and 10 genetic parasites appeared in the clearing before him. In the pitch-black night, none would suspect that such a small grove concealed hundreds of terrifying monsters. After issuing commands in his mind, Chen Tianming exhaled softly. Go. Today was the last day, with just 11,000 monsters remaining to fulfill the system's task that he had hunted approximately 2,000 armored rhinoceroses in the dungeon. But with less than 24 hours left, he could only run the dungeon 3 more times, yielding 6,000 monsters at best. This left a gap of 5,000 that he could only entrust to the warriors and genetic parasites to complete. With 5 hours until dawn, it was the perfect opportunity for them to clear out the surrounding monsters, as some might still be lurking. Utilizing their camouflage abilities, they should not alert the military personnel. If the results were unsatisfactory, he would have to temporarily leave the dungeon and complete the system's task first. As Chen Tianming contemplated, he made his way towards the gathering area. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, he noticed a group of individuals holding photographs and seemingly questioning passersby. Among the 20 or so people, their attire was tailored in uniform, with each sleeve adorned with a prominent character signifying blue, and an image of a massive blue dragon emblazoned on their arms. Not far away, voices could be heard rising. Isn't the Blue Dragon Gang being a bit too overbearing? I've already told you I haven't seen anyone in these pictures. On what grounds do you search my spatial ring? Though this is outside the city, there are troops stationed not far off, and you have no right to act recklessly. Your actions are an invasion of our privacy. Be careful, or I will report you to General Wang. Exactly. We've already cooperated with your inquiries. Please don't overstep, or I will lodge a complaint. Many began to voice their protest at that moment. A wizard wielding a staff stepped forward, addressing them loudly. I am Li Xian from the Blue Dragon Gang, that if you genuinely haven't seen this person and your spatial rings contain none of our missing belongings, we will not trouble you further. After the inspection, I will personally apologize, and you will henceforth be friends of the Blue Dragon Gang. However, if you refuse our inspection today, I will assume you have something to hide, and you will become enemies of the Blue Dragon Gang. Friends or foes, the choice is yours. Chapter 29. What? He is only elite level 3. The adventurers in the gathering area protested, yet they did not dare to act. The Blue Dragon Gang was exceedingly powerful, and they could only endure the bullying to that moment. A knight approached a female adventurer and coldly stated, "Hand over your ring." The female warrior, her face smeared with dust, had a droplet of sweat precariously hanging from the tip of her hair. Clad in a swordsman's attire, she displayed her flawless figure before the onlookers. The flickering flames cast a mesmerizing glow upon her delicate form, akin to flowers glimpsed through a veil of mist, exuding an enchanting allure. Lu Yi, please conduct the inspection. Once that is completed, there will be no further issues, remarked a man nearby, his expression somewhat grim. This was the same figure who had recently delivered barbecued meat to Chen Tianming. Reluctantly biting her lip, the swordswoman handed over her ring, her demeanor revealing her unwillingness that the knight accepted the ring. He seized the opportunity to roughly grasp her hand, then began his examination with a smirk. The knight lingered in his scrutiny, seemingly oblivious to the time, and refused to return the ring. The female swordsman, seated on the ground, extended her arm with an exasperated expression and exclaimed, "Is it done yet? We are preparing to enter the dungeon." However, to her surprise, a member of the Qinglong gang seized her hand and, with a crooked grin, requested that this beautiful swordswoman rise, stating, "I must search you. I suspect you have concealed something." The other members of the Qinglong gang, witnessing this, quickly comprehended the knight's intentions and began to jeer. "Indeed, we must conduct a search. Your haste to leave raises suspicions. Perhaps you have retrieved our lost items." Instantly, a group encircled the female swordsman and her companions. "You Qinglong gang are utterly unreasonable," the man in white exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "You have not even informed us what was lost, yet you insist on searching us. Is there no law in this world?" "Law?" The gang member scoffed. "I in this territory, the Qinglong gang is the law. I suspect that the items have been picked up by you. Either allow me to conduct a thorough search, or rest assured, you will not be troubled if nothing is found. That's so?" The man in white retorted, incredulity etched on his face. "Yes, yes," chimed in the Qinglong gang members with mocking laughter. "If you have nothing, you may leave immediately." "What on earth are you saying?" The female swordsman fumed. Naive, Chen Tianming approached leisurely. The previously quarreling crowd suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning to Chen Tianming. "What did you say?" The leading mage glared at him, his expression predatory, akin to a ravenous wolf. The nearby members of the Qinglong gang cast him unfriendly glances. Their levels predominantly at the elite tier, each exuding an air of superiority that placed immense pressure on the elite individuals present. Furthermore, their equipment was of exceptional quality, with weaponry, armor, and accessories all at least of bronze grade. Consequently, despite the discontent brewing within the gathered crowd, no one dared to confront them directly. But with Chen Tianming's arrival, this dynamic shifted. "Look, isn't it the fellow who just soloed the nightmare-level dungeon?" one observer remarked. "I thought he had left the gathering. Yet here he is again." Chen Tianming stepped up to the man in white, lightly patting his shoulder. "Do not be so naive in the wild. By the way, your barbecued meat was quite delightful, duh." "Thank you," the man in white stammered, momentarily perplexed. Chen Tianming turned to the mage, commanding, "Step aside. I wish to enter the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Li Xian erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke of the century. "Little one, did you just drink some fake wine? Run home to your mother. This is not a place for you to meddle." Chen Tianming continued, "Do not obstruct my entry into the dungeon, or I shall kill you." His seriousness was palpable. He harbored no fondness for the Qinglong gang. Having already established enmity, he cared not for escalating this conflict. After all, while the sought-after items were not on his person, the 4 individual spatial rings remained with him. Moreover, archers had already begun to target him as he approached the gathering. Turning to flee would only heighten their suspicions. It was better to adopt an offensive stance. Yet, unexpectedly, he was met with a foolhardy response. The onlookers regarded Chen Tianming with a mix of ridicule and curiosity, pondering whether he truly possessed skill or was merely a naive braggart. That, "Oh dear, this is hilarious. I initially thought someone capable of soloing a nightmare-level dungeon would be a figure of courage." Even in defeat, that moment, a support-class individual cast a detection spell on Chen Tianming, then proudly declared to the mage, "Captain, this individual is at Elite Tier 3, and his profession is the rare summoner." With this revelation, the crowd grasped the truth of Chen Tianming's level. He furrowed his brow slightly, surprised to find that someone in this group had learned the detection spell, which could penetrate concealment charms to reveal basic levels. Elite Tier 3, and yet you dare to solo a nightmare-level dungeon? Truly a foolhardy venture, the observers mused, their earlier doubts dissipating. They seemed convinced he had merely been deceived by the appearance of his summoned creatures. A summoner? I had not heard of such a profession before. Is it a newly emerged class? I mistook it for an ordinary beast tamer, they speculated. Chapter 30. Combat beyond one's level. Chen Tianming, lacking the detection skill, resorted to using a scanner on the mage that in no time, the mage's profession was revealed, though it displayed only a level and a profession. Hero Tier 4 mage. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Perhaps having overheard the murmurs around him, Li Xian's expression darkened. "Regardless of who your family is, daring to obstruct the Qinglong gang today comes with a price. Otherwise, will any random person be able to prance about before us?" "Oh, and what price do you desire from me?" 10 million. Leave behind items equivalent to 10 million, and I shall let you depart. Otherwise, do you dare to act in the gathering?" Li Xian laughed heartily. "Do you think the Qinglong gang is some minor faction? Without connections, we wouldn't dare to search everyone's belongings here." Lu Liang shouted, "Brother, stop. Do not provoke them. You cannot win against them." Ignoring the voices surrounding him, Chen Tianming's tone grew increasingly frigid. "It appears you do not intend to negotiate. You leave me no choice." Gazing at Li Xian, Chen Tianming's thoughts shifted, and the genetic parasite darted out like lightning, appearing before the mage in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, it lunged at Li Xian's face. Li Xian, wearing a mocking expression, conjured a red aura that not only repelled the parasite's attack, but also sent it flying aside. Resistance Fire Ring, a skill that combined defense and partial control. The onlookers gasped, astonished that Chen Tianming would dare to strike first. A wave of regret washed over them. They felt they were about to witness the downfall of a genius. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. 11 more of the previously summoned creatures materialized on the field, alongside dozens of 4-legged insects that bared their fangs at the Qinglong gang members. Chen Tianming uttered a single command: kill. A swordsman executed a cross slash towards one of the warriors with all his might. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, followed by the swordsman's incredulous exclamation as his blade became lodged in the warrior's shell, rendering him unable to withdraw. It Icien hastily retreated, simultaneously casting a spell while barking orders. Kill the summoner. 3 archers glowed with a red light, a buff skill cast by the support class. The 3 archers released their arrows simultaneously, the projectiles forming a triangular formation as they sped towards Chen Tianming. "Brother, dodge!" the man in white shouted urgently. Yet, Chen Tianming remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. More warriors were summoned to shield him from the arrows. How infuriating! How can he still summon? Does he have an endless supply of creatures? The 3 archers cursed. "Everyone, be cautious. His profession is a new one. Do not underestimate it." Li Xian's voice rang out again. "Form up around me. Quick, position yourselves to face the enemy." The experienced mage leader quickly organized the remaining members into a defensive formation, comprising knights and shield bearers in the front. With mages and archers at the center, and support classes positioned behind, that I in Li Xian's eyes. Though Chen Tianming's summoned creatures were formidable, he firmly believed they were not limitless. He was convinced that the 60-plus monsters before him represented Chen Tianming's limits. As long as these summoned creatures are dispatched with a mere flick, he becomes a lamb ready for slaughter, fish on the chopping block at their mercy. Contemplating this, the lead mage began to orchestrate the team's counterattack. Enhancement spells, acceleration spells, healing spells. Every conceivable buff was unleashed as if it were without cost, and in less than 20 seconds, the spells were all cast. This alone reflected the combat proficiency of the Qinglong gang. A confident smile began to spread across Li Xian's face as he envisioned the torment he would inflict upon the youth opposite him. Although they were currently surrounded by warriors and gene parasites, they had encountered such situations before, ultimately turning the tide under his command, that he firmly believed that the ultimate victor would be none other than himself. He then lifted his gaze, revealing a confident and cruel smile towards Chen Tianming. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed 5 or 6 creatures resembling caterpillars appearing beneath Chen Tianming's feet. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Chen Tianming seemingly conversing with those nearby, who then began to cover their mouths and noses, retreating hastily. Before he could grasp what was happening, those caterpillar-like creatures suddenly stood upright and began to roll towards them like a disc at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached several meters in front of their formation and leapt into the crowd. That a series of thunderous explosions ensued, scattering numerous items across the ground, as a misty rain began to fall from the sky, reeking of a foul stench. The few remaining individuals gasped for breath, realizing their fate was sealed. The warriors and parasites surged forward to deliver the final blows, and soon, the remaining members of the Qinglong gang were left dead or grievously injured. After completing all this, Chen Tianming picked up the scattered items from the ground and strode into the instance without looking back. Chapter 31, Where Have All the People Gone? Once Chen Tianming entered the instance, those who had previously only dared to protest from the sidelines finally gathered the courage to approach. The terrifying energy unleashed by the bomb bugs during the chaos still haunted them. By the gods, this person is ruthless. It seems we all underestimated him. Truly, actions speak louder than words. He gets straight to the point without any hesitation. The heavens may be about to change. The Qinglong gang will not let this go lightly. I have heard that they indeed lost an item today, and with so many casualties, they are likely to exact a fierce revenge on this youth. What should we do? At this moment, Lu Yi and Lu Liang suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone." Given the Qinglong gang's modus operandi, they certainly will not let this slide, that if they discover we were here today, regardless of whether we speak or remain silent, we will not escape unscathed. That I propose we retreat and seek refuge elsewhere. After all, there are plenty of places we can reach. That I refuse to believe that the Qinglong gang can extend their reach so far. Their suggestion resonated with those around them. As they had stated, if the Qinglong gang caught wind of their presence, they would not escape a dire fate. That it was better to flee to distant lands. Lu Liang and Lu Yi bowed slightly to the crowd, saying, "This individual has avenged us today. We hope everyone will keep this discreet. That my sister and I will take our leave first. May we meet again under better circumstances." With their incitement, the crowd began to disperse, and the once vibrant gathering place was emptied in the blink of an eye, leaving only the solitary flicker of the campfire and stains of blood across the ground. Chen Tianming resumed his hunting mode within the instance. After familiarizing himself with the terrain of the desolate prairie, he summoned 1,000 warriors, marching towards the location of the boss. Utilizing the same strategy as before, his experience surged once more, and this time, efficiency skyrocketed. In just about an hour, he reached the familiar hillside once again. However, this time, the ironclad Rhinoceros King was not peacefully slumbering on the slope, but instead was flanked by dozens of minions. Yet, in the face of the assembled warriors, this was merely a delay of its impending demise. In a mere 1 to 2 minutes, the fearsome ironclad Rhinoceros King fell to the ground, its eyes filled with resentment. Defeating the ironclad Rhinoceros King yielded 30,000 experience, an ironclad Rhinoceros King Crystal, an ironclad Rhinoceros King Horn 1, and a rare grade armor. Iron Bull Armor 1. Ta-da! To my surprise, another piece of armor has dropped. Chun Tianming exclaimed joyfully as he approached to inspect it. Iron Bull Armor, rare grade crafted from the bones of the ironclad rhinoceros. This armor boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, providing 60 to constitution and 50 to strength. Observing the attributes of the Iron Bull armor, Chen Tianming suddenly thought of Wei Gu and wondered if he possessed an armor of his own. Perhaps he would gift this to him upon his return. Upon defeating the ironclad Rhinoceros King, Chen Tianming also advanced to Elite Level 4, that the experience requirements had increased, and the gains from the next instance would not suffice to elevate him to Elite Level 5. As the vortex materialized, Chen Tianming exited the instance. Arriving back at the gathering place, he found it eerily silent, devoid of any figures. Have they all left? Chen Tianming pondered briefly, quickly grasping the situation's context. The Qinglong gang had caused a ruckus here, resulting in deaths, and the military had yet to arrive. It seemed they had already made prior arrangements before coming. The others, fearing repercussions, likely deemed leaving as the best course of action. Glancing around, he did not linger, swiftly melting into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The next morning, a round sun hung on the horizon, bestowing the land with colors that rightfully belonged to it. Then a new team stepped into the entrance of the gathering place. Hey, where is everyone? Why is there not a soul in sight? This place used to be bustling with activity. Strange. Where have all the people gone? This new team expressed their confusion, but they did not dwell on it. They quickly selected an ordinary difficulty and entered the instance. Subsequently, more teams arrived at the gathering place, and the entrance became lively once again. As the cooldown for the instance concluded, Chen Tianming returned. Once more stepping into the instance. This time, he charged through with reckless abandon, and after 6 hours of meditative focus, his mental fortitude was fully restored. Once again, the warriors served as the main force. But the number of gene parasites had escalated to 60, forming a perfect killing machine. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. Moreover, with Chen Tianming's growing familiarity with the instance, their pace accelerated yet again. In just 50 minutes, a familiar figure appeared before him. Hey, wake up! Don't sleep again, lest you meet your end without understanding why. Chapter 32. The ironclad rhinoceros exhaled flames, followed by a surge of roaring fire from its mouth. Yet it proved futile. Both the gene parasites and the warriors were agile units, easily evading its fiery assault. This time, it was even quicker. Within 30 seconds, the ironclad Rhinoceros King succumbed again, unwillingly collapsing. Defeating the ironclad Rhinoceros King granted 30,000 experience. An ironclad Rhinoceros King Crystal, an ironclad Rhinoceros King Horn 1, and a rare grade weapon, Iron Bull Sword 1. Iron Bull Sword. Rare grade forged from the hard horns of the ironclad rhinoceros. This longsword possesses sharp attributes capable of easily piercing enemy defenses, providing 60 to constitution, 60 to strength, 5 to sword skills, and an attack that includes a piercing attribute. Quite a gem, Chen Tianming remarked, quickly stowing it away in his spatial ring. The ironclad rhinoceros gazed at him with intense resentment and frustration, as if it wished to swallow Chen Tianming whole. That gaze of yours seems to harbor a touch of unwillingness. Just then, my pet, the Overlord, had yet to have breakfast today, so I promptly sent the ironclad Rhinoceros King's carcass to the insect nest space for him as a morning treat. Upon receiving Chen Tianming's offering, the Overlord soon conveyed a wave of joyous emotions. Sensing his delight, Chen Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, I truly am a wonderful father who knows how to nurture my child's emotions. Chen Tianming glanced at the progress bar and realized that he had once again failed to complete the upgrade, falling a full 60% short of reaching the Elite Level 5. It seemed he needed to change his location. After leaving the dungeon, Chen Tianming swiftly distanced himself, Not lingering in the gathering area that AS expected. In the afternoon, a group of high-ranking members from the Qinglong gang arrived at the dungeon's gathering place. The previous day, the Qinglong gang had encountered a formidable enemy in the outskirts, resulting in the loss of several skilled fighters. Moreover, they had lost a prized treasure, the 8 trigrams true storage, which had incited fury among the upper echelons. Subsequently, another small team lost contact within the gathering area. They learned through military channels that Li Xian had warned them to conduct a search in the area and instructed them not to interfere with any occurrences. Unexpectedly, the entire team had since gone silent, leading the Qinglong gang to suspect that those responsible for their demise were also the ones who had seized the 8 trigrams true storage. They quickly formed an investigation team to uncover the truth. However, the members of this investigation team were exceedingly polite and did not engage in any excessive actions, for they understood that to annihilate an entire investigative team without allowing them a chance to relay information was no small feat. They could not afford to be careless. After a round of inquiries, the answers received were all uninformative. After all, the individuals present had only just arrived that day and were indeed oblivious to the events of the previous night. In fact, they were rather curious and began to question the Qinglong gang members about what had transpired. Naturally, the Qinglong gang members would not tarnish their own reputation, seeing that no information could be extracted. They quietly withdrew to AT that moment. In the headquarters of the Qinglong gang, the leader, Hong Riching, was unleashing his fury upon the assembled members. "You fools, are you all complete imbeciles? We lost 2 heroic-level experts and dozens of elite members. Not to mention the only piece of 8 trigrams true storage within our ranks. Not only that, but we also failed to retrieve the one belonging to our adversary. Useless scoundrels, every last one of you. Especially you, Xu Cheng. You should never have entrusted that piece of 8 trigrams true storage to your nephew for safekeeping. Now look where that has gotten us. Missing without a trace. You must bear full responsibility for this matter." One trembling hall master cautiously stood up and bowed, saying, "Leader, this is an injustice. At the time, I saw the enemy approaching fiercely and with a mindset of certain death, attempted to hold them back so that others could seize the opportunity to apprehend the fleeing individuals. I thought, even if I perish here today, I must not hinder your grand plans." Leader T then explained that he had handed the fragment to his nephew with the intention of letting him escape amidst the chaos. However, he did not expect this reckless fool to remain missing to this day, and he acknowledged his dereliction of duty. "But Leader, I discovered that the weapons used by those who perished that day bore the mark of the He family from Rongqing. I suspect that the individuals we encountered were indeed from the He family. Perhaps we could use them as a breakthrough point for our investigation. It might yield some results that AS for my nephew. I will certainly locate him and leave his fate in your hands, seeking no leniency in return, that I only hope for an opportunity to atone for my mistakes." "Very well, then hurry and investigate. Even if we have to turn Rongqing upside down, we must retrieve that item that I need to let them know that the treasures of the Qinglong gang are not so easily taken." "Understood, Leader." The members accepted their orders and took their leave. Once everyone had departed, the vast conference hall was left with only Hong Riching, who sat there, his face etched with worry. That moment, a sudden phone ring pierced the silence of the meeting room. Filled with rage, Hong Riching was about to answer the call, wondering who dared to disturb him at such a crucial time. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately straightened up in his chair. Although he was alone in the conference hall, he maintained a posture befitting the leader of the Qinglong gang, a figure who could shake the entire Jiang city with a stamp of his foot. "Mingguan, sure, yes. I understand that I will deliver it to you as soon as possible. Yes, rest assured, I hope you can speak a few good words for me in front of the young master. I have already made some progress on this matter. I will ensure it is completed promptly." Good. You can count on me." Chapter 33. Refreshed stone. The sun was high in the sky, and the day was radiant. Ding! Detected that the host has accumulated 30,000 monster kills. Commencing a grand lottery. Chen Timing, riding a valiant beast, wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, I've reached 30,000 kills. Let's see what good items I can draw." Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Shall we commence the lottery now? A colossal, ethereal will slowly materialized in his mind, visible only to Chen Timing. With a thought, he replied, "Yes, beep." Drawing rewards for the host, the massive wheel began to spin rapidly, with a red pointer whirling faster and faster. After several dozen seconds, the red pointer gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, you have obtained a Bug Atlas Directional Summoning Scroll. What is a Bug Atlas Directional Summoning Scroll? Chun Tianming was momentarily taken aback, quickly clicking on the item to view its details. Bug Atlas Directional Summoning Scroll can be used during the extraction of the Bug Atlas to reveal all insect species within it, allowing you to select one insect species for summoning. After reading it twice, Chen Tianming swiftly grasped the purpose of this item that in simple terms, it granted him a chance to freely select an insect species from the Bug Atlas for summoning. He could choose a powerful individual insect or a queen to expand his army. This prize is fantastic. In no time, a yellow talisman materialized in Chen Tianming's hand. After toying with it for a moment, he stowed it away in his spatial ring. Just as he resolved to change dungeons, his phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice emerged. Tianming, are you all right? It was the principal's voice. I'm fine, Principal. What's the matter? Nothing much. Just heard there have been some incidents outside the city recently, and I was worried about your safety, so I called to check in. Hearing your voice reassures me. Upon hearing the principal's concern, Chen Tianming felt a warmth in his heart and immediately asked, what happened? Fong Ping, not hiding anything, directly replied, Tianming, do you know about the Qinglong gang? I've heard of them, though. What's going on? I heard that the Qinglong gang had a confrontation in the wild and lost an important item, which sent their leader into a rage. They dispatched all their members to search the wilderness. And some people were even killed for speaking out against them, that if you encounter members of the Qinglong gang in the wild, be sure to clearly state your identity. They won't harm you. Just avoid any conflicts, understood? Feeling touched by the principal's concern, Chen Tianming replied, all right, Principal, thank you for your care. Hearing his gratitude, Fong Ping felt pleased and continued to ask, how have you been these past few days? What level is your elite now? Where are you dungeon diving? Elite level 4. I just finished the Ironclad Rhino dungeon and am on my way back. How? How much? In just a few days, you've reached elite level 4? Where on earth did you grind dungeons so quickly? I was grinding in the Wasteland Prairie Ironclad Rhino dungeon. Oh, that dungeon, I know it. The experience yield is quite high. But why don't you continue leveling up? There's still plenty of time. I feel the experience yield is too low, and there's a 6-hour cooldown which doesn't seem worth it. Besides, I could be directly admitted to the Kyoto Royal Academy now. So my desire to level up isn't as strong that I plan to return and see my parents. After Chen Tianming finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Fong Ping's voice trembled slightly as he asked, Tianming, do you mean to say that you wait for the 6-hour cooldown of the dungeon before re-entering? Yes. It took a while before Fong Ping's voice came through again. Tianming, have you heard of the Refresh Stone? Refresh Stone? What is that? The Refresh Stone is an item that allows you to ignore dungeon cooldowns. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming was taken aback, exclaiming, such a thing exists? He suddenly felt as if all his years of study had been in vain. He had never heard of such a miraculous item. If he had this, he could repeatedly grind dungeons, rapidly level up, and complete system quests sooner. This item is sold at the Practitioner Association for only 100,000 each. You didn't buy any, did you? Feeling embarrassed, Chen Tianming replied, I really didn't pay attention to that. Fong Ping, well, it's not a huge issue that you didn't buy it. At least your leveling speed is still reasonably fast. Just now, the novice dungeons in Jiangcheng have all been closed for the day. I have just received news that the City Lord has decided to activate 3 dungeons on Lake Heart Island tomorrow as training grounds for this year's graduates. These are the Tidal Beach, the Lost City, and the Underground Abyss, corresponding to Elite Level 2, Elite Level 4, and Elite Level 6, respectively. Additionally, the City Lord has enabled a hell difficulty option for these dungeons that if you feel confident, you may take on the challenge. I will be waiting for you on the island tomorrow, and I will bring you a Refresh Stone. Make sure to hone your skills well before the upcoming examination. Therefore, the purpose of my call today is to inform you of your participation in tomorrow's dungeon training. You should start your challenges from the Lost City, and once you feel ready, proceed directly to the Underground Abyss. Tianming, this year Jiangcheng has also produced a destined individual, and I have heard that he will be participating in the training on Lake Heart Island tomorrow as well. Make sure you do not embarrass our 4th high school, huh? With that, the call ended. Chen Tianming turned his gaze towards Jiangcheng and resolutely stated, rest assured, Principal, I shall not disappoint. Chapter 34. The Illegitimate Child the next day. Chen Tianming stepped out of the grand entrance of his luxurious villa with a cheerful stride, humming a tune as he hailed a taxi. "Driver, to Lake Hart Island, please, sure thing. You must be another aspiring adventurer heading there for training today." "Right? Indeed. You've got me figured out, Uncle." The driver, with a proud expression, replied, "Haha, my son has also become a combat class adventurer this year. I just dropped him off." "Your son sounds impressive," Chen Tianming remarked, feeling quite pleased as he chatted with the uncle. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Lake Hart Island. "That I can only take you this far. Young and outside vehicles are allowed beyond this point, so you'll have to walk the rest of the way." "That's fine. A little walking will do me good," Chen Tianming said, paying the fare and starting his trek along the directional signs leading into the island. As he followed the signs, he soon reached the core area of the island. Just as he stepped in, ding! Host detected entering dungeon area. Optional quests unlocked. Optional quest 1. Level up to Elite Level 5. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Optional quest 2. Clear a Hell difficulty dungeon. Reward: 2 lottery chances. Optional quest 3. Eliminate 50,000 monsters. Reward: 3 lottery chances. 3 quests all at once. Just when I was pondering how to earn lottery chances, the quests appeared unexpectedly. The first task seems manageable, but the latter two might pose some challenges. However, there are no time constraints, so I'll aim to complete them all before the major examination arrives. Tiango. Chen Tianming was deep in thought when a familiar and delighted voice called out from behind. He turned to see Gao Wei and 2 girls excitedly waving at him. "It really is Tiango," Gao Wei exclaimed joyfully, and he and the 2 girls jogged over to Chen Tianming. "Tiango, you're here to level up too, right? Let's team up." He nudged Chen Tianming with his elbow and grinned mischievously at the girls beside him. "Tiango, let me introduce you to these 2. This is Li Ming, a calligrapher, and this is Su Mingyao, a fire sorceress. Quick, say hello to Tiango." "Hello, Tiango." The 2 girls chimed in, their voices sweet and melodious, akin to a refreshing spring, delightful and thirst-quenching. Chen Tianming took a keen interest in the 2 girls before him. 1 held a brush. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuated the well-developed figure of the calligrapher Li Ming, her curves defying her age. The other girl, with fiery red hair and a complexion reminiscent of a sunset, wielded a metallic staff and donned a vibrant red robe, which harmonized splendidly with her identity as a fire sorceress, exuding an aura of blazing vitality. "Sounds good. But I want to be the captain," Chen Tianming declared. "That of course, you should be the captain. You are the destined one. Who else could take that role?" Gao Wei responded with a hearty laugh, eager to agree. However, a discordant voice interrupted from behind. "Oh, this is the destined one from 4th High School. Doesn't he look so impressive?" That a tall, pallid-faced man with a disdainful expression stepped forward, condescendingly mocking. "You may be the destined one, but if I recall correctly, your profession is a summoner, right? I've looked into summoners before. While they are a rare class, they are not unheard of in the history of humanity. Historical records indicate that summoners have a high potential ceiling, but also a very low baseline. Each realm can yield a summon, but the quality of the summons is highly random, making them quite weak in the early stages. A weak class like that thinks it can lead a team." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming furrowed his brow. As he did not recognize this person, that he glanced at Gao Wei, who exclaimed, "Tiango, during the days you were away from Jiangqing, you may not have heard of him. His name is Qian Feng. He is a student from 2nd High School, and his profession is also a rare mage class, though I'm not sure of the specifics. Moreover, rumors suggest he is the illegitimate child of a prominent figure in the Qinglong gang. And like you, he is also a destined individual. He left the city for training on the 2nd day. And it seems he has come here to participate in the Lake Hart Island dungeon training as well. Now, everyone in Jiangqing is comparing the 2 of you, eager to see who will emerge as the strongest this year. He has even claimed he will defeat you in the major examination and show you what's what." Chen Tianming felt helpless. He merely wanted to level up without getting into any trouble. Yet someone was intent on provoking him. Another member of the Qinglong gang? Chen Tianming's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized the man before him, thinking to himself, "This person is clearly courting death. Yet today, I promised the principal I would uphold the honor of 4th High School, so I should prioritize dungeon clearing. Fine, you all team up? I can solo it," he replied. "Solo? A mere summoner just stepping into the elite level thinks he can solo the Lake Hart Island dungeon? Do you not realize that the dungeons here start at a minimum difficulty of hard?" Qian Feng laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Gao Wei, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, saying, Tian-gu, don't be impulsive. There is no need to get worked up over these people. Let us focus on our own team and ignore them. Previously unaware of the summoner class, upon hearing Qianfeng's words, everyone else deemed soloing a reckless endeavor. If that is the case, how about I team up with you? Tian-gu, I'm a rare class magic swordsman. I can tank at the front as long as we proceed cautiously. We should be fine through the dungeon, Gao Wei added, glancing at the two girls that if you two feel uneasy, you can always look for another team to Tio Gao Wei's surprise. Both girls declared, Wei Go, what do you take us for? Besides, it was you who guided us through the novice dungeon. We wouldn't have reached elite level in just 3 days without you to you think we're the type to abandon our friends in fear. Are you really not afraid? A mage, a calligrapher, and a swordsman, all fragile classes. If monsters get too close, it's quite perilous, Chen Tianming remarked. Not afraid, Gao Wei replied firmly. Though I'm a magic swordsman, my constitution and strength attributes are decent. In this level of dungeon, I can barely serve as a meat shield. Plus, with Li Ming's control and support, and Su Mingyao's damage output, as long as we proceed with caution, we should be fine. Chen Tianming nodded, choosing not to argue further, and sent out a team invitation to Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao. Meanwhile, Qianfeng scoffed, clearly displeased, perhaps not expecting that despite his attempts to belittle them, they would still choose to team up with Chen Tianming. Consider this carefully. If you choose to align yourselves with Chen Tianming, you will be making an enemy of me. Although both Chen Tianming and I are destined individuals, you should be aware of the background I possess. Upon hearing this, those who were still contemplating whether to associate with Chen Tianming fell silent. Yet Gao Wei could not contain his laughter. Make an enemy of the Qinglong gang. Who even represents them? You, Qianfeng. While rumors suggest you are the illegitimate child of a high-ranking member of the Qinglong gang, my friends from second high school informed me that you are merely the distant relative of a member. And before you successfully transitioned, you had no authority to even converse with the Qinglong gang's leader. After 3 years of meekness in high school, today you have soared to great heights, although your innate talent has indeed reached the realm of the destined. Among those of such caliber, there exists a hierarchy of strength that do you not fear that your audacious words may backfire upon you. Following this, Gao Wei turned to accept Chen Tianming's invitation. His words left Qianfeng's face flushed with embarrassment, evidently striking a nerve. Brother Wei, you're incredible, Chen Tianming exclaimed, giving Gao Wei a thumbs up, adding with a smile, indeed, a scholar is always to be respected after a 3-day absence. Only someone as astute as Gao Wei could accurately identify another's Achilles heel and deliver a fatal blow. With a mere mention of bastard, he struck at the core of his opponent's vulnerabilities. Tian-gu, I've heard that stupidity is contagious. We should leave this place at once. Qianfeng trembled with rage, his pallid face devoid of color, resembling a sickly figure on the brink of collapse. Ding. Chen Tianming opened the instance list and casually selected one before entering. The 4 figures gradually vanished from the spot. Gao Wei suddenly turned to Qianfeng and raised his middle finger. Though my family background may not match yours, I am the sole heir of my family, a fact you shall forever envy. This final gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qianfeng roared, I will drain every drop of blood from your bodies. I will kill you both. I will surely kill you. Gao Wei, you two scoundrels, just wait. Chapter 35. And my brother leg, with a whoosh, a desolate and chilling atmosphere enveloped them. 4 figures flashed past. The silhouettes of Chen Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao slowly descended upon a dilapidated square. From a bird's eye view, one could observe that this square lay at the very heart of a crossroads, that a white magical array enveloped the 4, and should anyone step outside its bounds, they would lose their protection and confront the terrors of the instance directly. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Gao Wei exclaimed, Tian-gu, this time I directly unleash my fury upon a destined one. You must protect me, or I won't withstand his ambitions. That don't worry, I've got everything under control. Chen Tianming reassured him, retrieving a shield, a suit of armor, and a long sword from his spatial ring, presenting them to Gao Wei. These were indeed 3 rare-grade items obtained from the ironclad Rhino instance. Here, this is for you, Chen Tianming said with a smile, handing the 3 pieces of equipment to Gao Wei. Wow, Tian-gu, did you scavenge these from the wild? Where did you find such fine gear? Gao Wei exclaimed in surprise after examining the equipment. .3 rare grade items. Could it be that those destined possess a luck bonus? Is it possible to find such things? Nonsense. I painstakingly farmed these from the instance. Since I have no use for them, I'm giving them to you. Surely, I can't have a summoner charge in a battle wielding a shield. Can I? The casual manner in which he gifted away 3 rare grade items drew envious glances from Li Ming and Su Mingyao. While Gao Wei donned the equipment with a playful demeanor, he jested. Tiange, keep boasting. Though my academic performance may falter, I know that only instances ranked Nightmare or above can yield such gear. The prefixes of these items are identical. If you were grinding instances, it implies you've tackled Nightmare instances 3 times or more. Chen Tuming chuckled. Naturally, or else how could I have been your elder brother all these years? Realizing that Chen Tianming was not jesting, Gao Wei's lips trembled as he asked, Tiange, what level are you now? Elite level 4. Gasp. The 3 collectively inhaled sharply. Is this the prowess of the destined? Truly terrifying. Gao Wei exclaimed dramatically, Tiange, what difficulty level did you select for the instance? At this moment, Su Mingyao chimed in, the Lost City, hell level. The Lost City? We must proceed with caution. Even though Tiange, you're already an elite level 4 expert, we have only just broken through to. Wait, what? Gao Wei's smile abruptly froze. Hell level. This instance has a hell level option? Of course, but only the destined can unlock it. Chen Tianming teased, in a way, this is genuinely a hell level instance. Gao Wei asked incredulously. His expression exaggerated, while the 2 girls beside him also regarded Chen Tianming with anxious glances. Then he stepped outside the protective array, disbelief etched on his face. The Lost City, hell level instance, officially begins. It's over, it's truly over. Gao Wei despaired, while Su Mingyao's face turned pale. Only Li Ming maintained her composure, though beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Tiange, we've been brothers since childhood. Aside from the time I threw firecrackers into the toilet while you were squatting, and when I stealthily took your clothes during our swimming escapades. Leaving you to walk home bare, I haven't done anything else to offend you, right? None at all. Chen Tianming replied, puzzled that I had no idea you were responsible for those mischiefs. I thought you already knew. In the distance, a throng of dark figures began to converge upon them. Tiange, Wei Ge, look. Monsters are approaching. Li Ming exclaimed, drawing out a detector to commence scanning. Creature. Mutant zombie. Level. Rare level 5. Rare enhanced. Strength. 700. Agility. 300. Spirit. 100. Constitution. 700. Skills. Bite infection. Upon seeing the creature's stats, Gao Wei felt tears welling up. Did you not know? Why would you select a hell level instance? Instances can be deadly, and I can't afford an escape scroll. Have no fear, we can handle this, Chen Tianming assured him, that he then surveyed their surroundings, noticing that not only in front but also on either side and behind them, monsters were surging forth. Brother, I'm only elite level 1, currently possessing only 2 skills. The offensive skill Shadow Assault and the defensive skill Soul Guard. Li Ming, dressed in a tomboyish outfit, stepped forward, maintaining her composure. Let us find a strategically advantageous position to set up our formation, lest we be ambushed from all sides. Since Tiange dares to lead us here, we must trust him. She then took out a brush, beginning to cast enhancement spells on the group. Chen Tianming smiled faintly, patting his chest confidently as he declared, rest assured, I've got this covered. With a snap of his fingers, countless terrifying creatures resembling monstrous insects wielding gigantic scythes appeared around them, these being the warriors. Another snap summoned several hunched monsters with grotesque visages and long tails, these being the genetic parasites. What on earth is this? Gao Wei and Su Mingyao were not the only ones startled, their eyes rolling back in shock as their legs trembled. Even the typically composed Li Ming was now drenched in sweat, her breaths quickening, her silhouette wavering with each inhale and exhale, inducing dizziness in those who beheld her. However, upon Chen Tianming calmly uttering go, the surrounding monsters surged towards the zombies with a force that seemed to shake the very earth. Chen Tianming had initially considered summoning plasma bomb bugs for assistance, but upon realizing that they were consumable creatures that would vanish upon detonation, he dismissed the thought that as the creatures did not target them, the trio gradually regained their composure. Tiange, are all these your summons? They asked in unison, hope flickering in their eyes. Before Chen Tianming could respond, a series of notifications echoed in their minds. Kill, enhanced rare level 5. Mutant zombie, experience 1200. Experience 1300. Experience 2400. A cascade of notifications filled their ears. Gao Wei's eyes widened, his pupils dilating, his expression a mix of bewilderment and confusion. His mouth opening and closing without producing sound. He wanted to voice something, but felt as though his throat was choked. Unable to utter a single word, only tremblingly pointing forward and then at Chen Tianming. Just as you imagined, these are all my summons, Chen Tianming assured him with a confident and affirming gaze. Wow! Gao Wei leapt in place, bounding to Chen Tianming's side, clutching his leg tightly. Brother leg, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. From this moment on, I am but a pendant on your leg. Wherever you go, I shall follow. In that moment, Gao Wei realized that he was not merely clutching Chen Tianming's thigh, but rather embracing his own future. Beside him, Li Ming and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, their lips twitching as they cast envious looks at Gao Wei. Deep down, they too yearned for such an embrace, yet their feminine modesty restrained them from engaging in such an unbecoming act. Instead, they stood shyly beside Chen Tianming, quietly admiring the allure of the man before them. Chapter 36. There is certainly something between them. The four stood at the edge of the square, gazing intently into the distance. Under the overwhelming pressure of their attributes, these mutated zombies were no match for the warriors. They couldn't even breach their defenses. The gene larva, akin to a hungry wolf among a flock of sheep, picked off the zombies with ease, one slash, one grasp sweeping through them mercilessly. The elongated tail tip, smeared with dark brown blood, was a sight to behold under the sun, captivating and horrifying. Each puncture undoubtedly impaled one or even multiple zombies upon its tip. These terrifying mutated zombies fell in droves, as if harvested like crops, collapsing by the roadside. Experience points surged dramatically. Good heavens, is this your summoned beast? It's practically a legion of slaughter, a synonym for brutality. Gao Wei exclaimed with a grin, as he stood still, watching his experience points rise rapidly to level 9, but the corners of Gao Wei's mouth were like an AK-47, impossible to suppress. Chen Tianming also bore a smile. After approximately an hour, the entire Lost City was devoid of a single zombie. The four continued to linger at the square's edge, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Chen Tianming sensed through his mental link that an immensely powerful zombie was being besieged by the swarm. This zombie was indeed formidable, capable of piercing a warrior's exoskeleton with each blow. It was the first time Chen Tianming encountered a creature that could injure a warrior. Yet that was all it could muster. Against the relentless tide of the swarm, even the strongest individual met a bitter end. Within mere minutes, this powerful zombie perished under the claws of the warriors and gene larvae, never having laid eyes on its attackers. A familiar voice echoed in the ears of those in the square. Congratulations on clearing the Lost City. Hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon clearance. Congratulations. Your clearance time is 1 hour and 5 minutes. Setting a new record and currently ranking first. You will receive 1 million Tianxian coins, which will be automatically credited to your account within 3 working days. For any inquiries, please visit the Adventurers Association. However, an additional notification chimed in Chen Tianming's ear. Ding! Congratulations on completing optional task 2, earning 2 lottery chances. Preparing rewards for the host. Ready. Would you like to draw now? Chen Tianming chose not to rush the draw, planning to wait until he returned home alone that evening. After clearing the dungeon, Chen Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao reappeared at the square on Lake Heart Island. Heavens, leveling up 1.5 levels in a dungeon. Plus 1 million Tianxian coins. The moment they landed, the 3 of them jumped with excitement, tugging at Chen Tianming and chattering animatedly. Suddenly, a voice called from afar. Tianming, I thought I arrived early, but it seems I am late. The group looked up to see Fong Ping, the principal of the 4th high school, approaching with a stunning young woman in an ornate robe, both sharing laughter as they walked toward the 4. Tianming, have you already completed a dungeon? Principal Gao Wei, I know Chen Tianming just took us through a dungeon. Li Ming and Su Mingyao chimed in, bowing slightly in respect. Fong Ping nodded in satisfaction. Tianming, this is for you. He produced a milky white stone and handed it to him. This is a refreshed stone. With this, you can run dungeons without any limits, but each stone can only be used 10 times. Once those are exhausted, you'll need to purchase more. Great, Chen Tianming replied, pleased as he tucked the refreshed stone away. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Principal Liu from the 7th High School. Her student here is Xue Shan, a rare talent with the profession of a healer. Principal Liu, this is Chen Tianming, the destined one of our 4th high school this year. You can call him Xiaoming. Hello, Principal Liu, the four greeted in unison. Truly, he is the pride of Jiangcheng, undeniably a fine specimen. Principal Liu, you flatter me, Chen Tianming stammered. Xiaoming, I noticed you were with a few classmates in the dungeon. I wonder if you could take on another? Principal Liu's voice was melodious and inviting, accompanied by an intriguing scent. Chen Tianming shivered involuntarily, and as he prepared to respond, he found himself staring into an unfathomable chasm, so deep it seemed bottomless. The words he was about to utter vanished along with his swallowed saliva. Even with his life experience from 2 worlds, he had never encountered such an imposing chasm. Not a problem, rest assured. Principal Liu, I will supervise Gao Wei to ensure he completes this task, Gao Wei interjected, his expression that of a smitten fool, as though he were the one leading the charge. Principal Liu smiled playfully, casting a teasing glance at the flustered Chen Tianming without saying a word. Don't worry. I won't let you go empty-handed, she said, handing Chen Tianming a card containing 3 million. This is compensation for the time you spend mentoring my student. If you can help her reach elite level 5 before the big exam, I will provide you with an unexpected reward. Chen Tianming was taken aback, looking dazedly at Fang Ping, who shrugged. Since Principal Liu has given it to you, just accept it. Xue Shan's healing abilities will be quite beneficial for your dungeon runs. With her, the 5 of you can form a complete team. With Fang Ping's approval, Chen Tianming finally accepted the bank card. After he did, Fang Ping stepped closer to Principal Liu, taking her hand with a sly grin. Nothing more to discuss. Principal Liu and I will take our leave. You youngsters take your time getting to know each other. At his words, Principal Liu rolled her eyes but said nothing, allowing Fang Ping to lead her away from the dungeon square. Meanwhile, Gao Wei wore a knowing expression, his demeanor growing increasingly mischievous. By the way, let's take them to level up a bit, then attempt to conquer the underground magic cave. Hell level that if we succeed, there will be extra benefits, Fang Ping reminded Chen Tianming, ensuring he wouldn't forget, before wrapping his arm around Principal Liu's slender waist and walking out of the square step by step. Chapter 37. Leave everything to Gao Wei. Once the 2 principals had departed, the previously silent Li Ming and Su Mingyao burst into excitement, their curiosity ignited. Gao Wei, did you see that? There's definitely something going on between them. Who would have thought? Our Principal Fang, usually so burly and imposing, could be with a top-tier beauty like Principal Liu. Indeed, Principal Liu's aura is remarkable. In her presence, we feel like mere children, utterly incomparable. Who says? I think Li Ming is not much inferior to Principal Liu, Gao Wei declared with conviction, sneaking a glance at Li Ming's figure. Noticing Gao Wei's gaze, Li Ming feigned anger. If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. I won't look. Chen Tianming cleared his throat, gesturing discreetly to the side. Let's be mindful. Xue classmate is still here. Gao Wei finally caught on, feeling quite embarrassed. Sorry, I got carried away just now. No, it's fine, Xue Shan said, blushing and waving her hand dismissively. Su Mingyao approached Xue Shan, taking her hand. Shan, let's ignore these troublemakers that you am. Okay, Xue Shan replied, somewhat shy. Li Ming joined in, engaging Xue Shan in conversation to keep the atmosphere lively. Before long, the 3 young women were animatedly chatting, their excitement palpable, their gestures lively, causing Gao Wei to drool at the sight. Xue Shan, what level are you now? Su Mingyao inquired. I just reached elite level 1 yesterday. What about you? Upon mentioning this, Li Ming and Su Mingyao immediately perked up. Thanks to Brother Leg, we only just managed to step into elite level 1 yesterday, but after completing a dungeon just now. We've already ascended to elite level 2, and level 3 is just around the corner. What do you think, Xue classmate? Are you envious? Who is Brother Leg? Xue Shan inquired, puzzled. Brother Leg is Chen Tianming, they exclaimed. Just now, it was all thanks to him that we pierced through the hell difficulty of the Lost City. Xue Shan stood frozen in place, repeating in disbelief. A single person conquered the hell-level Lost City. How is that even possible? How could it not be? Gao Wei retorted, if it weren't for that, how could we call him Brother Leg? He then turned to Chen Tianming with an ingratiating smile. Isn't that right, Brother Leg? Perhaps my class is indeed suited for dungeon runs, Chen Tianming remarked, directing a party invitation to Shueshan. All right, we should enter the dungeon now. Seeing Shueshan still somewhat skeptical, Gao Wei excitedly added, let me take you to witness firsthand why he's called Brother Leg. Ding. At the moment Shueshan accepted the party invitation, Chen Tianming raised a refreshed stone, causing the stone in his hand to emit a white light. And the 5 figures vanished from the dungeon square once again. In the square of the Lost City, the 5 landed simultaneously. Shueshan confirmed she had entered the dungeon, but still within the protective array. She was unaware of the dungeon's difficulty. She glanced at the party information. Chen Tianming, Elite Level 4 Gao Wei, Elite Level 2 Li Ming, Elite Level 2 Su Mingyao, Elite Level 2 Shueshan. Elite Level 1. Then she took a small step forward. A voice resonated in her mind. Lost City. Hell level officially opened. Shueshan realized that Chen Tianming had indeed chosen a hell level dungeon. And she began to feel a bit anxious. That it wasn't that she doubted the abilities of Chen Tianming and the others. Based on her previous experiences, their team would have no issue tackling the Tide Beach. And it wasn't impossible to challenge the Lost City either. However, starting off with hell level difficulty genuinely unnerved her. After all, dungeons could be deadly. But soon enough, she would understand why Chen Tianming was referred to as Brother Leg. It was just then, snap, snap. Chen Tianming snapped his fingers, and a horde of warriors and genetic parasites appeared around the square, startling Shueshan into leaping up in fright. Boom, crack, crack. Experience 1260, experience 1374, experience 1198. The melodious sound of experience acquisition began to flood her ears. Shueshan's expression shifted from sheer terror to contemplation, and then to utter bewilderment. Just as she was about to ask something, she saw Gao Wei raising 2 prominent wild cards high above his head, then slamming them down onto the ground with great force, shouting bomb. 3 with 1. I win. You two, put your faces out. I'm about to start. Shueshan, how about a game of Landlord? Shueshan shook her head, suggesting, perhaps not. I prefer to observe Brother Leg summon beasts. Soon enough, Gao Wei burst into laughter. Haha, Shueshan, you've run out of space on your face for notes. He held Li Ming's brush, chuckling heartily to that moment. Shueshan's face was adorned with various drawings. Chapter 38. The Tomb of Elite-Level Warriors at that moment. Every face was painted with an array of lines. With Gao Wei and Shueshan nearly covered, running out of room to draw. Just then, as the group was indulging in their merriment, both Shueshan and the nearby Chen Tianming suddenly shuddered. Then came the announcement. Congratulations on clearing Lost City. Hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations. Your completion time for this dungeon is 55 minutes, breaking the record and currently ranking first. You have received 1 million Tianxian coins. The Tianxian coins will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. For any discrepancies, please inquire at the Adventurers Association. Before anyone could react, a black vortex appeared before them. That is so soon. Shueshan was taken aback. They had cleared a hell-level dungeon in under an hour. Cough, cough. This is the second run. The first time, I didn't know the location of the boss. Chen Tianming scratched his head. This time, I instructed the summons to head straight for the boss, so naturally, we were faster. After a brief conversation, Chen Tianming opened the dungeon panel once more. In the next moment. Swoosh! The 5 figures vanished from their spot yet again. Approximately 50 minutes later, the 5 reappeared in the dungeon square. Brother Leg, that was exhilarating. I feel that if we do this a few more times, I could step into Elite Level 3. This leveling speed is simply delightful. This moment. The others had all ascended to Elite Level 2, and Shueshan had successfully reached Elite Level 2 as well. Her expression filled with excitement. The sensation of watching her experience bar fill up instantaneously was utterly intoxicating. The 4 turned their gazes toward Chen Tianming, awaiting his next course of action to be why now. They had all regarded him as their main pillar of support. Ding, detected that the host level has risen to Elite Level 5. Optional Task 1 completed. You have gained a chance to draw rewards. Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Would you like to start the draw now? Yes? No? Chen Tianming resolutely chose to decline. 3 runs at hell-level dungeons had provided him with nearly 200,000 experience points. Coupled with the previous experience, he had just stepped into Elite Level 5 after defeating the boss. That if he had been soloing, he would have undoubtedly reached Elite Level 5 long ago. However, since they were in a team, there was no point in dwelling on that. he decided to delay the drawing for now. Looking at the four, Chen Tianming stated, "For the next dungeon, I intend to challenge the Underground Abyss, Hell level. Are you coming?" The Underground Abyss? Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, the others were momentarily taken aback. Shuaishan seemed to have some knowledge about this dungeon and quickly exclaimed, "Why the sudden leap in difficulty?" Among the 3 dungeons available today, the Underground Abyss has the highest difficulty. It is said that the final boss is an extraordinary being among the monsters, its power rivaling that of human heroes. Unlike the Lost City, where the small monsters are not particularly formidable and their attack methods are rather singular, the Underground Abyss is entirely different. Why Master warned me that the monsters there not only possess a certain level of intelligence, but can also adapt to changing situations, even setting traps for adventurers. Moreover, the terrain in this dungeon is complex, and the boss can completely overpower lower-level adventurers in terms of attributes. It is said that when the Underground Abyss was first opened a few years ago, many confident adventurers ventured forth only to return with fewer than 1 in 10. Hence, this dungeon is also known as the Tomb of Elite-Level Warriors. Shuaishan shook her head. "Among us 5, you are the only one with any fighting power in this dungeon, or more accurately, your summons. Although you have many summoned creatures, the Underground Abyss, known as the Tomb of Elite-Level Warriors, has earned its reputation. My suggestion is that we should attempt the dungeon starting from a lower difficulty and gradually work our way up, rather than jumping straight into the exaggerated hell level." Chen Tianming waved his hand with a gentle smile. "Don't worry. I have great confidence in my summons." Others may not be aware, but Chen Tianming was certainly well aware of the attributes and skills of his summoned beasts. The Underground Abyss was clearly a dungeon with an exceedingly complex terrain. And coincidentally, the genetic parasites were the perfect hunters for such a setting. Now that he had reached Elite Level 5, the panel for the genetic parasite had transformed to Genetic Parasite, Mature Form, Level. Elite Level 5, Sealed Constitution, 2600 Strength, 2600 Agility, 2600 Spirit, 2600 Skills, Sturdy Wall. The genetic parasite can add a layer of solid armor during combat, thereby further enhancing its defense. Bloodthirsty. After receiving damage, the genetic parasite enters a bloodthirsty state, in which its strength increases by 400% for 15 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Propagation. When the genetic parasite feels a desire to reproduce, it will begin seeking healthy or powerful life forms to implant new genetic parasites within their bodies. Evaluation. This is a race with a strong desire to reproduce, known for its cunning and almost cold-blooded temperament, making it a perfect nocturnal hunter, often lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Excelling in complex terrains. It also possesses parasitic and reproductive characteristics. Elite Level 5, with all attributes at 2,600 points. What does this concept entail? Not to mention heroes. Even a bear-equipped figure in the mountain-moving realm would likely raise questions about such attribute values. Possessing intelligence? Capable of ambush. In the presence of natural-born killers, all else pales in comparison. Once they enter the dungeon, the genetic parasites will teach those monsters what true cruelty entails, observing Chen Tianming's resolute determination to proceed. The other 4 felt an overwhelming sense of conflict. They were uncertain whether he possessed genuine confidence or was merely blinded by overconfidence in his own abilities. It was Gao Wei who first stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Everything I have now has been granted by Brother Tui. How can I falter at the first sign of difficulty? If I do not follow in Brother Tui's footsteps, I may never have the chance to team up again." Chen Tianming nodded, his gaze shifting to the others. Shuaishan sighed, then retrieved several scrolls from her backpack, handing one to each person. "These are escape scrolls. If you encounter danger, tearing one will allow you to exit the dungeon safely. Should we succeed in clearing the dungeon, the subsequent coaching fees will be covered." This revelation took Chen Tianming by surprise. He had not anticipated such generosity from the young girl, offering each person an escape scroll. Although he possessed one himself, it had been acquired after vanquishing over 20 members of the Qinglong gang. Coupled with a substantial transaction involving a genuine Bagua treasure to He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing, which had afforded him his wealth. Under normal circumstances, it was uncommon for someone at this stage of their career to have such financial means. However, Chen Tianming dismissed these thoughts as he saw the others accept Shuaishan's scrolls. "I'm ready to enter. Are you all prepared?" The women responded in unison. We are ready, Brother Tae. Go ahead. All right, I will proceed. Chen Tianming selected the dungeon option and decisively clicked confirm. In an instant, the five of them vanished from their original location. Chapter 39. Challenge of the Underground Dungeon. True to its name. The underground dungeon revealed itself as the five found themselves in a dimly lit, cramped chamber. Before them loomed a massive iron door with a small gap at its center. Through this aperture, a broad tunnel could be clearly seen beyond the door, flanked by flickering oil lamps that cast an ominous glow, providing no sense of safety, but rather amplifying the air of dread. Distant roars echoed ominously, suggesting that something terrifying lurked in the shadows. Poised to strike a fatal blow, the terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the young women. Brother Tae, is it truly safe? Gao Wei, equally unsettled, cast a terrified glance at Chen Tianming, without responding. Chen Tianming approached the iron door and placed his hand on the handle. With a creak, accompanied by a sharp, grating metallic sound, the door swung open. The moment the door opened, the system's voice resonated in their minds. Underground dungeon. Hell level. Officially commenced. The act of opening the door marked the formal initiation of the dungeon. The door swung wide. Chen Tianming snapped his fingers, and 50 genetic parasites appeared in the tunnel. Given the narrow terrain, he could only summon 50 at once, he mused, sensing a battle unfolding ahead. Through their mental connection, he observed a creature nearly 2 meters tall, with a pair of crimson eyes, engaged in combat with the genetic parasites. Yet, before the parasite's superior attributes, the humanoid creature was quickly immobilized. As he pondered why the creature had not been exterminated, he suddenly sensed an intense emotion, one of a desire for reproduction and parasitism. Standing still, he contemplated briefly and acquiesced to the request, swiftly transmitting this emotion to the lifeless body on the ground. Chen Tianming then directed the remaining parasites to scout ahead for hosts. Once the genetic parasites had moved on, he snapped his fingers again, summoning another 50 to the tunnel. After issuing the same command and ensuring the parasites had departed, Chen Tianming began summoning warriors. However, after summoning 500 warriors, he ceased further calls. All right, follow me. He beckoned to the others behind him. This map is rather vast. We cannot afford to remain stationary for long. Is there a distance limitation between you and your summoned creatures? Shui Shan astutely observed. Indeed, Chen Tianming admitted without hesitation. Before long, the five reached the first creature that had been parasitized. Chen Tianming produced a scanner and began examining the unconscious beast sprawled on the ground. Monster. Blood slave level. Rare level 6. Rare enhanced type. Strength. 800 agility. 500 spirit. 300 constitution. 700 skills. Bloodthirst. Berserk. Upon reviewing the monster's attributes, Chen Tianming fell into contemplation. Based on past experiences, the attributes of a boss typically outstrip those of lesser monsters by about 2 to 3 times. This indicated that the final boss of the underground dungeon would likely possess attributes ranging from 1600 to 2400. Slightly weaker than his genetic parasites, it was indeed fitting for a hell-level dungeon. However, he noted with a sense of reassurance that while the blood slaves were formidable, they paled in comparison to his genetic parasites. They may be powerful individually, but he commanded a swarm. Thinking along these lines, he felt somewhat reassured. To him, these blood slaves were not dissimilar to the zombies in the Lost City. What is the situation with this blood slave? Why is it lying here motionless? Gao Wei inquired, perplexed. It has been incapacitated by my summoned creatures using special techniques and will remain unconscious for the time being. Then why not take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the creature? Su Mingyao asked, equally puzzled. If it awakens, we would be caught off guard. In response to Su Mingyao's concern, Chen Tianming merely smiled faintly, assuring them not to worry. So, Brother Tue, what tasks must we undertake in this dungeon? Li Ming asked. None for now. Let us take a leisurely stroll here for the time being. A stroll? Shui Shan questioned, puzzled. Indeed, this is my first visit to this dungeon, and I am unfamiliar with the terrain. I do not know where the boss is located. Through my summoned creatures, I can sense that the layout here is rather intricate, so you must stay close to avoid getting lost in the tunnel. Once we locate the final boss, defeating it will conclude our journey through this dungeon. Gao Wei, unconcerned with the details, observed the area as safety and exclaimed, Brother Tae, why have we not heard any notifications of experience gain yet? Hee hee. Chen Tianming replied with a mysterious smile. patience, let the bullets fly for a while. Thus, the four followed Qin Tianming as they strolled through this so-called graveyard for elite-level warriors that as time passed, the group began to feel increasingly peculiar. Over the course of 2 hours, every blood slave they encountered lay unconscious on the ground, with not a single notification of experience gained to be heard. Their attempts to slay the fallen blood slaves were thwarted by Qin Tianming, who prevented them from doing so. Each time they inquired, he offered no response, simply urging them to remain patient. After 2 hours, Qin Tianming had thoroughly grasped the layout of the underground dungeon. Soon, under his guidance, a shadowy ancient castle emerged before them. Chapter 40. The game of chance. The castle was situated at the end of a concealed pathway that as they approached, they discovered it to be a vast underground cavern, open on 3 sides, with only the narrow path before them leading to the castle entrance. Several pallid guards stood dutifully at the entrance, their crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, poised to launch a deadly attack at the slightest sign of disturbance. The entire cavern was steeped in an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The 5 surveyed their surroundings, beginning to assess the environment. The underground dungeon equated to an ordinary elite level 6 dungeon, with hell level difficulty. It was recommended for elite level 8 players. The boss was the master of this underground castle, named Nicola, a creature with vampiric abilities that he possessed 3 skills. One that allowed him to recover from injuries, called Drain, another that amplified his attributes, named Crimson, and a third, a dodging skill called Bat Transformation. It was also crucial to note that when this boss was attacked, he could emit an ultrasonic wave, summoning all surrounding minor monsters back to his side. Thus, the optimal strategy was to eliminate all minor monsters without alerting the boss, then concentrate their forces for a decisive assault on the boss. Upon entering the cavern, Shuaishan effortlessly recited the boss's fundamental information that, if I remember correctly, there is a note in my teacher's record stating that there is an underground passage surrounding the cave, leading directly into the castle, that we could attempt to locate this passage and stealthily infiltrate it, eliminating the blood slaves inside the castle before ultimately joining forces to defeat the boss. This would be the strategy with the highest success rate for clearing the dungeon. Gao Wei and others stood by, momentarily stunned that there really so much intricacy involved in clearing a dungeon. Leg brother, what is your opinion? Just then, a melodious and clear voice echoed through everyone's minds like raindrops falling. Kill enhanced rare level 6 blood slave, experience 1720, experience 1860, experience 1780. Gao Wei exclaimed, "What is happening?" Shuaishan quickly realized and turned her gaze towards Qin Tianming ahead. The magical creatures that had collapsed on the ground began to perish one by one. Leg brother, is this the result of your summoned creatures? Qin Tianming nodded slightly, not denying it that a chill ran through the crowd. What terrifying ability is this? After incapacitating the magical creatures, they simply die. Could it be that his summons possess the ability to poison? Shuaishan looked at Qin Tianming with a hint of trepidation, feeling an indescribable malevolence emanating from his shadow in the dark, damp underground tunnel, instinctively taking a few steps back. However, Qin Tianming paid no heed to her small actions and smiled slightly. It seems the bullets have hit their mark. Now it's time to reel in the net. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Tianming instantaneously summoned hundreds of warriors that scattered across the walls of the cave. Then, with a mere thought, these fearsome creatures surged towards the ancient castle at the end of the tunnel, guided by some unseen force, intermixed with several figures of Jin primordial worms. Some launched their assault from the front of the tunnel, while others hung upside down beneath it, charging forth as if traversing flat ground. Their forms were graceful and agile, utilizing gravity and their own strength to swiftly dash forward. The air within the tunnel howled as dust and debris flew. Yet these warriors remained undaunted, resolutely advancing towards their foes. Truly, they're the main battle force of the Iraqi lineage, capable of combat in all terrains. Qin Tianming nodded in approval. Boom! Soon, the doors of the castle were shattered into fragments by the warriors' onslaught. Countless blood slaves shrieked as they charged out, some wielding crimson spears and sharp swords. Several elite blood slaves remained silent atop the castle, waiting for the warriors to invade before spreading their wings and leaping down, aiming to ambush the warriors below in concert with the blood slaves inside. However, it seemed these elite blood slaves had underestimated the strength of the Iraqi insect race and the cunning of the Jin primordial worms. The moment they landed, They were pounced upon by the primordial worms hidden among the swarm that a flash of cold light, invisible to the naked eye, darted past, and the head of one blood slave exploded instantly. The primordial worm then vanished into the swarm, never to be seen again. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It was their first time observing the lethal methods of the gene primordial worms at such close proximity. A single strike kill, a perfect concealment technique. They could hardly fathom what it would be like to face such terrifying creatures themselves. Thankfully, these monsters were on their side, that a sense of relief washed over everyone. Perhaps there was no elite-level dungeon this fellow could not conquer. Shuaishan regarded Qin Tianming with deep respect, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Subsequently, she fell silent, now understanding why Qin Tianming dared to challenge this underground lair. If it were merely a matter of numbers, the endeavor might be precarious. However, if these summoned creatures possessed their own intelligence and understood ambush tactics, the situation would be entirely different. Little did she know. Qin Tianming had over 10,000 worms still waiting to be summoned in his nest space. Even without the gene primordial worms, the warriors alone would be sufficient to flatten this underground lair. Qin Tianming turned around, retrieving a brand new deck of cards from his ring, smiling as he said, "Shall we play some poker?" "What is poker?" the three girls inquired, puzzled. Gao Wei chuckled. "It's simpler than land-based games. Let me teach you." All right. I want to take revenge for earlier. Chapter 41. A cranium collapse kill, enhanced rare level 7 blood slave. Experience 1920. Kill enhanced rare level 8 blood slave. Experience 2120. Kill enhanced rare level 8 blood slave boss. Experience 4120. The melodious sounds of experience acquisition resonated continuously in the ears of the five, speaking of which, the magical creatures in the castle should have been mostly cleared by now. It had been quite a while without any experience notifications. Qin Tianming glanced at the 3 cards in his hand and sighed. "Leg brother, your summoned creatures haven't been drained dry by that vampire creature named Nikolai, have they?" Gao Wei also stood up, placing his cards down. Seeing the two rise as if to leave, Li Ming protested. "You two hold on. Even if the King of Heaven, Nikolai's father, mother, or ancestors were to arrive today, you both must show me your cards. I have 3 queens, a full house. Even if you two run, each of you owes me 100 cranium collapses." Qin Tianming ignored her, turning to Gao Wei, his expression anxious. "This is bad. Something feels off. I sense my summoned creatures are in danger, as if they might die." Gao Wei nodded. "Leg brother, shouldn't we hurry to rescue your summoned creatures?" Upon hearing this, Shuaishan and Su Mingyao dropped their cards and hurriedly chimed in. Yes. Let's rush to aid Leg brother's summoned creatures." Shuaishan, "Su Mingyao, you two can't just dash off," Li Ming exclaimed, flustered. "You both still have bets down. Each of you owes me 100 cranium collapses." Seeing the 4 move further away, Li Ming was so furious she stamped her foot in place. Then, feeling indignant, gathered the playing cards and followed after them. The 5 entered the main hall, witnessing the floor strewn with blood and flesh. Occasional sounds from above soon fell silent again, leaving only the rustling noises. They knew these were the sounds made by the warriors walking on the floor. It appeared that the entire castle had been thoroughly cleared by the Iraqi insect race and the warriors. "Oh look, there's a staff here." In the corridor, Gao Wei's keen eyes spotted a glimmering object that he approached to investigate. Weapon, staff of blood quality, rare applicable level, none spirit, 100 strength, 30 agility, -10 effect. Increases the power of fire attribute spells by 15%. "Who among the 4 of you wants this staff?" The 4 gathered around to look, and upon discovering it could enhance fire attribute spell potency, they all unconsciously turned their gazes towards Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao shook her head repeatedly, saying shyly, "You all have already helped me level up. It wouldn't be fair for me to take the equipment." Qin Tianming seized the staff and handed it to Su Mingyao. "I still owe you 50 cranium collapses. Let this serve as your payment." Without waiting for her to refuse, he pressed the staff in her hands. Seeing this, Li Ming's eyes sparkled. She approached Qin Tianming, grabbing his arm and shaking it playfully, saying sweetly, "Leg brother, about that 100 cranium collapses you owe me, can I exchange it for 2 pieces of equipment?" Qin Tianming, feeling the touch on his arm, became somewhat uncomfortable and replied, all right, as long as everyone agrees, you can have it." "Yay! Leg brother is so wonderful." With that, she planted a kiss on Qin Tianming's cheek. The crowd immediately erupted in laughter, the atmosphere becoming lively. Su Mingyao's earlier embarrassment was swiftly alleviated by Li Meng's antics. The five continued to explore and soon discovered a second piece of equipment in an attic on the second floor. It was a decorative bracelet that could enhance mental strength that Su Mingyao, having just received a staff, remained silent, while Xue Shan expressed disinterest. Thus, after gaining the group's consent, Li Ming successfully acquired the bracelet, joyfully adorning her wrist. After a while, a loud crash echoed from above. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. The group rushed to the corridor and looked out the window, where they saw a gigantic bat tumbling in the air. As if it might fall at any moment, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that a gene primordial worm was clinging to it. Thud! Thud! After struggling for a moment, the massive bat plummeted to the ground. Lying motionless, Chen Tianming sensed it had been parasitized. Seeing the ultimate boss collapse, the group began to wander within the castle, scavenging scattered equipment. About half an hour later, several pieces of equipment were found strewn across the castle. As the castle lay devoid of loot, the five turned their gazes towards Shan Ting. "Oh, leg brother, why hasn't a teleportation portal appeared?" Gao Wei asked, puzzled. Could it be because that creature named Nikolai is still alive? Seeing that the entire underground lair bore little value, Chen Tianming, contemplating the immediate execution of Nicola, was suddenly struck by an emotional transmission from all the genetic primordial worms, pleading with him not to hunt Nicola. Taken aback, he paused in place to decipher the information conveyed by the swarm, and soon his face lit up with joy. It turned out that a genetic primordial worm queen was about to emerge from Nicola's body. From the insights shared by the primordial worms, he learned that the queen was an extraordinarily powerful entity within their race, capable of effortlessly annihilating ordinary genetic primordial worms while possessing the ability to lay and hatch offspring. Gao Wei and the others, noticing Chen Tianming's solitary delight, curiously inquired, "Leg brother, what are you so happy about all by yourself?" Chen Tianming offered them a slight smile, refraining from elaboration, and instead, with an expression brimming with excitement, retrieved a brand new deck of cards from his ring. "Come, let us indulge in a game of Jinhua before we leave, that I intend to win back the 100 brain bounces I just lost." Chapter 42. The 9-turn fish soup. An hour later, after vanquishing the rare level 9 dungeon lord, Nicola, he received 55,000 elite points, a blood core, and a bloodthirsty staff. Nicola is dead. The five players engaged Inja. Jinhua paused momentarily upon hearing the announcement. Ding! Immortal level genetic primordial worm, queen detected. Talent skill activated. Grade 1. Grade enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Saint Spirit level genetic primordial worm queen. Immediately thereafter, another message echoed. Congratulations on clearing the underground lair. Hell level. Settling this dungeon's rewards. Congratulations. Your clearance time for this dungeon is 4 hours and 38 minutes. You will receive 500,000 Tianxian coins, which will be automatically credited to your account within 3 business days. For any discrepancies, please consult the Adventurers Association. With a swish, a black vortex materialized at the center of the hall. That moment, Chen Tianming sensed a vague, yet exceedingly malevolent aura emanating from outside the castle. It was the genetic primordial worm queen. Hungry, a voice reminiscent of a child's babbling echoed in his mind. Astonished, Chen Tianming pondered how the queen could speak. There was ample food in the worm nest space. He decided to store the queen within it first. With a mere thought, he drew the queen into the worm nest. All right, the dungeon has concluded. Everyone should take their leave. With that, sporting a few prominent bumps on his head, he was the first to step into the teleportation portal. Swish! The five appeared in the dungeon plaza. Leg brother, shall we continue? We've been at it all day. Perhaps we should rest for a while. Gao Wei, one hand on his head and the other clutching his stomach, remarked with a pained expression that in the last hour, he had endured over 300 brain bounces, nearly losing his mind among them. He was the most physically resilient. The others either provided support or were not strength-based classes. Chen Tianming had similarly taken over 100 hits, while Su Mingyao had endured dozens. Her forehead reddened. Only Li Ming and Xue Shan had been hit the least, laughing heartily and appearing unsatisfied. Seeing this, Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Can't you handle it anymore? It was fine drawing on your face at first. Why change the rules? Look where that got you. Who says I can't handle it? I just skipped lunch. I'm merely hungry now. Gao Wei retorted stubbornly that if you don't believe me, let us have a few more rounds later. And I'll crack your head open. All right. Let's go eat. Shuaishan interrupted their banter. I know a nearby restaurant with quite a good reputation called Yin Lu. How about we go there? Oh, a restaurant recommended by a rich girl must be exceptional, Gao Wei exclaimed, suddenly intrigued at your treating, right? Sure, no problem, Shuaishan replied readily. Soon, the five, under Shuaishan's guidance, arrived at the entrance of a luxurious restaurant. Here we are, this is Yin Lu. As they reached the entrance, Gao Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this is indeed Yin Lu, truly befitting a rich girl. Chen Timing, unfamiliar with the area, inquired, is this restaurant very famous? Are you serious, leg brother? You don't know Yin Lu. It's one of the finest establishments in Jiangxing. Let me put it this way. Dining here costs a minimum of several thousand Tianxian coins per meal. If you want to enjoy yourself more, indulging in drinks could easily lead to expenditures in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing Gao Wei's remarks, Li Ming and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, inwardly astonished but relieved at their fortunate companion. It's not even the best. This restaurant specializes in processing various magical creature meats, gaining a bit of renown. Their signature dish is the 9-turn fish soup. Only they have the capability to prepare this dish. And it's said that the head chef is a skilled culinary practitioner with considerable talent. Shuaishan elaborated. The 9-turn fish soup is made using 9 distinct techniques, allowing one to savor 9 different flavors in a single bite. Hence its fame throughout Jiangxing. After hearing Shuaishan's explanation, the group felt a surge of anticipation. Thank you, classmate Shui, not a big deal. Shuaishan waved off the gratitude, summoning a waiter to lead them upstairs. However, they were caught off guard as they entered the hall, greeted by a mocking voice that, oh, look who has arrived. Isn't this the destined one from the 4th high? Why aren't you busy grinding at the tidal beach? The five turned in confusion to find Qian Feng and his entourage lounging in a private booth on the 2nd floor, looking down at them. Chapter 43. Qian Feng's thoughts. Hey, are you sure you're in the right place? This is Yin Lu. Just a glass of water here costs 200 Tianxian coins at this upscale restaurant. Can you even afford it? Qian Feng taunted, balancing his wine glass with his thumb, middle, and ring fingers as he sauntered over to them. Do you see this drink in my hand? It's called Ho, produced in the capital, crafted by at least 10 brewing masters from the sea-toppling realm. As for the price, not too steep, just 3,000 Tianxian coins a glass. Care to try? He swayed the glass lightly before them, his pale face adorned with a sickly smile and derision. Ho? Even dogs wouldn't drink that swill. Who would actually enjoy it? Shuaishan scoffed at her words. Qian Feng's expression darkened. But upon seeing her beauty, his eyes lit up that he then glanced at Li Ming and Su Mingyao. His gaze growing fixed, he sniffed the air as if detecting some exquisite delicacy, and then chuckled. I see you brought along so many lovely ladies. No wonder you're putting on airs here. Gao Wei frowned. Qian Feng, haven't you had enough? If your gang's leader finds out that you, the destined one, are here indulging instead of grinding dungeons, how do you think he would react? Yet, this time, Qian Feng remained unperturbed, replying with a disdainful tone, this is a celebration feast, and I have the leader's approval. Indeed, Qian Xiao has already secured a spot in the Tiangong plan and will head to the capital for the assessment once the grand exam concludes. Furthermore, Qian Xiao has garnered the leader's favor, receiving a refresh stone that lasts for a whole week. This is to ensure Qian Xiao can level up before the grand exam and strive for the top spot in the selection assessment. Chun Tianming was taken aback that a refresh stone that lasts a week. I know about refresh stones, but aren't they supposed to be one-time use items? Is there such a thing as a weekly type? Could there even be a monthly type? Use it once, and it allows unlimited dungeon runs for a week. Chun Tianming was bewildered. If he had such an item, he calculated that he could potentially reach heroic level before the grand exam. Indeed, no matter the time, the privileged class always wielded methods beyond the imagination of ordinary folk that AS for the Tiangong plan. He had heard about it countless times already and was quite familiar with its significance. Clearly, this plan was of great importance, as evidenced by the immense response it had elicited. It seemed one of Qian Feng's lackeys chimed in. Today, our Qian Xiao has stepped into elite level 3. Tomorrow, the Qinglong gang will arrange for him to grind in the Lost City or even the underground lair. With the refresh stone, Qian Xiao might even reach heroic level before the grand exam, representing Jiangxing in battle. Meanwhile, Yula will probably be relegated to grinding in the Lost City. Ha ha ha. Gao Wei, Shuaishan, and the others exchanged glances, looking at Qian Feng and his crew as if they were mere clowns. Shui Shan, unwilling to engage further, sighed, "What a bunch of fools. Let us head to our private room." Upon hearing this, the laughter from Qian Xiao's group erupted once more. "Little sister, the Heian Lu is not like any ordinary restaurant. Entry to the private rooms requires VIP status. However, obtaining VIP status at Heian Lu is not simply a matter of wealth. The membership cards are categorized into 3 tiers. Gold, Diamond, and Crown. Gold tier clients are permitted dining on the 2nd floor, while Diamond tier clients can relish their meals on the 3rd floor. AS for the legendary Crown card. It grants exclusive access to the entire 4th floor dining area without interruptions. I, in my modest capacity, have just attained the esteemed status of Gold tier VIP at Heian Lu, and thus have reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. Why not invite you and your female classmates to join us in our private room on the 2nd floor? We can explore the philosophies of life and discuss future career aspirations together." Qian Feng and his companions were animatedly discussing when they suddenly halted, as if their mechanisms had jammed. They beheld the server accompanying Shui Shan, who, without a moment's hesitation, guided them upstairs. Eventually, the server brought them to the base of the stairs leading to the 4th floor, bowed slightly, and took their leave, leaving Qian Feng and his associates in a state of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. "What is happening?" Qian Feng was taken aback. "How can these 5 individuals ascend directly to the 4th floor private room?" "Hey, are you mistaken? Why are they allowed to go to the 4th floor?" In a fit of urgency, Qian Feng seized the server who had just come down from upstairs, seeking clarification. But in the next moment, bang! Qian Feng's arm seemed to collide with iron. Recoiling painfully to that moment, it dawned on Qian Feng that Heian Lu, catering exclusively to the upper echelons of society, employed servers who were at least of heroic caliber. The extraordinary treatment and stable work environment attracted many to willingly serve as waitstaff here. The prowess of these individuals was far beyond that of Qian Feng, who had recently entered the elite tier. The server's expression remained unchanged as he bowed slightly in apology. "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. Heian Lu has regulations against unnecessary contact with the staff. As for why those 5 are permitted access to the 4th floor private room, it is simply because Ms. Shui is one of our esteemed Crown clients. May I assist you with any other inquiries? If not, I must return to my duties." Qian Feng waved his hand, dismissing the server. "That woman surnamed Shui is a Crown client." He mused, "Surnamed Shui, of an age similar to mine?" Wait, suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. "Did I recall the elder of the gang warning me about a woman named Shui Shan on the list of individuals not to provoke? She is said to be the apprentice of the principal of the 7th high school. Could it possibly be her?" He slammed his fist on the table, the elder's warning igniting a sense of trepidation within him. The action startled his subordinates, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile onto his pale face. "Apologies, I momentarily lost control of my emotions. I hope I didn't amuse you all too much. Let us continue dining." His companions exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain, but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, we shall follow Qian Xiao's lead. We are at your service." The group soon resumed clinking glasses, the atmosphere growing lively once more. Yet, a glint of cold calculation flickered in Qian Feng's eyes as he pondered. The woman surnamed Shui is a force to be reckoned with, yet Chen Tunming is on our Qinglong gang's blacklist. His previous provocations towards Chen Tianming were sanctioned by a higher-up in the gang. As for who that was, the elder had merely raised a finger to the sky, and Qian Feng had immediately understood. It was the gang leader's directive. Qian Feng was indifferent to the leader's motives for targeting Chen Tianming. He was solely concerned with the benefits he could gain. In his eyes, Chen Tianming was a mere pawn, a target he felt emboldened to confront. Despite being the so-called chosen one, Qian Feng saw no reason to hesitate, for Chen Tianming lacked a prominent background that he knew well that Chen Tianming's parents were ordinary factory workers. Although they had recently moved to Tiangu Center, it did not alter the fact that he had no influential connections, unlike Qian Feng, who was backed by the Qinglong gang. This world is not short of talent. But only those who grow into their potential can truly be deemed geniuses. The rest are merely fleeting blooms. Thus, Qian Feng adopted an antagonistic stance towards Chen Tianming, often boasting and attempting to suppress him. This was all for the gang leader to witness, that if the leader noticed his efforts, a few resources would be enough to significantly reduce his struggle, and even if the leader were oblivious. Qian Feng was a proud individual. The self-doubt he felt throughout high school was completely liberated the moment he became the chosen one. Although he spoke derisively of Chen Tianming, it did not equate to disdain for someone else who shared his status. However, the sudden appearance of Xue Shan disrupted his original plans. She was a figure that even the Qinglong gang feared, not due to her youth but rather what she represented. The presence that instilled fear in the Qinglong gang was far beyond what Qian Feng could dare provoke at this moment. Even if he was the chosen one, unless he elevated his status to that of a mountain-moving or ocean-shifting level, perhaps then he might stand a chance against her. Qian Feng was astute, in the face of overwhelming strength. All discussions were futile. Thus, he chose to bide his time, at the dining table. Qian Feng and his subordinates shared laughter. His pallid complexion flushed slightly from the wine. They appeared to be in high spirits. But his gaze remained sharply aware, revealing a deep longing, a yearning for power and authority. Chapter 44. Unveiling Traces. 2 hours later. The 5 youth emerged from the 4th-floor private room of He Yin Lu, each bearing expressions of contentment. Gao Wei, in particular, was patting his belly, emitting satisfied belches. The He Yin Lu truly lives up to its reputation, especially that 9-turn fish soup. It was nothing short of an eye-opener. I initially thought one bite would reveal 9 flavors, but who knew it could also enhance experience and status? It's simply unfathomable. If only we could eat like this every day. Chen Tianming likewise patted his belly and jested. This meal cost nearly 1.55 million Xian coins. Which family can afford such extravagance? How much? Gao Wei asked, looking at Xue Shan in astonishment, as if awaiting her confirmation. Xue Shan tilted her head playfully at Gao Wei. I am not sure. We usually eat first and settle the bill at the end of the month, so I don't really know how much it is. 666. Chen Tianming and the others were once again astounded by her grandiosity. Truly, she was a woman of considerable means. That to indulge in such a lavish meal without even glancing at the price was a testament to her wealth. Chen Tianming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Though he currently possessed around 1 billion, purchasing skills and suitable equipment would soon devour a significant portion to that moment. Chen Tianming and the others began to question Xue Shan's true identity. Surely, she was not merely the principal's apprentice but had a far more substantial background. Yet, Xue Shan did not divulge much about herself, prompting the others to abandon their inquiries. The 5 departed the restaurant, agreeing to reconvene at the dungeon square the following day before bidding each other farewell, leaving only Gao Wei and Chen Tianming standing at the entrance. Like brother, what do you plan to do next? Head home or something else? I intend to visit the Adventurers Association to take care of some matters. What about you? I'll accompany you. I won't be able to sleep if I head home now. Then let us go together. Soon, they were greeted warmly. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Upon seeing Chen Tianming, Yin Yu approached with enthusiasm, a broad smile gracing her face as she looked at him, and Gao Wei. This your friend? Mr. Chen? Yes, this is my classmate Gao Wei. He is here to accompany me. You both should exchange contact information. He seems to be a promising adventurer. They promptly exchanged contact details. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for the recommendation. Your assistance has been invaluable. Yin Yu sincerely expressed her gratitude, and then slightly shifted her body to allow the 2 of them to walk ahead, while she followed closely behind. Before arriving at the professional association, Chen Tianming had previously called Yin Yu to inform her of his imminent arrival. May I inquire, Mr. Chen, what business brings you to the professional association this time? Without beating around the bush, Chen Tianming responded directly, I am here to purchase the Void Transmission Skill Book. How long will it take to apply for it from the headquarters? Additionally, I have some idle items I wish to sell. Can you handle that here? As he spoke, he cast a deep glance at Yin Yu. Understanding the implication behind Chen Tianming's gaze, Yin Yu solemnly assured him. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our association will keep all client information confidential. However, our prices may be slightly lower than those outside, but we guarantee absolute discretion regarding client information. This you can trust completely. Upon hearing Yin Yu's reassurance, Chen Tianming felt relieved and promptly produced a space ring, saying, I no longer need this ring or its contents. Please have someone evaluate it. Yin Yu carefully accepted the ring and led him and Gao Wei into a quiet private room, stating, Please wait a moment. I will arrange for an evaluation right away. After that, I will return to discuss the skill book and Mr. Gao's equipment. With that, she closed the door and departed in just a few minutes. Yin Yu returned, holding a tablet computer. Mr. Chun, I have arranged for a specialist to evaluate your ring and its contents. The evaluation price will be provided shortly. Now, let us discuss the Void Transmission Skill Book. How does Mr. Chen intend to make the payment? Without hesitation, Chen Tianming took out a card and confidently stated, I will pay in full and will also settle the previous loan of 9 million. I wonder how long it will take for the skill book to be approved from the headquarters. Upon hearing that Chen Tianming planned to make a full payment and clear the previous debt, Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Tianming would possess the means to purchase the Void Transmission so swiftly. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, If you are paying in full, that is splendid news. Coincidentally, our Jiangqing branch has recently applied for a batch of advanced skill books. Among them is the very Void Transmission you seek. These skill books will arrive before the major examination. If you confirm your intention, a deposit today will suffice, and I will notify you when the books arrive for you to pay the remaining balance. Chen Tianming, feeling a surge of excitement, replied, I will pay the full amount now, and I shall come directly to collect it. Yin Yu felt a wave of emotion at Chen Tianming's response. She recognized it as a sign of his trust in her. That moment. Her phone rang, and without hesitation, she switched it to speaker mode. A male voice on the other end said, Sister Yin, I have completed the evaluation of the items you provided. Our assessment team has set the price at 9 million. You may discuss this with the client to see if they find it satisfactory. Yin Yu was about to respond when she noticed Chen Tianming nodding at her. She immediately conveyed to the caller, Very well. My client has no objections. Let us proceed, Mr. Chen. The price for this skill book is 280 million. However, since you are a person of destiny, you only need to pay 140 million. That the assessment team has valued your items at 9 million. But I can approve a direct increase to 10 million for you. After deducting the previous debt, you will need to pay 139 million. How does that sound? That is perfectly acceptable, Chen Tianming replied without hesitation. And he began the transaction process. Under Yin Yu's guidance, the entire procedure was completed in a mere 5 minutes. Shortly thereafter, the two of them left the professional association, exchanging laughter and conversation as Yin Yu warmly bid them farewell. However, as they departed, Chen Tianming deliberately ignored the wistful look in Yin Yu's eyes. As he walked further away, Yin Yu could no longer contain herself and called out, Mr. Chen, have you forgotten the promise you made me? Hearing this, Chen Tianming paused, turned around with a smile, and replied, How could I forget? I've been busy leveling up lately, but I assure you, on the day the skill book arrives, I will keep our appointment. Miss Yin, what do you think? All right, that's what you said. With Chen Tianming's affirmation, Yin Yu's face brightened with joy as she returned to the building with a spring in her step, clearly delighted. Truly impressive. Brother Leg, Gao Wei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration, that I never imagined you would be so charming everywhere you go. Rest assured, when I find a sister-in-law, I will keep this a secret. I think you're just itching for trouble. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they agreed to meet the next day before parting ways. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden evaluator was stealthily making a phone call from a secluded corner. The man on the phone was seemingly discussing something of importance. Yes, my lord, but I do not know who the seller is. However, the person handling this transaction is named Yin Yu. She must know the seller's information. Yes, she has no significant background, just an ordinary life professional. Understood, I know what to do. Chapter 45. Hidden Crisis in the Bedroom. Let us first examine the attributes of the Gene Queen. Gene Queen. Holy Spirit level sealed. Level. Normal level 1 physique. 5,400 strength. 5,400 agility. 5,400 spirit. 5,400 sealed. The Gene Queen has not exhibited her full power due to the domination of the Zerg. Until her strength is fully liberated, her level will rise and sync with the Zerg's master. Ding. Detection indicates host level is elite level 5. The Gene Queen's level will rise to rare level 5. Leveling up, leveling complete. Physique, 9,800 strength, 9,800 agility, 9,800 spirit, 9,800 skills. Frenzy. Actively enter a frenzy state, boosting all attributes by 300, while also adding a 20 lifesteal effect to attacks, lasting 5 minutes with a 15-minute cooldown. Tongue Lash. The Queen's mandibles can attack enemies at an incredible speed while ignoring 40 of their defense. Solid Shield. The Gene Queen can envelop herself in a layer of solid armor during battle, increasing her defense by 300 to Bloodthirst. Upon taking damage, the Gene Queen enters a bloodthirsty mode, amplifying her strength by an additional 500 for 15 minutes. followed by a 20-minute weakened state with a 20 reduction in all attributes. Evaluation. This is an extremely powerful life form, possessing tenacious vitality and formidable combat capabilities. Furthermore, it can parasitize superior life forms to absorb their genes, giving rise to even stronger offspring and thereby expanding its own species' power. Note, a gene-original insect can only have one queen. If another queen is born, the two colonies cannot coexist. Qin Tianming rubbed his hands together in excitement. Wow, this is astonishing. Rare level 5 with all attributes at 9,800 points. Who can possibly stand in my way? Next comes the delightful lottery segment. System, I would like to draw. Ding. Dear host, you currently have 3 lottery draws remaining. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming clicked the lottery button. Congratulations, you have won a double experience token. Congratulations, you have received legendary equipment, the Wisdom Necklace. Congratulations, you have obtained a death substitute bug, but a flash of white light enveloped the 3 items, which floated before Qin Tianming. What a windfall! Qin Tianming exclaimed, rushing forward to examine the items. Double experience token. Upon use, doubles experience gain for 3 hours. Wisdom Necklace. Increases spirit by 500 points, speeds up spirit recovery by 300, and can withstand 3 instances of mental attack. Death substitute bug. A miraculous insect that, upon injecting a drop of blood, allows the injector to resurrect upon death. Truly, the system does not disappoint. The experience token is ordinary enough, but receiving a piece of legendary equipment is remarkable. The boost in attributes and recovery speed is impressive, and the ability to resist 3 mental attacks is invaluable. What Qin Tianming feared most was encountering high-level professionals who could launch mental attacks, as this could lead to a fatal ambush. However, with this Wisdom Necklace, he need not worry as long as he has a moment to react. Once he reaches hero level and learns the Void transmission, he will be able to retreat into the Void, ensuring his safety. The remaining matters can be left to the bugs to handle. Qin Tianming joyfully hung the necklace around his neck and began to scrutinize the final reward at that moment. A green caterpillar lay motionless on his hand, resembling a lifeless object. However, as the sovereign of the insect tribe, he was able to sense that this creature possessed no thoughts whatsoever, indicating that its mind was a blank slate, akin to that of a robot. Furthermore, it appeared to be confined by its species characteristics, rendering it currently devoid of any capacity for movement. Qin Tianming drew a knife and, with a swift motion, attempted to cut into his fingertip to prepare for a blood offering. To his utter embarrassment, he suddenly realized that he could not break the skin. No matter how he tried in desperation, he began to cancel the damage transfer with the insects. Yet before doing so, he summoned several gene primordial insects to guard the surroundings, for any unforeseen mishap at this juncture would indeed be quite embarrassing. Once the bloodletting was complete, a drop of rich crimson blood fell into the mouth of the black caterpillar. After absorbing the essence of life, the small green caterpillar began to writhe. Soon, it started to spin silk, quickly transforming into a small cocoon. That moment, Qin Tianming felt a miraculous connection forming between himself and the cocoon before him. He was certain that should he encounter misfortune one day, he could emerge reborn from this very chrysalis first. Qin Tianming was unsure of where to place this cocoon, that he contemplated storing it within the insect nest space but suddenly reconsidered. If he were to face an accident and enter the insect nest dimension, would he still be able to summon himself back? Thus, he decided to temporarily place it on his desk in his room. Once everything was sorted, Qin Tianming resumed establishing the damage transfer connection. By the time he completed all tasks, deep night had fallen. After washing up, he collapsed in a bed, ready to embrace the promise of a new day. Daybreak and twilight came in an unending cycle. During these days, Qin Tianming spent his time running dungeons with Gao Wei and Xue Shan, returning home each night to be with his parents. Each day was filled with purpose and joy, and he had elevated his own strength to the elite level 7, surpassing Ming Wonking from the previous year by 2 levels. This was largely due to the double experience tokens, which accelerated Qin Tianming's progression. Under his guidance, Gao Wei and the others also ascended to elite level 5, matching Ming Wonking's achievements from last year, prompting a flurry of praise from their peers. Leg brother, you're now my big brother. Wherever you go, I shall follow. No one can separate us. Even Xue Shan, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao joined in the jest, saying if we could go to the Royal Academy in Kyoto, I would truly want to compete with Wei Ge for that favor. Haha, leg brother belongs to me alone. No one else can vie for him, not even the king himself. But if it's Meng Jie, I might reconsider. The other two, puzzled, inquired, why can Meng Jie? Gao Wei chuckled, narrowing his eyes into slits as he gazed at Li Ming, and said with a grin, because both leg brother and I appreciate a life of grandeur. The group erupted in laughter, and Li Ming playfully chided, you're getting more and more ridiculous, Gao Wei. After several days of interaction, everyone grew increasingly familiar, and the boundaries of their jokes expanded, until the afternoon before the major examination. Chen Tianming received a message on his phone. Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? Upon reading the message, he quickly grasped the situation. Yes, your order for the Void Passage has just arrived at the headquarters in Jiangxing. When does Mr. Chen plan to come and collect it? Right away. What about after I pick it up? Oh, haha. I get it. After we collect it, shall we dine at Yinlu? Sure. Soon after, Chen Tianming set off towards the Adventurer Association building. Mr. Chen, here is your Void Passage, Yin said with a radiant smile as she handed him the skill book. Chen Tianming accepted the skill book and glanced at it. Skill book, Void Passage. Skill description. The user can slip into the void dimension to evade all damage and possesses teleportation abilities, allowing instant movement to any location within a maximum range of 1 kilometer that is within sight. With a cooldown time of 15 minutes, upgrades can reduce cooldown. Maximum level. LV10. Indeed. This is the one. Unfortunately, I cannot learn it just yet. After tidying up the skill book, Chen Tianming looked up and met Yin Yu's flower-like smile. Inquiring, may I ask, Miss Yin, what time do you finish work today? Yin Yu's lips curled into an attractive arc as she replied, I'm off today. I came to the association solely to deliver this skill book to you. Then how about we have dinner together tonight? Yin Yu smiled, enchanting, but I must insist on treating you, that I happen to have a friend who just opened a restaurant. The food is delightful, though it is a bit out of the way. However, it's quiet and free from disturbances. What do you think, Mr. Chen? All right, lead the way. Meanwhile, a voice came through on a phone call. Sir, Yin Yu has left the association building with the client who purchased the ring last time. I believe it's a good opportunity to act. Understood. That a man hung up the phone and quietly followed the two from behind. Chapter 46. Hunter or prey? By the way, Mr. Chen, being so wealthy, haven't you considered purchasing a vehicle for transportation? Yin Yu asked, perplexed as she drove, that I've been busy leveling up lately, so I haven't gotten around to it. But as far as I know, you should have been given a recommendation. Why push yourself so hard? The path of an adventurer is akin to rowing upstream. One either progresses or regresses. Even though I have a recommendation, I still wish to participate in the major examination to gauge my strength against that of my peers. Moreover, the feeling of leveling up is utterly captivating. Mr. Chen, if there were more individuals like you in the world, it would surely become a better place. Why do you say that? Chen Tianming turned to Yin Yu. Puzzled at Mr. Chen, I have a younger brother named Yin Feng, who is also a combat-type adventurer. Though his talent is not exceptional, he successfully passed the military selection, and our family was overjoyed. However, one day, I received a mysterious phone call. There was no sound on the other end, just the heavy breathing of AM and at AT that moment. I knew it was my brother calling, yet no matter how I inquired, he did not respond. Just before the call ended, he uttered, trust no one, and hung up. A few days later, I received a notification from the military stating that my brother had bravely fought and was killed in action. My parents felt as though the sky had fallen, weeping day and night. Ever since that phone call, I have harbored doubts, suspecting my brother might still be alive or perhaps silenced. Chen Tianming interjected. So, you suspect there are spies within the military? Indeed. Upon researching, I discovered that the 38th Legion, where my brother served, had not undergone any large-scale troop movements at that time, and he was just a new recruit. How could he have died in combat without reason? However, my voice is feeble, and I did not inform my parents. I have kept this buried deep within my heart. At that moment, they arrived at a traffic light, and Yin Yu halted the car. Turning to Chen Tianming with a serious expression, Mr. Chen, you are a good person, and I am very grateful for the care you have shown me during this time. I am merely an ordinary life-class adventurer and cannot provide much assistance on your journey to success. I share this not to seek your help in uncovering the truth or seeking revenge, but to remind you that humanity may not be as united as we presume. That I share this with you to caution you to remain vigilant along your path. She paused for a moment, gazing at Chen Tianming with eyes as gentle as water, smiling sweetly. "It has been a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Chen Tianming felt a surge of emotion. Gazing deeply into her eyes, where her features seemed to blend with the memory of someone from his past, the last words of the girl from years ago echoed in his mind. "It has been a pleasure to meet you." His heart swelled with mixed emotions as he quietly regarded the girl before him. And yes, Yin Yu met Chen Tianming's profoundly affectionate gaze. Her heart raced. She wondered if her words had been inappropriate or if she had displeased him. Yet, she could perceive a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Was it affection akin to that of a beloved brother? Yin Yu playfully mused to herself, thinking perhaps that wouldn't he be so bad. Damn it, why am I thinking of such things at this moment? Yin Yu longed to voice her thoughts, yet the air within the vehicle was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere that rendered her speechless. She was reluctant to disrupt the delicate ambience, merely locking gazes with him as their faces inched closer, the blush on their cheeks deepening. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden flurry of urgent beeping erupted from behind, shattering the moment. Chen Tianming awkwardly recoiled, preparing to explain when, with a deafening roar, the earth split open, and the entire vehicle was abruptly engulfed. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, a massive flame plummeted from the sky. Crashing onto the car's roof in an instant, the intense heat melted the metal into molten iron, droplets cascading into the interior. Yin Yu screamed in agony as a drop of molten iron landed on her scalp. How could an ordinary person withstand such terrifying heat? She shrieked in pain. Chen Tianming, with a mere thought, summoned dozens of insect warriors to construct a wall of bodies to shield them from the searing temperatures descending from above. With his hands now free, he embraced the wailing Yin Yu, drawing her into his protective hold as he shielded her with his own body against the still warm, molten metal. Fortunately, due to damage transfer, the molten iron inflicted no harm upon him, merely clinging to him in an uncomfortable manner. Kicking open the car roof, he utilized the warrior's claws to ascend to the surface. As he emerged, he began to observe the chaotic scene outside through the cover of the swarm. The crowd was in disarray, traffic thrown into turmoil. Confused onlookers fled to a distance, some brandishing their phones as if capturing the moment, while others appeared to be dialing emergency services. Not a soul dared to approach. Even the vehicles that had previously urged them on saw their drivers fleeing in terror, fearing they might become embroiled in the calamity. Through the warrior's perspective, Chen Tianming discerned no suspicious individuals, leaving him puzzled about the attackers' motives. Were they targeting him specifically, or... He glanced at Yin Yu, who was trembling in his embrace, her skin marred by blisters from the molten metal. She resembled a frightened kitten, curled tightly against him. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you this time." With that, he summoned several gene worms to conceal themselves in the open area around them. Chen Tianming believed that since these assailants dared to launch an attack in the city, they would undoubtedly strike again, that if he remained hidden in the pit, they would surely be unable to resist. Anyone bold enough to attack in the city, regardless of their reasons, committed a grave crime. He could wait for rescue while they, with their precious time, would be the first to act. Thus, a contest between hunter and prey was about to commence, though who would assume the role of prey remained uncertain. Chapter 47, Absolute Kill. Chen Tianming, you shall die. Activate the signal jamming device. Plan 1 has failed. Proceed with Plan 2. Understood. That a figure slowly ascended into the air, enveloped in an illusory azure light that radiated outward, cloaking a radius of 1,000 meters around itself. Instantly, this area was isolated from the outside world, that a mysterious force expelled all unrelated individuals from the street. Report, Dark 5 has ascended, observer mode activated. And the Lioli barrier is fully deployed. Time, 5 minutes. That we have detected movement from a patrolling envoy in the distance. Please resolve this swiftly. Dark 1 successfully received images. Dark 2 successfully received images. Dark 6 successfully received images. Upon hearing the reports, a knightly figure stepped onto the street, sneering, "Haha, let this little brat taste the fear of death." In an instant, flames erupted anew, and the ground continued to crumble. A shadow merged with the darkness, stealthily advancing toward Chen Tianming. Dark 3, be cautious. This individual possesses a substantial number of summoned creatures, capable of summoning dozens at once, that we must not underestimate them, at the same time. A towering figure appeared at the end of the street, charging towards the swarm as if the terrifying monsters before him were mere insects to be crushed at will. Chen Tianming observed all this keenly. One in the sky, profession unknown. Point one on the ground. A knight that a mage was hiding in a nearby tree, likely responsible for the fire magic and the ground collapse, with an estimated power level no less than that of a hero. Perhaps even higher, a mountain-moving realm? Were these the only three? No, that couldn't be right. Surely there must be an assassin involved. How could a hunting party lack an assassin? There must also be a commander. But whether this commander was hidden or the one hovering in the sky remained uncertain. There likely was also a controlling profession involved, but with the scan information available, no conclusions could be drawn. The enemy's numbers were estimated to be no fewer than 6. With this in mind, Chen Tianming summoned 10 insect warriors to charge at the knight while stealthily sending several gene worms toward the mage hiding beside the tree. Soon, the foremost warriors engaged the knight in a fierce clash. Just as they were about to collide, a golden and crimson light enveloped the knight, who suddenly accelerated, the force propelling him with tremendous impact. The 10 warriors were instantly hurled into the air, their hard exoskeletons cracking under the pressure. Fortunately, the warriors behind them fought desperately to resist the knight's advance, barely holding their ground in an instant. The surrounding warriors surged forward, attempting to tear the unyielding knight apart. The knight, seeing this, merely sneered, continuing his reckless charge toward Chen. At that moment, 10 ropes descended from the sky, ensnaring the warriors' necks and abruptly tightening, hoisting them into the air. Death's noose. Chen Tianming recognized this skill as a unique ability of the brush artist, one of the rare skills that combine control with offensive power, capable of suspending prey in midair and tightening the ropes until they suffocated. However, with only 10 ropes, they could ensnare only 10 warriors, and many more still stood before the knight. But under the mage's supervision from afar, their numbers had dwindled to a point where they posed no threat. The knight grinned menacingly, ominously declaring, "Chen Tianming, prepare to die." Upon hearing the knight's words, Chen Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the assault was aimed directly at him. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He conjured another 100 warriors from thin air, disregarding the need to conserve strength, commanding the remaining warriors to intercept the knight. Simultaneously, he summoned several gene worms to lie in wait among the swarm, ready for a sneak attack. The knight, believing the hunt was nearing its end, was suddenly alarmed by the appearance of a vast horde of insects. Reluctantly, he abandoned his offensive, activating his defensive skills. A soft, milky light enveloped him, creating a barrier that repelled all surrounding insects. The situation grew dire. The knight shouted, "Dark 4, quickly eliminate these creatures." "You fool, don't shout so loudly," but still he obeyed the knight's command, canceling the ground collapse spell. Realizing that the insects ignored the terrain, and the spell had little effect on their speed, he intensified his fire magic, the flames growing ever hotter. Just as the mage was deeply focused on casting his spell, a gene worm stealthily approached from behind. With a swift flick, a tongue attack burst forth, shattering the mage's head, causing the presumed mountain-moving realm mage to collapse. As the flames around Chen Tianming began to dissipate, so too did the ropes binding the warriors. The hidden brush artist had also been slain. Seeing the flames and ropes vanish, the knight grew frantic. "Dark 4, Dark 5, what's happening?" Yet no response came. The knight, suspecting the worst, was unwilling to believe that moment. Dark 1's voice broke through. "Dark 3, it seems we underestimated this fellow. He possesses assassination-type summons. Dark 4 and Dark 5, they may have perished. Then, let's revise our battle strategy." Dark 1 paused briefly. "Dark 6, are you confident in executing the assassination?" Upon hearing Dark 1's inquiry, Dark 6 hesitated before responding. "If it's assassination rather than incapacitation, I will have greater confidence, but I need Dark 3 to hold off more of these pests. There are simply too many damned summons. I am still 15 meters from the target, and I won't have a chance to strike unless I close in another 10 meters. Dark 3. Can you hold on? 1 minute. My skills can last at most 1 more minute." The knight shouted, "Second brother, how long until the patrolling envoy arrives? If not, you should cancel the observer state and assist me." With merely 2 minutes remaining before the inspector's arrival, the figure in the sky responded, "However, I shall not revoke the observer status if we are discovered to be the perpetrators of such a heinous act. Even our leader would struggle to protect us. Thus, he declared 1 minute. If we fail, we must escape immediately, leaving no trace behind. After his words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Moments later, a voice emerged from the shadows. I know what to do. Lao Lu, I will create an opportunity for you. The rest depends on your execution. Following this declaration, a man on a distant high-rise rose slowly, drawing a massive bow and knocking an arrow. At the arrow's tip, a terrifying force coalesced, the mere emanation of its energy sending shivers through Chen Tianming, who was inside the vehicle. What is this power? He thought, alarmed, as through their mental connection, he perceived a high-rise at the edge of the barrier. There, a mysterious figure aimed a colossal bow at his direction. Unbeknownst to him, an enemy lurked at such a distant location that he was uncertain whether he could withstand the impending, dreadful strike, augmented by the power of damage transfer. With this arrow, he sensed the breath of death that moment. Hundreds of warrior insects were summoned, swiftly mobilizing like a tower of stacked figures, attempting to shield against the impending arrow. However, the very instant these warriors manifested, the ominous arrow was already loosed, hurtling towards him with an imposing force, akin to the sinister laughter of the Grim Reaper. Now, Dark One bellowed, as the knight's aura intensified, that he activated a charge skill, bracing against the insect warrior's assaults, advancing towards Chen Tianming. Yet, the radiance enveloping him began to falter, on the verge of shattering. Damn it. Lao Lu, it's up to you. You must eliminate him and avenge me, Lao Si. And Lao Wu. The knight understood that even if Chen Tianming perished, his own survival was far from assured. With a final cry, he shouted, Chen Tianming, you shall die. Meanwhile, not far away, a shadowy figure lay in ambush. Holding its breath, awaiting the moment Chen Tianming exposed himself for a decisive strike, the three-way encirclement was poised for a kill. Chapter 48. Rest assured, I will heal you. Ah! Chen Tianming screamed in a frenzied panic. Feeling the imminent threat of death, he began to summon insect warriors in a desperate frenzy that in an instant, thousands of warriors emerged, enveloping him like a small mountain. The insect warriors forged solid defensive lines with their resilient bodies, standing guard against the external threat. Yet, the distant arrow approached with alarming swiftness. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon striking the exoskeleton of the first warrior, the arrow pierced through with an unstoppable force, traversing layer after layer. Simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind sent the mountain of warriors flying, clearing a vast area that a black shadow darted from the nearby darkness, launching a lethal strike towards the two occupants of the vehicle. Its blade glinting ominously in the glow of the streetlights. That moment, a colossal figure rose, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the sky. The arrow, imbued with unmatched force, was blocked by the creature's formidable exoskeleton. Subsequently, its massive tail swept swiftly to the side, sending the shadowy figure hurtling away. Lao Lu, Dark One, Dark Two, Dark Three, came the startled exclamations. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the enormous creature charged towards the knight, effortlessly shattering his protective shield with a single swipe. That then opened its gaping maw, swallowing him whole. After devouring the knight, the beast slowly raised its head, its cold, unfeeling gaze fixed upon the man in the sky. A sinister voice emanating from its mouth. The master of deceit shall perish. The man in observer status trembled uncontrollably when confronted with such a soulless gaze. What manner of monster was this? Capable of speech, its bloody brutality instilled terror in the heart of the nearby mysterious figure. Both were struck with fear. It was important to note that they were both formidable beings of the filling sea realm. And yet, the target of their assault was merely an elite-level child. Yet, this child had effortlessly annihilated 4 of their comrades, with such terrifying power truly possessed by an elite-level individual, even if he were the chosen one. This was excessively monstrous. Both felt a surge of retreating resolve. From the original 6, only the 2 of them remained. Suddenly, the mysterious man's gaze sharpened, and a decision crystallized in his mind. He lifted his massive bow, aiming once more at Chen Tianming. The previous attack had already laid him bare within his line of sight. With a swift release, an arrow flew forth, followed closely by 2 more. Chen Tianming, alarmed, commanded the queen to shield him. Yet, the first arrow was aimed at the very man who had attempted to assassinate him. In short order, the struck man burst into flames. Chen Tianming quickly realized that the enemy sought to obliterate any evidence. Regrettably, the flames spread with alarming speed, reducing him to ash in an instant. Not far away, the recently assassinated mage and painter met a similar fate, their remains consumed by fire. After the obliteration of evidence was complete, the two figures made no further delay, canceling the barrier and vanishing from Chen Tianming's sight in the blink of an eye. As the barrier began to dissipate, Chen Tianming retracted the enraged queen and the other insect warriors, hastily turning his attention to Yin Yu in his arms. Her once delicate visage was now marred by large blisters and pus-filled sores, her previously fair skin exposed to the air, revealing a body now riddled with wounds. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, yet the silent tears at their corners betrayed her inner turmoil. Despite Chen Tianming's efforts to shield her, the suddenness of the attack had left him unprepared. After the initial panic, she had not uttered a single sound, biting her lip to endure the excruciating pain, all to prevent distracting Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming observed her suffering with a heavy heart. Deeply moved, he understood that for a girl, losing her beauty would be an utterly terrifying ordeal. Looking down at her, he spoke with a pained expression. "I'm sorry. They were targeting me." While he knew her injuries could heal, the tragedy was ultimately a consequence of his actions. Upon hearing this, the girl's tears flowed like a burst dam. "It's all right. I don't blame you." She then gently brushed his nose, attempting to muster a comforting smile, trying to convey that she was not so fragile. Yet he knew this was merely a fade. Chen Tianming sighed inwardly. Though he did not know who these assailants were, he had begun to form a vague suspicion. Glancing at the girl in his arms, he hastily pulled out his phone and dialed Shueshan, the first words out of his mouth being that someone was injured and urgently needed medical attention. "I will wait for you at the entrance of Jiangqing Huafu." After learning Shueshan's address, Chen Tianming made his way towards a nearby abandoned vehicle, carefully placing Yin Yu in the back seat before driving off. Having not touched a steering wheel in over 10 years, he was somewhat rusty, but after a brief adjustment period, he quickly regained his proficiency. The car sped up, and along the way, he encountered police and inspectors rushing towards the scene. But Chen Tianming paid them no heed, driving furiously towards Shueshan's residence. Simultaneously, his anger grew more intense with each passing moment. "Qinglong gang, I will not rest until we settle this score." Boom! Honk! Beep! Chen Tianming slammed the accelerator to the floor, incessantly honking as he overtook vehicles that in just over 20 minutes. He traversed several blocks to arrive at an opulent villa area. At this point, Shueshan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Accompanied by Fong Ping, Principal Liu, and an unfamiliar man. As soon as the four saw Chen Tianming, they rushed forward. Fong Ping took the lead, hastily checking Yin Yu. "Fortunately, it's just burns. Shueshan can handle it. However, to prevent scarring, we should have Mr. Shui assist as well." With that, the unfamiliar man raised his hand, casting a high-level healing spell. As soon as she exited the vehicle, Yin Yu was enveloped in a milky light. Soon, the blisters and sores on her body began to fade. The healing spell not only eradicated the pus, but also rendered her already fair skin as delicate as that of a newborn. Unfortunately, her torn clothing left her in a state of undress. Chapter 49. Allow me to provide you with some psychological counseling. After being healed, Yin Yu's delicate figure revealed large expanses of snow-white, crystalline skin, evoking a cascade of thoughts. For a moment, she shyly covered her cheeks, while Chen Tianping and Fong Ping's gazes inevitably fell upon the enticing curves before them. That a captivating blush seeped onto her porcelain-like face. Icy with indignation, it was then that Shueshan thoughtfully retrieved a cloak from her spatial ring and draped it around her to prevent any inadvertent exposure. "All right, Chen Tianming, we have successfully treated your friend. Now, might you enlighten us about what transpired?" Fong Ping, with a look of regret, averted his gaze and nodded at Chen Tianming, signaling that it was permissible to speak freely. With that, he beckoned everyone to enter the villa. Upon entering, Chen Tianming discovered that the house was adorned with even greater elegance than his own home, which led him to speculate further about Shueshan's true identity. However, this was not the time for such ponderings. Since the principal had spoken, Chen Tianming recounted the events of the evening, including the elimination of 4 members of the Qinglong gang in the wilderness, in meticulous detail. "Though I lack concrete evidence, I am certain beyond a doubt that it was them." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. If it were merely the annihilation of a few ordinary members, it would not warrant the deployment of an assassination squad against you. He said, looking somewhat relieved, that it is indeed remarkable that you survived the attack from the Qinglong gang's dark guards. But how did they manage to pinpoint you? Logically, you handled the situation so cleanly. With no traces left behind, Fang Ping sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Chen Tianming raised a cup of tea from the table and drank it in one gulp before continuing. The ring. I suspect it is the spatial ring I sold. Turning to Xiaoyu, he inquired gently, who else has had contact with that ring? Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Xiaoyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, understanding that it was likely her actions that had precipitated the disaster. She hastily replied, first, there was the evaluation team. After the assessment, it is submitted to the supervisor for review and signature. Once signed, it is handed to the collection team for organization. After organizing, it is put up for sale. At this point, Xiaoyu comprehended that the calamity of the day was indeed her doing, and tears began to well in her eyes as she struggled to maintain her composure amidst the presence of others. It appears the situation is becoming clearer. Principal Lu turned to the remorseful Yin Yu and continued. Internal personnel from the Association of Professionals recognized that the ring belonged to a member of the Qinglong gang. They secretly contacted the gang, unaware of the seller's identity, and thus began monitoring you. Today, upon discovering you and Chen Tianming were going out for a meal, they promptly reported to the Qinglong gang, leading to the ambush by their dark guards. Chen Tianming approached Xiaoyu and gently patted her, inquiring, but why would they have the audacity to kill so brazenly within the city? Because tomorrow is the major exam. Lu replied, after the exam, you will be heading to the capital, that if they did not act today, they might not have another opportunity. Of course, there is also the possibility that they originally intended to strike tonight. But fortuitously, you had a dinner invitation to a secluded restaurant. As Lu spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the still sniffling Yin Yu and added, I believe their initial objective was to capture you alive. However, upon realizing the overwhelming strength of your summoned creature, they had no choice but to eliminate you and seize your spatial ring. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Qinglong gang lost a crucial item. Likely related to this, at this juncture, the man who had assisted Yin Yu during her treatment rejected, yet they did not anticipate that the fearsome arrow, combined with the assassin's attack, would fail to take your life. Realizing the situation was dire, they had no choice but to retreat. Lu interrupted, seemed to grasp something, and ceased speaking. The unfamiliar man then cast a very affirming glance at Chen Tianming and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, no wonder Shueshan has been reminding you these past few days. You truly are a young hero. He then burst into hearty laughter, instantly creating a sense of camaraderie. Ha ha, Fang Ping joined in the laughter. Old Shui, it's rare to hear you praise someone. Can my students still meet your standards? Indeed, he is a promising talent. When the time comes for the capital, he is welcome to visit our home. The man known as Old Shui said kindly to Chen Tianming. Indeed, Chen Tianming realized from his words that this was a family of great antiquity, whose existence spanned the entire history of the Dongli kingdom. They had witnessed the various upheavals of the Dongli Empire. Rising, he slightly bowed and earnestly stated, I shall certainly pay a visit in the future. Good, splendid. Shueshan is my niece. You younger ones should cultivate closer ties. Old Shui said cheerfully. Uncle Li, what are you saying? How annoying. Shueshan stomped her foot and, ignoring him, dashed upstairs. This little girl. Old Shui shook his head, choosing not to comment further. All right, Tianming, you should stay at Shueshan's home tonight. The outside is chaotic. It would be best not to return. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the examination venue. I will handle matters with the inspectors and police on your behalf. Additionally, don't forget to call your parents and assure them of your safety. If they inquire about your whereabouts, simply tell them you are with me tonight. Chen Tianming readily agreed. Understood, Principal. The hour grows late. Let us all retire early. Fang Ping then cast a mischievous look at Principal Lu. Lu Yun, do you have any vacant rooms in your house? You will need to arrange accommodations that if there aren't enough rooms, I could begrudgingly share one with you tonight. Go die. You old lecher. Lu Yun rolled her eyes and swayed her way upstairs. There are still 2 empty rooms on the 2nd floor, one on the left and one on the right that I will have the butler guide you over shortly. As for you, old lecher, just come to pick us up tomorrow morning. With that, she vanished around the corner of the staircase. Fang Ping shouted in exasperation, then shot a fierce glare at Chen Tianming. You scoundrel, I had planned to share a dinner with Principal Lu tonight to discuss life, but you let Shueshan's phone call ruin everything. You better ace that exam tomorrow, or I want to let you off easily. And as for the Qinglong gang, put that aside for now, he said, glancing at Yin Yu. Let all focus on the exam. That a surge of anger welled within Chen Tianming, yearning to express his discontent. Yet when he met Fang Ping's gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. All right, I understand. Chen Tianming acquiesced, silently sighing. They still did not trust Xiao Yu. After Fang Ping departed, a butler-like man slowly descended the stairs, stating, Esteemed guests, please follow me that I shall arrange your accommodations for tonight. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he slightly bowed and gestured for them to proceed. Chen Tianming turned to the tearful Xiao Yu and said tenderly, It is all right. This place is very safe. Let us head upstairs. He extended his hand. Xiao Yu softly replied, and took his hand as they ascended together. Mr. Chen, this room is yours. Miss Yin, please follow me. I will escort you to your room. This butler, my friend, is feeling quite low today. I wish to provide her with some psychological support. Chen Tianming politely interjected, As for the room, I will take her over shortly. It's a small place, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Psychological support? The butler expressed surprise, taking a few more glances at Chen Tianming. Pondering, Miss did not mention that this esteemed guest would also provide psychological guidance. However, as a professional butler, his duty was to fulfill the guest's needs. So he promptly replied, This is what the young lady instructed. If I fail to do so, I will face consequences. However, I can wait outside. Stepping back, he allowed the two some space. Since you were to wait, please do so outside, Chen Tianming said, then pulled the weeping Xiao Yu into the room, shutting the door with a decisive click, leaving the butler standing alone outside. As for what transpired within the room, how Chen Tianming offered his guidance, it remained unknown to all. However, an hour later, when the door opened, Xiao Yu's previously tear-streaked face was now adorned with a faint smile. The butler, witnessing this transformation, couldn't help but commend. Mr. Chen is indeed knowledgeable and capable. It seems the psychological guidance was quite effective. Chapter 50. The lighthouse today undoubtedly marks the most bustling day in Jiang City. As the capital of Tianbei Province, Jiang City hosts the annual Grand Examination, attracting all candidates from across the province, reminiscent of ancient times when scholars journeyed to the capital to take their imperial exams. Chen Tianming stretched lazily, rubbing his bleary eyes, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The fatigue that had plagued him was entirely dispelled after a night's rest, leaving him in peak condition. After freshening up, he made his way to Yin Yu's room and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Chen, Miss Yin has asked me to inform you that she had an early shift today and has left to change her clothes, the butler said, bowing slightly. Additionally, the young ladies are waiting for you downstairs to dine together. Please follow me. All right. Upon hearing the butler's words, Chen Tianming did not hesitate and followed him downstairs. Upon entering the hall, he discovered that Shueshan, Lu Yun, and Shueli had already begun enjoying breakfast. However, he did not see Yin Yu among them. After exchanging greetings, he inquired about her whereabouts. Glancing around, Chen Tianming noted the sumptuous breakfast spread before him, featuring an array of Jiang City's specialty dishes, hot dry noodles, bean curd skin, small noodle nests, along with congee and soup dumplings, complemented by a selection of vegetable salads to cleanse the palate. The sight was indeed tantalizing that he greeted everyone at the table and began to partake in the feast. During the meal, Chen Tianming turned to Shueshan and asked, Thank you for yesterday's assistance. Do you feel confident about the exam later? Shueshan smiled brightly. It should be manageable. Chen Tianming returned her smile. Then I shall see you in the capital. Before long, Fang Ping pushed open the grand door and entered Da. Enjoying the meal? I see, he exclaimed, producing several stones from his pocket and handing them to Shueshan and Chen Tianming. These are the teleportation stones permitted for the exam. You may activate them with your mental power to reach the examination venue directly. Lastly, let me remind you, prioritizing your safety during the exam is paramount. Do not engage recklessly. Understood, the two replied in unison. They then activated the teleportation stones simultaneously. A flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. Upon landing, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The examination site was vast and expansive, resembling a colossal plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands of candidates. Sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting dappled shadows on the ground, enhancing the venue's mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Buses continuously arrived nearby, each carrying the hopes of the nation. Chen Tianming surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Gao Wei and Li Ming. They were likely still en route or lost amid the crowd. As candidates from numerous cities across Tianbei province had gathered here, he dismissed the thought of searching further and quietly awaited the commencement of the exam. Occasionally, flashes of light signaled the arrival of other candidates using teleportation stones. All candidates stood haphazardly in the plaza, awaiting the exam's initiation. After approximately half an hour, no more vehicles arrived, and all candidates had assembled, ready for the examination to begin. With a thunderous roar, a colossal white lighthouse descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes. Strangely, upon impact, it emitted no sound, as if the grand structure were as light as a feather. The lighthouse is activated. A commanding voice resonated throughout the plaza. The doors of the lighthouse began to slowly swing open inward. All candidates, please listen attentively to the examination rules. No talking, no questions. Violators will be disqualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously raucous plaza fell into profound silence. All candidates stood at attention, keenly listening to the forthcoming instructions. The lighthouse will present different examination scenarios based on the type of profession. Combat-oriented professions will face primary combat scenarios, while supportive professions will encounter non-combat scenarios. After passing the foundational exam, candidates will have the right to choose their difficulty level. The different levels correspond to varying point values, which will serve as your examination scores and currency in higher learning institutions. Remember, the value of points far exceeds that of Tianxian coins. Lastly, I would like to add that any equipment you carry can be used normally, but your spatial rings will be sealed. The authoritative voice continued to outline the examination rules, ensuring that anyone of normal intelligence would have no trouble comprehending the information. Now, all candidates, please line up to enter the lighthouse. Everyone began to form an orderly queue, entering the lighthouse one by one. No one dared to act out of line. Even the scions of noble families refrained from mischief. The grand examination was the most significant event of the year in the Eastern Li Kingdom, as well as the final fair examination in the lives of all professionals. This examination was not limited to Tianbei province. It was simultaneously held in other provinces as well on this day. The number of participants reached several tens of thousands. Qianfeng was also among the crowd. Known as the destined child of Jiang City and backed by the Qinglong gang, he had been quite arrogant recently. But now he stood obediently in line like everyone else. Chen Tianming followed the line and slowly entered the tower. Upon entry, a beam of light illuminated him, as if scanning him. Moments later, he vanished from his spot and found himself in a separate space. At that moment, on the top floor of the lighthouse, several middle-aged men stood tall, exuding an air of solemn authority. They were the chief examiners responsible for the grand examination in Tianbei province. Holding several documents, they began to peruse them. Chen Tianming, male, summoner, assessed as the destined one. Li Yuqing, female, puppeteer, also assessed as the destined one. Qianfeng, male, blood mage, likewise a destined one. The document contained the profiles of all the destined individuals in Tianbei province. Totaling 7, they activated the monitoring system at the top of the tower, and instantly, the faces of these 7 individuals appeared on the screen. Chapter 51. Adaptability. The group sat before the screen, engaging in quiet discussion. These are this year's destined ones from Tianbei province. Not too shabby. We have 7 candidates, 3 more than last year. After some deliberation, they began to determine the examination methods for these 7 individuals. Just then, a monstrous creature appeared before Chen Tianming, brandishing its claws threateningly. This creature had the head of a dog, but wielded a massive staff that was unlike any beast Chen Tianming had encountered in his studies. Observing its formidable physique and the staff it bore, he speculated, could it be a hybrid creature? At that moment, a voice echoed in the space around him. Examination task. Eliminate the dog-headed creature. No additional information was provided. A countdown timer appeared on the screen. Chen Tianming prepared himself. A warrior and a genetic parasite materialized beside him. 5 for 3. As the countdown reached 0, the warrior and genetic parasite surged toward the dog-headed creature. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters, negligible for both the genetic parasite and the warrior. In less than a second, the genetic parasite stood before the creature and swiftly struck its head off with a single blow, silencing it before it could even utter a C or Y. It dead. Chigaming felt a wave of disbelief. The creature's strength was disappointingly low. Meanwhile, atop the lighthouse, The examiners displayed expressions of shock. That its summoned creature? How can it be so powerful? Is there an error in the data? Was the initial setting incorrect? The setting is correct. The creature is classified as rare level, meant for elite candidates. That we designated this monster as elite level 6, which is already quite a challenge. Different candidates faced varying monster difficulties based on their innate talent. For instance, ordinary talents faced rare level 1 creatures, while exceptional talents encountered rare level 2 creatures. And the destined ones directly confronted rare level 6 monsters. For main combat professions, warriors faced warrior-type monsters, while mages faced mage-type monsters. A summoner, Chen Tianming, was assigned a hybrid creature, typically more robust. Equivalent to rare level 7. Yet, it had been effortlessly dispatched before him. It was no wonder the examiners were taken aback. Typically, the grand examination tested the candidate's combat skills. Even with higher difficulty levels, such formidable talents would find it manageable. This system had been in place since the Crisis era and had never encountered issues. Generally, battles concluded within 10 seconds, with longer ones lasting up to half a minute. The examiners could gauge the combat potential of professionals through these encounters. However, in Chen Tianming's case, an anomaly occurred, an instant kill. What now? At this moment, an examiner raised a question, drawing the attention of the crowd toward a man clad in armor and another wielding a staff. Both individuals were examiners of the warrior and mage categories, respectively, presiding over an examination of the same type. Yet at this juncture, they found themselves at a loss, as the desired outcome had not been achieved, causing them considerable distress. Just then, a sprightly elder entered the room with a cheerful demeanor. "Lord Shui, what brings you here?" The examiners promptly bowed in greeting. Xuanning glanced at the screen before him and jovially remarked, "I have heard that 7 individuals of destiny have emerged from Tianbei province this year, which prompted my visit." Observing the figures displayed on the screen, Xuanning sighed with a hint of nostalgia. These are commendable young talents. The future of Dongli relies upon them. The examiners hurriedly briefed him on the earlier observations. After listening, Xuanning maintained his cheerful expression and said, "It is indeed my first encounter with a destiny-level summoner. Since you are all curious about the strength of this summoner, why not raise the difficulty and conduct another round of examination?" One examiner voiced a concern regarding how to calculate scores if an additional test were to be administered. Xuanning chuckled. "Such situations have occurred before. You simply remain unaware. We shall make an exception this time, designating him as the first place in this round and awarding him the full 100 points. Should he succeed in the second round, he will receive an additional 100 points. For exceptional talent, we must make necessary adjustments. As the saying goes, people thrive with change, while trees wither in stagnation. We cannot afford to remain unchanged if we are to salvage this nation in peril." Hearing this, the examiners collectively agreed. "Very well, we shall abide by Lord Shui's wishes." Chapter 52. The second round of examination. After a brief moment, a creature reappeared before Chen Tianming. This creature bore an identical appearance to the previous one, yet exuded a far more formidable aura. "Candidates, prepare for the second examination. Eliminate the kobold before you." Chen Tianming, puzzled but not overly concerned, assumed that this was merely the examination protocol, oblivious to the fact that he was being treated differently. As the countdown concluded, a resounding clap echoed through the air, and once again, without a sound of agony, the genetic larva swiftly dispatched the kobold with a single strike. The kobold had yet to touch the ground before its body crumpled down. "This summoned creature is excessively powerful, isn't it? I had designated the previous kobold as an elite pinnacle. It still succumbed to the fate of being obliterated. There's some equipment on him that enhances the attack power of summoned entities?" The examiners were left speechless, uncertain whether to continue or halt the test. They all turned their gazes toward the elder Shui. Ever since his arrival, he had taken the reins of the proceedings. "There's no need to hesitate. Let us proceed directly to the second round." Xuanning shook his head. At this juncture, all candidates had completed the first round of testing. That a solemn, yet authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears, announcing, "The first round of the combat examination has concluded. The number of candidates in the main combat category was 8,326, with 8,105 passing. The rankings of the candidates were soon revealed on a luminous screen before them. Chen Tianming, 0.1 seconds, score, 100 Qian Feng, 2 seconds, score, 95 Li Yuqing, 3.6 seconds, score. 90 Yi Fan, for 0.5 seconds, score. 85 to everyone's astonishment. Chen Tianming ranked first with an astonishing time of merely 0.1 seconds. Upon seeing this ranking, Qian Feng's expression soured, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Isn't that kid a summoner? How did he manage to slay the creature in 0.1 seconds? This must be a mistake at this moment. Qian Feng felt as though his heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. The individual he had always looked down upon had, in this instance, utterly overshadowed him in the examination results. Su Mingyao gazed at the rankings, exclaiming, he truly lives up to his reputation as Leg Brother. Gao Wei wore an exaggerated expression, adding, Leg Brother is indeed remarkable, shining brightly no matter the occasion. Chen Tianming sheepishly scratched his head, pondering whether he should perhaps tone it down a bit. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly uncomplicated test would still eliminate over 100 candidates. The solemn and authoritative voice echoed once more. The second round of the main combat examination is about to commence, and candidates may select their difficulty levels. Please note that the second round carries a risk of injury. All candidates should act according to their capabilities. Should you encounter danger during the examination, you may shout for withdrawal, and your examination will be halted, with results reflecting your performance at the time of withdrawal. The second round of examinations presented 3 difficulty options: normal, hard, and nightmare. The points awarded varied according to the difficulty level: 1 point for normal, 5 points for hard, and 10 points for nightmare. The examination duration was set at 45 minutes. Upon seeing this, Qian Feng, without a moment's hesitation, selected the nightmare difficulty. In his view, defeating a single creature at nightmare difficulty equated to vanquishing 10 at normal and 2 at hard, making it the most advantageous choice, provided one possessed the requisite strength. Coincidentally, Qian Feng was exceedingly confident in his own abilities. You may have had a stroke of luck in the first round, but I refuse to believe you can best me again in the second, Qian Feng declared, clutching a blood-red staff, his complexion pale. Look, this fellow named Qian Feng has chosen the nightmare difficulty. He is a blood mage, one examiner noted. The examiners began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, a blood mage possesses strong sustainability and explosive potential. He should perform admirably in the second round. Gao Wei contemplated briefly before opting for the hard difficulty. Though he too was a rare class, belonging to the dual discipline of magical and beast mastery. His lack of resources meant he did not possess formidable sustainability. Therefore, he sought to win by sheer numbers. Li Yuqing, who had ranked third in the first round, also chose the nightmare difficulty. The examiners took note of her choice, recognizing her as a rare primary combat profession. Upon seeing her decision, the examiners offered their assessments. Her puppets, to a certain extent, share similarities with Chen Tianming's summons. However, their current level restricts their potential. Once they both reach the heights of their professions, their true capabilities will be unleashed. The other individuals of Destiny had also made their selections, leaving only Chen Tianming deep in thought. Soon, the screen displayed Chen Tianming's actions. He raised his hand and lightly tapped on the nightmare option. As expected, the examiners wore expressions of inevitability, confirming that this young man would indeed select the nightmare difficulty. Naturally, summoners belong to the mage category, and their summons function as warriors. With a summoned creature shielding him, he has little to fear. Let us not forget, we have yet to witness his skills. They eagerly anticipated the display of his talents in the forthcoming examination. Chapter 53. To withdraw or continue. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, principals from various high schools across Tianbei province gathered in assembly. Fang Ping, you have truly outdone yourself this time. 0.1 seconds. Such a terrifying achievement has not even been matched by last year's Ming Wanqing. Moreover, 2 of the top 5 are from your school. I am envious beyond measure. Your 4th high has truly made a name for itself, and I am certain your enrollment rates will soar next year. If Chen Tianming returns as the provincial champion this year, you may very well be promoted to the Education Bureau. Fang Ping chuckled modestly, though the pride on his face was unmistakable at this moment. All candidates had finalized their choices, and as the countdown concluded, the second round of the examination commenced. An ominous crimson array flickered in the distance, followed by a bandage-wrapped mummy bouncing toward Chen Tianming. With a thought, the insectoid warrior at his side charged forward, delivering a single bite. Crunch! The seemingly sturdy body was effortlessly severed in 2 by the warrior's attack, resulting in yet another instant kill. Though the attributes of the creature were not visible, Chen Tianming could sense that this creature was significantly weaker than the kobold from the first round. Standing still, he pondered for a moment and concluded that this was an examination designed primarily for the majority's adaptability. If the strength of the monsters is excessively formidable, it inevitably leads to a large-scale elimination, which contradicts the interests of the nation. The purpose of the examination is not to weed out students, but rather to select and cultivate outstanding talents to as someone who is inherently entitled to direct admission. One's abilities should naturally far surpass those of the majority of peers. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the mummy, Chen Tianming felt a surge of thought and promptly commanded the genetic parasites to stand guard by the teleportation array, awaiting the appearance of the monsters. After a few seconds, a second mummy emerged from the crimson array. Subsequently, with a swift strike from the genetic parasite, this mummy met the same fate as the first round's dog-headed monster, its head soaring into the air while its body collapsed to the ground. How utterly dull! Chen Tianming observed the monsters that appeared every few seconds and gradually discerned the pattern of this examination. This round tested the enduring combat capability of the practitioners at this moment. The officials on the top floor of the lighthouse, watching the screen where Chen Tianming was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, were utterly astonished. This fellow's summoned creatures seem excessively powerful. Just look at him, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed. He appears so relaxed. Indeed, this hardly resembles an examination. One might as well say he is on vacation. It is certain that he will gain admission to the Celestial Academy. But whether he will participate in the Celestial Project remains uncertain. These examiners, as senior leaders of the nation, possess a certain understanding of the Celestial Project, with some even participating in it. They had lost interest in watching Chen Tianming's performance and turned their attention to other practitioners. The monsters he faced were incapable of lasting even a second. Each one perished the moment it appeared, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Meanwhile, Qian Feng wielded a blood-red staff, continuously maneuvering around the group of mummies. Once the mummies accumulated to a certain number, he summoned a pool of blood to ensnare them all, then unleashed a blood explosion. In an instant, a multitude of mummies was cleared away, and he found great delight in repeating this action. On the other hand, Li Yuqing experienced a more chilling sight. As a gigantic evil, I hovered in the air. Any mummy caught in its gaze stood frozen in place, seemingly devoid of a soul within mere seconds. Before long, dozens of mummies stood vacantly before Li Yuqing. Then, as more mummies appeared, these originally motionless figures suddenly turned and attacked their own kin. This was undoubtedly a vile spell that attacked souls and manipulated the dead. A sweeping glance revealed that the examiners had gained a general understanding of the various candidates' levels. Aside from Chen Tianming, as time progressed, numerous candidates chose to forfeit, yet many more gritted their teeth and persevered. Each individual aspired to achieve the best possible results, thereby securing opportunities to enter better institutions. Only Chen Tianming seemed able to doze off amidst it all. As the countdown concluded, Chen Tianming finally rose from the ground. Numerous candidates sighed in relief, exclaiming that it was finally over. Had it continued any longer, they might not have been able to endure. I feel more exhausted than when I was grinding in the Lost City. Most candidates now sat on the ground, panting heavily. In just 45 minutes, they felt utterly drained. The current round of examinations concluded. A total of 7,962 candidates participated, with 3,650 passing the assessment, while the remainder were eliminated. The difficulty of the next round will further increase. Remaining candidates are advised to choose wisely. At this moment, a radiant screen appeared before everyone, presenting only two options: continue or forfeit. At the same instant, all candidates heard the proclamation. Some chose to forfeit, yet many others wished to persist. Witnessing this, Chen Tianming unhesitatingly selected to continue. He understood that this was also part of the examination, testing one's courage akin to rowing against the current. Indeed, as soon as he clicked to continue, that voice echoed once more. Even if you forfeit now, your current scores are sufficient to enter higher educational institutions. However, should you choose to continue, it may very well endanger your lives. After all, the difficulty of the third round will experience an unprecedented surge, and it is highly likely that you will not have time to halt the examination, leading to potential loss of life. Please choose wisely. I shall grant you 5 minutes to deliberate. If you fail to make a choice, it will be assumed you wish to continue. and you will automatically enter the next round. Upon hearing this, many candidates ultimately opted to forfeit. Yet, unbeknownst to those who withdrew, at that moment, a crack had formed in their resolve. Conversely, those who chose to persist were still contemplating, for how regrettable it would be to give up after reaching this stage. Chapter 54. 3 middle school students among the 3,650 candidates who successfully passed the second round of examinations. Over 800 chose to forfeit. Ultimately, only 2,758 candidates decided to remain and continue the examination. The rankings for the second round of examinations were announced. First place, Chen Tianming, total points, 5, 600. Second place, Li Yuqing, total points, 4, 800. Third place, Qian Feng, total points, 3, 350. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total points, 2, 090. Upon seeing the leaderboard, Qian Feng leapt up in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could he possibly have such a high score?" In 45 minutes, calculating at 5 seconds per monster, one could encounter a maximum of 12 monsters per minute. At the nightmare difficulty, each monster yields 10 points, so in a minute, one could earn at most 120 points. The absolute limit over 45 minutes would be 5,400 points, plus the 100 points from the first round, totaling a maximum of 5,500 points. How did he achieve 5,600 points? Not to mention the time spent fighting monsters. Could it be that Chen Tianming killed each monster the instant it emerged without fail? At this moment, a thought began to take root in everyone's minds. Could this individual be a freak of nature? Is such a score even attainable by a human? Qian Feng even suspected cheating, though he dared not voice such accusations, fearing retribution from high-ranking officials. That if Chen Tianming is indeed a prodigy, how could Li Yuqing surpass him? Is my own talent merely illusory? Qian Feng's expression darkened considerably. He had initially thought that this year's top scorer would be an easy catch. Yet an unexpected dark horse had emerged that he was now deeply concerned about whether his declining rank would jeopardize his support from the Qinglong gang, leaving him in a state of disquiet. Outside the examination hall, Fang Ping, upon seeing the announced results, sprang from his chair, his face flushed with excitement, his water bottle trembling in his hand, spilling water everywhere. "Old Fang, your student is indeed quite extraordinary. He is simply a monster." Fang Ping chuckled. "You're the monster. Your whole family is a bunch of monsters." Fang Ping felt a wave of contentment, realizing he knew how Chen Tianming managed to achieve such results. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Fang Ping had quietly provided him with substantial assistance, though he had kept it from Chen Tianming to avoid impacting his studies. Now, witnessing his success, he felt immense pride. However, just then, several vehicles adorned with flashing red and blue lights arrived outside the examination hall, from which descended several enforcement officers, exuding an air of authority. Not only that, but a few individuals clad in trench coats and sunglasses, radiating an aura of unapproachability, unmistakably high-level practitioners, accompanied them. The school principals exchanged whispers, speculating about the presence of law enforcers and inspectors. What could have transpired to warrant Director Ma's personal involvement? It is known that any illegal activities within Jiang City fall under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Bureau, but if inspectors are involved, it indicates that the situation is exceedingly severe, surpassing the Enforcement Bureau's capacity. The principals recalled the urgent news from the previous night, suddenly realizing the gravity of a heinous attack that had occurred in the outskirts of Jiang City. Although no civilians were harmed, the repercussions had been dire, and the rapid spread of information online meant that the incident became widely known nationwide within a single night. The crowd speculated amongst themselves, casting glances toward the principals of the 7 middle schools in Jiang City. Could it be? Lu Yun and Fang Ping exchanged a subtle glance before shifting their focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, who had been brimming with joy moments before, now wore a troubled expression. Yet, having long held a prominent position, he swiftly composed himself, donning a cheerful demeanor as he approached. "Director Ma, what brings you here today? Is there a need for maintaining order at the examination hall?" Principal Fang, Chen Tianming, is participating in the examination inside. Correct? Yes. What seems to be the issue? We currently suspect his involvement in a murder case, which is why we have come to summon him. However, given that he is a practitioner, I brought the inspectors along for precaution. A murder case? Fang Ping was taken aback, and then whispered, "Didn't I tell you last night that he was attacked? How did it turn into him committing murder?" Director Ma remained silent, merely casting a long, penetrating glance at Fong Ping before slowly responding. This incident is not from last night. It just occurred. The deceased is named Yin Yu. This is impossible. Fong Ping exclaimed. He has been at the examination venue since early this morning and is still inside taking the test. How could he have had the time to kill anyone? Besides, wasn't that Yin Yu his friend? What motive could he possibly have? With a serious expression, Director Ma replied, I never said he was the one who killed. Then who did? Fong Ping inquired, his face a mask of confusion. 3 junior high school students, Director Ma stated calmly. What does this have to do with Chen Tianming? According to the testimony of these 3 junior high students, they had just exited an internet CAF last night when they coincidentally encountered Chen Tianming, who was wandering outside at that moment. He asked them for assistance in dealing with someone, offering them a reward of 100,000 Tianxian coins. They agreed, but upon encountering the victim this morning, the situation escalated, and due to the victim's overreaction, they accidentally killed him. Fearing the consequences, they came to the police station to confess, revealing that the mastermind behind it all was Chen Tianming. Last night? That makes it even more implausible. Not only I, but also Principal Lu Yun and Dr. Shueli can vouch for him being with us. Director Ma regarded Fong Ping with a deep gaze, then retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket that he opened the album, and a video appeared, a high-definition surveillance clip showing Chen Tianming conversing with the 3 junior high students. The footage indicated that they had been engaged in discussion for several minutes, and it was evident that the dialogue was not proceeding smoothly. The students could be seen shaking their heads and waving their hands, seemingly rejecting Chen Tianming's proposal. However, when he produced 100,000 Tianxian coins from his pocket, the young men visibly wavered and subsequently followed Chen Tianming to Jiangqing Huafu. Upon arrival, Chen Tianming instructed them to wait outside while he entered the villa area, at which point he vanished from sight. The next segment of the video unfolded, revealing a woman walking joyfully with a bright smile, gradually making her way towards the community's exit. That as she passed by an alley, several young men suddenly emerged, forcefully dragging her inside. Due to the absence of surveillance in the alley, the exact events that transpired thereafter remain unknown. However, the coroner has already been notified to commence the autopsy. Old Fong, this matter is serious. It involves incitement of minors and hired murder, which reflects poorly on us. Rumors are already circulating online, Director Ma said, placing his hand on Fong Ping's shoulder, that I understand there are many doubts regarding this case. But currently, all evidence points unfavorably towards him. According to protocol, we must take him back for questioning. However, rest assured, we will not make things difficult for him. After all, with so many professionals around, who can definitively say that the person in the video is not an impersonator? With that, he disregarded Fong Ping's concerns and found a vacant seat nearby, waiting for the examination to conclude. Fong Ping, upon hearing this, felt a shift in his demeanor, his gaze fixed on the sky. Lost in thought. Chapter 55, the terrifying third round within the tower. A radiant white light descended from above, illuminating each individual. Everyone was restored to their peak condition. Given this, I respect your choices. The rules for the third round of the examination are as follows. Each of you will face 10 waves of monster attacks. Each wave will consist of 20 monsters, totaling 200 monsters. The intervals between each wave will be 1 minute. Regardless of whether you have eliminated the first wave, the next wave will promptly appear after 1 minute. The final wave will be led by an extraordinary grade monster, that TO pass. You must eliminate all of them. Each monster defeated grants you 10 points, that if you manage to eradicate them all, your points for this round will be doubled, yielding a total of 4,000 points. As the rules were announced, the dark red magic circle before each participant began to flicker. The first wave of 10 monsters had appeared, comprising 5 dog-headed men and 5 mummies, with the mummies positioned at the front to serve as shields for the dog-headed men to cast spells. The difficulty had significantly increased. This moment, Chen Tianming remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, silently calculating the implications of the heightened difficulty, that if the efficiency of clearing the monsters was too low, he would be overwhelmed by an ever-increasing number of monsters, ultimately leading to failure. He had come to understand that this round was a test to the candidate's ability to cleanse numerous adversaries. The first round tested individual combat skills, the second assessed sustained combat capability, and the third evaluated rapid clearance proficiency. Chen Tianming mused, this examination is truly a laborious endeavor. Several examiners were already wearing smiles, their eyes fixed on Chen Tianming's screen, chuckling. Let us see how you plan to handle this, and no matter how strong his summoned creatures were, if his clearing ability fell short, allowing the monsters any respite would lead to chaos in the later stages. However, with the strength of his summoned creatures, passing this round should not pose a problem. His true capabilities would only be revealed in the final round. That moment, Xuan Ning, who had been observing from the side, suddenly spoke up. This round will undoubtedly be a walk in the park for him. The examiners looked at Shui Lao with surprise. His words carried a tone of assurance, as though he was entirely convinced that this challenge would not trouble Qin Tianming. Although some examiners had their doubts, they refrained from voicing them, knowing that the unfolding events would soon reveal the truth. Before long, the third round of testing officially commenced. In front of Qin Tianming appeared 4 warriors and 4 genetic primordial insects, perfectly matching the number of monsters in the opposing magic circle. The 10 insectoid creatures charged forward, swiping with claws and swinging scythes, swiftly dispatching their targets without hesitation. 5 dog-headed men and 5 mummies fell within mere moments. "Oh, I just remembered," exclaimed the examiner responsible for the mage category, slapping his forehead in realization that I once read a book that stated a summoner gains a new summon and increases their summoning limit by 10 with each advancement in rank. Since this guy is at the elite level, his summoning cap is 20 to thus. This round. The mage-like examiner chuckled wryly. It seems the first place is undoubtedly his to claim. Wow. Gaining 10 additional allies per rank up. And acquiring a new summon. No wonder summoners are such rare combat professions, another examiner remarked. Who would have thought that summoners could be so formidable? By the later stages, they could practically form an army single-handedly. Xuan Ning grinned, appearing unsurprised, as if everything had unfolded precisely according to his expectations. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming, in the examination hall, smirked and thought to himself, I never anticipated this grand examination to lack challenge. Its difficulty pales in comparison to the excitement of the underground labyrinth. I can't watch this kid any longer. But he reclined back, propping his legs up in a relaxed manner. He is more comfortable than any of us. How infuriating, while others were being chased by monsters. He simply squatted at the respawn point, waiting for the monsters to respawn. It was far more interesting to observe the others. Look at this guy named Gao Wei. He is doing quite well. At that moment, several examiners were closely monitoring the young man's progress. They watched as he wielded his long sword, skillfully maneuvering through the encirclement of monsters. The sword was enveloped in a silvery light, enhancing its sharpness and allowing it to easily pierce through the monster's defenses, delivering devastating damage. This was a unique skill of the sword mage, capable of inflicting both physical and magical damage, a form of hybrid damage. Coupled with his agile and graceful movements, he navigated the throng of monsters with apparent ease. Though he had yet to acquire area of effect skills, the monsters continued to fall one by one under his relentless assault. Gao Wei was impressive. Despite being an exceptional talent, he exhibited great potential as a dual-class combatant, likely to achieve high damage output in the later stages. That if he performed well, he would undoubtedly have a chance at being admitted to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. At this point, the examiners were no longer fixated solely on the fated individuals. They opened additional screens, showcasing other promising candidates worthy of their attention. Gao Wei was merely one among many. The remaining candidates exhibited a variety of skills. Some were cunning, others delivered precise strikes, some lurked in the shadows to launch surprise attacks, while others boldly forsook defense to engage in fierce-skilled duels with the monsters. The examiners were thoroughly entertained. Only Qin Tianming remained, eyes closed, legs crossed, humming a little tune, creating a rather awkward scene. Merely from the information gathered in this initial minute, the examiners knew that the top spot for the third round was undeniably his. What was even more infuriating was that this young man had his eyes closed more often than open. 5 minutes later, a large number of candidates began to forfeit, each one being transported beyond the lighthouse. They did not feel embarrassed about being eliminated in the third round. In fact, they felt a sense of honor. After all, they had persevered longer than those who came before them, which was sufficient proof of their capabilities. They were all geniuses, the future seeds of Dongli Nation, the hope of humanity. It was quite terrifying. This group of monsters possessed remarkable strength, being not only resilient but also formidable in ranged attacks. I nearly thought I would perish within. Indeed, those who continued to hold on were truly impressive. Speaking of which, that individual named Qin Tianming seemed extraordinarily formidable. He was practically superhuman, as time slipped away in the blink of an eye. More and more individuals were transported outside the tower. Soon, fewer than 100 remained inside. The elimination rate for this round reached a staggering 99%. Chapter 56. Lost Contact. The third round of examinations concluded. Out of 2,758 participants, only 86 emerged successfully. The sound of the examiner resonated not only within the lighthouse but was also heard by those outside. From 2,758, only 86 remain, signifying that these 86 are the prodigies of Tianbei province. The chosen ones worthy of entering the four esteemed academies. The rankings for the third round were soon announced. First place, Chen Tianming, total score, 9,600 points. Second place, Li Yuqing, total score, 6,300 points. Third place, Qian Feng, total score, 5,050 points. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total score, 4,090 points. Fifth place, Feng Yuxiu, total score, 3,800 points. Chen Tianming continued to lead by a significant margin, and the gap between him and the second place began to widen even further. That a radiant white light illuminated the space once more, signaling the healing light of restoration. Gao Wei, Xue Shan, Li Ming, Su Mingyao, and others sat cross-legged, diligently regulating their breathing. Upon feeling the light shine upon him, Gao Wei, with a beaming smile, gripped his sword tightly and murmured, "Leg brother, I will definitely enter the Kyoto Royal Academy." Li Ming, Xue Shan, and Su Mingyao exhaled deeply, relieved. Having made it through the third round, entering the four prestigious academies is assured. We just wonder if we can make it to the Kyoto Royal Academy. Each of them harbored a singular thought: to give their utmost effort to gain admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy. However, this result merely ensured their entry into the four prestigious academies. It did not guarantee their place in the Kyoto Royal Academy. Chen Tianming felt the same, though he was reclining comfortably. At that moment, the examiner's voice echoed once more. "I know you all aspire to enter the Kyoto Royal Academy. But gaining admission is not an easy feat. Although you have persevered through 3 rounds, there remains a final test. Should your performance not be exemplary, you may still face elimination. To gain entry into the Kyoto Royal Academy, you must let your scores speak for themselves. So, please listen attentively to the rules for the final round of examinations. In the final round, the lighthouse will activate its teleportation function, sending you and candidates from other provinces into the abyss. In the abyss, you need only survive for 5 hours to successfully complete the assessment. The lighthouse will then bring you back. There are 4 stages within, each offering different points based on your achievements. Every hour, the defensive barrier will be lifted. The first stage rewards 10 points for hunting monsters, the second stage 20 points, the third stage 40 points, and the fourth stage 80 points. Enhanced, elite, and boss-level monsters yield even higher points. You may form teams to survive within, but any points earned will be shared among the team members. There is no limit on the number of team members. Upon conclusion of the assessment, those who accumulate a total of 10,000 points will secure a guaranteed spot in the Kyoto Royal Academy. Thus, may you all forge ahead with courage, and may the days to come spare our successors from suffering. Teleportation. Commence. Destination. The abyss. As the examiner's words concluded, the top of the lighthouse erupted in a brilliant incandescent light, piercing the sky and tearing a massive rift in the heavens. Subsequently, the entire tower shimmered with a glass-like glow, as if constructing a crystalline pathway. The tower then trembled, as though something was entering through the luminous rift, and this phenomenon lasted for several seconds before returning to tranquility. That moment, aside from the examiner at the top, all candidates had been transported to the abyss. It was the front line of the battle between humanity and the malevolent forces. All extraterritorial demons entered Blue Star through the teleportation portals in the abyss, which serve as a transit station for invasions. Of course, humanity could also reverse invade the demons' homeland through the abyss, though humanity currently lacked the strength to do so. Blue Star was merely humanity's second battlefield. The abyss was the primary front where humanity clashed with evil. Countless heroes of humanity would engage in a blood-soaked battle here, some even vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only tombs in the rear as memorials. Today, these blossoms of the motherland would get an early taste of the brutalities of war. Many might display bravery in ordinary instances, supported by companions and elders, yet upon entering the abyss, they would falter miserably. For those who first entered were utterly alone. When individuals find themselves in a foreign environment devoid of companions, it tests their psychological resilience that in the endless abyss, without allies or kin, one's emotions could easily spiral into despair, leading them perilously close to death. The abyss was vast, with a plethora of terrains to discover. This moment, Chen Tianming found himself transported to a desolate valley. Before his eyes, a dark red hue shrouded the sky, and the shadowy valley mirrored a blood-soaked landscape beneath the heavens, presenting a grim crimson vista. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of rotten eggs from a malfunctioning refrigerator, permeated the air, inducing retching. Countless jagged stones littered the ground, some towering several meters high. Nonetheless, such an environment afforded practitioners ample room for maneuver. Chen Tianming wrinkled his nose, sensing a faint aroma of fresh blood in the air. It seemed a battle had recently transpired here. With a thought, he summoned 100 warriors and 50 genetic primordial insects, dispersing them to commence preliminary exploration. Meanwhile, chaos erupted atop the national towers across all provinces as examiners frantically shouted, "What on earth is happening? Why have we lost the monitoring visuals?" Chapter 57. The Overlord in the Abyss in the distance. The sounds of battle echoed. Approximately 100 meters away, a squad of orcs engaged in combat with the warriors. However, upon discovering the presence of other warriors, the orcs unleashed a thunderous roar, retreating while fighting. Shortly thereafter, several more squads of orcs appeared within Chen Tianming's line of sight. Observing the situation, the orcs began to converge towards other orc squads while engaging in battle. These creatures appeared to possess considerable intelligence. Truly, they were formidable foes in the abyss. Chen Tianming beckoned a warrior to him and mounted it, advancing several dozen meters before extracting a detector from his ring to scan the surroundings. Upon entering the abyss, he had already noticed the seal on his ring had been lifted. Soon, the detector's information materialized. Green-skinned orc warrior level. Rare level 5. Aside from this, no further information was provided. After reporting to other orc squads, the orcs commenced their counterattack. That if these orc squads encountered smaller groups of human practitioners, such tactics would surely prove effective. Unfortunately for them, they faced Chen Tianming. With a snap, 500 insect warriors appeared out of thin air, swiftly surrounding the orcs that a scythe strike landed, severely injuring the foremost green-skinned orc, though it did not perish, retaining a sliver of life. Chen Tianming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It didn't get one shot. The fact that the insect warriors failed to instantly eliminate the green-skinned orc genuinely astonished him. Clearly, one could not underestimate these abyssal monsters. The physical attributes of these orcs must be exceptionally high. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand a blow from the warriors. However, in the face of absolute numbers and attributes, these orcs ultimately cannot escape the fate of annihilation that a judgment formed in Chen Tianming's mind. If one attack is insufficient, then he shall strike twice, for their numbers are abundant. At worst, two may attack a single target, ensuring a swift kill. That one green-skinned orc fell lifelessly to the ground. Chen Tianming's score simultaneously changed, rising from 9600 to 9610, with an experience gain of 1360. There is experience to be gained. Chen Tianming felt a twinge of surprise. Although the observation room at the lighthouse had lost its visual feed, they could still see the fluctuations in the score. "Old Shui, look! Chen Tianming's score panel is fluctuating," exclaimed one of the examiners in delight. That it seems the situation is not too dire. Yet in an instant, the score jumped again, soaring from 9610 to 9720. At this sudden increase tightened the hearts of the examiners. A candidate newly entering the abyss would not encounter such a multitude of abyssal monsters immediately upon entry. At this moment, Chen Tianming had just eradicated 11 monsters in one breath, indicating an exceptionally high density of abyssal creatures. Many ominous speculations began to brew in their minds. When candidates initially entered the abyss, they were dispersed. The auxiliary classes, in particular, caused the examiners to feel a pang of anxiety, yet they were powerless to intervene. That moment, a furious examiner from the main combat category slammed his fist on the table, vociferously cursing. What on earth are the Empire's higher-ups doing? How can such a significant event occur without a whisper of news? This is the nation's most outstanding candidate this year. They all understood the implications of being disconnected from the abyss. The abyssal trial zone was likely compromised. TO breached the trial zone silently, and without a trace was something none among them dared to imagine. They knew too well how terrifying the monsters lurking there could be. Old Shwe, what should we do now? Please give us some guidance. A mage examiner implored that if all else fails, we could activate the teleportation array and enter to rescue the children ourselves. They are the future of our nation. They must not perish at the hands of these monsters. Do not panic. Remain calm. Xue Ning, shedding his earlier jovial demeanor, spoke with gravity. The trial zone has not fallen. I have just been in contact with the military high command. They informed me that the commander of the Anti-Magic Legion, Xue Kai, had communicated with them not long ago. They are still stationed near the abyssal trial zone. This confirmed that the trial zone had not been lost, but rather some other changes had occurred. The Empire's higher-ups had already dispatched a notification to the stationed military in the abyss, ordering them to investigate. Furthermore, at the very moment the lighthouse lost its visual feed, the Sky Marshal had mobilized a multitude of high-level professionals to prepare to activate the lighthouse's observer mode. It would not be long before the visuals were restored. The current lack of visuals was undoubtedly due to those vile creatures interfering with the observation array. What I am now concerned about is whether this is a diversion tactic employed by the outer demons. Perhaps their aim is to provoke a military mobilization, in any case. We are currently powerless to act and must patiently await developments. Humanity has persevered through countless trials to reach this day, relying on our fearless courage and astute minds. At this moment, remaining calm and awaiting the Empire's orders is our imperative if the nation urgently needs to mobilize a group of experts into the abyss. Then I, this old bone, shall go first. It is not your place to take the lead, for now. Focus on observing the panels. Old Shwe's words quickly took effect, and the examiners, who had been in turmoil just moments ago, gradually regained their composure. The slaughter continued, and soon, these small orc squads brought Chen Tianming hundreds of points and thousands of experience. His score had now surpassed 10,000, meeting the admission criteria of the Royal Academy of Kyoto. However, he did not halt his endeavors. Instead, he stored these corpses in his insect nest space. To date, Chen Tianming's insect nest space had accumulated a staggering 20,000 various insectoid species, including over 19,000 insect warriors, more than 2,000 plasma bomb insects and 1,500 gene primordial insects, along with one arachnid queen and one gene queen. This constituted Chen Tianming's current total combat strength. The vast number of insectoids brought with them equally vast consumption. Although the insectoids in the nest could enter a dormant state, keeping their energy consumption low when not summoned, their instinct remained to continuously feed and absorb energy to foster more insects. The Overlord's insatiable hunger for sustenance never ceased. At this moment, when Chen Tianming placed these orc squads into the insect nest space, the Overlord exhibited a desire to emerge through their mental connection. It sensed that the flesh and blood of these orcs contained an energy it found remarkably familiar, which would greatly benefit it. Thus, it yearned to emerge and absorb more energy to enhance its reproductive capabilities. With a resounding thud, a terrifying giant insect, towering at 20 meters, crawled upon the ground, first letting out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. That then swiftly approached Chen Tianming, causing him to startle and hastily intervene. Go do what you intend. Upon hearing this, the Overlord glanced around before crawling to a nearby cliff, standing upright and sinking its 5 pairs of hooked feet deep into the cliffside to maintain balance. It then activated its mimicry. With a rustle, this colossal creature seamlessly blended into its surroundings. Had it not been for the mental connection between Chen Tianming and the Overlord, he would never have noticed that such a massive creature was hidden so close before him. With a sudden thud, the Overlord's abdomen began to undulate, and soon, one insect after another began to emerge from within the Overlord. Chapter 58. An outstanding conductor, since the Overlord had been summoned. Its safety must be ensured. Snap. Snap. 2 crisp sounds echoed as 10,000 warriors and 1,000 gene primordial insects were summoned. Chen Tianming commanded, centering around the Overlord and myself. Initiate reconnaissance mode. Upon encountering humans, do not engage. Instead, maneuver around and evade. Mission. Hunt all visible abyssal monsters. With a roar, all the insectoids erupted in excitement, their massive cries capturing the attention of nearby abyssal monsters. upon noticing the sudden appearance of such a vast swarm of insectoids. The monsters began to converge, intent on hunting these uninvited guests. The insectoids, now unable to contain their eagerness, scattered like a tide, that a grand feast of slaughter was about to unfold upon this land. Whoosh! Hundreds of orcs gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts that reverberated through the canyon. Soon, 10,000 insect warriors and 1,000 gene primordial insects divided into 10 squads, launching a pincer attack against the green-skinned orcs. Chen Tianming's score began to rise rapidly. The control room of the lighthouse erupted once more in fervor. What exactly was happening in the abyss? Why was Chen Tianming's score increasing at such an alarming rate? The examiners exchanged worried glances, their anxiety mounting as they observed the astonishing speed of Chen Tianming's score escalation. That IT was growing at an astonishing rate of 3 digits nearly every second. The eyelids of Xue Ning twitched uncontrollably. With no visuals available, they could only speculate, utterly ignorant of the truth. That moment, dozens of fireballs, each a meter in diameter, plummeted from the sky like meteors. Chen Tianming's heart raced as he cast his gaze toward the distance, spotting a large contingent of orcs rushing in to provide support. That a quick glance revealed thousands among them, as for what lay beyond. He could not ascertain. Leading the charge were the familiar dog-headed creatures. These fireball-wielding dog-headed beings hailed from the abyss. In an instant, the meteoric fireball struck the warriors, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Yet that was all it amounted to. Chen Tianming focused his thoughts and relinquished command of the battlefield to the Overlord. Not only was the Overlord the queen of the insectoids, but also their leader. Chen Tianming had not forgotten the system's note regarding the Overlord's exceptionally high IQ. Once the Overlord assumed command, the formation of the insectoids swiftly adapted. Firstly, 2 squads circumvented the front-line orc defenders, charging directly toward the fireball-throwing dog-headed creatures. Subsequently, a small detachment of warriors moved toward the rear of the orcs to scout for enemy activity. Following this, a squad of warriors fanned out in a semicircle behind the Overlord to undertake reconnaissance tasks, while another squad took on the role of battlefield logistics, transporting supplies to the Overlord. At this moment, the Overlord operated like a high-speed supercomputer, continuously issuing one combat command after another. Under the Overlord's guidance, the insectoids executed their operations in a well-organized and orderly manner. At this moment, Chen Tianming was astonished to discover that after the Overlord took command, it shattered the previous limitation that insect warriors could only maintain a distance of 6,700 meters from him. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that this was likely due to the Overlord's unique capabilities, or perhaps its mental prowess exceeded his at this moment. Chen Tianming harbored doubts regarding the examination. The mere thought of encountering such a multitude of monsters upon entering the abyss was enough to make him shudder. How many lives would be lost in this place? Or perhaps the emergence of these creatures was contingent upon the number of participants or their individual strengths. Where, he pondered, were the other candidates? A myriad of questions swirled in Chen Tianming's mind. Yet he found himself unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all, oblivious to the changes occurring within the abyssal trial grounds. But why dwell on such matters? He was no stranger to exterminating these beasts. If this momentum continued, not only would he fulfill the system's tasks, but he might also ascend swiftly to the elite levels of 8th or even 9th rank. With this thought, Chen Tianming cast aside his other concerns and began to scrutinize the battlefield, leaving the command to Bawang. Under the relentless onslaught of the insect horde, the 1,000 or so orcs that had come to aid were now besieged, with only a few hundred valiantly resisting. Meanwhile, the warriors venturing behind the orc lines relayed the latest developments. Through a mental link, after Bawang's filtering process, Chen Tianming beheld a vast plain beyond the canyon, teeming with tens of thousands of orcs surging towards the chasm. However, constrained by the narrow entrance, they could only trickle in like a meandering stream, unlike the warriors who could scale cliffs with ease. This disparity ensured that Chen Tianming's side maintained a consistent numerical advantage. Gradually sensing that the orcs lacked the strength to threaten the insect warriors, he initiated communication with Bawang, instructing it to command the insect warriors, led by the gene-originating insects, to advance outward, that he intended to confront the vast army of green-skinned orcs beyond the canyon. Since he possessed experience, he would not hold back in his slaughter. Chapter 59. Humanity cannot lose the lighthouse at this moment. In the capital of the Eastern Li Empire, A magnificent white lighthouse hovered in midair. This towering structure was the very essence of the lighthouse, while the various provincial lighthouses conducting examinations were merely its avatars. Originally, the lighthouse was not called as such. It earned its name for its role as a guiding beacon for the Empire, illuminating the path toward humanity's future. Its purpose extended beyond merely testing talent. It could also establish spatial anchor points in foreign realms. Once these anchors were set, direct teleportation would be possible. Should humanity engage in war against the malevolent forces from beyond, establishing an anchor point behind them would be akin to an ambush. Catching the enemy off guard. It is crucial to understand that a stable teleportation route bears vastly different strategic implications compared to a random portal. As for talent selection, it was merely a means of applying spatial principles within the lighthouse. This is the origin of the lighthouse, though its exact origins remain shrouded in mystery. Ever since the Empire acquired the lighthouse, humanity's high-end combat capabilities have steadily improved, and victories in the abyss have begun to outnumber defeats. However, the lighthouse seldom made its presence known. When it did appear, it signified the commencement of a grand examination. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, as if a tremendous force had violently torn open a rift. In an instant, darkness enveloped the land, and a strange crimson light shot forth from the opening, targeting the Empire's most treasured artifact, the lighthouse. Audacious, absurd. A cacophony of thunderous voices reverberated through the universe. Following this, two enormous ethereal hands emerged in the air, striking towards the crimson glow. Unfortunately, the red light was exceedingly agile, slipping through the gaps between the hands with a mere twist. GGG, Yinhai, Yintin, you cannot stop me. A bizarre voice echoed from the depths of the ominous red light. Soon after, a demon with twin horns and razor-sharp teeth began to materialize from the void. Not good. It's the demon Sagia. Remain calm. This is merely a projection. Behind it, a pair of purple-red eyes opened, revealing an eerie gaze that as the eyes began to rotate, a majestic white silhouette slowly emerged on the retina. The eyes then began to close. Sagia, do you dare? Two figures shot skyward, gathering an unmatched power in their hands. Two waves of light surged towards the eye. Boom! The eye exploded, and one figure let out a furious roar. You seek death. Instantly, he appeared behind Sagia, his hands enlarging before coming down heavily together. Smack! The figure was crushed as if swatting a fly. However, before its demise, the demon left behind its final words. Just a projection, a gift for you. But your little one's in the lighthouse. Two figures appeared beside the lighthouse. They stood tall, exuding an aura of grandeur, their mere presence instilling a sense of awe that I never expected these rabble from the abyss to venture so deep in an attempt to ambush the lighthouse. Thankfully, the lighthouse remains intact. Otherwise, we would be eternal sinners. Hygo, there's a creature from the abyss that has infiltrated the lighthouse. What should we do? Another asked anxiously. The leader's expression mirrored his urgency. Quickly notify the Sky Marshal. This tower is under his jurisdiction, and only he knows how to handle it, and need to notify. I have already arrived that a middle-aged man clad in a blue and white uniform descended from the sky. His presence was formidable, his power unfathomable. The infiltrator was a high-ranking demon's projection, though its identity remained unknown, its target being this year's candidates. The energy within the tower has been disturbed, rendering most of its functions inoperative. I require a cadre of high-tier professionals to assist in calming the unresting energy within the lighthouse and to initiate observer mode. Only then can we grasp real-time information. Then, the Sky Marshal spoke swiftly. Now, immediately contact General Shuekai and instruct him to dispatch troops to the abyssal trial grounds. After the fourth phase of the defensive barrier is breached, we must destroy the anchor point at all costs. Upon hearing the plan to destroy the anchor point, Yunhai and Yuntian were filled with dread. Marshal, think carefully. What will happen to the candidates? What about the Anti-Magic Legion? Moreover, there are over 60 individuals with Destiny-level talent inside. The highest number since humanity entered the Crisis Era. The Empire cannot afford such losses. The Sky Marshal cast a furious glance at the two that if you had managed to stop that demon, we wouldn't be in this predicament, he declared decisively. The anchor point must be destroyed. Otherwise, we risk facing a reverse invasion, and we may have no choice but to abandon the lighthouse. You both understand the significance of the lighthouse to humanity. We cannot afford to lose it. I absolutely will not allow such an event to transpire. Is there truly no alternative? Yunhai asked, his face a mask of despair and reluctance. Yuntian, and I can infiltrate the enemy-occupied area and utilize a teleportation portal to enter the abyss. It is my dereliction to have failed to protect the lighthouse. I will not allow any harm to befall the candidates within, for they represent our future. Furthermore, there is an entire anti-magic legion inside. They are our mainstay against the malevolent forces. I am fully aware of what you say, that if we wish to avoid destroying the anchor point while preserving the lives within, there is indeed one strategy left. Upon hearing this, Yunhai's previously dejected expression brightened with hope, only to be extinguished by the Marshal's next words. That is to eliminate the demon's projection inside. Chapter 60. One person ascends. All rise. Eliminate the demon's projection? Yunhai chuckled bitterly at the suggestion. Indeed, killing a demon's projection is simple. They typically lack strength. However, it is well known that demons excel at concealment. The abyssal trial grounds are vast, and it could hide anywhere. How do we find it? Yunhai bowed respectfully to the Sky Marshal, apologizing. Today's events arise from my brother and me. Fortunately, I know of a secret teleportation portal that leads to the abyss, not far from the trial grounds. I shall do my utmost to locate the demon's projection. Should I fail, dying there would not tarnish my ancestors' reputation. Marshal, I leave the lighthouse in your capable hands. That he clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Marshal, I am departing. Two figures transformed into flowing light, swiftly racing towards the distance. The dog-headed mage relentlessly unleashed spells from behind, causing a torrential downpour of fire. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of thunderous roars. The warrior displayed astonishing speed, thanks to an agility of 1749. As under the command of the Overlord, the Zerg warrior effortlessly breached the dog-headed defenses in the blink of an eye. With a swift stroke, one by one, the dog-headed creatures fell as if they were mere stalks of rice being harvested. The resilience of the dog-headed beings paled in comparison to that of the green-skinned orcs, rendering them susceptible to instant annihilation by the warrior. Experience points surged. 1300, 1420. The examiners in the trial tower could hardly fathom the spectacle before their eyes. Chen Tianming's score was beyond any conventional description. It was akin to an explosion. In an instant, his points skyrocketed by thousands, signifying that dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters perished at his hands each second. This individual possessed an area attack skill. This profession was surely destined for greatness. The mere presence of a summoned creature was terrifying, and to discover that his crowd control skills were even more outrageous was beyond expectation. He must have reached the heroic level. Hiss, the examiners collectively gasped, suddenly realizing that, indeed, judging by the feedback of the score, this fellow had at least hunted down several thousand magical creatures. They could not imagine that all this was accomplished through Chen Tianming's summoned beings. Rather than his own efforts. As for area attack skills, he had not even learned a single target attack skill. After all, having transformed into the fourth calamity, who would personally take to the battlefield? Were there not enough of these insects for show? The front lines began to push toward the entrance of the canyon. Unbeknownst to Chen Tianming, who was oblivious to the examiner's thoughts, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, markedly different from the usual shivers that accompanied leveling up. At this moment, he was gently lifted from the ground by a golden light. Hovering in mid-air, a soothing energy coursed through his entire being, continuously cleansing his blood and bones, enhancing his physical constitution. In that instant, he felt as though his life had undergone an evolution. However, this transformation lasted only for a brief moment before it ceased, that he slowly descended to the ground, reluctant to open his eyes. Still immersed in the previous sensation, unable to extricate himself. How delightful! Was this the leap in life level brought by breaking the mirror? After a considerable while, Chen Tianming gradually opened his eyes, clenching his fists and feeling the immense power coursing through them. He sincerely remarked, "Indeed, leveling up is an intoxicating experience for practitioners. This feeling is simply exquisite." It seemed that if he wished to experience it again, he would have to wait for the next breakthrough. What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Soloing was immensely satisfying, and all the experience was his alone. Chen Tianming exhaled a breath of stale air, musing that during his previous team activities, experience was shared among five. And although there was a leader's bonus, the efficiency paled in comparison to soloing. However, after slaying thousands of orcs, his experience skyrocketed, finally breaking the shackles of life and advancing to the heroic level. Just then, the system notification chimed, ding. Host detected to have ascended to the heroic level. The seal on the Iraqi Queen Mother has partially lifted, unlocking the unit type, worker insect. The worker insects of the Iraqi lineage can construct nests and fortifications, and also serve as transporters for brain insects. Ding. Host power has increased by a significant tier, rewarding one opportunity for an insect codex lottery. Commencing draw in an instant, the vast insect codex unfurled in Chen Tianming's mind like a scroll. A brilliant light began to flicker upon the codex, and after nearly a minute, the light finally rested upon the shadow of a large scorpion. Congratulations. Host has drawn the Holy Spirit level Void Behemoth, Devourer. Ding. Holy Spirit level, Void Behemoth Devourer. Talent skill activated, Tier 1. Tier enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Congratulations. Host has obtained the mythical level Void Behemoth Devourer. Chen Tianming withdrew from the Sea of Consciousness, and immediately, a creature resembling a scorpion was summoned. With a clap, the moment the Devourer was summoned, the entire swarm fell silent for a moment, and all the warriors gazed in awe at this little scorpion. Indeed, the summoned Devourer was merely 1 meter long and half a meter tall, yet the aura it emitted instilled fear in the hearts of the fearless warriors. Master, hungry, hungry, the Devourer said in a soft voice. All right. Soon, one warrior after another began to place the corpses they had initially prepared to transport in front of the Devourer. Upon seeing the food, the Devourer lunged forward and began to tear into the remains, rapidly devouring one orc corpse after another. With each morsel consumed, the Devourer's size began to undergo a significant transformation. In just this short span, its height increased by half a meter, and its length reached 1 meter. Its head became broader and larger, exuding a more ferocious aura, with eyes as deep as pools, radiating a shadowy, purple glow. Master, I want more. The voice remained sweet and innocent, causing Chen Tianming's heart to nearly melt. Give it all to in an instant. The swarm surged forth, and a multitude of corpses began to pile up in front of the Devourer. Chapter 61. Little Doodle. Chen Tianming finally had the time to inspect the basic information of the Devourer. Devourer, mythical level. Level, ordinary level 1, sealed constitution. 9999 strength. 9999 agility. 9999 spirit. 9999. Host's current power detected at hero level 1, directly elevating the Devourer's level to extraordinary level 1. Level, extraordinary level 1, sealed constitution. 25399 strength. 25399 agility. 25399 spirit. 25399. Seal. Due to its subjugation under the control of the Zerg sovereign, the Devourer has not exhibited its full power. Its level will synchronize with that of the Zerg sovereign until fully liberated. Talent, carnivore. Note: each time a creature is slain, it enhances the Devourer's constitution and spiritual limits. Skills, Void Bone Spike. The Devourer can summon bone spikes from the void within its line of sight. Enemies struck will experience mental disorientation and a 60 reduction in movement speed. Silence Wave. The Devourer unleashes a magical silence wave from its mouth, silencing struck enemies and inflicting severe magical damage. Void Spike. The Devourer's regular attack directly summons sharp spikes from the void, causing piercing damage to enemies. Death Feast. The Devourer can directly consume a creature with lower constitution than itself, allowing the consumed creature to further evolve the Devourer. Note: after activating Death Feast, it can only be reactivated once the first creature consumed has been digested within the Devourer's body. Evaluation. This is a peculiar species that is either eating or searching for food, seemingly never satisfied. It is said that a Devourer once swallowed an entire planet in one bite. Chen Tianming glanced at the little scorpion beside him and exclaimed, truly, a mythical level creature. It is simply terrifying. Not only does it possess skills, but also a talent that is frightfully powerful. One can only wonder if there is a limit, that if there is none, Chen Tianming dared not ponder further. The more he thought about it, the faster his heart raced, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Burp. Master, is there more? The Devourer's sweet voice echoed once more, seemingly aware of its adorable tone. It shyly crouched on the ground, covering its head with its claws. and meekly said, "I must have eaten too much. Has the master grown weary of me? Oh, give it to her. Give her as much as she desires." How could he allow such an adorably naive devourer to go hungry? Realizing that the title devourer lacked intimacy, Chen Tianming contemplated for a moment and decided, "From now on, you shall be called Little Doodle. Yay, I have a name now. Little Doodle loves this name." Chen Tianming cast a glance at Little Doodle's broad back, then at the warriors beneath him. It seems it's time to change this uncomfortable mount. That he promptly sat down on Little Doodle's back. How comfortable. Little Doodle's back had several protrusions that allowed Chen Tianming to sit comfortably. Thus, Little Doodle carried a green-skinned orc on its left and a dog-headed creature on its right, occasionally nibbling on one side and then the other as it ambled towards the canyon entrance. Swaying gently, a group of warrior subordinates trailed alongside, eagerly handing over prepared rations whenever Little Doodle finished a meal, displaying an impressive level of attentiveness. Little Doodle's constitution and spirit continued to grow with each meal. And upon checking, Chen Tianming noted that each orc devoured increased its constitution and spirit by 1 point, that it remained uncertain how much Little Doodle could consume in a day. At this rate, the title of glutton was undoubtedly inescapable. Chen Tianming's mind wandered as he imagined, if it grows by 1,000 points each day, that would be 10,000 points in 10 days, accumulated over time. Hee. Ha ha. Soon, as they were about to arrive at the entrance of the canyon, the orcs outside, towering like mountains and seas, became distinctly visible to the naked the very limit of Chen Tianming's gaze. A flickering azure light curtain appeared intermittently to that moment. The light curtain began to slowly descend from the heavens, while an invisible gas rose from the ground, forming a thick, blood-red fog with extremely low visibility. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and decay, provoking a wave of nausea. The sky darkened. The atmosphere grew oppressive, engendering a sense of suffocation. The second phase commenced, and a formless, ethereal voice echoed in the void. Chen Tianming looked up at the sky. He felt strangely acclimated to this aura, experiencing little aversion. Perhaps it was due to his identity as the overlord of the insect race. He felt as if he were a mere insect himself, possessing an extraordinary adaptability to his surroundings. Upon entering the abyss, the repugnant odors had ceased to affect his state of mind, and on the contrary, he felt an eerie sense of belonging, as if he could engage in endless slaughter. Perhaps this was his true destiny, to bloom amidst carnage and choose tranquility in death. As the crimson mist gradually dissipated, his vision began to clear. Be cautious. Chen Tianming instructed a small team to spread around him. Despite the presence of damage transfer, it was better to err on the side of caution, as he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. That he remained silently vigilant. Moments later, footsteps echoed behind the orc army on the plain. 2 new types of orcs, previously unseen, suddenly emerged. There were so many that they were hard to count, but soon Chen Tianming received feedback from the Overlord. An additional troop of 12,000 had arrived. A precise message was conveyed to Chen Tianming's mind through thought. Upon his breakthrough to heroic level, the Overlord could now communicate with him through written words, though it would still be some time before the Overlord could speak on its own. Observing this, Chen Tianming took out his detector to scan the newly appeared creatures. Soon, the information regarding the 2 new types of monsters appeared on the detector's display panel. Green-skinned orc fighter level. Rare level 6 dog-headed archer level. Rare level 6, seeing that they were merely at the rare level 6. Chen Tianming waved his hand to disperse the mist before him, startled. After entering the second phase, not only had the previous monsters' levels increased by 1, but their numbers had also been replenished. However, Chen Tianming felt little concern regarding this. Being merely rare level 6, he found their quality somewhat lacking. Despite their satisfactory quantity to that moment, he sat atop his small companion, lost in thought about another issue. Could it be that these monsters were the cumulative creatures from both the first and second phases? Were they collectively allocated to all the candidates? Yet, these monsters appeared in groups, making it exceedingly difficult for candidates to hunt them down unless they could gather en masse. Considering the current difficulty level, most candidates could still evade the first phase. But in the second phase, it would be challenging for other professions to advance. The TO put it simply, the most basic soldiers were the green-skinned orcs and dog-headed creatures. While their strength was commendable, their movement speed was average. Even if candidates could not defeat them, evasion was not a daunting task. However, the archers and fighters of the second phase were entirely different. The archers were swift, and the fighters had high mobility. When combined with the troops from the first phase, candidates would undoubtedly suffer substantial casualties if they encountered them. Was this truly the intention of the examiners? Or was there some unforeseen change occurring in the abyss? Chen Tianming did not believe this was a normal trial difficulty. Although he found it simple, the majority of candidates were merely ordinary people. And the casualty rate was too high to align with the Empire's interests. Reflecting on this, Chen Tianming inhaled sharply. Could it be that a disruption had indeed occurred in the abyss? Chapter 62. Interdimensional Communication Symbol. If the examiners were to learn of Chen Tianming's deductions, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The ability to infer all this merely from the encountered environment and the premise of self-interest was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, no one was privy to his thoughts, not even Chen Tianming himself, who maintained a skeptical stance. Just then, the warriors dispatched by the Overlord earlier returned with crucial information. After the Overlord analyzed and processed this information, it was transmitted to his consciousness. Vivid images flashed through his mind. Some candidates were engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs, while others had already become lifeless corpses on the ground. Most astonishingly, Chen Tianming witnessed a scene he found utterly unbelievable. Some green-skinned orcs had indeed captured candidates and were now violating them in the desolate wilderness. These violated candidates, both male and female, lay on the ground, their eyes devoid of life as they gazed up at the sky, emitting cries of anguish and helplessness, their faces contorted with disbelief. That moment, two familiar figures were besieged. Shueshan had a pendant on her chest emanating a radiant barrier that sheltered the two, but the two support-type professionals were surrounded by a horde of orcs, leaving no escape route whatsoever. Through the warrior's perspective, Chen Tianming could clearly see the once bright barrier of light beginning to dim. Once the pendant's energy was exhausted, fear gripped him. "Shue, are we going to die here?" Su Mingyao exclaimed in terror, glancing at the green-skinned orcs outside, haunted by the memory of her companions' gruesome deaths. They had previously encountered a main combat-type professional. The trio formed a small team, but that main combat-type professional, in a bid to showcase his prowess, recklessly charged into the orc horde, only to have his limbs severed by the orcs, who then used a flanking tactic to stealthily approach the two, preparing to capture them both. Sensing the dire situation, Shueshan immediately pulled Su Mingyao to flee. Alas, they had scarcely run far before they were cornered by the orcs. With no other option, Shueshan activated the light-protecting necklace given to her by her family to shield against the orc attacks. Seeing that they could not breach the light barrier, the orcs brazenly devoured the previously incapacitated candidates before their very eyes. The horrifying scene left both women pale and nearly nauseated that moment. Despair washed over them. As support professionals, they possessed no offensive capabilities, and now, surrounded by orcs, they had no escape route left. Not only will we perish here, but it seems that this year's candidates will all meet the same fate. Shueshan shook her head, her face ashen, that a cataclysm has occurred in the abyss. Malevolent forces have invaded the lighthouse and are now lurking within the abyss. Even if we are not slain by the orcs, we will likely meet an untimely end. How do you know all this? Am I truly going to die here? The light barrier had protected them for a considerable time, but now seemed on the verge of collapse. Shueshan shook her head, not answering Su Mingyao's question. Instead, she closed her eyes, preparing to accept her fate, regretting that she had yet to express her gratitude to that person. Su Mingyao let out a piercing scream and suddenly shook Shueshan's arm, exclaiming, "Leg brother! It's Leg brother's insect." Shueshan abruptly opened her eyes and looked ahead, where a dozen warriors appeared as if riding on clouds, charging toward them with an unmatched might that a tear rolled down Shueshan's cheek. "You have saved me once more." Seeing that Su Mingyao and Shueshan had been rescued, Chen Tianming felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, this trial was far from ordinary, that he had also seen the remains of a nearby corpse. In fact, he had witnessed numerous scenes transmitted by the Overlord, but the sight of a man-eater was still shocking. Chen Tianming's heart raced. He sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. "Master, electronic communication signals detected." The Overlord's voice resonated in his mind. "Where is this electronic communication signal coming from?" Chen Tianming inquired, puzzled. "Master, it seems the two you just rescued have something to convey to you." The Overlord did not immediately answer Chen Tianming's question. Instead, it projected an image directly into Chen Tianming's mind, akin to a live broadcast. The content of the image depicted Shui Shan and Su Mingyao. Leg brother, can you hear me? The recently rescued Shui Shan grabbed a warrior and vigorously tapped his head. The warrior stood there, dazed and unresisting. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Only then did Shui Shan continue. Leg brother, shortly after we entered the lighthouse, my family sent me 2 messages. Fearing Chen Tianming would doubt her, she produced 2 pieces of talisman paper from her belongings and displayed them to him. This is the interdimensional communication talisman, which consists of 2 halves. As long as one half is inscribed with text, the other half will display it simultaneously. After speaking, she unfurled 2 pieces of talisman paper, revealing the bold inscription on the first. An unknown demon avatar has infiltrated the lighthouse, abandoning the assessment to secure its own safety. The second read, the Sky Marshal has ordered the destruction of the anchor point. Executor Shui Kai must rendezvous to have a glimmer of hope. After relaying this information, Shui Shan anxiously awaited Chen Tianming's response, but it took her a while to realize that warriors do not speak. Just as her anxiety peaked, 2 warriors approached her and Su Mingyao, gradually prostrating themselves on the ground. Both women, possessing exceptional intelligence, immediately understood the implication and promptly mounted the warriors. Once they were securely seated, the warriors began their return journey, determined to safely escort the 2 to Chen Tianming. Chapter 63. Life-saving value maxed as anticipated. The Abyss indeed encountered upheaval. Considering the difficulty of this test, it was akin to a hellish trial. With such a multitude of demons converging, even the mightiest individual would ultimately be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Contemplating this, Chen Tianming felt a wave of concern wash over him. Recalling his prior research online, he remembered discussions regarding anchor points that in this era, acquiring knowledge transcends mere books. One can glean vast information from the internet. As an academic prodigy, Chen Tianming, though not possessing perfect recall, could remember the gist of any book he had read. So the contents of that article remained vivid in his mind. Establishing an anchor point is no easy feat, yet once it is created, its destruction is not a trivial matter. This explains why the Sky Marshal resorted to the phrase at all costs. To establish a stable teleportation channel between 2 realms, an anchor point must be erected. Once destroyed, it effectively closes the stable gateway between 2 worlds that if that were the case, we, as examinees, would become mere pawns of the state, abandoned at a whim. The thought sent a chill down Chen Tianming's spine, nearly causing him to lose his balance and slip off the back of the small creature beneath him. He urged himself to remain calm and think. The anchor point has yet to be destroyed, indicating that the situation is not beyond redemption. With this realization, he resolved to unite all available forces. Boang, increase the patrol teams and swiftly locate Gao Wei and Li Ming. Additionally, if you come across any humans in peril along the way, extend your assistance where possible. Expedite the transport of Shui Shan and Su Mingyao to my side. I need to discern the direction of the army. After issuing these commands, Chen Tianming began discussing the recent electronic signal issues with Boang. However, as the conversation progressed, he discerned an anomaly. There were 2 separate communications directed toward different locations. The content of the electronic messages, deciphered by Boang, now vividly occupied Chen Tianming's consciousness. The first message was relatively normal, especially since he had just learned from Shui Shan about the imperative to destroy the anchor point at all costs. However, the second message sent shivers down his spine, a wave of profound dread coursing through him. Yun Hai and Yun Tian have infiltrated the Abyss via secret channels. Their operational positions are unknown. Please exercise caution. Who are Yun Hai and Yun Tian, and whom should they be wary of? With the surname Yun, could they be descendants of Yun Tianhe? What was their purpose in entering the Abyss? Was it to prevent the anchor point's destruction, or for some other reason? And who is the one being cautioned? At this moment, the only entity in the Abyss trial that requires stealth is the demon avatar that has infiltrated. From this information, it became evident that Yun Hai and Yun Tian possess power surpassing that of the demon avatar. Boang, can you ascertain the receiving location of the second message? Yes, their communication device is not particularly advanced. However, I must first infiltrate the local mainframe before I can accurately locate them through the scanning equipment. This will require time. Approximately how long? 1 to 2 hours. All right, I leave it to you. Subsequently, Chen Tianming retrieved the tome on void transmission and began to utilize it. Ding. Skill book detected. Void transmission. Talent skill activated. Tier 1. Initiating tier advancement. Advancement complete. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired skill book Void Leap. Ding. You have successfully learned skill Void Leap LV0. Skill description. The user can slip into the void dimension to evade all harm and possesses teleportation abilities, allowing instantaneous movement to any location within a maximum range of 5 kilometers, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Upgrading can reduce cooldown. Maximum level. LV10, that with the teleportation distance increased and the cooldown time shortened. Reaching the maximum level would mean no cooldown at all. Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. This enhancement from the system transformed it into a divine skill. Now, it was time to test its specific effects and consumption. He surveyed his surroundings, focusing on a nearby rock, and silently chanted, Void Leap. Whoosh! In an instant, Chen Tianming's figure vanished from the back of the small creature and reappeared atop the rock. However, perhaps due to it being his first use, he did not land directly above but slightly below. Chen Tianming scratched his head and glanced around, moving his body to check for any abnormalities. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly. Not bad. The skill activates instantaneously and leaves no lingering effects. Truly impressive given its enhancement from the system. As for the mental toll, it was manageable, consuming only 50 points. With his current mental limit, he could use it over 10 times, which was quite remarkable. After waiting a minute, he slipped into the void. Whoosh! In an instant, Chen Tianming vanished from his original position. Where is this? Chen Tianming found himself enveloped in a dimly lit space, encased within a transparent circle. Through this circle, he observed that he was still atop the rock, albeit in an alternate dimension, that he attempted to establish a connection with the insect race outside and found that the mental link remained intact. He tried issuing commands to the insects, and indeed, the warriors followed his instructions and began to move. To his surprise, the mental connection still functioned. Truly remarkable. Chen Tianming began experimenting with his ability to move. He discovered that he could indeed move, albeit at a sluggish pace. After some attempts, he finally grasped the mechanics. Whoosh! He reappeared on the back of the small creature. Wow! Master, you're amazing. Chomp! It's simply the essence of the small creature. Can you finish what S in your mouth before speaking? Speak clearly. All right, I will. Chomp, chomp. Chen Tianming felt a wave of exasperation. Yet considering the lurking demon, he ultimately restrained himself from sending the small creature into battle. It was better for it to indulge. After all, it could enhance its combat prowess that if I were to be ambushed, that would be a significant loss. Ultimately, Chen Tianming chose to recline on the back of the small creature, attentively monitoring the changes in the battlefield. Chapter 64. I will annihilate you all. At this moment, the insect warriors and genetic original insects, under Bawang's command, surged forth like a sharp dagger, piercing through the entrance of the canyon with unstoppable momentum. Upon Chen Tianming's ascension to the heroic level, all the insect forces broke through to the extraordinary level. Insect warrior level. Extraordinary level 1 sealed physique. 3799 strength. 3799 agility. 3799 spirit. 250 genetic original insect. Mature body. Level. Extraordinary level 1 sealed physique. 6800 strength. 6800 agility. 6800 spirit. 6800. The soaring attribute values rendered them akin to fierce tigers leaping into a flock of sheep, causing the orcs to wail in despair. The arrows raining from afar and the fireballs descending from the sky were as ineffective as mere tickles, failing to hinder their advance. Chen Tianming was unaware of how many demons his swarm had slain. He had grown indifferent to such trivial matters, content to recline leisurely on the small creature's back. Deep in contemplation, by the time Shui Shan and Su Mingyao arrived, the battlefield was nearly cleared of orcs by the insect forces. Did all this result from your summons? Shui Shan and Su Mingyao gazed at Chen Tianming with wide eyes, as if viewing an extraterrestrial being. Moreover, you've already reached the heroic level, Shui Shan, with her keen insight, immediately discerned Chen Tianming's advancement to the heroic level and exclaimed, "While I knew you were formidable, this seems rather exaggerated. Allow me a moment to touch you. I suspect you may have been possessed by some malevolent spirit," said Shui Shan as she boldly reached out, prepared to take liberties. After about a playful banter among the three, a tranquil silence gradually enveloped them. The tension that had gripped their bodies began to dissipate in that instant. Although they had all become professionals, they had only recently transitioned to this new role a mere week ago, and to witness a scene of orcs devouring humans right before their eyes was undeniably daunting. While they had steeled themselves for such horrors upon completing their transition, the reality of the situation was enough to elicit fear. In this regard, both Xue Shan and Su Mingyao were immensely grateful to Qin Tianming. Particularly Xue Shan, who had initially held Qin Tianming in high regard, now realized just how misguided her perceptions had been. Tens of thousands of insects. What an overwhelming notion. 100 individuals would merely appear as a patchwork, while 1,000 could resemble a vast lake at a glance. Thousands of colossal insects clustered together resembled an ocean, stretching endlessly beyond sight, that as far as the eye could see, there were only insects. You mean to say that before, diving into dungeons was akin to play? Ah, that cannot be entirely accurate, Qin Tianming interjected solemnly. The dungeon space is limited. After all, it cannot accommodate all that I summon. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Had I known you possessed such prowess, back then, Xue Shan lamented. Back then? What? Had I known of your capabilities, I would have brought you to a different dungeon, before the grand examination. We could have all ascended to the hero level. Alas, it is futile to dwell on such matters now, especially since we are uncertain if we can survive this ordeal, she added with a sigh of regret. Rest assured, Qin Tianming reassured them, patting their shoulders, that I will ensure your safe return. Trust me. Yes. Yes. Our master is truly formidable, chimed in Xiao Daodu, who was also present. Moreover, I, Xiao Daodu, am here to protect you, squeak, exclaimed Xiao Daodu. Xue Shan and Su Mingyao exchanged looks of astonishment at Qin. Is this your new summon? It can speak. A non-humanoid summon that can actually articulate words. Su Mingyao, however, felt differently. She found the large scorpion-esque voice rather pleasant, adorably naive, and immediately rushed over to pet it. Xue Shan, on the other hand, was taken aback. Upon hearing Xiao Daodu speak, her body quivered. She understood all too well the implications of a non-humanoid creature being able to communicate. Excitement surged within her, and her gaze towards Qin Tianming was imbued with an indescribable significance. Qin Tianming nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying her thoughts. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. Tell me, in which direction lies the army? We should rendezvous with them at once. Before Xue Shan could respond, a sudden voice interrupted. Children, I am Yun Tianhe. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The god of clouds, the first sword saint under the starry sky, the mightiest of humanity. At that moment, every examinee within the Abyss trial grounds widened their eyes in disbelief. They could hardly fathom hearing the voice of the god of clouds. Having grown up listening to tales of his exploits, their admiration ingrained deeply within them. Upon hearing his voice, a wave of exhilaration swept over them. Yun Tianhe's voice resonated not only within the Abyss trial grounds, but also across every examination venue. In that instant, the previously tense examiners exhaled in relief. After over an hour of anxiety, these officials had their own channels of information and were vaguely aware of the Sky Marshal's intent to obliterate the anchor point. Initially gripped by fear, they felt powerless to effect change in the face of the Sky Marshal's declaration that humanity must not lose the lighthouse. They could only sit despondently atop the lighthouse. Now, with the god of clouds intervening, hope was rekindled, and they eagerly anticipated the words that would follow. The Abyss Demon, Gai Luo, has invaded the lighthouse. Such transgressions warrant punishment, that I will promptly proceed to the Abyss trial grounds. This journey will take an hour. Therefore, for the next hour, you must protect yourselves, that I believe that as long as you stand united, the demon avatars within shall be unable to harm you. Children, safeguard yourselves. For I, the people of Dongli, fear not battle, nor death. Summon to battle, and victory shall be ours. Fear not battle, nor death. Summon to battle, and victory shall be ours. The candidates, all young and brimming with vigor and ambition, aspired to serve their nation and alter its fate, determined to expel these otherworldly fiends from Blue Star. Their spirits ignited, they raised their right hands skyward, shouting fervently, while others, previously being pursued by orcs, turned resolutely to confront their foes. That moment, calamity struck that a round, crimson moon inexplicably appeared in the night sky. The moonlight, resembling blood, cast an ominous pall over the already dim surroundings. The metallic scent of blood in the air grew more pungent. The orcs, now bathed in moonlight, emitted deafening roars, their power surging dramatically. After a while, the orcs revealed grotesque, humanoid grins that a chilling and eerie voice accompanied by the moonlight echoed in everyone's ears. Hehehe. I never expected Yin Tianhe would personally intervene to resolve this crisis. However, plans can always be adjusted. That I in that case. Let us eliminate you all. That an hour is ample time to eradicate you fledglings. Chapter 65. I've found you, stinky rat. With a clap, the Gene Queen was summoned forth by Qin Timing. That a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Such sneaky, underhanded beings resembled rats scurrying through the sewers. Xue Shan and Su Mingyao turned pale, inching closer to Qin Tanming for comfort. That it was not only Xue Shan and Su Mingyao. The entire cohort of examinees in the Abyss trial grounds was struck with terror at this sight. The once desolate plains were again overrun by the re-emerging orcs. However, these orcs had undergone a significant transformation. Not only had their height reached 3 meters, but they also sported long, thick tails, and their faces, illuminated by the moonlight, had become grotesquely fierce. Moreover, these orcs had experienced a qualitative leap in their levels. Green-skinned orc, Abyss pollution, level. Peak extraordinary green-skinned orc fighter, Abyss pollution, level. Peak extraordinary dog-headed man, Abyss pollution, level. Peak extraordinary dog-headed archer, Abyss pollution level. Peak extraordinary. They marched in perfect unison towards the candidates within their sight. Many candidates were paralyzed with fear at the sight. After all, previous skirmishes had been mere trifles. The courage they had garnered from the God of Cloud's encouragement vanished upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Chun Tianming's gaze sharpened. The extraordinary was akin to the hero level among humans. Faced with an orc army of nearly equal numbers, he dared not be reckless. With a clap, the remaining Gene primordial worms were summoned forth in one breath. Alongside them emerged 1,000 plasma bomb worms. Queen, awaiting the commands of the Overlord, Qin Tianming communicated telepathically with the Gene Queen. The Gene Queen held a rank higher than the Overlord and might refuse to carry out his orders. Fortunately, she was inclined to heed the commands of Qin Tianming, the sovereign of the insect race. Nodding in affirmation as a somber voice emerged, "Overlord, I leave the battlefield in your capable hands." Qin Tianming silently acknowledged this. Upon hearing the queen speak, Xue Shan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She found the man before her to be enveloped in an aura of unfathomable mystery, causing her to become utterly captivated. So much so that the newly summoned insect race failed to stir any emotion within her. With a resounding screech, all the insect race surged forth, unleashing a lightning-fast charge towards the orc army. Such speed! Xue Shan and Su Mingyao exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as they realized that the summons of their companion had grown even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the insect race had reached the orc army. The orc forces, tainted by the Abyss's power, had become extraordinarily formidable. The valiant warriors' attacks were met with resistance. Though the orcs struggled to mitigate the blows, they ultimately managed to withstand them, plunging both sides into a fierce melee. Nevertheless, the battle prowess of the Gene primordial worms remained formidable. Each strike could inflict severe injury upon an orc, while the orcs retaliated with their own blows against the warriors and the Gene primordial worms. Chun Tianming could sense that both the warriors and the Gene primordial worms had sustained injuries, but they were not grievous. From the wounds inflicted upon the warriors and Gene primordial worms, Qin Tianming estimated the orcs' attributes to be approximately 3,000 in strength and above 3,000 in constitution. That a message arrived mere seconds later, announcing the defeat of the extraordinary pinnacle green-skinned orc warrior. Awarding an experience gain of 3,000. That indeed, there was still experience to be had. Qin Tianming glanced at his experience bar and noted that he was merely 20% away from reaching the second level of hero status. With the slaughter of approximately 100 orc warriors, he could ascend to the rank of hero level 2. His gaze swept across the battlefield, igniting a fervor within him. If he were to eliminate them all, he could potentially reach hero levels 5 or 6. The queen, in contrast, was a terrifying sight. The 3-meter-tall orcs appeared as mere children before her. With a casual flick of her tail, she sent a multitude sprawling to the ground, blood pouring forth. The nearby swarm of insects rushed in to deliver the finishing blows, and at that moment, Chen Tianming's experience began to surge wildly. Yet, casting a glance at the two women beside him, he issued a request to form a party. Shui Shan and Su Mingyao exchanged bewildered looks, poised to decline, that if we don't form a party, I won't take you out. Ultimately, the two women could not resist his insistence. Feeling a bit embarrassed as they agreed, inching closer to Chen Ting. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions startled the two, but they turned to witness an unbelievable scene. The seemingly formidable orc army fell like wheat before the scythe. The explosions continued unabated, each blast claiming dozens of orcs, while the rest lay heavily wounded. The two women stood agape, then were enveloped by a golden light, levitating in midair. They had leveled up, soaring 6 levels in one go. Both stepping into hero level 1.is this, leveling up? Or rather, a direct leap to hero status. Still reeling from the shock, Su Mingyao seemed to be the first to react, exclaiming, "Leg brother, I adore you with that." She planted a fervent kiss on Chen Tianming's cheek. Shui Shan, not to be outdone, followed suit, leaving Chen Tianming feeling somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, a vast throng of orc warriors had dwindled to merely a few stragglers. However, this was to be expected, as the Overlord had commanded 1,000 plasma insects to unleash a barrage, decimating nearly 4,000 orcs and maximizing their gains. The three shared a staggering 2 million experience, each receiving a reward of 300,000, with Chen Tianming leveling up to hero level 2, that the strength of all the insect swarms surged once more. "Master, I have pinpointed the location of that demon." The Overlord's voice resonated in Chen Tianming's mind. "Excellent, we've got you now." Chapter 66. The shifting balance of offense and defense. This is impossible. What kind of profession allows you to annihilate an entire orc army? A sharp, incredulous voice echoed through the abyss, capturing the attention of all the candidates in the trial ground. Every contestant was taken aback. Among them was such a formidable figure, one who could single-handedly obliterate an entire orc army. They noticed the demon's choice of words, annihilate, indicating this candidate's extraordinary combat prowess. Even if you possess such might, what can you achieve? Do you think you can kill me? Come at me if you dare. Ha ha ha. The abyss is vast. If I cannot kill you, must I not be able to slay others? The crimson moon erupted with an even more ferocious glow, and a horde of demons materialized within the abyss trial ground. Yet this time, their focus was not on Chen Tianming, but rather on the other candidates. Guy Luo was acutely aware that, before Chen Tianming's insect army, any number of orcs would merely be fodder, providing him with abundant experience. Thus, he shifted his aim toward the remaining contestants. Panic ensued among the candidates as they fled in disarray. Fortunately, the expansive space of the abyss trial ground afforded them sufficient room to evade. "Now, what will you do?" "I shall first eliminate the others. I have laid a blood sacrifice array, and in the end, all of you will perish, including you and your 2 lovely companions. How can you grant us a path to survival?" Shui Shan attempted to negotiate with the FOE. "As long as you can earn me a perfect score for your appearance, I shall spare your lives." Guy Luo leered. "But for now, I can only award you and your companion here an 87, as I have yet to see the remaining 13 points." "You must be dreaming." Shui Shan and Su Mingyao retorted in unison. "We would rather die than give you the satisfaction of your vile mockery." "Well, I do not mind taking advantage of the heat of the moment. You seek death, yet I have never encountered such a thing." Chen Tianming seethed. Shui Shan. Su Mingyao. He looked up at the blood moon hanging in the sky, detecting nothing amiss. However, the Overlord informed him that the signal receiver was concealed within that very blood moon. Through its perception, the Overlord discerned that a life form was indeed hidden within, possessing strength that could be assessed as peak hero level by human standards. Chen Tianming pondered deeply. As a demon's avatar, could it truly be that its power was limited to merely peak hero level? Or was there some detail he had overlooked? Just then, a vision surged into his mind. From the perspective of the returning image, a warrior of the insect race stood at the edge of a basin. Several hundred meters ahead, a party was being pursued by orcs. Among them, 2 exceedingly familiar figures, Gao Wei and Li Meng. In the image, Gao Wei was missing an arm, his face pale and drawn to. Li Meng supported him with one hand while clutching a paintbrush in the other, casting spells and looking back repeatedly. Ropes of void materialized from above, ensnaring orcs and hoisting them skyward. Regrettably, Due to the overwhelming number of orcs and their superior levels, each rope could only restrain one orc for mere seconds. Some were even cut down before they could be lifted off the ground, with the remaining orcs closing in menacingly. Despair etched their faces as Li Ming shouted for help. "Li Qi, save us." At that moment, a knightly figure paused, glancing back, ready to intervene, but was promptly dissuaded by his companions. "Are you mad? If we get pinned here by this swarm of orcs, and more appear, none of us will escape." The speaker was a dashing young man clad in mage robes. "Are we to abandon them? Li Qi, are you foolish? You are infatuated with her. Yet when has she ever acknowledged you? Her heart belongs to that man." "Gao Wei," another contestant scoffed, "do you intend to save your rival? Look at her now. If you rescue Gao Wei and leave her, she will only resent you." Li Qi's expression twisted with conflict, his gaze flitting between Li Ming and Gao Wei. Ultimately, as if making a resolute decision, he spat, "After all these years of knowing you, I have never seen you treat me this way, that if you were so fond of him, then wait here and perish with him." With that, he and his companions turned to leave. Li Ming's face fell in despair. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. The person she had just called for help was her childhood neighbor. Someone she had grown up with. They had shared the same school since elementary, through middle and high school, always in different classes. She had regarded him as a younger brother, never imagining, at that moment. Gao Wei shoved Li Ming away. "Don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, we will both die here." "No, you lost your arm for my sake. I cannot abandon you. If we die, let it be together." Li Ming howled, her voice filled with desperation. Yet the three ahead remained oblivious, their pristine attire betraying the fact that they were all combat professionals, yet none halted their flight. They pressed on, ignoring Li Ming's cries. Even quickening their pace. Behind them, a mere 50 meters away, over 20 orcs pursued relentlessly. Li Ming's brush moved with increasing urgency, ropes cascading from the sky, while a faint red glow enveloped them, an amplification spell. Gao Wei, supported by Li Ming, advanced slowly, but his grievously injured body could not muster speed, and the gap between them and the orcs narrowed. In that moment, a lone warrior of the insect race was all that remained nearby. Chen Tianming's heart raced. The situation had become dire. He commanded the insect warrior to rush towards Gao Wei, as his smaller companion darted forward. "Master, I am going. Prepare to witness my prowess in the void." Countless bone spikes suddenly emerged, piercing through the blood moon from below, chilling it to the core. Da! The demon let out a wretched howl. Chen Tianming remained silent, his gaze filled with murderous intent, fixated on the blood moon in the sky. Regardless of whether the creature hidden within the blood moon was a demon or not, Chen Tianming had to take a gamble, but he could only wager that the life form within the blood moon was indeed a demon. If he could slay it, the strength of these beast men would diminish. Otherwise, a mere warrior would undoubtedly be unable to halt such a multitude of beastly warriors, as the demon emitted its agonizing cries. Xiaodai's limbs slightly bent before it propelled itself upward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the blood moon. The Xiaodai's body swelled against the wind, its original height of less than 2 meters now towering to several dozen meters. In an instant, the gigantic Xiaodai approached the vicinity of the blood moon, and, "Oh, this is impossible," the demon's terrified voice echoed. "How could you know I was hiding in here? Who on earth are you? A demon? I've lost count of how many I've devoured. A feast of death. Very well, I shall remember you. I will await you in the abyss." Perhaps aware of its impending doom, Gaelo uttered its final words of malice before Xiaodai. With its gaping maw, consumed it as if it were a mere snack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a Holy Spirit-level demon avatar. Reward: 1 vial of life elixir. Note: this elixir can resurrect the dead, as long as there is life left within, and it can enhance one's life level and personal aptitude. Chen Tianming smiled faintly, offering no response. As the blood moon dissipated from the sky, the abyssal trial grounds began to return to normalcy. All the beastmen collapsed weakly to the ground, their life potential drained by the abyss's corruption. Without the power of the abyss to bolster them, they were as feeble as ordinary individuals incapable of lifting a finger. The roles of hunter and prey shifted in an instant. In the lighthouse of Kyoto City, the Sky Marshal was leading a group of high-ranking professionals in an effort to stabilize the chaotic energy within the lighthouse. A wave of concern washed over the onlookers as they gazed at the lighthouse. The longer time dragged on, the more perilous the situation became for the candidates in the abyssal trial grounds. Suddenly, the Sky Marshal expressed his surprise. The nearby high-ranking professionals inquired, "Marshal, what is it?" The Sky Marshal's expression grew grave. "The interference from the abyssal trial grounds has significantly diminished. I fear." The faces of the other high-ranking professionals turned grim, realizing that the God of Clouds had yet to arrive at the abyssal trial grounds. Could it be that all the candidates inside had perished? The Sky Marshal spoke with a heavy heart. "I fear that may be the case. It seems we can only wait for Yunian to arrive, locate Gaello, and eliminate it. Otherwise, the anchor point may not be preserved." He sighed deeply, a look of regret etched upon his face, though a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Unnoticed by others at this moment, another high-ranking professional interjected. "Did Yunhai and Yuntian not enter the abyss through a secret passage? Could it be that they have already slain Gaello? That is a possibility. But even Yunian would take an hour to reach there. Yunhai and Yuntian are merely at the void-breaking and sky-treading realms. They cannot possibly surpass Yunian's speed." The Sky Marshal waved his hand, continuing, "Never mind. Let us take this opportunity to stabilize the energy within the lighthouse, that if by any chance Yuntian fails, the destruction of the anchor point in the abyssal trial grounds would significantly impact our side. After all, Yuntian is stationed in the virtual realm, and only a fragment of his essence can come here." Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking professionals fell silent, focusing on calming the energy within the lighthouse. But in the next moment, the Sky Marshal exclaimed in shock. "The interference has vanished. It seems Gaello has left the trial grounds." At that moment, a rift tore open in the sky above the abyss. A handsome man, standing upon a flying sword, swiftly emerged from the opening. After passing through the rift, he tightly closed his eyes, silently gauging his position, before leaping onto his sword, transforming into a shooting star that vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! The incredible speed he generated created a deafening sonic boom in the air, unimaginable for any human to achieve. In mere minutes, he appeared near the abyssal trial grounds. Why do I not sense the presence of the demon? Could something have gone awry? The man standing on the flying sword wore a perplexed expression. That moment, he exclaimed in alarm, "Not good," and vanished in a flash. He had just sensed the presence of 3 humans not far ahead. Yet their situation seemed dire. He could feel a massive amount of life force surrounding them, emanating an eerie and sinister aura. Boom! Boom! The defensive barrier originally meant to repel abyssal creatures crumbled before him like a mere sheet of paper, easily breached. "Hey, are we safe now?" Shueshan glanced at the gradually stabilizing plane, her heart still racing. Chen Tuming patted her head with a smile, reassuring her, "It's all right." However, just as his hand was about to rest on Shueshan's head, he seemed to witness something utterly unfathomable. His hand began to tremble. The hand that was meant for a gentle pat now quivered as it pointed towards the sky, his lips struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Could it be that the demon has resurrected? Shueshan and Su Mingyao turned in unison, following Chen Tieming's finger towards the sky, finally comprehending the source of his terror, that a colossal sword stood inverted in the heavens, its blade radiating blinding white light, while countless smaller swords detached from its body, plunging downward toward the insects below. The immense pressure pinned all the insectoid creatures to the ground, rendering them immobile. "Children, do not fear. I have come to save you." Sword technique. The return of 10,000 swords. Chen Tanming, Shueshan, and Su Mingyao shouted simultaneously. "God of Clouds, no! Snap!" Chen Tianming snapped his fingers, instantly drawing all the insects back into their nest space. In an instant, the vast plain was left with only the 3 of them and the God of Clouds. In that moment, the figure above seemed to understand something, swiftly appearing beside the trio. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Tianming and inquired, "Were those creatures just now your summons?" In response to the God of Clouds, Chen Tianming affirmed, "Indeed, they were my summons." The newcomer was none other than the first sword saint under the starry sky. Yuntian. Chapter 68. Chen Tianming's doubts and concerns. Yuntian was taken aback, surprised that he had been recognized. Well, since you are all safe, do you happen to know what transpired in the abyssal trial grounds? Why do I not sense the presence of the demon?" Shueshan and Su Mingyao exchanged subtle glances, turning their gazes toward Chen Tianming but refraining from uttering a word. Yantian noticed this exchange with keen perception. Do not worry. Speak freely. With that he paused, exuding a sharp aura, his tone growing serious. However, if you dare to fabricate your words, do not blame me for turning my blade against you. The two women trembled in fear, yet remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Tianming stepped forward, bowing respectfully and replying with composure. God of clouds, the demon was slain by me. Here is what transpired. He proceeded to recount the events without omitting a single detail. However, when he reached the part about how he discovered the demon's avatar, Chen Tianming turned to Xue Shan and Su Mingyao, softly saying, You cannot hear the rest. Please step aside. Upon hearing this, the two girls obediently walked away. Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Tianming continued, God of clouds, I have something very important to share with you. Yantian listened intently to Chen Tianming's account, already believing part of it. Others might not know, but he was aware that entering the abyssal trial grounds would suppress one's strength to the pinnacle of the hero level, combined with the insect army he had just observed on the surface. Yantian did not doubt Chen Tianming's claim of slaying the demon's avatar. He believed in Chen Tianming's capabilities. With just a glance, the God of Clouds recognized that the young man before him possessed extraordinary talent, making it not difficult for him to defeat foes beyond his level, especially as he was of a rare combat class. However, he pondered why this young man possessed so many summons. Each individual had their own secrets, and Yantian chose not to pry too deeply. What he truly cared about was how this young man had located the demon's avatar, for demons were exceptionally skilled at concealing their tracks. Young man, do you realize what you were saying? Yantian gazed at Chen Tianming with a calm expression, his face betraying no hint of emotional turbulence. God of Clouds, I did not name anyone specifically. I hope you do not involve my friends, that I am willing to take responsibility for every word I have spoken to, and no need for that. Yantian waved his hand. I trust you. Chen Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his words would so easily earn the trust of the God of Clouds. Perhaps the god possessed some skill to discern whether one was lying. Chen Tianming speculated inwardly. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. The cross-border communication talismans, though precious, were likely to be possessed by several candidates in this group. Moreover, the young girl by your side is a direct descendant of the Xue family. It is entirely reasonable for her to be informed that this matter was decreed by the Marshal of the Sky. What you have said will be given due consideration, and I ask that you do not disclose this to anyone. Once the grand examination concludes, I will personally conduct an investigation. At this juncture, an aura of extreme coldness erupted from Yun Tianhe, seemingly attesting to the turbulence within his heart. Since you have dealt with the demon avatar, this is indeed a significant accomplishment, and I shall personally reward you for it, he continued. However, I wish to pose a question to you. Yun Tianhe retracted his imposing presence and gazed gently at Chen Tianming. Regarding the slaying of the demon Galero, do you wish for it to be credited to you or to me? Upon hearing the God of Clouds address him, Chen Tianming exhaled a sigh of relief. Even if the deity had not inquired, he had intended to bring up this matter himself. With a grave expression, Chen Tianming replied, My current strength is far too inadequate. Should I attract the attention of a formidable demon, it would hinder my growth. Additionally, I hope you can keep my summoning artifact a secret, God. Yun Tianhe nodded appreciatively. Rest assured, I will not usurp the credit that belongs to you. Once you have grown sufficiently, I will personally restore your name. However, you are correct. This credit is too substantial to, as the saying goes. A bright arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden dagger is hard to defend against. If this information were to leak, it would be severely detrimental to your development. After the grand examination, I will bestow upon you a special item as a reward. Chen Tianming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, inquired, What kind of reward? Could you perhaps reveal a hint? Yun Tianhe smiled lightly. If you desire something, you shall have it. There is nothing I cannot accomplish on this planet. You may consider it a promise that I can fulfill at any time. As he spoke, a beautifully crafted token of white cloud materialized in Yun Tianhe's hand, which he slowly extended towards Chen Tianming. This is the Tianyan token. With this token, you may make one request of me within my capacity at any time. How about using it as your reward? Any request? Chen Tianming asked incredulously, that as long as it does not endanger the survival of humanity. Any request is permissible. All right. Chen Tianming gleefully accepted the token, carefully stowing it away. Now, It is time to send you all home. With that, Yun Tianhe brought his middle and index fingers together and made a gentle sweep through the void, that a white lighthouse gradually emerged from the emptiness. And soon a brilliant white light erupted from its peak, piercing the heavens. The sky was torn open, revealing a vast rift. Children, the demon Galero has perished, and I shall now activate the lighthouse to transport you back. You will be returned to the original examination site, and the results will be announced subsequently. Upon finishing, the lighthouse began to shimmer with a glass-like radiance, and the figures of all present began to flicker. Chen Tianming found himself at the entrance of the lighthouse. Chapter 69. Let us mourn the lives lost in quick succession. A multitude of candidates appeared at the entrance of the lighthouse, most of whom bore injuries. Among them, few remained unscathed, like Chen Tianming, Xue Shan, and Su Mingyao. Chen Tianming scanned the crowd and soon spotted two familiar figures, the unconscious Gao Wei, who had lost a hand, and the caring Li Ming by his side. Chen Tianming hurried over. Upon seeing him approach, Li Ming bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she fought to hold back her sorrow as she urgently stated, "Gao Wei is in this condition because he saved me. He has lost so much blood that only a hero-level sorcerer or physician can save him now." He produced a vial of potion and handed it to Li Ming. "No need to look for anyone. Just feed him this potion." The vial contained the life potion he had just received as a reward from the system. Gao Wei was his brother, and although the life potion was exceedingly rare, he did not hesitate to offer it. Seeing this, Li Ming wasted no time in uncapping the vial and hurriedly administering it to Gao Wei. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to the haste, she startled him awake. He weakly opened his eyes, glancing at Li Ming. "Ah, Sister Ming, have you come to accompany me? This is good. To think that the first thing I see upon awakening from death is you. It truly makes it worth dying." "Ouch! That scoundrel kicked me." "Hey, Brother Leg, you've also come to accompany me. This shouldn't be. How could someone as strong as you die?" "Ouch! Why are you pinching me?" Gao Wei, in pain, suddenly sat up from Li Ming's embrace. "Ah, is this not outside the lighthouse? Could it be that I am not dead?" Gao Wei pinched his own face, looking around in bewilderment. My hand." Li Ming chuckled softly, explaining, in the final moments, the god resolved the demon avatar, causing all the creatures in the Abyss trial grounds to become extremely weakened. Additionally, Brother Leg summoned Beast arrived just in time and easily slaughtered the horde of beastmen. Chen Tianming patted Gao Wei's shoulder. "I witnessed everything that transpired in the Abyss trial grounds. Should you wish to seek vengeance, feel free to inform me at any time." He glanced at the half-full vial of life potion. He discreetly approached and stealthily tucked it into his bosom. Damn it, the potion's effect is so potent. Just a small sip has restored him to vitality. Thankfully, this fellow didn't gulp it all down. Li Ming, noticing this, stifled a laugh. Remaining silent, that moment, a man emerged from the top of the lighthouse, standing in the void, drawing gasps of awe from the students that a practitioner capable of flying was undoubtedly a high-ranking individual. "It is Uncle Xue." Xue Shan seemed to recognize the visitor and appeared quite elated. "Students, my name is Xue Ning. Although the grand examination has concluded, our battle against the forces of evil is only just beginning. This year, the examination encountered unforeseen events that surprised us all. Fortunately, the God of Clouds personally intervened to mitigate the danger, though, regrettably, many candidates still perished in the Abyss trial grounds. The number of fatalities has been tallied. There were a total of 346 deaths that in our Tianbei province. There were 47 deaths and 39 survivors that I asked that all students join me in a moment of silence to mourn the souls of the departed." With that, he clasped his hands tightly before his chest and bowed his head in silent tribute. The candidates below, along with accompanying teachers, the principal, enforcers, and inspectors, did likewise. After a minute, he announced, "Please remain still, students. We have arranged for physicians and sorcerers to provide treatment nearby. Those with serious injuries will be treated first, and the final results of the examination will be communicated to you via notification that if you are not gravely harmed, you may wait in place for the results to be revealed." The candidates eagerly anticipated the announcements that in previous years, examination results consisted of two parts, points and evaluations. However, this year, due to the unusual circumstances, the observer mode of the lighthouse had malfunctioned, thus eliminating the evaluation component. Only the points would be considered. Approximately half an hour later, amidst the eager anticipation, the final results were finally announced. A massive blue screen flickered in the air. first place. Li Yuqing points, 17,620, second place. Qian Feng points, 15,800, third place. Yi Fan points, 14,500, 16th place. Xue Shan points, 11,800, 17th place. Su Mingyao points, 11,700, 22nd place. Gao Wei points, 10,800, 27th place. Li Ming points, 10,200, 28th place. Chen Tianming points, 10,100. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked at Chen Tianming in disbelief, unable to accept that the candidate who had scored 9,600 points in the third round could only muster a mere 500 points in the final round. Chapter 70. The taken Chen Tianming upon seeing the results. Qian Feng leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Ha, I knew it. This fellow must have been so frightened in there that he wet his pants, hiding everywhere." Su Mingyao glared at Qian Feng in anger, preparing to retort, but was restrained by Xue Shan, who signaled for her to be quiet. That Su Mingyao then fell silent, letting out a dissatisfied huff. Even Gao Wei and Li Ming, who were nearby, were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Chen Tianming's score would be even lower than theirs. However, upon observing Chen Tianming's calm demeanor as he sat there, they ultimately restrained themselves from inquiring further, especially after witnessing Su Mingyao's reaction. Only a woman clad in a black robe, casting a casual glance at Chen Tianming, seemed to ponder something deeply. After the examination results were announced, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The elated ones were those who scored above 10,000 points, all of whom were granted entry to the Kyoto Royal Academy, while the disheartened were those who had failed AT that moment. Several staff members donned in uniforms and hats approached Chen Tianming. The leading figure was none other than Director Ma. Chen Tianming, I am Ma Anshan from the Law Enforcement Bureau, that we currently suspect your involvement in a homicide case. Please assist us in our investigation. That Ma Anshan's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Tianming, akin to a hound lurking in the shadows, seeking any hint of a flaw in his expression. That in response. Chen Tianming slowly opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the man before him. That he noticed Fang Ping following closely behind, and without further questions he acquiesced. All right, no problem. He then rose to his feet, observing Chen Tianming's nonchalant attitude. Ma Anshan's tone turned grave. It is not about that incident from last night. It pertains to something that transpired today. Taken aback, Chen Tianming's confusion deepened as he looked again at the man before him. What had happened today? Noticing the gathering crowd, Ma Anshan chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Let us discuss it back at the bureau. The law enforcement personnel then spread out around Chen Tianming, effectively encircling him, while the inspector nearby regarded the scene with a serious expression, seemingly ready to intervene at the slightest indication of trouble. Gao Wei and the others were visibly agitated. What are you planning to do? Tension escalated, particularly with Xue Shan, who felt indignant on Chen Tianming's behalf. Having saved so many lives and achieved such great merit, it was simply outrageous that he was now being summoned for questioning. Her indignation was palpable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, even Chen Tianming, despite his usual calmness, sensed that something was amiss. Yet he could not fathom the underlying cause. Surely, with the principal and this man together, there would not be any significant issue. He waved his hand to calm the others. It's fine, I will be out shortly. At that moment, one of the law enforcement officers scoffed, though his voice was barely audible. Chen Tianming, having undergone a life-changing transformation, caught the remark. Pfft, hiring someone to kill, and you think you can just walk away, dream on. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Tianming strode toward the officer, his gaze piercing and his voice laced with coldness. Who did I hire to kill? Ma Anshan, witnessing this, immediately reprimanded Xiao Hu's silence. Unfortunately, his command came too late, but a formidable aura erupted from Chen Tianming, reminiscent of a hero's might. Nearby examinees gasped. Has he reached the hero level? Chen Tianming disregarded the whispers and continued to glare at the law enforcer, known as Xiao Hu. The latter, overwhelmed by the palpable killing intent emanating from Chen Tianming, faltered. It was 3 middle school students, you didn't know? 3 middle school students? Chen Tianming turned to Ma Anshan, seeking an explanation. Tianming, don't act impulsively. Fang Ping interjected. Principal, don't act impulsively. How can I not be impulsive? She was fine this morning, and now you tell me she is dead. Chen Tianming murmured in anguish, Why is it that I failed to protect you in my past life? And now, having encountered someone so reminiscent of you, I must face this loss again. At that moment, Chen Tianming gradually lifted his head, the pain on his face replaced by an icy calmness. That I will accompany you to the Law Enforcement Bureau. And we shall go now. Fong Ping, glancing at Ma Anshan, sighed softly, shaking his head. Tianming, please do not act rashly. The Law Enforcement Bureau will surely uncover the truth, he said, placing a comforting hand on Chen Tianming's shoulder. I will accompany you. Chen Tianming smiled faintly, his tone flat. Does it truly matter if I cooperate? What is truly important is identifying the true mastermind behind this. I will ensure that the real culprit pays dearly. With that, he vanished, appearing beside the law enforcement vehicle in an instant, a feat of astonishing agility. Though his words were calm, those around him felt the fury boiling within. Could it be that he was innocent? He certainly appeared furious. I refuse to believe Chen Tianming could commit such an act, exclaimed Yi Fan, provoking astonished reactions from the surrounding crowd. Most of those surprised were students from the 4th middle school. Aware of the competitive relationship between Yi Fan and Chen Tianming, and one expected Yi Fan to defend him at such a moment. Meanwhile, the situation had escalated. Those who had exited earlier had already speculated on the cause. Since last night, 2 significant events had transpired in Jiangxing. One was a brawl among practitioners on the outskirts, rumored to have resulted in 4 fatalities, and the other was the morning's incident involving 3 middle school students attacking a member of the Practitioner Association. Behind it all, it seemed as though an invisible hand was stirring the pot. Chapter 71. Interrogation and investigation inside the Law Enforcement Bureau. The interrogation commenced. Name? Chen. Date of birth? Year 140 of the crisis era. September 12. Gender. Could you ask something more substantive? What is your attitude? Chen Tianming. Foolish, Chen Tianming retorted coldly. The 2 law enforcement officers conducting the interrogation were instantly infuriated. Chen Tianming. What do you mean by that? Don't you think that just because you are the destined one and have been accepted into the Kyoto Royal Academy, you can act with impunity, that if the truth reveals that you are indeed responsible? I assure you, you might not even be able to attend that university. Regardless of your talents, such a heinous act will surely lead to your rejection. Fuming, Chen Tianming shot back. Why would I kill Yin Yu? Do you even know our relationship? What motive could I possibly have? He slammed his hand on the interrogation table, his pent-up rage threatening to erupt. That on the way there, Fong Ping had informed him of all the evidence collected by the Law Enforcement Bureau and the details he had learned. Someone had impersonated him, luring the 3 minors into committing the crime and ultimately leading them to vanish within Jiangxing Huafu. This had resulted in a highly unfavorable public opinion against him, with everyone vehemently condemning him and demanding punishment for the true mastermind. The public had come to believe that Chen Tianming was the real culprit, that it was evident that someone sought to tarnish his reputation, aiming to ensure he was rejected by the Kyoto University, that a student with a tainted past, no matter how gifted, could still face rejection. The online discourse was rife with allegations of Chen Tianming hiring minors to commit murder. And after a day of escalating public sentiment, the incident had become widely known across the nation that in this age of crisis, people needed a scapegoat to vent their frustrations, and Chen Tianming had unwittingly become that outlet. After all, most individuals possessed only ordinary or above-average talents. Bringing down a fated individual could satisfy their envy, rendering the truth seemingly unimportant. Now everyone awaited a resolution, according to the Easternly Nation's Special Talent Act. Even if Chen Tianming were indeed the perpetrator, he would only face temporary confinement before being released. Presently, however, the public's concern lay with the fate of the 3 minors involved. Under the Easternly Nation's minor protection law, minors convicted of murder could not receive the death penalty. How would the 3 minors be judged? Tianming, please remain calm. At that moment, Ma Anshan entered the room, speaking gently. It is precisely because we are unclear on the motive behind the murder that we wish to question you. After all, there are indeed some special practitioners who can alter their appearance. Perhaps you are truly being wronged. However, all evidence currently points to you, and your uncooperative demeanor only serves to waste our time in uncovering the truth. Therefore, we kindly ask for your cooperation in a thorough investigation. Recognizing that Ma Anshan was the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chen Tianming suppressed his fury and replied, "If you desire my cooperation in your investigation, then I have 2 questions and 1 request, that if you can meet these conditions, I shall cooperate. Otherwise, I will remain silent from this moment on. You may only detain me for a maximum of 24 hours. Trust me, after that period, I will naturally resort to my own means to address this matter. Chen Timing, you possess an audacity that is remarkable. Who bestowed upon you the authority to negotiate with us here? An enforcement officer bellowed, ready to utter further words, but Ma Yanshan gestured to silence him, stating, "You may express your thoughts. If they do not contravene the law, I shall acquiesce." Chen Tianming responded with an impassive demeanor. Firstly, I require photographs of these three individuals. Secondly, I wish to ascertain their current whereabouts. Are they in the Enforcement Bureau or have they been taken elsewhere? Thirdly, if I am indeed the mastermind behind this. What fate awaits these three? Ma Yanshan found this inquiry rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I can fulfill the first two requests, as there is already an identification process in place." That he then directed an enforcement officer nearby, instructing, "Fetch the photographs of these three." That after giving his orders, Ma Yanshan continued, "These two are still at the Enforcement Bureau, as the case is yet to be thoroughly examined. Once clarified, they will be detained, awaiting the court's ruling. As for your third point, according to our laws, minors under the age of 16 who commit criminal offenses are exempt from criminal responsibility. Regarding the ultimate judgment, I presume you are inquiring whether these three will face the death penalty?" Upon uttering this, Ma Yanshan scrutinized Chen Tianming's expression, noticing it remained unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation at that moment. The enforcement officer who had gone out returned with three photographs. Ma Yanshan gestured subtly, and the officer stepped forward to present the photographs to Chen Tianming. As he accepted them, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his face, which did not escape Ma Yanshan's keen observation. However, just as he prepared to observe further, Chen Tianming reverted to his former stoicism. "Thank you. Let us commence now." 4 hours later, in the dead of night, the Enforcement Bureau was brightly lit. Outside, Chen Tianming's parents and Gao Wei were anxiously pacing to at that moment. The bureau's door swung open, and 5 figures emerged: Fong Ping, Lu Yun, Xue Li, Xue Shan, and her steward. The elderly couple hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Fong Ping took the initiative to speak. "Do not fret. We have completed our statements that we can all attest that Chen Tianming remained in the villa throughout the night. Moreover, there are surveillance recordings both inside and outside the villa, which we have submitted to the Enforcement Bureau, that I believe he will be released shortly. However, the circumstances of the case are somewhat intricate, and we will mobilize our resources to help mitigate any negative repercussions. Our primary concern at the moment is how those 3 middle school students will ultimately be dealt with. After all, they have committed murder, yet they are minors, and the deceased seems to have had a close relationship with Chen Tianming. I fear that this child may act impulsively and recklessly." Fong Ping cast a worried glance at Chen Tianming's mother. "Xin, you must counsel him well. He must not make foolish decisions." Both elders nodded in agreement. "We will." Just then, another figure emerged from within the Enforcement Bureau, and everyone looked up to see Chen Tianming. "You are out." Gao Wei and the others rushed forward, expressing their concern. "They did not trouble you, did they?" Chen Tianming shook his head and turned to his parents. "Dad, Mom, I have caused you trouble, silly child. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters." Chen Tianming then broke into a radiant smile. "Mom, I'm exhausted. Let us go home." Yes, let us return home." Chen Tianming nodded, turning back to glance at Fong Ping and the others, slightly bowing and solemnly stating, "Thank you for your concern, Principal." Fong Ping, taken aback, was uncertain of his true sentiment and prepared to offer further advice. But Chen Tianming interrupted. "No need to say more. I will not act foolishly. Rest assured." Fong Ping, sensing the situation, decided to say no more. "All right, it is quite late. Let us all return and rest." With that, everyone turned to leave. Chapter 72. The damage to the heart of Dao upon returning home. Chen Tianming sat in his room, meditating. Suddenly, a gentle rapping echoed against his window. Almost as if a phantom, a figure floated into the room. Chen Tianming squinted and realized it was the god of clouds. He quickly rose and respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to the esteemed god of clouds." Yun Tianhe chuckled softly, pulling up a chair to sit. "You two, take a seat, that I have 2 matters to discuss. The first is to bestow upon you the reward that rightfully belongs to you. The second is to escort you directly to Kyoto Academy for registration. However, I noticed that after today's assessment, you seem to have found yourself entangled in some trouble." Yun Tianhe stated his purpose forthrightly. That he paused before continuing, "I have a general understanding of the situation. These three middle school students, however misguided, are still minors. The law of the land must not be lightly challenged. He comprehended that with Chen Tianming's summoner abilities, he could potentially eliminate these three without a trace. Yet, if his own forces were to intervene, even without fatal consequences, they would surely suffer greatly in prison, and the matter might be swept under the rug. After all, Yun Tianhe recognized Chen Tianming's potential. He was not merely one against many, but indeed a lone warrior capable of assembling an army. After sending the candidates back to the examination hall, he activated the lighthouse's retrospective function, witnessing all that Chen Tianming had accomplished, not to mention the overwhelming insect armies. Even the abilities displayed by the Tyrant, Gene Queen, and the scorpion-like creatures left him in awe. Although Chen Tianming seemed relatively weak in his eyes, he was merely at the heroic level. With such power at this level, once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force against the demonic tribes. Thus, Yun Tianhe felt compelled to foster this talent, prompting him to visit Chen Tianming's home for a meaningful exchange. Chen Tianming pondered before replying. If you insist on intervening, you would do well to arrange for the immediate relocation of those three middle school students. Otherwise, if they remain alive, my heart of Tao will suffer damage. I have already exerted my utmost effort to resolve the crisis in the Abyss trial grounds. Should I have to constantly guard against treachery towards my family and friends in future battles, I would regretfully have no choice but to embrace darkness. As he spoke, a potent aura of ruthlessness emanated from Chen Tianming, causing Yun Tianhe to take notice. Embrace darkness. Upon hearing this term, Yun Tianhe's expression twitched. What you describe is not merely darkness. It is a blatant threat. However, Yun Tianhe suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. We must possess such decisiveness. Otherwise, how shall we confront the external malevolence? By mere words. Do as you wish. You have the Cloud Command. Should you find yourself in peril, simply shatter it, and I will dispatch my avatar to rescue you at once. The AN avatar. Chen Tianming inquired. Indeed. What did you think? Even the one speaking to you now is but one of my avatars. The Void Realm battlefield is so demanding. I have no time to flit about. Void Realm. A new term etched itself into Chen Tianming's mind. Yet he did not press further. Instead, he rose, bowed respectfully, and expressed, I appreciate your kindness, God of Clouds, that I have my suspicions regarding the true instigator. However, my current strength is insufficient to eradicate them. Nonetheless, the three middle school students in custody will certainly not witness the rise of another son. How to handle it is your affair. Should it go awry, seek out the mayor and show him my token. He shall assist you. With that, Yun Tianhe conjured a flash of white light, revealing several items. The first reward is a card containing 200,000 points. This is a personal gift from me to you. You ought to have been a national top scorer this year. I have erased the relevant records. Yet the points you deserve must still be awarded. Moreover, this is separate from the points you earned in the examination. Simply transfer the points from this card to your personal account later. The second reward is a qualification to enter the Tower of the Gods. You will learn more about the tower's specifics once you join the Kyoto Royal Academy. That I can tell you in advance that the entry qualification for the Tower of the Gods is exceptionally valuable. Especially for the first time, ensure you prepare adequately before your visit. With such earnest admonition from the God of Clouds, its significance was clear. Chen Tianming nodded in understanding. I have a few matters to attend to. Please bear with me for a moment. Upon finishing his words, Chen Tianming entered the study, picked up pen and paper, and sat at the desk, beginning to write. Before long, a letter of departure was completed and placed on the coffee table in the living room, accompanied by a card concealed beneath the paper containing 1 billion Tianxian coins, all left for his parents. Having accomplished this, Chen Tianming exhaled softly, glanced at his parents' room, and quietly departed, shutting the door behind him. He then hurried off with Yun Tianhe to their next destination, the Law Enforcement Bureau. Yun Tianhe led Chen Tianming as they soared through the air on their swords, swiftly arriving outside the Law Enforcement Bureau. With a flick of his hand, Chen Tianming captured the 3 gene larvae that had been lurking there into the nest space. Yun Tianhe observed silently, offering no comment. Chen Tianming looked up at Yun Shun and nodded slightly, signifying that his task was complete. At that moment, the 3 larval gene organisms were secured within the nest space. The streets were eerily quiet in the dead of night when a terrified voice suddenly echoed from within the Law Enforcement Bureau. Dead. There's a dead person. Can we leave now? Yun Tianhe inquired, Wait, I still need to go somewhere. Where to? The hospital. In the morgue, Chen Tongming stood silently beside Yin Yu, simply gazing at her. That I'm sorry, he said, bowing deeply before turning to leave. Outside, Yun Tianhe wielded his divine sword, lightly waving it in the air, creating a portal just wide enough for two to pass through in the corridor. Chen Tongming turned back one last time, casting a deep, lingering gaze at the door that separated him from the heavens, before stepping through the portal alongside Yun Tianhe, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 73. Kyoto Royal Academy. Chen Tongming felt as though he had been transported for an eternity. Unlike the swift transit provided by the teleportation stone used the previous day, the distance from Jiang City to Kyoto spanned thousands of kilometers, and even teleportation required a measure of time. A spectrum of colorful light streamed before him, countless wondrous images swirling in his vision that a sense of vertigo washed over him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. But he glanced at Yun Tianhe beside him, who appeared as composed and elegant as ever, time seemingly leaving no mark upon his visage, still resembling a man in his 30s. Was this the might of Yun Shun? And still merely a projection? One could only wonder how formidable his true form must be. A minute later, the two abruptly materialized above a city, all discomfort dissipating in an instant. Impressive resilience, Yun Tianhe thought to himself, his assessment of Chen Tongming rising further as the capital of the Easternly Kingdom. Kyoto remained vibrant with lights even in the dead of night. Yun Tianhe guided Chen Tongming through the skies, and soon, a grand gate towering several dozen meters high and spanning hundreds of meters came into view. Adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, it exuded an immense, majestic aura that radiated an unmatched sense of strength under the moonlight. As they descended on their flying swords, the impact of the gate's presence grew increasingly profound. Chen Tongming felt an overwhelming sense of threat, as if the gate before him had morphed into a ravenous beast, poised to strike at any moment. Yun Tianhe explained, this gate serves both as an entrance and a weapon. Even formidable practitioners attempting to force their way in would undoubtedly pay a steep price. That he then patted Chen Tongming on the shoulder. Come, let us enter. As they approached, Chen Tongming felt a spell envelop him. Realizing it was a detection spell, their identities verified, the gate slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage for them to traverse. The Royal Academy in the late night was far from the anticipated silence. Numerous students hurriedly traversed the campus, their energies palpable in the air. After a considerable walk, they reached their destination, the residential area. That go ahead and complete your registration. From today onwards, you shall reside here. I must also remind you that most items within the academy can be traded, but only on a basis of mutual consent. For specifics, purchase a copy of the campus rules. It will be clearly outlined. At that moment, a tall figure appeared to have been waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Yun Tianhe approaching, he hurriedly made his way over, bowing respectfully to the divine figure. Yun Tianhe nodded. I leave him in your care. I must take my leave. Someone will contact you tomorrow. With that, he waved and took flight on his sword, but he could have easily transported Chen Tongming directly to the residential area, yet he opted to familiarize him with the campus environment instead. My goodness, truly, Yun Shun is so considerate. Once Yun Shun departed, the man politely inquired, Are you Chen Tongming? Yes. Sensing a hint of coolness in Chen Tongming's tone, yet remaining exceedingly courteous, the man continued, Where would you like to stay? We have single rooms, shared rooms, villas, and villas equipped with training facilities. The prices vary significantly. At that moment, Chen Tongming finally understood why the examiners had emphasized the importance of points over gold coins from the very beginning. A double room was the most affordable, costing merely 200 points per month. That a single room followed at 500 points, while a standalone villa required 2,000 points monthly. Villas with various training amenities started at 3,000 points. If one lacked sufficient points, Tianxian coins could also be used for payment, simply adding 3 zeros to the amount. Thus, a double room would cost 200,000 Tianxian coins monthly, while a standalone villa would cost 2 million. Such prices were indeed exorbitant. After all, this merely represented the cost of living. The property itself was not owned, but rather rented. 1 point could be exchanged for 1,000 Tianxian coins, yet the reverse was not possible, subtly accentuating the significance of points. Yun Tianhe had previously mentioned that everything within the Royal Academy could be traded, with Tianxian coins being just one method. The majority of transactions involved purchasing weapons and training resources, thereby establishing points as the main currency within the academy. Listening to the man's explanation, Chen Tianming comprehended much and accepted the campus rules he offered, intending to review them in his room later. The night had grown late, and all Chen Tianming desired was to return to his room for a good rest, wishing to avoid interrupting the man's discourse that I would like a stand-alone villa. The man's speech was abruptly cut off, momentarily taken aback, but recalling that Chen Tianming was brought by Yun Shun, he remained exceedingly polite. "Are you certain?" Chen Tianming nodded, offering no further response. The man sighed. "Truly, wealth brings a certain recklessness. Once you realize how difficult it is to earn points, you will surely regret this decision." With that, he led Chen Tianming into the residential area, eventually stopping before a row of standalone villas. "This area is entirely vacant. You may choose freely." Yet he still persisted, urging, "I think you should reconsider. Points are genuinely hard to come by." Chen Tianming sensed the man's good intentions but shook his head in refusal. "Having been poor in my youth, I now desire to live well, that if I lack points, I will work to earn them. This will be a form of motivation for me to grow stronger." With that, he pointed to one villa, "This one that you make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words." The man ceased his insistence. "Here is the key. There is a call panel inside. Should you have any questions, you may reach the duty room, which is staffed 24 hours a day to assist you." That he then handed over a card. "This is the access card for Villa Number 9 in Building 3 of Area A. Simply swipe it to enter. Please provide me with your identification card for registration. This card will be exclusively yours. Even if it were to be lost, others would be unable to use it." Next, he produced a device for Chen Tianming to undergo pupil recognition and fingerprint authentication. Following this, he retrieved a POS machine. "Chen, it's time to settle the payment." Without batting an eye, Chen Tianming presented the card given to him by Yun Shun and proceeded to swipe it. The anticipated notification of payment failure did not sound. With a beep, the points were successfully deducted. "Very well, from this moment forth, Villa Number 9 in Building 3 of Area A is your personal residence. No one may enter without your permission, and until you vacate, no one else may rent it. Then I shall not disturb your rest any further." With a yawn, he waved and departed. This was a luxurious standalone villa, comprising 3 sections, complete with a parking area, swimming pool, and expansive garden. Everything one could desire. Chen Tianming was thoroughly satisfied, and after taking a shower in the bedroom, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 74. War Academy, the following afternoon. A hurried knock echoed at the door. Chen Tianming opened it, his eyes lighting up with surprise that he had not anticipated that the first person he would see upon opening the door would be Shueshan. "What brings you here?" "I heard from my family that Yun Shun brought you to the Kyoto Royal Academy yesterday, so I hurried over to find you." "What is the matter?" "Just because you can come to the Royal Academy doesn't mean I can't. I am also one of the admitted students of the Kyoto Royal Academy. Is it not permissible for me to arrive early and report to the academy?" "Certainly, certainly," exclaimed Chen Tianming, his face brimming with delight. Shueshan leaned in to take a look and asked, "Let me see. Do you have a hidden beauty here?" Chen Tianming was noncommittal. "I just arrived last night. Where would I have hidden a beauty?" Shueshan twirled around, chuckling, Come. First, I'll take you to complete the registration. Then we can go for a meal." With that, she took Chen Tianming's hand and headed toward the Academic Affairs office, all the while introducing him to the Academy's environment. The Kyoto Royal Academy. There are 2 types of exchanges: the Imperial Exchange and the Academic Exchange. The Imperial Exchange accepts only gold coins for transactions, while the Academic Exchange operates exclusively on points. Certain special items cannot be purchased at the Imperial Exchange, thus requiring transactions solely at the Academic Exchange. Additionally, the Academy is dotted with hundreds of training grounds for students to practice teamwork and hone their skills. Of course, these facilities are not free. They require points, costing 10 points per hour. The library, known as the National Treasure, is also situated within the Royal Academy, housing a vast collection of books for your perusal, albeit at a cost of points as well. In summary, without points, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the Academy. While I am unaware of how many points you possess, I suggest you spend sparingly to avoid difficulties when the time arises. After a brief walk, they soon arrived at the Academic Affairs office. Under Shueshan's guidance, Chen Tianming swiftly completed his enrollment procedures. Once finished, the sky began to darken. "Let us go. I'll take you to the cafeteria. It's just about mealtime." With that, the 2 made their way to the cafeteria, where they were immediately awestruck by the sight of countless students gathered to dine. Just so you know, Kyoto Academy has 5 cafeterias. Next time I'll take you to explore the others. After saying this, Shueshan quickly began to serve herself food, appearing quite familiar with the place, and as she was about to pay, Chen Tianming pulled out his newly acquired student card and paid with a beep. Shueshan giggled and did not object. After their meal, the two strolled around the campus. Shueshan laughed. Thank you for treating me to dinner. Now it's time to get down to business. Today, in addition to familiarizing you with the campus, I have a task at hand. In just half a day, they had only explored a fifth of the Royal Academy's grounds. At the War Academy Square, a crowd had gathered around a frail young girl that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. What kind of water is in that bottle, and how much is it worth? Just tell me a price, and I'll compensate you, the girl said, panic evident on her face. Compensate? What will you use to compensate? That bottle contains the source water that enhances all attributes. One bottle costs 10,000 points. What will you give me in return? Upon hearing the price, the girl's vision darkened, nearly fainting. Beside her, a rotund young master laughed sinisterly. You've stolen this young master's heart. How can you say you haven't committed a crime? Tonight, I must deal with you harshly. The surrounding bodyguards smiled obsequiously. That is only fitting. The young master, filled with arrogance, looked at the girl, who was in a state of panic and drenched in sweat. Look at you. I haven't even started yet, and you're already soaked. Ha! Suddenly, in the midst of his triumph, he was unexpectedly struck and sent flying. Damn it! Who dares to challenge me? They should inquire about my reputation in Kyoto. The young master cursed angrily. One of his followers gasped. Young master, it's Miss Shui. The young master was taken aback and, upon closer inspection, saw Shueshan standing alongside a handsome young man, beside whom stood a terrifying creature with a repugnant visage. Its long tail whipping through the air, a clear indication that it was not to be trifled with. Shueshan, while your family background is impressive, must he not compensate for the source water he broke? The young master swallowed hard, his expression grim. That I'll cover her compensation. Bullying a girl is no skill. Chen Tianming interjected, producing a card and tossing it over, adding, the code is 666666. Now get lost. If you disagree, we can settle this at the arena. Upon witnessing the girl being bullied, Chen Tianming involuntarily recalled the unfortunate fate of Xiaoyu, and his anger surged, without a second thought. He decided to teach the young master a lesson first. The young master, likely wary of Shueshan's background, shot Chen Tianming a vicious glare. You better wait. After swiping his card, Chen Tianming's name appeared on the young master's communicator. So, it's you, Chen Tianming? I will definitely settle this score today. With that, he flung the card aside and hurriedly departed with his entourage. Thank you, thank you. The girl hurried over to express her gratitude. Filled with admiration, from now on, be cautious. Not every time will you encounter a kind-hearted person. Chen Tianming replied gently that he watched the girl leave, then remained in place with Shueshan as they continued to wait. Soon enough, a voice called from a distance, Shueshan, you're back. A stunning girl adorned with a bright red floral wreath approached with a radiant smile. Shueshan, I brought him here. The girl looked at Chen Tianming. Is this the handsome young man you've been pining over? She chuckled. It's no wonder you've captivated my sister with your heroic act just now. Shuejie. Shueshan playfully pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of affection. All right, enough teasing. I'll introduce myself. Hello, I'm Shui Huayu, Shueshan's elder sister. You can call me Huayu. I'm a level 6 mover and a plant mage. Chen Tianming replied softly. I'm Chen Tianming, a level 2 hero and a summoner. Shui Huayu maintained an indifferent expression, but those around her showed subtle surprise. Just then, a boy with a face full of acne remarked, a level 2 hero dares to provoke boudating. So, it turns out he is just a naive fool. Boudating was the nickname of the portly young master from earlier. He was the second son of the Bao family in Kyoto. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to cause you trouble. Shueshan, sensing Chen Tianming's lingering trauma from the ordeal with Yanyu, hurriedly whispered to him. It is nothing to worry about. Chen Tianming replied nonchalantly. After all, which man isn't striving to survive in a tight spot? Which woman isn't navigating life under duress? Everyone bears their own burdens. Yet life offers no retreat. We must forge ahead. When witnessing injustice, it's only right to lend a hand. This is who I am. Fireworks that are uniquely my own. Chapter 75. When a dog bites a person. Must one retaliate? Do you think that just because you have Shuaishan as protection, you can act so recklessly? Shuaishan's expression darkened as she retorted, Xiao Kun, mind your words. Chen Tianming is a fated individual and a guaranteed student. Xiao Kun scoffed, just a fated individual? We have plenty of them at the War Academy. Have we not seen enough top scholars from all provinces and even nationwide? They're just country bumpkins who think their talent makes them exceptional. In reality, they're all worthless. His arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding Chen Tianming, the so-called fated individual. The others' present wore expressions of disdain, as if Xiao Kun's words echoed their own sentiments. Just a fated individual? They really don't hold him in high regard. Among us, there are several fated individuals. Perhaps in other places, they are treasures, but here, in the War Academy, we lack nothing but genius. Xiao Kun, you should be careful with your words. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Shuaishan shot back without reservation. Xiao Kun snorted, casting a wary glance at Shuaishan and Xue Huayu, choosing not to respond, but instead lifted his chin haughtily. I know you're a guaranteed student, but our Rose team values strength. For tomorrow's trial, I can bring you along, but please keep your mouth shut and don't make a sound. Don't think that just because you played the hero earlier, you're impressive in my eyes. You're no different from a full point. 10,000 points are not to be given lightly. You clearly don't understand the value of points. Every student who enters the Royal Academy of Kyoto possesses at least 10,000 points, though no more than 20,000 to Chen Tianming, having recently expended 1,000 points to stand up for someone, felt a surge of anger. He resented that this sum was not his own. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware. He was well informed. After all, the contents of that bottle were nothing but plain water, intended solely to humiliate the female students in such a manner. Once the bottle shattered and the water seeped into the ground, no one would be the wiser, and even if the matter reached the Academic Affairs Office, it would be a case of dead men telling no tales that as for the gossipmonger. He must surely be reveling in the windfall of 1,000 free points, though Chen Tianming had no intention of divulging that he was the informant who provided the details that led to the trap laid for the woman. With the prospect of acquiring 1,000 points, he would undoubtedly benefit as well. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianming retorted with a mocking sneer, ugly-faced man. Xiao Kun sprang up, as if someone had stepped on his tail. For he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards remarks about his appearance. He erupted in fury, demanding, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." His staff crackled with purple light, an overwhelming surge of power radiating from him. Shuaishan stepped boldly in front of Chen Tianming, declaring, "Xiao Kun, dare to make a move." Xue Huayu shouted at Xiao Kun in front of everyone, "Xiao Kun, stand down." As Xue Huayu faced him, Xiao Kun gradually tempered his aggression, and the thunderous energy from his staff dissipated. "Sister Hua, you're the team leader, so I will grant you this favor. But this is the last time. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for turning hostile." With that, he shot a venomous glare at Chen Tianming, who stood behind Shuaishan, and retreated to the side in silence. Xue Huayu then turned to Chen Tianming and said, "We will set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gathering right here. The specifics can only be shared with you tomorrow." Chen Tianming nodded lightly to indicate his understanding. "Let us go procure some supplies and make preparations," Shuaishan said, pulling Chen Tianming away. As Xue Huayu watched the two depart, she sighed. "Xiao Kun, I understand you harbor grievances, but he is brought by my sister and was personally retrieved by the Cloud God last night. It is said that he holds great importance. I hope you can exercise some restraint." Xiao Kun replied irritably, "I have my own sense of restraint, but it vexes me. Just because Shuaishan is your sister, and though she may be of a lower rank, at least she is a physician, contributing significantly to the team. But what of Chen Tianming? A summoner? A reinforced beast master? I have never even heard of such a profession." This moment, someone chimed in. "I heard it is a new profession that has just emerged this year. The last time such a class appeared was decades ago." Xiao Kun remained dismissive. "New professions emerge every year. What does that matter? Most turn out to be worthless." Xue Huayu shook her head. "He is still a fated individual, and my sister places great importance on him for a reason. We shall see his performance tomorrow. I will state my position clearly. If he hinders us, do not blame me for being unforgiving." Shuaishan led Chen Tianming toward the trading post, chatting as they walked. "Do not let that guy provoke you. He relies on his own status as a fated individual and has been at the academy for 2 years, often causing trouble that I have long been displeased with him." Chen Tianming replied softly, Indeed, if a dog bites a person, must the person bite back? I will heed your advice. Ha ha. Shueshan chuckled, surprised by Chen Tieming's cunning side. That be why the way, your actions today were quite dashing. I thought you had eyes for that girl. But to my astonishment, you didn't even leave a contact. Chen Tianming smiled faintly, not offering much of a response. Such a unique character. They arrived at the Imperial Trading Post. Shueshan said the next day. As you are new to the academy, first buy a communication device, then procure some red and blue potions. The red and blue potions she referred to were healing potions and mana potions. The former treated injuries while the latter restored mental energy. Both types were among the most consumed items by professionals. The primary healing potion could be used to treat injuries, suitable for those below the hero level. With a cooldown of 30 minutes, the primary mana potion restored mental energy, also suitable for those below the hero level, with the same cooldown period. Each bottle of these potions was priced at 500 Tianxian coins. Following Shueshan's advice, Chen Tianming purchased 50 bottles of each, spending a total of 50,000 Tianxian coins. Next, they went to the Academy's trading post, where they spent 100 points to buy a communicator. The communicator resembled a bracelet, convenient to wear, and was essential for every student. The two added each other as friends, enabling them to stay in contact during their quests. Shueshan waved her small hand, revealing her fair skin, and teased, "Now I can bother you anytime, anywhere. You won't mind, will you?" "Not at all," Chen Tianming replied gently. The following morning, Chen Tianming's communicator rang with a melodious chime, set by Shueshan the night before. At that moment, his communicator contained only her contact. "Get up, lazy pig. The sun is shining on your backside." As soon as he answered, Shueshan's quirky voice came through that I'm at your villa's entrance. "Hurry down for breakfast. We need to leave right after." "All right." Shueshan had bought a huge amount of food, uncertain how long they would remain outside during this trial, so she needed to prepare ample supplies. Chapter 76. The Plight of the Mummy in the Square of the War Academy. Shui Huayu and others had already gathered. Not only Shui Huayu, but also other academy members had formed teams. Shueshan led Chen Tianming over to them. Shui Huayu glanced at the time and said seriously, "Once we are teleported, do not wander off." Clearly, she had participated in numerous trials and exuded an air of experience. Xiao Kuan shot a disdainful glance at Chen Tianming, warning, "Kid, don't hold us back. Or else." "Humph." Shueshan immediately retorted, "Just don't hold us back yourself." Shui Huayu, feeling a headache coming on, quickly interjected, "The trial is about to begin. Whatever thoughts you have, set them aside until after the trial concludes. This trial is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford to mess it up. Now, let us introduce our professions." That AS the team leader, she had to ensure unity among the group, even if it was only superficial. Otherwise, it would sow seeds of discord that could jeopardize their future endeavors. "That I'll go first. Shui Huayu, level 6 Mountain Mover, Plant Mage. Xiao Kuan, level 4 Mountain Mover, Thunder Mage. Lu Kai, level 3 Mountain Mover, Shadow Ranger. Theo Zhao, level 3 Mountain Mover, Seer." Both Plant Mages and Seers were supportive roles, yet Plant Mages not only provided assistance, but also dealt considerable damage, embodying a hybrid of control and output. Seers primarily enhanced various statuses and explored visibility. Possessing a high-level Seer in a team with comprehensive skills could significantly elevate the team's overall combat strength. That AS for Shadow Rangers, they were a fusion of Assassin and Archer, capable of both ranged and melee attacks, indicating that they and Shen Kuan would serve as the main damage dealers for this team. Shueshan, level 1 Hero, Medic. Chen Tianming, level 2 Hero, Summoner. Shui Huayu's gaze swept across the group once more, emphasizing, "I will reiterate, this trial demands unity. Anyone who dares to lag behind will not be spared once we return." Shueshan smiled, "Sister Hua, rest assured, we will not hold you back." Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a tower appeared in the center of the training ground. "It's a lighthouse," Shueshan whispered. The tower glimmered with a glass-like radiance, and soon its peak illuminated, casting a spectrum of colors that enveloped everyone in the square, commencing trial teleportation. At that moment, everyone in the training ground was transported to the trial location. The lengthy teleportation process indicated that the trial site was undoubtedly far from the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Waves of scorching heat enveloped them, the sweltering air crashing over them like ocean waves. The trial site was set in the midst of a desert. As their feet touched the ground again, their vision quickly adjusted, and the blinding sunlight poured down from above. Shui Shan's face turned pale. Her small hand tightly gripping Chen Tianming's arm, her lips pouting in discontent. Long-distance teleportation is quite uncomfortable. Shui Huayu remarked, "You are simply unaccustomed to the teleportation array. You will get used to it after a few more trips." She shot a surprised glance at Chen Tianming, not expecting him to show no signs of discomfort. Could it be that he frequently used the teleportation array? An unbidden thought arose in his mind, accompanied by a slight withdrawal of his earlier disdain. Chen Tianming silently surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in the midst of a desolate expanse. Not far behind them loomed a shimmering barrier, encompassing a verdant oasis. Outside the barrier, they could discern a plethora of magical creatures thriving within the oasis. At that moment, a scroll began to hover before each individual, faintly glowing. The mission scrolls, Shui Huayu, possessing considerable experience, immediately recognized the nature of the scroll and promptly grasped her own. The others followed suit. Upon opening the mission scroll and perusing its contents, Chen Tianming quickly comprehended the nature of their trial. The scroll meticulously detailed everything. They were situated in a region known as the Death Desert, where an abundance of desert monsters resided. At the heart of this desert lay an oasis, within which stood a pyramid. Inside the pyramid was a dungeon named the Morning of the Mummy. Their task was to enter the oasis, penetrate the pyramid, and subsequently delve into the mummy dungeon to vanquish the final boss, thereby acquiring a drop known as the Mummy's Tear. This singular tear was regarded as the Mummy's Tear. The trial encompassed 3 pivotal points. Firstly, the team entering the oasis could consist of no more than 6 members, with the highest level among them not exceeding the 6th tier of the Boulder Mountain rank. Furthermore, it was imperative that at least 2 members were at the heroic level. Secondly, the Mummy's Tier would only drop at the Hell difficulty level, necessitating that the overall strength of the team be formidable. This elucidated why, aside from Chen Tianming and Shui Shan, the levels of the remaining 4 members were so closely matched. Thirdly, only the first 3 teams to complete the dungeon would be eligible to receive the Mummy's Tier. Chen Tianming pondered why he had not been informed of this earlier. After all, it was merely another dungeon. Was there something particularly special about this Mummy's Tier? After reviewing the mission scroll, Shui Huayu spoke gravely. The Morn of the Mummy dungeon yields only 3 Mummy's Tiers each year. The Mummy's Tear possesses a unique fusion property, allowing incompatible materials to blend seamlessly, making it an exceedingly rare strategic resource. The Death Desert lies beyond the borders of our eastern nation, attracting not only participants from our country, but also from other nations. This year, our War Academy has mobilized all its forces, deploying a total of 10 teams, of which we are the 7th. We must compete not only against our fellow Academy students, but also against practitioners from other countries. Shui Huayu recounted the circumstances as Shui Shan inquired, "What if we encounter them? Should we resort to violence?" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward Chen Tianming, fully aware of his lethal capabilities. Just prior to his arrival at the Royal Academy of Kyoto, 3 minors had perished within the Law Enforcement Bureau. And Shui Shan had suspected Chen Tianming's involvement. At the mention of violence, the expressions of the others grew tense, while Chen Tianming maintained an air of indifference. Shui Huayu shook her head. Typically, such confrontations are rare. While similar incidents have occurred in the past, most merely guard the entrance to prevent entry, and true life-and-death struggles are infrequent. Hearing her reassurance, the group felt slightly relieved. However, we must remain vigilant. Fatalities have occurred in the past. In any case, caution is paramount. As she spoke, she turned to Zhao Wen. "Enhance our statuses." Zhao Wen responded affirmatively, promptly casting his spells that a series of radiant auras enveloped the group. Amplification spell. Source of magic. At that moment, everyone felt a significant surge in their attributes, with all 4 primary attributes experiencing a 25% increase. Simultaneously, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, seemingly providing continuous mental replenishment. The effects of these enhancements would persist for half an hour. An impressive boon indeed. Chen Tianming quietly contemplated the potential effects of amplifying the status of a Zerg warrior. With a mere thought, a Zerg warrior materialized upon the sandy ground. Before long, its originally jet-black exoskeleton began to shift to a dark yellow hue, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. The emergence of the warrior startled a few nearby. Its incessantly moving mandibles and the formidable scythe-like appendages evoked a sense of dread. Zhao Wen, who was in the midst of augmenting statuses, was taken aback, causing him to falter in his spellcasting. What in the world? Is that a bug? Is it a Zerg summon? Lu Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Tianming turned to Zhaowen. Could you also enhance its status? Sure. Zhaowen stammered, quickly casting several auras upon the warrior. The sandy surroundings erupted with dazzling lights as each team fortified their statuses. Across the landscape, an array of peculiar classes, seldom seen in other cities, appeared as abundantly as cabbages along the roadside. Qin Tianming took a moment to assess the situation, discovering that the warrior, much like himself, had experienced a 25% increase in all attributes, igniting a surge of excitement within him. At that instant, the warrior's combat attributes soared to an impressive 3,999 points. With a further enhancement of 25%, it would equate to an additional 3,000 points, an astonishing augmentation. However, Qin Tianming refrained from drawing attention to this, merely expressing a quiet, "Thank you." With a resounding crack, the signal for the trial commenced. Sister Hua gazed skyward, and then waved her hand decisively. "Target the oasis. Forward." The group felt as though they had traversed an invisible barrier, effortlessly crossing into the oasis. Although designated as an oasis, the interior was still a desolate sight, merely featuring a few more green plants than the barren exterior. Dominating the center of the oasis was a grand pyramid, unmistakably the location of the mourning of the mummy. The space within the oasis was larger than anticipated. The previously densely packed throngs vanished upon crossing the barrier. Move swiftly. Our goal is the mourning of the mummy. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict with the magical creatures within the oasis, Sister Hua urged, leading the charge forward as the others quickly followed suit. Chapter 78. The shadow clone with spirit communication. The ground was awash with yellow sand, and now and then, various magical creatures poked their heads out from the desert to observe the intruders. These creatures bore heads resembling scorpions or spiders, causing Xue Shan's complexion to pale as she gripped Qin Tianming's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. The sharp teeth displayed by these monsters left no doubt in the minds of those present regarding their biting force and venomous capabilities. Suddenly, a scorpion emerged from the sands, launching a sharp stinger toward the group. Sister Hua reacted swiftly, deploying her skill. Leaf Shield. A robust shield of branches and leaves materialized, successfully intercepting the flying stinger. Thorn Blade. The shield sprouted sharp thorns, instantly shooting toward the scorpion. Qin Tianming retrieved an enhanced detector and directed it at the scorpion. Poisonous scorpion level. Extraordinary level 9 strength. 1,300 agility. 1,500 spirit. 200 constitution. 2,000 skills. Venom. Flying stinger. Examining its attributes, it was evident that this creature met the standards for an extraordinary monster. Far from formidable, it posed little threat as long as they remained cautious of its bite and flying stinger. This creature is no impediment, he declared. Thunderous strike. With a resounding boom, the scorpion was instantly charred by the power of lightning. Yet, astonishingly, it did not succumb immediately, struggling to retaliate against the group. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized behind it. None other than Lu Kai, descending with a dagger, glinting ominously. Shadow Strike. As the skill activated, the dagger deftly pierced the head of the scorpion, shattering its exoskeleton and causing yellow brain matter to ooze forth. The venomous scorpion lay on the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. With the defeat of an extraordinary level 9 beast, experience points increased by 1,400 to Xue Huayu acquired a scorpion pouch 1. Qin Tianming received a notification that the venomous scorpion had been slain. Due to the 6-person team arrangement, the 1,400 experience points were divided among them, yielding just over 200 points per person, an amount not particularly substantial, even less than what the abyssal orcs typically provided. As the team leader, all dropped items would be collected by Sister Hua, who would later distribute them evenly. After dispatching the venomous scorpion, the group pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, which they swiftly eliminated through their combined efforts. As they approached the pyramid, the number of monsters increased, and their levels ascended, leading them to confront epic-level creatures, corresponding to the human mountain-moving realm. After vanquishing an epic-level beast, Sister Hua glanced toward the distant pyramid and said solemnly, "At this pace, we will need at least 2 more hours to reach the entrance of the pyramid. We are moving far too slowly. From now on, We shall avoid engaging with monsters whenever possible and quicken our pace. Shui Huayu resolved to disregard the monsters and head directly towards the pyramid. Shui Shan glanced at Qin Tianming, who shook his head slightly and said nothing further. The team quickened their pace, increasing their marching speed once again. Upon encountering more monsters, Sister Hua immediately employed her skill, Death Bind. This ensnared the monsters in place, allowing the group to advance unimpeded. Thus, their speed significantly increased, and within a little over half an hour, they arrived near the edges of the pyramid. However, the situation before them was as Sister Hua had anticipated. They had fallen behind. Numerous teams had already reached the pyramid, far ahead of them. The towering pyramid soared into the clouds, and as they approached, its magnificence became strikingly apparent. Bathed in sunlight, it radiated an air of solemn grandeur. At the base of the pyramid was a dark entrance, which was not large enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals walking side by side. Surrounding the pyramid were numerous monsters, including various venomous scorpions, killer lizards, and desert demon spiders. At this moment, several individuals were engaged in clearing the area of these creatures. Xiao Kuan, observing the scene, inquired, "If we charge straight through, do we stand a chance?" Sister Hua shook her head. "No, the number of monsters here is far too great, and their levels are not LOW. Skills have a certain probability of failure. Skills do not guarantee a hit. At times, monsters may move, and Sister Hua had experienced several skill failures on the way here. But the density of monsters was overwhelming, forming an impenetrable barrier." Shui Huayu frowned, caught in a dilemma that if they cleared a path, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, putting them significantly behind schedule. Yet if they charged through recklessly, the risk of control failure could place the team in peril. Shui Shan cast a pleading glance at Qin Tianming, preparing to seek his assistance. As their eyes met, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "I really don't understand what you're thinking. Our team is everything, except for a tank. If we had a strong front line, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hey, aren't you a summoner? Although your level is low, your summoned beasts should be able to absorb some damage, right? Summon them to draw fire. Are you really just planning to come here and do nothing?" Qin Tianming shot him with a cold glare. "This is your final warning that if you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I will ensure it remains forever closed." Xiao Kuan dismissed him with disdain. "Is that a threat coming from you?" Just as Qin Tianming was about to take action, Lu Kai exclaimed, "What is that?" They saw several individuals wearing headbands and gray robes maneuvering through the throng of monsters, instantly drawing the attention of a multitude of creatures. Even more astonishing was that the appearances of these 5 individuals were strikingly identical. Sister Hua gasped. "Those are ninjas from Sakura country, employing the skill Shadow Clone. But what are they trying to accomplish?" These seemingly cloned ninjas, while on the move, were rapidly forming hand seals with their hands, then simultaneously striking the ground with force. The ground cracked, sending fissures radiating outward. This was a summoning technique. Shui Huayu seemed to recognize the skill being employed. "Wow!" Qin Tianming exclaimed in awe. This profession had remarkable capabilities, as the clones could also cast spells. However, in that brief moment, all the clones were swiftly overtaken by the surrounding monsters, and in an instant, they were torn apart without a trace of bloodshed. All were mere clones, with the original nowhere in sight. 5 massive phantoms appeared on the ground, instantly becoming the targets of the nearby monsters. However, these phantoms did not engage the monsters, but instead led them toward the area with the highest concentration of people. Thousands of monsters were drawn toward the trial participants nearby. In an instant, they were surrounded, forcing many to helplessly activate their escape scrolls and exit the trial grounds. This also signified their failure in the trial. Chapter 79. Entering the tower, are they attempting to prevent us from entering the pyramid? Shui Shan asked uncertainly. Their path ahead was completely blocked, leaving no room to maneuver, that if they were to clear the area slowly, it would take several hours to accomplish. At that moment, a figure at the entrance taunted. "You all may wait outside. The tears of the mummy belong to our Sakura country." With that, they turned and walked straight inside. Sister Hua seethed with anger, shameless. After finally reaching the entrance, we encounter ninjas from Sakura country, who have turned the entire scene into chaos. Ninjas were a rare profession in Sakura country, and she had not anticipated their deployment here to seize the tears of the mummy. By the time they cleared out the monsters, it would likely be too late. Moreover, Many had already withdrawn from the trial in a bid for survival, causing disarray within the team and a sense of disbandment among the remaining members. Her delicate face turned pale with rage. Due to the recent withdrawals, their team was now incomplete, and many began calling out for assistance that we lack ranged damage dealers. Mages and archers are needed, with a required level of mountain-moving realm. We are short on healers and warlocks, needing those at hero realm or above. Anyone looking to form a team, hurry over. We cannot allow those bastards to get ahead. Numerous teams were lacking in damage output, especially healers that in the recent wave of monster attacks. Many mages and healers had exited the trial due to the sudden nature of the assault, and there were level requirements to consider. After all, entering the dungeon necessitated at least 2 members of hero realm. Xiao Kun suddenly spoke up. Sister Hua, I want to join another team. Why? Shui Huayu was visibly taken aback. She had not expected Xiao Kun to make such a move, especially when their team was still intact. Xiao Kun pointed at Chen Tianming. Either he leaves or I will. Not only was Shui Huayu surprised, but Zhao Wen and Lu Kai were equally stunned. They hadn't anticipated Xiao Kun would use this threat at such a critical moment. Although numerous monsters were at the entrance, many students from the War Academy were still around. As long as they worked together, clearing out the monsters would merely be a matter of time. Shui Shan sneered. Xiao Kun, you really are a dog. Do you think we can't manage without you? If you want to leave, then go ahead. Let us see if I can stop you. Xiao Kun ignored Shui Shan's taunts and maintained a serious expression as he looked at Shui Huayu. Sister Hua, you decide. Choose between him or me. Xiao Kun was a thunder mage with high single-target damage and exceptional area attacks, making him a valuable asset that he had calculated this moment precisely to exert pressure. Captain! Zhao Wen and Lu Kai called out simultaneously, their tone laden with meaning. Sister Hua glanced between Chen Tianming and Xiao Kun. Despite her disdain for Xiao Kun's tactics, his move undeniably put her in a difficult position. Zhao Wen and Lu Kai also regarded Shui Huayu with serious expressions. Their earlier call of captain revealed the answer they hoped for. For a moment, Shui Huayu found herself in a quandary. Just as Shui Shan was about to speak, Chen Tianming gently pulled her hand, signaling her to remain silent. He understood that if Sister Hua chose Xiao Kun, Shui Shan would undoubtedly withdraw with him. And the requirements for entering this dungeon stipulated the necessity of 1 member from mountain-moving realm and 2 from hero realm. Even if others withdrew, the 3 of them could still enter the dungeon. Shui Huayu sighed heavily, clearly having undergone a mental struggle before finally making her choice. Xiao Kun, if you want to leave, then go ahead. Xiao Kun beamed with confidence. Without a doubt, Zhao Wen and Lu Kai had already sided with him, and he was certain Sister Hua would choose him. What? Not only did he think he misheard, but even Zhao Wen and Lu Kai wore expressions of shock. Captain, if Xiao Kun withdraws, your trial will be ruined. Do you not wish to enter the Heavenly Palace Academy? Sister Hua said in a grave tone. I do wish to enter, yet I, Shui Huayu, have arrived at this point through my own efforts. If today I were to abandon my teammates at the slightest hint of danger, who would dare to partner with me in the future? Would they not fear becoming mere pawns? If I were to face challenges on the battlefield in the future, what should I do? Should I forsake my comrades and seek survival alone? I am sorry, but I cannot do that. The final statement resonated with conviction, prompting Chen Tianming to suppress the urge to applaud her. Xiao Kun, unfazed, curled his lips into a cold smirk. Since it is so, if the mountain will not come to Muhammad, then we shall meet again another time. With that, he exited the group. Immediately afterward, the captain, with an apology, stated that they only wished to complete the trial and requested not to take offense. Following this, he too withdrew from the team. What had once been a full squad was now reduced to just Chen Tianming, Shui Shan, and Shui Huayu. After witnessing the departure of the others, Shui Huayu revealed a wry smile of resignation. I apologize for the embarrassment caused. Shui Shan, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked. It is a relief that those bothersome individuals have left. She then turned to Chen Tianming and said, Brother Leg, it is your turn to perform. Shui Huayu was momentarily taken aback. Could her sister be confused? Did she not realize the current situation? Were they not supposed to invite others to team up and eliminate the monsters outside the pyramid? Chen Tianming smiled faintly. Sister Hua, you will be grateful for the decision you just made. With a swift resolution, he summoned an army of creatures. A mere few thousand monsters were no match for the formidable green-skinned orcs of the Abyss. 100 plasma bomb bugs and 20 warriors were summoned. It was not that Qin Tianming wished to summon more warriors, but rather that the entrance was limited in size and the internal space was likely constrained. Even if he summoned more, the pyramid might not accommodate them. Point 3 of the warriors crawled forward, and Qin Tianming took his position atop one. The remaining insect warriors formed a sharp formation, encircling the trio. Shui Huayu, upon seeing the sudden emergence of hundreds of bugs, was left speechless, exclaiming, "Are these bugs your summoned creatures?" Shui Shan, bouncing joyfully atop the warrior's back, urged, "Sister Hua, come up. Let Brother Leg lead us in." Shui Huayu, still somewhat dazed, climbed aboard as well. At that moment, the bomb bugs began to roll rapidly across the ground. Boom, boom! The thunderous explosions drew the attention of onlookers, as hundreds of monsters were obliterated, clearing a path. Qin Tianming opted not to exterminate every monster. He merely needed to carve a route to the entrance. Defeating a transcendent level 9 monster awarded 1,400 experience. Shui Huayu obtained a Scorpion Sac 1. Defeating an epic level 1 monster awarded 9,800 experience. Shui Huayu obtained Spider Silk 1. That the notifications of experience gained echoed furiously within the team's channel. The violent explosions caught the attention of Xiao Kuan and his companions, yet before they could react, Qin Tianming and his allies had already surged into the pyramid under the protection of the warriors amidst the chaos. The gap they had created was swiftly reclaimed by a swarm of monsters, leaving the 3 bewildered individuals in a state of shock. Chapter 80. Extermination of the Sakura Ninjas. How did these individuals manage to enter? The ninja stationed at the entrance wore a puzzled expression. He had clearly summoned numerous monsters to block the entrance, and clearing them would take hours. He could not fathom how these individuals had gained entry. That'd be why the time they were done, the people from Sakura Nation would have completed their dungeon run and left. He never anticipated that the individuals from the Kyoto Academy would breach so swiftly, catching him entirely off guard. Heavens! Shui Huayu gasped in astonishment. That last round of explosions raised my experience by several percentage points. Before she could elaborate further, whoosh, whoosh, several arrows shot forth from a distance, exploding in midair just before reaching their target, unleashing a rain of arrows. Be careful. Those are the explosive arrows of the archers. Shui Shan warned urgently. The archers from the Sakura Nation initiated an attack while clearing the monsters ahead. The mages raised their shields, and the knights pivoted, charging forth without hesitation. Ding. Detection indicates the host is under attack from foreign beings. A mission is issued. Non-tribal entities harbor ill intentions. Eradicate all Sakura individuals present for a reward of 3 lottery chances. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. Qin Tianming stepped forward, creating distance between himself and the 2 women. Bang! The Gene Primordial Worm made its entrance. The confined space was ideal for the Gene Primordial Worm's capabilities. Meanwhile, the warriors stood firm before the trio, shielding them from the deluge of arrows. Little Sakura beings dare to lay hands on us Easterners? Teach them a lesson. The Gene Primordial Worm swiftly melded into the shadows. However, the opposition reacted quickly, launching a luminous orb into the air. Illumination spell. Instantly, the shadows revealing the Gene Primordial Worm were illuminated. Sadly, it was futile. Its formidable attributes rendered it impervious to all that in an instant. Chaos ensued as healing beams soared into the sky. Qin Tianming squinted, scanning the vicinity but failed to spot the ninja-esque figure, and remained vigilant. Bang! Little Dai made her entrance. Void bone spikes. Silent wave in an instant. The opposing mage and healer fell silent. The once bright tunnel was now shrouded in darkness. The agile Gene Primordial Worm seized the opportunity, launching an attack without hesitation, causing considerable turmoil. Fortunately, the frontline professions were numerous enough to withstand the onslaught. That moment, a bloodthirsty glint shot forth from the void, aiming directly at Qin Tianming's neck. Just in time. Qin Tianming remained unperturbed, silently invoking Void Leap, but he had intentionally distanced himself from the 2 women to draw the ninja's attention, successfully luring him out. Little Dai turned her head, glancing back at the Sakura ninja, whose scorpion-like visage now bore a semblance of a twisted smile, striking terror into the heart of the ninja, yet he was unable to react. Feeling as if he were ensnared, he could not move. Feast of Death. Ding. Defeated the mountain-moving ninja, awarded 20,000 experience. This rare practitioner from Sakura Nation met his demise in the northwest. Instantly, the enemy fell into a stupor, evidently shaken by the brutal death of their comrade. However, Chen Tianming remained indifferent, solely focused on commanding the swarm to carry out a merciless harvest. Ding defeated the mountain-moving mage, awarded 7860 experience. Ding defeated the mountain-moving samurai, awarded 8,920 experience. Ding. In less than a minute, the fully equipped team lay lifeless on the ground. It turns out that killing also grants experience. Chen Tianming chuckled. Now, no one will contest us for the tears of the mummy. With that, he swiftly approached to loot their space rings. Xue Huayu was left dumbfounded. She had not anticipated the battle to conclude so rapidly. Xue Shan, unfazed, remarked, "Basic skills are essential. Let us hurry and exit the dungeon." With that, the trio made their way toward the center of the pyramid, while the monsters along the path would only be dealt with if they approached without hesitation. Otherwise, Chen Tianming would not bother to eliminate them. Leaving some monsters behind could create obstacles for those who entered afterward. With the swarm clearing the way, the three quickly arrived at the central hall of the pyramid, where a purple vortex slowly whirled in the center. After Xue Huayu selected the difficulty, their figures vanished at the dungeon entrance. Inside the Mummy's Lament dungeon, Xue Huayu patted her chest, beaming with joy. "Brother Leg, this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Xue Huayu also began to refer to Chen Tianming as Brother Leg, acknowledging his prowess. Without further ado, the trio continued their conversation, and the first monster within the dungeon appeared not far ahead. A 2-meter-tall mummy, bound in bandages, stood in their path. The scanner initiated a scan. Mummy Warrior, enhanced level, epic level 1 strength, 4,500 agility, 1,500 spirit, 500 constitution, 5,000 skill. Death bind with a mere thought. The swarm surged forth. The foremost gene primordial worm executed a tongue attack. Bang, bang, bang. The mummy shrieked and collapsed. Defeated an epic level 1 monster. Awarded 6,400 experience. Xue Huayu acquired bandages 1. Xue Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated Chen Tianming's summoned creatures to be so formidable, dispatching the mummy with such ease in mere moments. This was an elite monster of enhanced difficulty. Even a perfectly configured team would require 1 to 2 minutes to deal with such a creature. Yet what had just transpired? A few bugs charged in, and then, boom. Nearly a one-hit kill. I understand. Chen Tianming reached to adjust the flower crown on her head, gently ruffling her hair, and smiled. Basic skills are essential. You. Unable to evade Chen Tianming's playful grasp, Xue Huayu hurriedly retreated, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Do not ruffle my hair." "Why not? Such a statement would render me weaker than you." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming pondered for a moment and queried in confusion, "Isn't it so?" "You." Xue Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face flushed crimson as she clenched her delicate fists. The strength has hardened. Unbeknownst to her, there were already countless formidable insects in Chen Tianming's insect nest space. The little Dai pouted, "Master, can I eat?" At this, Xue Huayu was rendered speechless, pointing in astonishment at little Dai. It can actually talk. Xue Shan patted her shoulders. "Sister Hua, we just need to lie down. The rest is up to Brother Leg." Chapter 81. A smooth passage in the dark, cramped tunnel, 50 genetic primordial insects advanced relentlessly. They cared not whether their opponents were of the enhanced or elite variety, nor did they regard their levels. They simply charged forward, wreaking havoc with wild abandon. These mummies, known for their defense and strength, could not withstand the onslaught for even 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground, becoming a puddle of experience that flowed into the insects' bodies. The density of monsters in this dungeon was utterly insufficient. The number of foes was alarmingly low. Although the experience gained was decent, growth remained sluggish. The tunnel's end appeared to lead to the surface, becoming increasingly steep. Fortunately, the group possessed sufficient resilience, and after a considerable while, they finally reached the end. Before them stood a resplendent palace, the Palace of Mummies. Chen Tianming stood at the forefront, silently surveying the environment. Surrounding the palace, mummy guards wielding sharp blades patrolled in a crisscross pattern. Each guard squad comprised 12 mummy sentinels, their bodies no longer merely wrapped in bandages but adorned with magnificent armor, each holding a spear and shield. Mummy Sentinel enhanced, level, epic eye strength, 5,500 agility, 3,000 spirit, 1,500 constitution, 6,500 skills, death bind. Tactical strike 1, 2, 3, goodness, There were a total of 20 patrol squads, comprising 240 mummy sentinels. Shueshan stuck out her tongue playfully. Facing such monsters, dealing with 240 is immensely challenging, let alone just 24. Yet they had encountered Shun Tianming. The genetic primordial insects quietly scaled the walls, and, once in position, the insect warriors launched a frontal assault. The warriors' arrival immediately captured the attention of the mummy sentinels, who charged fearlessly at the insect warriors. Suddenly, the lurking primordial insects sprang forth from the shadows, their tongues lashing out with piercing force. The sound of flesh colliding echoed as mummies fell one by one. This was followed by the explosive sounds of plasma bomb insects. A series of crackling electric sounds ensued, and then all fell silent. Shuehuayu was left astounded by the flood of experience notifications. Truly impressive, big brother. Sister Hua gazed at Chen Tinming with admiration. Tio slaughter epic-level monsters with such ease. How could one not feel a sense of infatuation? Not a single mummy sentinel survived, resulting in a bountiful harvest of experience and materials. At that moment, the grand palace doors began to slowly open, releasing an ancient aura that swept through the chamber and enveloped the space, accompanied by a small green mummy, its body entwined with bandages. This green, diminutive mummy sat alone in the center of the palace, seemingly lost in sorrowful thoughts, tears streaming down its face, pooling beneath it into a small puddle. Weeping mummy boss, level. Epic V strength. 7,000 agility. 4,000 spirit. 3,000 constitution. 8,000 skills. Curse touch. Bandage pull, mummy's curse. Surprisingly, this weeping mummy exceeded the insect warriors in both constitution and strength, and its agility was not far behind. Truly, it was an epic-level boss, promising a substantial experience reward. Chen Tianming licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Shuehuayu glanced at the mummy's attributes, equally astonished, swallowing hard. Compared to other dungeons of similar type, the weeping mummy stats were vastly superior to by conventional means. It would likely take at least 1 to 2 hours to defeat it. However, she now looked at Shun Tianming with hopeful anticipation, her bright eyes filled with expectation, eager to see if this hero-level newcomer could perform yet another miracle. The insect swarm launched a fierce assault on the weeping mummy. However, due to its diminutive size, only a handful were able to strike at it, resulting in alarmingly low attack efficiency. Additionally, the tears pooling beneath the weeping mummy seemed to have corrosive and armor-piercing effects, as Chen Tianming could feel the insects enduring continuous magical damage. Moreover, a colossal circular formation appeared beneath the swarm, instantly incapacitating all the insects in a state of dazed confusion. Following this, a slender green bandage shot forth from the mummy's body, targeting none other than Chen Tianming, who was taken aback by the boss's ability to escape the insect swarm's assault and launch an attack on him directly in a moment of surprise. He reacted quickly, using Void Shift to teleport to the palace hundreds of meters away. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter the void. He was concerned about the potential harm to the two women, particularly since Shueshan was merely a healer with low stats. How considerate of him to think of others in such a critical moment. Yet, the bandage struck him just as he activated his skill. Remaining tightly bound to his form, even as his silhouette dissipated, in an instant, the weeping mummy charged directly at Chen Tianming, its bloodshot eyes revealing a hint of sinister glee, a faint smile curling at the corners of its mouth as it let out an eerie chuckle. However, just as it was about to reach him, smack, a small purple scorpion suddenly appeared beside Chen Tianming, also wearing a knowing smile. Before the mummy could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped its vision, and it fell into oblivion. Death feast. Chen Tianming noticed that the two women were still standing there, dazed and confused, and fury surged within him that I'm up here working myself to the bone while you two stand idly below. If you don't receive any experience, don't blame me for not doing my job properly. Chapter 82. The disappearance of the dungeon entrance they had hardened. Both Shueshan and Shuehuayu's fists were clenched tightly. Yet as the notification chimed, announcing the defeat of the weeping mummy, Experience 150, 000, Shuehuayu received Mummy's Tier 1, a cerulean droplet materializing in her grasp. Their tightly clenched fists relaxed, and they joyfully leapt into the air, exclaiming the trial task is complete. We are one step closer to Tian Palace Academy. Shuehuayu exclaimed, if we can undertake such trials a few more times, will surely gain admission to Tian Palace Academy. They expressed their gratitude to Brother Leg, acknowledging that without him, they would have struggled to complete the trial. Chen Tianming calculated the time elapsed. It had barely been 40 minutes since they entered the dungeon. The outside world surely hadn't yet entered. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. Chen Tianming, holding the refresh stone, activated it. Within a shimmering light, the dungeon cooldown reset. The trio re-entered the dungeon, having learned from their previous experience. Chen Tianming now commanded the swarm intelligently, with the primordial insects leading the way as they rode atop the enlarged little Dai, charging straight toward the tunnel's end. Upon reaching the end, the swarm, accompanied by bomb insects, launched a wave of attacks. Zing boom! The sound of plasma wreaking havoc resonated, shaking the ground as countless rocks tumbled from the cliffs. The 240 mummy sentinels were swiftly annihilated. Defeated Epic 2 Mummy Sentinel, Experience 14. 400 Shuehuayu received Bandage 100. Defeated Epic 2 Mummy Sentinel, Experience 14. 400 Shuehuayu received Bandage 50. That a series of notifications flooded the team channel as the 240 Mummy Sentinels provided over 30 million experience points. Evenly distributed among the 3 AT that moment, Chen Tianming ascended to Hero Level 1 Name. Chen Tianming Class. Insect Overlord, Unique Race, Human Talent, Chosen 1 Level. Hero Level 3 Constitution, 455.